1541 The Mages, Siege 1. A series of rapid horse hooves sounded. Then, more than 20 divine warriors rushed over and surrounded Tang Zhen and the other two. The other party didn't give Tang Zhen and the others a chance to speak as lassos were thrown out one after another. As long as the lassos landed on their bodies, the divine warriors would drive their horses and drag the captured mages across the ground. Every mage who suffered such treatment would lose half of their life before they were handed over to the temple. Their entire body would be a bloody mess, and sometimes even their arms would be torn off. After that, the priests of the temple would judge the mages and send them to the gallows. After the mages were hanged, their bodies would be left to dry in the wind and rain. There were countless similar things, but mages were like those who were killed by the weak gods, never ending. The city in front of Tang Zhen and the others had a historical tradition of strangling mages. This was because a long time ago, a mage had let out a blasphemous roar in front of the public, causing the priest at that time to be furious. He then gave the order to kill, and it had continued until now. Therefore, when Tang Zhen's group of 3 appeared, the believers immediately reported it and the divine warriors under the temple also rushed over excitedly. They were all passionate about this matter, and they were all fighting to be the first. Tang Zhen had previously heard Jace talk about the history of this city. He knew that this place was extremely unfriendly to mages. It was for this reason that he had deliberately chosen this place to announce something to the world. From then on, mages would rise, and gods would step down from their altars and live in constant fear like rats on the streets. If this group of mages wanted to gain benefits, they would naturally have to pay the price, and it was impossible for them to stay out of it. Just as the nooses were about to land on his body, Frank, who was beside Tang Zhen, coldly snorted. A powerful mental force appeared and fixed the nooses in the air. The divine warrior holding the noose was stunned for a moment, and then he was pulled off his horse by the rope that suddenly fixed in place, and he fell to the ground. This unexpected situation was beyond the divine warriors' expectations. However, their faces immediately turned ferocious as they raised their bows and arrows and shot them at Tang Zhen and the other two. Since they're looking for death, we'll just shoot them directly. The leading divine warrior gave the order and brandished his spear at Frank. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Frank. You're the ones who are looking for death, you reckless fools. Frank's eyes flashed with a hint of contempt as he pushed the divine warrior who was charging at him. The divine warrior's vicious smile seemed to be fixed on his face. As he approached Frank, his body began to disintegrate rapidly. In the end, only a skeleton of a man and a warhorse was left. They turned into ashes and disappeared. Jace was not idle either. Fireballs appeared in his hands and he threw them at the panicking divine warriors. He had just started cultivating not long ago, and it was already not easy for him to do this. Although the power was not great, he could not suppress the excitement on his face. Don't waste time, we still need to go to the temple in the city. Tang Zhen indifferently said. It was as though he did not place these divine warriors in his eyes. Upon hearing Tang Zhen's order, Frank's body floated up. His entire body turned into a ball of light that was entangled by light. Immediately after, electric currents shot out and entangled the dumbstruck divine warriors. Chain, lightning, and, as Frank roared, the divine warriors' bodies burst into flames before they trembled and turned into charred remains. With just a single cultivator skill that was used for group attacks, more than 20 level 3 divine warriors were killed. Jess, who was watching from the side, was dazzled. He fantasized in his heart that he could use a similar skill, and his eyes were full of longing. After easily dealing with these divine spirit warriors, Tang Zhen and the other two continued to walk toward the city gate. However, the city gate was already closed at this moment. The soldiers' figures flashed on the top of the city wall and weapons that looked like mounted crossbows were already aimed at them. The soldiers guarding the city had an appearance as if they were facing a great enemy. It was as if Tang Zhen and the other two were great floods and fierce beasts. Frank, blast open the city gates. Tang Zhen continued to walk in a neither hurried nor slow manner. At the same time, he gave an order to Frank beside him. Frank, who was a man of few words, immediately waved his hands and mumbled something. Even though he had become a cultivator, he still kept the habit of practicing spells, even if the skills of a cultivator did not require incantations. A scorching lava fireball appeared out of thin air and grew in size in his hand. When it reached a diameter of 1 meter, Frank threw it out. Under the frightened eyes of the soldiers on the city wall, the fireball hit the tightly shut city gate. With a loud boom, the city gate was blown into pieces. The burning hardwood flew in all directions, and the soldiers behind the city gate were burning and crying for their parents. "Well done," Tang Zhen praised as he continued to walk towards the city gate. The frightened soldiers began to shoot with their bows and arrows. However, before these sharp arrows could even get close to Tang Zhen, they would turn into ashes and disappear without a trace. The three of them entered the city as if there was no one else around. Under the despairing eyes of the city guards, they passed through the burning broken city gate. The sudden change at the city gate had already alerted the divine warriors in the city. They gathered from all directions with a murderous aura, and they kept gathering toward the location of Tang Zhen and the other two. Whenever a divine warrior appeared, Frank and Jace would immediately launch an attack. They, who were guarding Tang Zhen, never seemed to worry about energy exhaustion. They were like human-shaped self-propelled cannons. Wherever the three of them passed, they left behind a trail of wreckage, flames, and thick smoke that could be seen from far away. The divine warriors were beaten until they were dizzy. They couldn't stop Tang Zhen's advance at all. A trace of fear and anger rose in the hearts of these divine warriors. The enemy was so presumptuous in their territory. In the eyes of the divine warriors, this was a huge humiliation. In particular, Tang Zhen and the others were heading in the direction of the temple. If there were no accidents, their target should be the wilderness god's temple. There had been frequent news of the saboteurs destroying the temples during this period of time, but they were all in poor and remote places. The temples in the cities had not suffered any damage so far because the guardians were stronger. However, looking at the situation today, the temple in the city had probably become the target of the enemy. Realizing this, the divine warriors could not help but burn with anger. Their attacks became more and more fierce. Even if they had to sacrifice themselves, they would not let the enemy harm a single bit of this place. Relying on their numbers and the support of their faith, these divine warriors had successfully slowed down the Tang Zhen trio's advance. Looking at the wilderness temple that was gradually raising its protective shield, Tang Zhen's eyes flashed with a trace of impatience. He pointed forward and once again opened the space-time tunnel. He could not participate in the battle now, but he had countless men under him. Since the divine warriors had the advantage in numbers, he could also rely on numbers to crush them. This time, he was going to summon a group of mages and let these guys have a taste of the anger of a battle mage. One after another, figures wearing specially made battle armors walked out. They didn't need anyone to command them as they surrounded Tang Zhen and occupied the best battle positions. One after another, terrifying spells flashed in the surroundings and blasted toward the divine warriors in all directions. Just like fireworks that filled a warehouse being set on fire, the destructive attacks instantly covered the entire street. The divine warriors who had been fighting without a care for their own safety were annihilated. Jace, who was standing beside Tang Zhen, was so excited that his entire body trembled when he saw this scene. There seemed to be a voice roaring in his heart. Look, this is the terrifying power of a mage. Although he couldn't do it for the time being, one day, he would be able to make his enemies tremble in fear like these cultivators. With the help of a large number of mages, there was no longer any divine warrior that could stop Tang Zhen and the others. They continued forward and finally arrived in front of the wilderness temple, which was protected by an energy barrier. Tang Zhen waved his hand as he looked at the guards who were waiting in a strict formation. He then quietly watched the mages' performance. The next moment, countless meteorites and fireballs fell from the sky, smashing onto the flashing energy shield like hailstones. The exploding lava was like tomato sauce poured on a cake, flowing and spreading along the energy shield. 1542 The despair of the divine warrior. 1. As the group of cultivators launched their attacks, the guardians gathered in the temple were in a mess. They looked at the sky with worry. The hot lava spread above their heads, burning the plants outside into charcoal. The energy shield seemed to be on the verge of corrosion. Once the hot lava landed on their bodies, even their metallic bodies would melt. We can't be on the defensive like this. We have to rush out and annihilate these blasphemers. The priest, who was usually dignified, stood in the temple. His old face was completely distorted. He kept waving the staff in his hand, which represented his identity, and roared at the surrounding guardians. If we can't eliminate these blasphemers and let the wilderness temple suffer losses, we will all become sinners and will never be forgiven by the gods. The priest's roar made the protectors' hearts tremble. As the most devout believers, the reason why they stayed here was to protect the safety of the divine hall. They were even prepared to sacrifice themselves at any time. This moment might be the best time for them to fulfill their oath. Everyone, let's kill these blasphemers. We can't let them destroy the temple. The guardians in the temple roared, and the power of the wilderness god was activated. They either turned into ancient trees or ferocious beasts as they rushed out of the energy barrier. Dozens of guardians were gathered together, but they formed a charging momentum like an army of thousands of soldiers and horses. Their bodies were extremely huge after transformation, and they were not afraid even if the hot magma fell on their bodies. With a body full of flames, the guardian went straight to the cultivators of Lu Cheng. Kill them. The moment the guardian appeared, a group of cultivators who were attacking the temple immediately split up and their violent spells fell on the guardian like machine gun bullets. The three ancient trees at the forefront were hit so hard that their branches and leaves trembled, and their dragon scale-like bark kept falling off. The broken branches and fallen leaves fell all over the ground, and bright red blood continued to seep out of the broken branches. The black bears and giant wolves that followed closely behind were the same. In their painful and angry roars, their flesh and blood continued to fall, and in some places, their bones were even visible. But even so, the guardians still rushed forward and broke through the defense of the cultivators in the building. The originally neat defensive formation became messy. For the cultivators of Lusheng who had changed their class from mages, they were almost invincible in long-range attacks, but they were somewhat lacking in close combat. Tang Zhen was naturally aware of this. Therefore, he had already made preparations to summon his close combat cultivators the moment the guardians charged out of the energy barrier. This time, the spacetime tunnel opened more than 10 meters in the air. The moment the vortex appeared, a group of cultivators in black armor descended from the sky and attacked the ancient tree beasts without hesitation. Around the cultivators of the buildings, there were many floating shields that could help them block attacks from all directions. They also held weapons that could easily cut through metal in their hands, setting off a bloody storm among the guardians. The mages wearing gorgeous robes and hoods had a hint of unwillingness in their eyes. They also held lightsabers and attacked the guardian with spells. Haha, you dogshit mages are just so-so. A burly orc who was almost 3 meters tall laughed heartily. He threw a giant wild bear in front of him with a punch, and then sneered at Wizard Frank who was behind him. Stop talking nonsense. If we really fight, you beastmen and barbarians might not be a match for us. The heavily armored beastman cultivator waved the huge sword in his hand and cut an ancient dragon-scaled tree in half. Then, he continued to mock, then let's compete to see who has obtained the most points in Sir Tang Zhen's trial this time. Let's compete then, Frank sneered. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The cultivators at the side of the building turned a blind eye to the mockery between the two. Before the Holy Dragon City unified the entire continent, there was already enmity between Frank and this beastman cultivator. Both sides had fought on the battlefield more than once. After joining their respective towers, the two of them would also have some competition from time to time. This time, they had met by chance during Tang Zhen's trial mission. Sure enough, enemies always meet. It would be strange if the two didn't fight each other when they met, and those who knew about it had long been used to it. While Frank and the cultivator named Burning Bones were fighting, the guardians that rushed out of the energy barrier were killed one after another. Then, the cultivators stepped on the flesh and blood on the ground, launching their final attacks at the wilderness temple. Boom! With a muffled sound, the energy shield covering the wilderness temple shattered. At this moment, the divine warriors inside and outside the temple launched their attacks, ready to fight to the death. Hysterical shouts and the clashing of weapons were endless. The divine warriors in the city had gathered here, and the battle had entered a state of white heat from the beginning. Flames soared to the sky, and blood flowed like a river. When the battle ended, the entire wilderness temple had already turned into ruins. Tang Zhen glanced at the broken god statue before turning around and leaving. There was no longer a need for him to remain here. This was just an ordinary city, and although the level of the temple was higher than that of a village town, it was still not on the same level as the wilderness god's main temple in the capital. Unless he destroyed the wilderness god's main palace in the capital, he wouldn't be able to hurt that aboriginal deity's foundation. At most, he would only be able to gain some battle points. However, as the first city's temple was attacked, the other cities would definitely be on guard. At that time, the cultivators in the Lusheng would have to face even more enemies, as well as the wilderness temple, which was more heavily guarded. The initial advantage of the cultivators in Lu City had disappeared, and the next step would be a head-on confrontation, which would become more intense. Tang Zhen also needed to change his original combat method, from the original guerrilla warfare to an official legion battle, just like when he invaded other worlds in the past. The cultivators in the Lusheng kingdom would be the main combat force, and the native soldiers would cooperate. Summoning cultivators and teleportation towers were different. The former had many more restrictions. Many of the war weapons that the cultivators used for plain invasions couldn't be delivered, which would undoubtedly greatly limit their combat power. However, with the current equipment, it was enough to fight against these divine warriors. Of course, Tang Zhen would also think of ways to continuously increase the strength of the cultivators in Lusheng. With his ability, he could create some terrifying war weapons at any time and place. The things that he had learned from the Spacetime Codex were in need of an opportunity to experiment. How could Tang Zhen easily waste it? During this period of time, he often paid attention to the ranking of the participants and found that his score was only in the middle. Although this didn't mean anything, it still gave Tang Zhen a trace of pressure. Although he didn't think that he would be at the top of every trial, he was always being suppressed. That feeling was really unpleasant. At the thought of this, Tang Zhen turned to look at the Lusheng cultivators behind him. He pointed at the Wilderness God's main hall and said, "The next target is the Wilderness God's main temple. I don't have the patience to wait any longer." 1543 Sniping from the Wilderness Temple. 1. Because of the existence of gods, imperial power had completely lost its market in this world. Every country was basically controlled by the major temples. Even in the core area of a country, the temples could control the sky with one hand. At this moment, in the central region of the imperial capital, a group of elders from the Wilderness Temple were gathered together, discussing how to deal with the invasion of the cultivators. With the arrival of the trial takers, the entire world fell into turmoil. The imperial capital continuously received news of temples being destroyed and divine warriors being killed. The Wilderness God's kingdom, which had been relatively stable, was now in chaos. According to the latest news, it wasn't just the Wilderness God's kingdom that was in chaos. The other divine kingdoms were the same, and fierce cultivators with strange appearances were everywhere. The most shocking thing was that this group of intruders, who were likely from another world, turned out to be targeting the high and mighty gods. They tried to erase all traces of the gods from the world, and the divine warriors and the temples were the first targets of their attacks. This was absolutely unforgivable. Anyone who dared to have such thoughts would be the mortal enemy of all divine warriors, and they must be completely purified and eliminated. So we must gather all our elite warriors to kill this mysterious invader. But are you sure this will work? An old man wearing a purple crown of thorns asked as he looked at the information about the cultivators in Lusheng and Tang Zhen. There was a trace of doubt in his tone. He didn't think that killing one person would stop this plain invasion that targeted the entire world. According to the information we've received, there are some special members among these intruders. They have the ability to open a space-time tunnel and summon their allies over. As long as we kill them, the invaders will be like water without a source, unable to enter our world. As for the remaining blasphemers, they are no match for the countless divine warriors. The one who spoke was a divine spirit warrior wearing green wood armor. The aura of a king-level cultivator spread out, and from time to time, the sword-wielding guards would look at him with respect. In the entire Wilderness God's kingdom, once one's strength reached the king rank, they would be called god emissaries, also known as demigods, and they all had extremely powerful strength. This was especially so for the elder in green wood armor. He was the captain of the guards of the Wilderness God's main temple and had a high reputation among the divine warriors. He was the one who proposed to launch an attack on Tang Zhen in order to solve the problem once and for all. After listening to the guard captain's explanation, the other elders of the main hall remained silent. However, it was obvious from their expressions that they were having a headache over the invasion of the cultivators in the building. All of them had a wait-and-see attitude towards the plan proposed by the guard commander. The so-called discussion was just a matter of the situation because everyone knew that since the guard commander had proposed this plan, he would definitely find a way to execute it. They only needed to wait for the results and then discuss the follow-up plan. After exchanging a glance with each other, the elders nodded and saw the captain of the guards walking out of the conference hall with a determined look. He then waved his hand to the other members of the guards regiment in the square. "Let's go. We'll cut those intruders into 8 pieces." The divine warriors shouted, "Wilderness God, bless us," and then jumped on the restless flying beasts one after another, soaring into the sky. The head of the guards also jumped onto a huge flying dragon. He held a fixed spear in his hand and hurriedly rode the dragon to the sky. The convoy of carriages carrying hundreds of Lusheng cultivators slowly moved forward. Ever since the first city temple was destroyed, more and more cultivators from Lusheng gathered around Tang Zhen. As long as he had enough points, Tang Zhen would immediately summon the cultivators from Lu Cheng because he knew that he would face a big battle. Although the cultivators of Lu Cheng were strong, they were no match for a pack of wolves. Once the divine warriors launched a desperate attack, the cultivators of Lu Cheng were no match for them. As the space-time portal opened, another 10 cultivators from Lu Cheng appeared, each of them exuding a powerful aura. They were all cultivators from the Holy Dragon City. Before the strong enemy arrived, Tang Zhen had to summon the strongest lineup in order to deal with the tough battle that was to come. After joining the group, these Holy Dragon City cultivators advanced silently, appearing to be very low-key. This was also the style of the Holy Dragon City cultivators. They usually kept a low profile, but once the battle started, they would become terrifying killing gods. After moving forward for some distance, the cultivators in charge of scouting in the air sent a warning to them. They found a large number of divine warriors ahead. Just as the warning was issued, a dense group of flying creatures suddenly appeared in the sky above the city in the distance. They were riding on divine warriors in armor, and their hateful eyes could be seen from far away. Get ready to face the enemy. As soon as the Lu Cheng cultivator in charge of commanding the battle finished speaking, a large number of enemies appeared in the fields on both sides. They rushed over like ants, and the warhorses under them stirred up a cloud of dust. You still dare to use cavalry to charge, you're really looking for death. One of the Lu Cheng cultivators sneered as he tore open his storage card. Immediately after, several armed robots appeared and stopped firmly in front of the charging cavalry. Authorization approved. Activating automatic attack mode. The armed robots that were originally shut down were instantly activated. Pitch-black muzzles extended out and began to fire at the cavalrymen in front. The terrible metal storm fell on the cavalrymen, and every bullet created a large area of death. Before the divine warriors could react, they were reduced to flesh and blood scattered in the wilderness. These armed robots used special ammunition, which could not be compared to ordinary bullets. It was not an exaggeration to treat them as miniature missiles. At the same time, the divine warriors in the sky also rushed over, and all kinds of attacks fell from the sky, causing the ground below to be riddled with holes. Cultivators of Lusheng whose cultivation base was higher than the Lord level rose into the air to face the enemies. Those who couldn't fly also released their spells or took out their rifles to shoot at the flying creatures. A large amount of blood and feathers fell from the sky. In addition, there were also the corpses of flying creatures and divine warriors, which fell to the ground and broke into pieces. The guard commander rode the flying dragon and roared continuously. While he dodged the attacks from the ground and the air, his eyes were fixed on Tang Zhen who was surrounded in the center. His eyes were filled with unconcealable killing intent. The culprit who blasphemed against the gods, I will definitely kill you with my spear today. As soon as the guard captain's voice fell, his entire body was shrouded in light. Then, under the protection of a group of divine warriors, he turned into a light arrow and stabbed toward Tang Zhen. Protect the city lord. The 4 cultivators guarding Tang Zhen moved at the same time and collided with the light arrow. Then, a loud sound was heard and the space within 1,000 meters was covered by a violent flash. When the light disappeared, the guard captain was half kneeling on the ground in the distance. The wyvern he was riding and the divine warriors who had attacked together with him were now lying on the ground in a bloody mess. They had all died in the previous wave of attacks. The 4 cultivators guarding Tang Zhen were also severely injured. Their strength wasn't as high as the guard captain's, and their opponent's attack was also infused with divine power. It was already quite difficult for them to block and kill the divine warriors other than the guard captain. Tang Zhen waved his hand and released 4 energy light balls that seeped into the bodies of the Lu Cheng cultivators like melting snow. They could help them recover from their injuries as soon as possible. The guard captain, whose face was covered in blood, raised his head and looked at the corpses of his comrades lying around him. The muscles on his face kept twitching. Damned blasphemer, even if I have to give up my life, I will destroy you completely. As soon as he finished speaking, the guard captain used his spear to support his body. He raised his hands and roared at the sky, Great wilderness god, I'm willing to sacrifice my body as a vessel to accept your great power and eliminate all blasphemers who disrespected you. As he watched the guard captain turn into a ball of light in an instant, the originally calm Tang Zhen finally revealed a smile. The wilderness god. He finally revealed his tale. Let's see where he can run this time. 1544 Killing the wilderness god. The guard captain could be considered a pure fanatic, and anyone who disrespected the wilderness god was his mortal enemy. In order to destroy and purify the enemy, he would not hesitate to sacrifice his own life. This kind of person would fight for his beliefs all his life. Even though he had already determined that Tang Zhen's strength was unfathomable back then, he still chose to fight without any hesitation. It could be said that from the moment he walked out of the main god palace, he had no intention of coming back alive. However, the cruel reality had proven that even if he came with the determination to die and threw himself into the battle without any reservation, it did not mean that he could achieve his goal. After the previous exchange, he was sure that he was no match for cultivator Lu Cheng. However, this did not mean that the guard commander would retreat temporarily. If he fled out of fear in front of the enemy, it would be a humiliation that he would never erase for the rest of his life. It was just death. To a fanatic, being able to defend the glory of the wilderness god and die on the battlefield was an absolute glory. Sometimes, faith was a wonderful thing. When you believed in it and held on to it, you might have a chance to reap unexpected rewards. For example, the current guard captain was willing to sacrifice his own life to pray for the wilderness god's descent, and he actually received a response. This result was also out of Tang Zhen's expectations. He thought that this native god, who had been provoked repeatedly, would continue to pretend to be dead. He had even made plans to destroy the main temple of the imperial capital. Once the main temple was destroyed, the energy transmission to the other subordinate temples would be cut off. Tang Zhen intended to use this method to isolate the transmission of divine power and make the divine warriors useless, then force the wilderness god to appear. Who would have thought that the other party would be so impatient that he would accept the captain's call so easily? Just by looking at the energy light that shrouded the captain, it was clear that this native god was pouring his divine power into the captain's body. The wilderness god and the captain weren't on the same level. Even if he used 10% of his power, it would be enough to make the captain rapidly wither. One could see that the guard commander did not regret it. At this moment, his face carried a satisfied smile. However, the gaze he used to look at Tang Zhen became colder and colder. That was the hateful gaze of the wilderness god. He couldn't wait to cut Tang Zhen into 1,000 pieces. As a high and mighty aboriginal deity, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Waving the sharp dragon-riding spear in his hand, he cut open the space around him. The emotionless voice of the guard captain rang out. Blasphemers from another world, I will now prove how insignificant your existence is. After I kill you, I will imprison your souls and punish you for countless years to pay for the sins you have committed. Tang Zhen coldly laughed when he heard this. He was merely a puny aboriginal deity. To think that he actually dared to use such an arrogant tone to speak to him. He really did not know what was good for him. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? Who do you think you are? It's better for you to remember this last moment of your life. Even though Tang Zhen clearly knew that the other party's actions were to test his true strength, there was still no need for him to hide it. This was because from the moment this aboriginal deity thought that he was clever, he was already destined to be unable to escape death. Let me kill you and take back the first place on the trial list. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Zhen had already soared into the sky. The soul-devouring saber in his hand was like a huge black dragon. It extended forward from the position where he had just stood and finally landed on the guard captain's body in the air. Impudent ants. Even though he was shocked by Tang Zhen's terrifying attack, the guard captain under the control of the wilderness god was still extremely stubborn. He grinned as he raised the dragon knight spear in his hand and welcomed Tang Zhen's soul-devouring blade. Boom! A loud noise rang out, and two semicircular energy shields rose up between the two of them at the same time. Mysterious runes of law scattered in all directions. The attack methods of the two of them appeared to be similar. However, Tang Zhen's soul-devouring saber had been pressing down continuously. A mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth at the same time. He seemed to be extremely relaxed. The ground around the guard captain had already been shaken into dust. A strong wind swept up the flying dust, instantly turning it into several giant tornadoes that connected the sky and the earth, spreading out in all directions. The surrounding cultivators of Lusheng dodged one after another. Once they were caught in the storm, even they would not be able to protect themselves. There was a 90% chance that they would be torn to pieces. When a cultivator's strength reached the point where he could control the power of laws, even a blade of grass or a drop of rain could be turned into a terrifying weapon. The power was by no means something that low-level cultivators could withstand. Bang! After another muffled sound, Tang Zhen fell to the ground unscathed. On the other hand, the guard commander was already covered in injuries. The Dragon Knight spear in his hand, which was forged by a famous master and used by him for many years, was full of spider web-like cracks, and there seemed to be blood seeping out. It was obvious that the Dragon Knight spear had resonated with the head of the guards. It was like a limb of flesh and blood. The moment it was damaged, the head of the guards would also suffer a terrible backlash. The wilderness god is nothing more than this. Tang Zhen's voice was transmitted into the guard captain's ears, causing the anger in his heart to burn uncontrollably. He raised his head and stared at Tang Zhen. Even though his eyes were blurred by blood, he still did not change the belief in his heart. With a furious roar, the guard captain's last trace of consciousness was drowned in the explosive power, and a more terrifying power was released than before. The entire world seemed to have darkened, and all kinds of illusions appeared. It was as if all the plants around them had become spirits, and then, following the body of the guard captain that was beginning to collapse, they rapidly withered and withered. Even heaven and earth seemed to be aging, losing all its bright colors, leaving only black and white. This is my law domain. It can make everything in the world wither and die in an instant. Let's see how you can resist it. A slightly proud voice was heard, but it was not from the guard captain. At this moment, he was like a pile of dust, scattered around like the surrounding flowers and trees. The captain's mission had ended. Perhaps no one would ever know where his soul would go next. Tang Zhen's face did not reveal any panic or surprise as he stood in the center of this monotonous black and white scene. At this moment, he was the only color in this black and white world. He appeared piercing and strange. It's just a law domain and you dare to show it off. I don't know if you're short-sighted or if you don't know the power of cultivators in Lusheng. Tang Zhen's voice rang out, and it was like a wave that continuously rippled in the vast space. The withered images began to shake, and from time to time, bright colors appeared in the distorted folds. If you're this strong, then you can die. As soon as his voice fell, Tang Zhen erupted like a volcano. An indescribable and terrifying force spread in all directions. The withered scene was torn apart and completely collapsed like a broken mirror. A voice filled with surprise and fear came from an unknown location. The aura belonging to the wilderness god dissipated like a tide, and everything in the surroundings returned to its original state. The only thing that changed was the guard captain who had turned into ashes. He had long disappeared with the wind, leaving only a broken dragon lance stuck in the ground, refusing to fall. Tang Zhen extended his hand and beckoned. The Dragon Knight spear that was stained with blood landed in his hand. It seemed to be emitting an unwilling and sorrowful cry. Do you think you can escape? Today, I'll let you see how stupid your probing is. Tang Zhen extended his hand and brushed it over the dragon cavalry spear. He slowly raised it and fiercely threw it at the sky above his head. Immediately after, the dragon cavalry spear pierced through the sky and erupted with a piercing light. Ah, Yingluo! The people on the ground seemed to hear a scream, and then they saw a huge figure appear in the void, its chest pierced by a shining dragon lance. The figure's face twisted into a ball as he tried to pull the dragon lance out. However, the flashing dragon lance was like a red-hot iron rod, and the figure retracted his hand after just a touch. Why did it turn out like this? An indignant roar reverberated between heaven and earth, seemingly filled with regret and fear. Before everyone could recover from their shock, Tang Zhen's figure had already disappeared. In the next instant, he appeared in the void and grabbed the Dragon Knight spear. He grabbed the Dragon Knight's spear and thrust it forward. The figure in front of him struggled a few times and then knelt on the ground. 1545. Once again at the top of the list, the participant ranking was refreshed again. The person in the first place had been replaced. It was the Holy Dragon City Lord, Tang Zhen. When the trial takers noticed the change, they immediately turned their attention to the foundation stone platform. Soon after, they discovered that there was an additional character behind Tang Zhen's points. Omen. After seeing this rune, the trial takers were stunned for a moment, and a complicated look flashed in their eyes. In the trial mission, Trillion was a special scoring unit. Not only was it counted in the total points, but it also represented a special honor. Only by killing a native god would this special unit of points be activated. Moreover, its existence was not meaningless, as it was a ranking that truly belonged to the trial takers. The number of points they could get in this trial depended on the joint efforts of the cultivators in Lucheng. As for how many aboriginal deities they could kill, it depended on their own strength and luck. Therefore, this mission did not really allow the trial takers to stay out of it. It was just that there were very few places that required them to take action. The only pity was that these special points could not be used to summon Lusheng cultivators. After all, it was the trial taker who got the points, not the summoned Lusheng cultivators. In other words, only Lu Cheng's points could be used to summon his companions. The points obtained by the trial takers were not counted. Otherwise, just with this 1 trillion points, Tang Zhen would be able to attract thousands of troops and horses, and all of them were powerful experts. To be more specific, if he was summoning a 6th rank overlord that required 10 million points, just the reward for killing the wilderness god alone would allow Tang Zhen to summon 100,000 cultivators. With 100,000 overlord cultivators who could fly for a short period of time in his hands, who in this world could resist Tang Zhen's sharpness? However, such a scene was not impossible. When the cultivators in Lusheng City swept the whole world and gradually destroyed the divine warriors and temples, more and more high-level cultivators would be summoned. Perhaps, when the trial was about to end, every participant would have a similar terrifying army in their hands. Although the special points were unable to affect the current battle situation, it still caused many participants to become anxious, especially those who knew Tang Zhen and had contact with him. When they recalled this fellow's past performance, they could not help but shiver. The trial participants didn't want to see the scene of Tang Zhen once again taking the top spot when the trial mission was over. That was simply a kind of torture. Moreover, they were both spiritual emperors, so they naturally had pride in their hearts. How could they be willing to be suppressed by Tang Zhen again and again? It seemed that overnight, the attacks of the cultivators in Lucheng became faster and fiercer. The divine warriors were dizzy from the attacks and had to retreat and defend. Although the divine warriors were caught off guard by the cultivators from the Lusheng kingdom, they became more and more tenacious. With the advantage of numbers, they fought fiercely with the cultivators from the Lusheng kingdom from time to time, leaving behind a battlefield full of corpses. Tang Zhen had also noticed the changes on the foundation stone platform. However, this was already within his expectations. So far, he was the only one who had personally killed an aboriginal deity. Just the special points of 1 trillion were enough to put a huge gap between him and the other trial takers. In fact, this matter was all thanks to the wilderness god. While the other gods were hiding, afraid that the Lusheng cultivators would find their traces, this self-righteous guy had taken the initiative to jump out. Even Tang Zhen hadn't expected this. He had even made plans to head to the imperial capital to destroy the wilderness god's main temple and force this guy to appear. As long as the wilderness god appeared, Tang Zhen was confident that he could kill him and then use his advantage of being number 1 to create psychological pressure on the other trial takers. Thus, it could only be said that one wouldn't die if they didn't seek death. The wilderness god fought to be killed and finally fulfilled Tang Zhen's wish. In the void, Tang Zhen reached out and pulled the dragon lance from the corpse. This was a weapon that belonged to the wilderness god's fanatic believer, but after Tang Zhen poured the terrifying power of a spirit emperor into it, it had killed an aboriginal deity. Perhaps, it was because of the will of the captain of the guards and the blood of the wilderness god, but this 5-meter-long draconic spear had already mutated. If it was used to kill a few more aboriginal gods, it might evolve into a divine weapon, in a sense. If it could really be upgraded to that level, this gorgeous dragon knight spear would be qualified to replace the soul-devouring saber and become Tang Zhen's main weapon in the future. Following the increase in his strength, Tang Zhen's usage of the soul-devouring saber had become increasingly difficult. When he was fighting with his enemies, he would basically choose to face them empty-handed. It was nothing much when dealing with ordinary enemies. However, once he encountered an expert who was evenly matched, Tang Zhen must use a suitable weapon. Otherwise, his combat strength would be greatly reduced. From the moment a weapon was created, it was meant to increase the user's strength. This situation would not change no matter what. After putting away the wilderness god's corpse, Tang Zhen sized up his surroundings and discovered that he was in a special space interlayer. In front of him was the real world, and behind him was the dark endless void. It was certain that there was a demiplane behind the void, which was the wilderness god's hiding place. However, only the wilderness god knew how to open it. If Tang Zhen wanted to enter, he would have to waste some time. Fortunately, he didn't lack time. Since he had discovered the wilderness god's hiding place, it wouldn't be his style to not go in and plunder. After giving the order to the cultivators in Lu Cheng to move freely, Tang Zhen began to stay in the sky above the battlefield and carefully study the method to break in. Every time he had enough points, he would summon Lu Cheng and let the others meet up with his companions to quickly take control of this world controlled by the wilderness god's believers. The cracking process might only take a few hours, or it might take 10 days to half a month. During this time, the cultivators in Lusheng could only be responsible for the operation of the entire battlefield. In fact, this was the correct way to operate. With Tang Zhen's existence, the cultivators in Lusheng couldn't let loose. After all, in the past wars of invasion, many of them played the role of commanders who led the army and swept the enemy. Time passed by slowly. Tang Zhen had already stayed here for 10 days. During this period of time, the cultivators in Lu Cheng had already surrounded the imperial capital. Next, they only needed to destroy the main god palace here and earn the last generous amount of points. The enemy they were facing was a group of divine warriors who had already fallen into chaos. Because the wilderness god's true body had been killed, the believers had lost the feeling of being watched, making their minds feel empty. In such a state of confusion, the divine warriors did not know what to do, especially when they tried to regain their confidence in the main temple. However, they did not receive any response, and they completely fell into a state of collapse. What happened to the great wilderness god? Why can't I absorb any more divine power? Angry roars came from the front of the temple, but no one could answer the questions of these divine warriors. The elders who were usually high and mighty had disappeared for some reason. Perhaps the moment the guard captain died, the elders already knew about the fall of the wilderness god. They were avoiding him because they were afraid of causing greater panic. Once their own camp collapsed, then their power and status would completely disappear. How could those elders be willing to accept this? It just so happened that at this critical moment, the cultivators from the Holy Dragon battlefront began to appear one after another. They had gathered outside the imperial capital, clearly waiting for the arrival of their comrades before launching the final attack. Looking at the cultivators in black armors, who were filled with killing intent, the divine spirit warriors in charge of the city were terrified, fearing that they would rush up to the city wall in the next moment. The two armies had not even started fighting, but the morale of the defending side had already completely collapsed. 1546 The Lost Divine Warrior, 1 In a tavern in the imperial capital, a group of divine warriors were getting drunk. Ever since they couldn't sense the wilderness god's power, more and more divine warriors had fallen into confusion. Feeling the power in their bodies becoming thinner and thinner, they became absent-minded. For a time, rumors spread everywhere, and it seemed that everyone had lost their way. Some people guessed that the wilderness god might have met with some accident, or he might have been injured or even died. Otherwise, such a strange situation wouldn't have happened. In the past, there had been precedents for this. Because there were many gods, they often fought each other, and the mortal world was often affected. Every time a god was defeated and fell, the believers in the mortal world would no longer be able to continue to receive the power bestowed by the god. Then, they would be quickly eliminated by the hostile forces, and the survivors would hide their names and live in fear every day. Take the wilderness god as an example. Ever since he ascended the altar, he had killed several weaker gods. The reason was none other than those gods recruiting believers in the territory he controlled. It was because of this kind of deterrence that there were very few traces of believers of other gods in the wilderness god's kingdom. If they dared to appear, they would fight to the death. Every wilderness temple had a huge mural depicting the wilderness god killing an enemy god. Every time the believers saw it, they would feel a sense of worship and pride. As such, in the eyes of the deity warriors who believed in the wilderness god, this god was an invincible existence, and no native deity was his opponent. However, such a powerful god in the eyes of the believers had suddenly lost the proof of his existence. How could the believers not be flustered and at a loss? Although they knew that the wilderness god might fall, most of the believers weren't willing to admit it. Or rather, they were trying to deceive themselves and escape from reality, hoping to feel that familiar power again the next moment. Even if someone completely collapsed and shouted that the wilderness god had fallen, they would still be viewed with hostility by everyone, and it wouldn't be strange for them to fight on the spot. At this time, the inside of the imperial capital was shrouded in a strange atmosphere. Coupled with the fact that the cultivators in the building could attack at any time, it was only natural that the divine warriors would drink to drown their sorrows in fear. I don't believe it. How could the great wilderness god fall? This is impossible. You are all liars. A drunk divine warrior smashed a wine glass on the ground. His eyes were blood red, and his body reeked of alcohol. He walked around recklessly. On his tall body, he was wearing an exquisitely made high-level armor, which was obviously expensive. The customers who were drinking next to him frowned at the sight, but no one dared to step forward and provoke this drunk man. Just yesterday, someone had been arguing with him about whether the wilderness god had fallen, but he had been torn to pieces by that crazy guy, blood and organs scattering all over the ground. But even so, no one dared to hold him responsible. First, he was strong, and second, his identity was special. That blind fool dared to argue with him, so he deserved to be killed. At such a sensitive time, if he couldn't keep his mouth shut, he would have to be prepared to lose his life. Who knew which guy was a secret agent of the Wilderness Temple? If he was heard, he would probably be thrown into the dark prison below the temple as soon as he walked out of the tavern, never to see the light of day again. The drunk divine warrior knocked into a few tables and stared at them, hoping that someone would argue with him. However, no one paid him any attention. Damn it, a bunch of cowards. The drunk divine warrior hiccuped and walked out of the tavern while cursing. He rampaged through the streets, causing the passers-by to avoid him. The drunkard laughed out loud, as if he was extremely happy. Isn't that Lord Edmund? How did he become like this? When the passerby saw the drunkard, a look of disbelief flashed across his eyes as he asked his companion in a doubtful tone. In this part of the imperial capital, Edmund had always presented himself with a fair, gentle, and heroic image. If they didn't see the drunkard's face clearly, no one would believe that this was Edmund. At this moment, he was like a rascal, looking dispirited to the extreme. The companion beside him looked around and lowered his voice to say to the passerby, "It is said that ever since he couldn't sense the wilderness god's existence, Sir Edmund has become more and more irritable, as if he has become a completely different person." At this point, his companion sighed and said in a worried tone, "The gate of the imperial capital has been completely sealed. I heard from my neighbor's youngest son that the extraterrestrial devils are everywhere outside the city now, and they may attack the imperial capital at any time." The passerby was shocked and quickly asked, "What the hell are the extraterrestrial demons? Are the tens of thousands of divine warriors in the imperial capital no match for them? Are they so cowardly that they can only hide behind closed city gates?" "I'm not too sure. I only heard that they came from another world, killed many divine warriors, and destroyed many temples. Then, they killed their way to the imperial capital." The worry on his companion's face deepened as he spoke, and he kept thinking about how he could escape the imperial capital. At such a critical moment, they actually can't sense the wilderness god's existence. Even Sir Edmund has become like this. Are they really going to watch as the otherworldly demons attack the imperial capital? What should we do if we really start fighting? The passerby who was out of touch with the news also began to worry. After chatting with his companion for a while, he returned home with a heavy heart. Similar scenes kept happening in the streets and alleys, and panic spread everywhere. Especially when the divine warriors were in chaos, the ordinary believers and people would only be worse off. Edmund walked unsteadily on the street. He didn't want to go home, so he tried to find the next bar with his blurry memory. The shocked and disdainful eyes of the passers-by kept falling on him, but Edmund didn't care at all. Right now, he only wanted to get himself drunk so that he wouldn't have to think about the heartbreaking news. As one of the important members of the Wilderness Temple, Edmund had long received the news of the guard captain's death. But in Edmund's opinion, this comrade's death was worthy of being remembered. For the sake of his beliefs, he fought the otherworldly demon to the last moment. Even if he died, he would still be honored. However, when he heard another piece of news, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His entire person was in a daze. The leader of the otherworldly demons fought with the wilderness god and was suspected to have used the guard captain's draconic spear to heavily injure the wilderness god. The wilderness god might have even died in battle. How is this possible? This is impossible. The drunk Edmund's body trembled as he mumbled these words, then he roared at the sky, his voice filled with unwillingness. Edmund seemed to have used up all his strength. He didn't care about the feces and dirt in the alley. He collapsed on the ground and let out a strange laugh. His belief in the wilderness god was Edmund's spiritual pillar, and now that his belief had collapsed, he had also completely collapsed. What otherworldly demon? What imperial capital? Go to hell. Without the wilderness god, what's the point of protecting these things? The thing Edmund wanted to do the most right now was to get himself unconscious and never wake up again. Although this was what he was thinking, Edmund knew his character. Once the otherworldly demons really started to attack the city, he would definitely pick up his saber and fight them, eventually dying on the battlefield. He didn't seek fame or profit. He only hoped that he could have an extraordinary ending in this vigorous life of his. It's a pity that I can never become a character in the murals of the Divine Hall and be remembered by the future generations. The half-drunk Edmund mumbled. Just as he was about to get up and continue looking for a tavern, a mysterious figure appeared in front of him. The wilderness god isn't the only existence in this world. As long as you are willing to follow me, you will obtain far more power than before. Even killing the otherworldly demons wouldn't be impossible. 1547 The fallen Edmund's brows furrowed as he looked at the figure standing in front of him with his hazy, drunk eyes. Perhaps it was because of the alcohol, but the figure looked fleeting, like a phantom that would disappear at any moment. Who are you? Do you want to be torn to pieces by me? Edmund's eyes flashed fiercely. Even though he was so drunk that he couldn't stand still, once he entered battle mode, he was still confident that he could kill this guy who was pretending to be mysterious. Even though the guy in front of him looked strange, Edmund didn't take it to heart. Don't lie to yourself. You know better than anyone that the wilderness god has already fallen and the source of his divine power has been completely cut off. As long as the otherworldly demons attack, you will all die. The figure whose face could not be seen said indifferently, his tone carrying a hint of ridicule. Cut the fucking crap. Whether I die or live, what does it have to do with you? Edmund still looked drunk, but his other hand was on the hilt of his sword, ready to attack at any time. Foolish mortal, if I were you, I wouldn't do such a thing. The figure looked at Edmund, and his cold eyes made him feel like he had fallen into an ice cave. His arm, which was about to draw his sword, seemed to freeze and couldn't move at all. From the other side's aura, Edmund felt a familiar power, but it was very different from the wilderness gods. By and God, Edmund's eyes flashed, and the drunkenness on his face slowly disappeared. He took a deep breath and slowly stood up from the dirty ground. That's right. As a brave divine warrior, even if the god you believe in has fallen, you should hold on to your beliefs and fight to the death with your enemy. The black figure said in a praising tone and pointed at Edmund. I'll give you a chance now. As long as you're willing to become my believer, you'll obtain power far greater than before. As long as you obtain great power, not only can you protect the beliefs in your heart, but you can also kill the extraterrestrial demons and take revenge for those warriors who sacrificed themselves. So, please tell me, are you willing to become my oracle, and use the sacrifice of a few people to exchange for the peace of the majority? Listening to the bewitching voice in his mind, Edmund clenched his fists. He didn't want to change his faith, but he knew that his original faith had already collapsed. Especially since he couldn't sense the wilderness god's presence, his strength had rapidly declined. Right now, he probably couldn't even beat a Lord-tier cultivator. If this situation continued, it wouldn't take long for him to become a cripple. For a divine warrior who constantly challenged himself and desired to become stronger, this was definitely worse than killing him. Hesitation, struggle, greed, and other emotions kept appearing in Edmund's heart. His clenched fists loosened, clenched, and then loosened again. In this world, as long as you have enough power, it is not impossible to become a new god. Only by becoming a god can you control your own fate. The black shadow was still persevering in bewitching Edmund, trying to destroy the last line of defense in his heart. It had a feeling that it was going to succeed soon. The divine warrior in front of him, whose faith had already collapsed, was exuding a negative aura of greed and desire, and it was getting stronger and stronger. The black shadow could not help but take a deep breath and groan to himself. To the black shadow, this was simply an irresistible delicacy. Under the shadow's constant confusion, the struggling Edmund finally gave up his last bit of determination. His tall body half knelt on the dirty ground and lowered his head to the shadow. He swore to the shadow, and as the oath echoed in the narrow and dirty alley, the negative aura on Edmund's body began to become thicker and thicker, and his whole body seemed to be wrapped in the squirming black aura. His eyes, which had turned red because of the alcohol, looked as if they were about to drip blood at this moment. Ferocious bone spikes that pierced through his skin and armor appeared on his body, and there was an evil smile on his lips. This feeling is surprisingly good, yin-yang. Edmund felt the power filling his body. He covered his forehead and laughed wildly, as if he didn't want anyone to see his smug look. The entire imperial capital is filled with sorrow and fear. How can I miss such an opportunity? I must have a good meal. Edmund, who was mumbling to himself, walked out of the alley and saw a passerby walking in a hurry. He remembered this guy. Just when he was walking on the street, he stared at him with a puzzled and incredulous look, and kept whispering to his companions, "What a stupid and damned guy." He actually dared to secretly talk about the great Edmund behind his back. Looking at the passerby who was filled with negative emotions, Edmund sneered and sniffed greedily. Such a guy shouldn't be alive. His only use is to become nutrients for me to become stronger. The passerby's fate was decided just like that. When he walked in front of Edmund in a daze, he was pulled in front of him by a big hand. After the shocked passerby saw Edmund's face, the dissatisfaction in his heart was immediately suppressed, and he forced a smile to greet Edmund. Lord Edmund. As soon as the passerby opened his mouth, he saw the usually respected Edmund sneer and take a deep breath at him. The dark red breath mixed with negative emotions and the power of life floated out of the passerby's 7 orifices and quickly entered Edmund's mouth. The passerby maintained a frightened expression and instantly turned into a ferocious dry corpse. This is a supreme delicacy. However, this is far from enough. I need more. He casually threw the dried corpse on the ground and looked like he wanted more. He looked at the houses around him and randomly chose one to enter. Soon, there were terrified voices. When Edmund walked out again, the floor of the house was covered with dried corpses. It's not enough. I need more. Only with enough nutrients can I become stronger and eventually become a new god. The uncontrollable desire and the greed for blood made Goodman lose himself. He began to shuttle back and forth from house to house, and lives were lost in his hands. Soon, some people noticed the abnormality. They rushed to the streets in horror and shouted for help, but Edmund caught up with them and turned into shriveled corpses while screaming. The pedestrians on the street witnessed this scene, and their eyes were filled with uncontrollable fear, especially those who knew Edmund. They couldn't believe that he was the one who did this. Looking at the mummified corpses that had died with their eyes open, the pedestrians desperately fled into the distance, and then they were caught by Edmund's invisible hands. When they fell to the ground again, they were all skin and bones, no different from skeletons. As he glanced at the pedestrians who were running away in fear, Goodman suddenly felt a sense of excitement. He had contributed greatly to the establishment of order in the imperial capital, and now he had destroyed it with his own hands. He could not describe this feeling with words. This is what I want the most. My previous life was a tragedy. Edmund let out a sickly laugh and rose into the air. Black mist filled the air wherever he passed, and none of the passers-by who were caught in it could escape the fate of being sucked dry. At the critical moment when the soldiers of Holy Dragon City were about to arrive, Adamantium's huge commotion would definitely attract the attention of the divine warriors. As he killed without restraint, groups of divine warriors would soon appear and surround him. When the divine warriors found out that the culprit was Edmund, they were all stunned, especially when they felt the power of the evil god in him. They couldn't believe it was real. Even a divine warrior like Edmund had given up on his belief in the wilderness god and was bewitched by the evil god to start a massacre, so what could they do? 1548 Winning without a fight. 1 Edmund, do you know what you're doing? Shut up. A loud roar was heard, and then the crowd split apart. A white-haired old man walked out and scolded Edmund in public. As a believer of the wilderness god and the highest-ranking officer in charge of maintaining order in the imperial capital, you actually did such a thing. Have you forgotten the oath you made in the temple, the promise you made to the people of the imperial capital? An oath, xianxia, a promise. Edmund slowly turned his neck to face the white-haired old man, a mocking smile on his face. At first, he just laughed in a low voice, but as he laughed, it became a wild laugh. The wilderness god, that dead guy, what qualifications does he have for me to believe in? Edmund laughed so hard that he couldn't catch his breath. He arched his body exaggeratedly, his eyes slowly scanning the surroundings, and in a stubborn and infatuated tone, he waved his hand and shouted, "Only with your own strength can you have the right to control your own fate. Otherwise, you'll be like a marionette. Once the string is cut, you'll have nothing. Look at you now, don't you look like a group of stray dogs, panicking in front of a powerful enemy? The dog owner that fed you is already dead, really dead, so don't even think about it. Wait for him to appear again. Because that wilderness god has already become a dead dog. The deeper the love, the deeper the hate." After the faith in his heart collapsed, Edmund experienced unimaginable confusion and despair. Thus, after obtaining great power once again, his deep hatred for the wilderness god burst out. He didn't have any scruples as he used the most vicious words to ridicule the wilderness god, just to vent the deep resentment he felt after despair. The more ruthless he cursed, the happier Edmund felt. "Lunatic, you lunatic, how dare you insult the great god like this? You are the biggest disgrace of the temple." The white-haired old man was so angry that he was shaking. He pointed at Edmund and scolded him in a trembling voice. The divine warriors beside him were also so angry that their eyes were burning, and they wanted to rush up and tear Edmund into pieces. As for Edmund's acquaintances and friends, their expressions were very complicated, not knowing what to do. "Old man, do you want to die?" Looking at the panting old man who could faint at any moment due to his emotional agitation, a trace of embarrassment flashed through Edmund's eyes as he asked in a cold voice, "Bastard, blaspheming the wilderness god, I'm going to kill you." "Die!" A divine warrior roared and charged at Edmund with his weapon, ignoring the dissuasion of his companions. "You want to kill me? Are you even worthy?" Edmund's figure was like a ghost, disappearing from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already grabbing the divine warrior by the neck. Laughing madly, he sucked the frightened divine warrior dry. Crack! Breaking the neck of the mummified corpse, Edmund looked around with greedy eyes and licked his lips. "Everyone, let's attack together and mince this bastard who betrayed his faith and turned to an evil god into meat paste. I must kill him. I've long known that he's not a good person. Now, he's finally revealed his true colors. Ha ha ha, don't be in a hurry to kill him later. Just cut off his limbs and throw them into the latrine pit." In the face of Edmund's provocation, the group of divine warriors would not back down. They roared and took out their weapons, swarming Edmund. "Come at me together. Perfect, I'll suck you all dry." Edmund's face was filled with joy, and he was immediately shrouded in a thick black mist. As the black mist enveloped him, it also enveloped the divine warriors that were charging at him. The black mist was like a terrifying blood-sucking monster. Any divine warrior who entered it would instantly die. When they reappeared, they had become mummified corpses. As more and more bodies were piled up on the ground, the divine warriors who had not charged into the black fog all stopped in their tracks when they saw this terrifying scene. Their faces were filled with fear and terror. "Ha ha ha, this feeling is simply too wonderful." Edmund's sickly laughter floated out of the black mist. When the black mist dispersed, his eyes became redder and redder, and the evil aura became thicker, constantly transforming into hideous faces. "Why don't you all attack me together? Didn't you see that I've killed your own companions?" Edmund frowned and looked at the retreating divine warriors. He said in an unhappy tone, "Aren't you all filled with a sense of justice and ready to die to defend the wilderness god's dignity? Why don't you all attack together?" As expected, the so-called oath is just talk. In the face of a choice between life and death, how many people can keep their words? Edmund's tone was full of sarcasm and self-mockery. It seemed like he was talking about others, but he was also talking about himself. The divine warriors around him looked ashamed, and their arms that were holding their weapons trembled. However, looking at the mountain of corpses on the ground, no one dared to rush forward and fight Edmund. "A bunch of trash. There's no value in living. Why don't you let me suck you dry and become my stepping stone to become a god?" Edmund seemed to have lost his patience. He charged at the divine warriors with a sinister smile. His figure, which was covered in black mist, appeared and disappeared, swallowing the divine warriors who were escaping. Then, the black mist began to move toward the main temple, and screams and wails could be heard. Edmund's excited and wild laughter sounded from time to time. When all the divine warriors around him were killed, he turned to look at the main temple, chuckled a few times, and rushed over without any hesitation. The entire imperial capital was in chaos. Because of the fall of the wilderness god, more than one god of unknown origin appeared here, searching for believers among the frightened people and confused divine warriors. In the past, under the suppression of the wilderness god, those gods didn't dare to appear here, but the current chaos gave them an opportunity. If they could seize the opportunity, they might be able to gain a large number of believers in a short time. These believers would then continuously provide the power of faith to their god, making them more powerful. In the past, such a thing would definitely not happen. However, in the current chaotic situation, the terrified and confused citizens of the imperial capital needed a god to guide them on their path. Therefore, when these unknown gods appeared, the residents of the imperial capital made their choices and recruited more believers according to the instructions. An undercurrent was surging underground. Although the elders of the wilderness temple were aware of this, no one came out to deal with it. Some people, like Edmund, even secretly joined the new god. Even if the origin of these gods was unknown, it was much better than having no hope and waiting for death to come. Just as more and more cultivators gathered in the city and were about to attack the capital, the hair that was attached to the heavy object finally broke, and a terrible riot erupted in the capital. After the god warrior Edmund defected to an evil god and killed 3 wilderness temple elders, hundreds of other god warriors were bewitched and chose to give up their original faith to defect to a new god. Everyone was enlightened. It turned out that these gods of unknown origins were all evil gods without exception. They incited their believers to massacre and turn many streets of the imperial capital into altars for demons. Perhaps they intended to use the power of blood and souls to strengthen themselves. As the chaos grew, the divine warriors and ordinary people all chose to escape, for fear that they would never be able to leave this place if they were one step slower. Like a collapsed dam, the imperial capital, which had nearly 100,000 divine warriors and nearly 1 million residents, turned into a desolate place in just a few days. There was no sign of activity on the streets that used to be lively. 1549 The Wilderness God's Lair. 1. The operation against the imperial capital was completely planned by the cultivators of Lucheng. Tang Zhen had not participated in it from the beginning to the end. Tang Zhen, who was focused on searching for the traces of the half-plane, didn't know that the cultivators of Lucheng City only used a very simple strategy to make the entire imperial capital in chaos. They didn't even need to attack before it collapsed. The residents of the imperial capital would never have imagined that the gods that suddenly appeared were none other than cultivators in the city. It was just that the cultivators in Lu City were too brilliant to distinguish between the two. Even if some of them were suspicious, who would care in such a chaotic environment? The residents of the imperial capital who believed in the false god and did what the false god asked them to do still didn't know that they had been fooled. They were still immersed in their beautiful fantasies, praying for the god to give them more powerful strength. The Holy Dragon City's cultivators had chosen this plan because they were forced to do so. Although Tang Zhen had never stopped summoning the cultivators in the city, their numbers were still far from the divine warriors in the capital. If they chose to attack the imperial capital under such circumstances, the success rate would probably be less than 50%. The cultivators of the Holy Dragon City, who were eager to prove their strength, were naturally unwilling to be outdone by the cultivators summoned by the other cultivators. It was even more impossible to wait until the number of people summoned was enough to launch an attack, so they had formulated a series of plans. First, they brazenly set up camp in a conspicuous spot in front of the imperial capital, showing off their powerful strength to the divine warriors and making the enemy close the gate out of fear. After that, the divine warriors guarding the city would see an endless stream of cultivators from Lu City appear. They would gather in the camp and show off their strength. But in reality, the cultivators of Lucheng who had come to help had all sneaked out and then swaggered back to the camp, deliberately creating the illusion that reinforcements were coming. Of course, the illusionist had a part to play in this. At the same time, because they were too far away, the divine warriors guarding the city did not notice anything unusual. The next step was for the cultivators with the highest cultivation to sneak into the imperial capital and bewitch them with words. At the same time, they would use a secret technique to make them think that they had obtained great power, but in reality, those were just illusions. It was like a poisonous medicine that could obtain temporary pleasure, but it had to pay the price of one's life. For example, the terrifying black mist that Edmund used was actually something similar to a voodoo seed. It was invisible but could confuse the mind of the controlled person, making the controlled person absorb vitality for themselves. When they matured, they would break out of the body and return to their true master. Edmund, who thought he had found the path to godhood, was just a tool used from the beginning to the end. He didn't realize this at all and was immersed in the fantasy of becoming a god from beginning to end. After a series of operations, the cultivators' plan in the Holy Dragon Warzone finally succeeded. They did not need to launch an attack, and the entire imperial capital had completely collapsed. The soldiers responsible for defense on the city walls had long disappeared. Just like that, the cultivators of Lu City swaggered into the imperial capital. They passed through the empty streets and headed straight for the main god palace in the central area. In the past, the main temple was heavily guarded by the divine warriors, but now, there were only a few hundred people left. They stood firmly at the entrance of the temple, silently watching the cultivators from Lucheng who were approaching. There were nearly 100,000 divine warriors in the entire imperial capital, but at the last moment, only these hundreds of people still held on to their original vows and guarded the temple with unwavering determination. Even if they were weak, even if the strength of these guardians rapidly declined after the fall of the wilderness god, and even if some of them were no different from ordinary people, they still refused to put down their blades. If the cultivators of Lu Cheng wanted to destroy the main god palace, they would have to step over their corpses. Since you want to preserve your last bit of dignity, I'll fulfill your wish. The cultivator in the lead waved his hand and walked straight to the towering main temple, completely ignoring the divine warriors. The cultivators of Lusheng City brandished their swords and fought the divine warriors one-on-one. Although they were no match for the divine warriors, no one would tease them. One must know that this kind of insult was not only directed at the enemy, but also to oneself. After a dozen minutes, the sacred place in the hearts of the wilderness gods' believers turned into ashes in the raging flames, ultimately turning into ruins. When the wilderness god's main temple was destroyed, Tang Zhen's points changed again. Compared to those lower-ranked temples, his points were undoubtedly a lot higher. Tang Zhen was slightly surprised. He didn't expect the cultivators in his battle zone to be so outstanding that they could take down the imperial capital in such a short time. Although Tang Zhen didn't know what method his residents had used, he didn't care about the specific process as long as he achieved his goal. With the fall of the wilderness god and the destruction of the main temple, this country was basically under the control of the cultivators of the Holy Dragon War Zone. If they wanted to obtain points, they could only develop in the surrounding areas. He just didn't know if those places were occupied by the subordinates of other trial takers, but if the two sides met, although they couldn't fight due to the rules, there would definitely be fights in the open and in the dark. However, according to Tang Zhen's estimation, the speed of the other trial takers might not be as fast as his. If that was the case, he would be able to seize a slight advantage. If they didn't fight now, when would they? Tang Zhen retracted his emotions and continued to break the invisible barrier in front of him. Perhaps it was because he was in a good mood, but a flash of inspiration continuously appeared in his mind and he quickly discovered a clue. Tang Zhen's spirit was slightly shaken. He continued to pursue an attack. It did not take long for him to lock onto a half-plane that was moving in the void. "I've found you. Let's see where you can run to this time." Tang Zhen laughed out loud. He directly charged into the dark void and flew towards a certain location. A large ripple appeared in the seemingly empty void following Tang Zhen's rapid collision. He disappeared in an instant as if he had fallen into water. When the darkness disappeared, the scenery in front of them suddenly became bright and bright. This was an otherworldly paradise, with all sorts of strange flowers and plants growing here. In the corners hidden by the flowers, trees, and rocks, there were also some strange creatures. They were all lifeforms created from origin energy and had extremely high intelligence. Even though the wilderness god had fallen, he was still unaffected. Tang Zhen's intrusion had alarmed these special creatures. They hid in all directions, their eyes filled with fear. In addition to these creatures that were so weak that they could only act as pets, there were also some humanoid creatures that rushed towards Tang Zhen. They were clearly the guards of this half-plane. How can these random people stop the intruders? This wilderness god is really an idiot. No wonder he took the initiative to jump out and test me. Tang Zhen waved his hand at the guards and threw them into the grass. He then headed straight for the palace. Tang Zhen's eyes were dazzled as soon as he walked into the palace built with gold and gemstones. It turned out that the hall was filled with all kinds of treasures, filling the huge space to the brim. Although these treasures were very tempting, Tang Zhen was still speechless at the wilderness god's bad taste. He didn't expect him to be a miser. Just as this thought flashed in his heart, Tang Zhen heard a collision sound. Then, he saw a car-sized head drilling out of the pile of gold coins in front of him. It widened its huge eyes and stared at Tang Zhen with doubt. Tang Zhen was startled. Just as he was about to launch an attack, he discovered that this fellow did not show any signs of attacking him. Instead, he was merely sizing him up with a curious gaze. What the hell is this? Tang Zhen suddenly came to a realization after staring at the creature in front of him. He finally understood why there were so many treasures piled up in this large hall. That idiot wilderness god actually raised a dragon-like creature in his demoplane. 1550 Mana's empire. Tang Zhen had never been too interested in creatures like giant dragons. Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary people, dragons were huge and powerful. They played the role of the ultimate boss in many stories. Once the dragon was killed, the story would basically be over. Even the tourists from the original world who came to the Holy Dragon City hoped to see a living dragon with their own eyes. They would then surround the cage and excitedly feed it. However, this was not the case. Dragons were far from being the ultimate existences in the various planes. Sometimes, they could only be reduced to food for powerful creatures. The four-legged flying dragons raised by the Holy Dragon City had been continuously bred. After genetic technology and secret techniques were used to modify them, they only had the strength of a king-level cultivator. Because of its size, this improved dragon was not something a king-level cultivator could handle. However, the cost of raising this creature was too high. If it was made into an army, it would probably require the resources of an entire world. It was obvious that the games did not make up for the losses. Therefore, Tang Zhen did not pay too much attention to it. Of course, if the giant dragon had the strength of a law cultivator, it would be another matter. A regiment of knights made up of giant dragons of law was enough to make enemies in any plane tremble in fear. The enormous dragon in front of Tang Zhen was somewhat an exception. It clearly had the strength of a law cultivator. Moreover, its appearance was extremely exquisite. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a work of art. Tang Zhen also became interested in this fellow who was sleeping in gold coins. He even had the idea of bringing him to Holy Dragon City and giving him to Old One to breed. Although he looked down on the strength of the giant dragons, Tang Zhen would definitely not miss the opportunity to form a law giant dragon army. "Who are you? Why are you in my house?" Just as both parties were sizing each other up, the enormous dragon's mental energy invaded Tang Zhen's mind and asked in an extremely puzzled tone. "You're home, hee." Tang Zhen swept his eyes over the huge dragon that seemed to be very unhappy. He used an indifferent tone and said, "Sorry, this place is mine now." "It's yours. Did you kill that idiot, the wilderness god?" Tang Zhen could not help but regard the huge dragon highly when he heard its question. Clearly, both parties had a common understanding on this point. "That's right, I've already killed him. Now, you have two choices. You can either submit to me or be killed by me. Now, tell me your choice." Upon hearing Tang Zhen's request, the huge dragon doubtfully shook its head and asked, "Then can I choose the third option, which is to sleep here?" Tang Zhen shook his head. This place now belonged to him. How could he allow an outsider to stay here? "All right, I'll submit to you, but don't expect me to help you fight. That kind of thing is too boring." The huge dragon yawned and casually passed a spiritual contract to Tang Zhen. Then, it burrowed into the gold coin and began to sleep. "What a weird creature, Ying." Tang Zhen speechlessly shook his head. After checking and signing the spirit contract, he continued to search this half-plane. The space of this half-plane wasn't too big. Tang Zhen only used half an hour to make a round before he hid his coordinates and returned to the real world. After checking his current points, Tang Zhen summoned a group of Lu Cheng cultivators and then chose a direction to fly. With the death of the wilderness god and the destruction of the main temple, this country had lost its value. Tang Zhen had to make preparations to open up a new battlefield, and the place he was heading to was the target that had been selected. The Mana's Empire was one of the most powerful countries in this dimension. They believed in the god of war, Antis, and had countless powerful people in their territory. There were countless divine warriors who had reached the level of oracles. It was said that the bishop experts here had already reached the level of laws and were definitely a formidable opponent. A strong country meant more war points, but a weak country meant a better opening. Each had its own benefits, but in comparison, the latter was more suitable for the opening. If Tang Zhen had descended to the Mana's Empire, he might not have been able to complete the first kill of the native gods, let alone control a country in such a short time. They advanced along the rugged mountain range. Just as they reached the border of the Mana's Empire, Tang Zhen witnessed a huge battle. Thousands of divine warriors were fighting against a group of cultivators in the city on the vast field. The two sides were locked in a fierce battle, and lives were lost every second. When they saw Tang Zhen appear, more than 10 divine warriors immediately rushed up and tried to kill him in the air. What Tang Zhen didn't know was that ever since the trial takers appeared on this continent, the main temple of the Mana's Empire had immediately issued an oracle. Any cultivator who didn't belong to the god of war, Antheris, would be killed without mercy. After this order was issued, the entire Mana's Empire was immediately in a state of carnage. People were killed at every moment, and the abandoned bodies of the infidels could be seen on the streets. This had also caused the Mana's empire to be shrouded in a solemn atmosphere. Practitioners who believed in other gods had their tails between their legs, afraid that they would be hunted down if their secrets were discovered. But even so, countless ordinary people were still found and brought disaster to the city. Some villages were even slaughtered. Under such circumstances, it was no different from having lice on a monk's head. If there was any movement, the divine warriors of the Mana's empire would come and capture them. Although there were wins and losses on both sides, overall, the divine warriors of the Mana's empire still had the upper hand, and the cultivators in Lusheng City were in an extremely disadvantageous position. Looking at the divine warrior pouncing towards him, Tang Zhen merely sneered and waved his hand at the other party. A power that the divine warriors couldn't even imagine came at them, sending them flying thousands of meters away before they fell to the ground. Tang Zhen couldn't kill them, but it didn't mean that he couldn't defend himself. It would take at least a year for these divine warriors to recover to their original state. Seeing how terrifying Tang Zhen's strength was, the divine warriors were shocked. However, they still shouted the name of Antis and swarmed toward Tang Zhen, idiots who don't know their own limits. I'll only be happy after I kill you all. A trace of anger flashed across Tang Zhen's face. With a wave of his hand, his body was enveloped by a sea of flames. One after another, knights wearing flaming battle armors and riding on fire dragons and fire eagles appeared and started to fight with these divine warriors. Because of the appearance of the flame knight, the situation on the battlefield was immediately reversed. Seeing this, the cultivators on the ground immediately shouted out in excitement and fought with the divine warriors. Seeing that the divine spirit warriors who tried to attack him were stopped, Tang Zhen casually slapped another divine spirit warrior away and landed in front of an injured cultivator from Lucheng. The cultivator's face was like a smooth metal sculpture. When he saw Tang Zhen land in front of him, he immediately stood up and bowed to him. No matter which battlefront Tang Zhen belonged to, his strength was far higher than his. Moreover, he had helped his side to alleviate the crisis. It was only reasonable for him to express his gratitude. No need to be so polite. Which trial taker do you guys work for? Tang Zhen also returned the bow. After treating the other party's injuries, he opened his mouth and asked, "Sir, we're from the Golden Ring Tower City. We're the subordinates of the city lord of Tylo City." Taylor, "Oh, I know." As for the cultivators from Lusheng City who participated in the trial, Tang Zhen had specially looked into them. This Taro was also considered one of the veteran cultivators and had a high chance of completing the trial. However, he was not very lucky this time. He had been randomly assigned to a powerful country like the Mana's empire. He was probably depressed to death. Tang Zhen deliberately took a look at Taylor's ranking on the cornerstone platform and discovered that he was outside of the top 100. From this, it could be seen how difficult his situation was. He was not gloating. After all, the trial takers were one. Their enemy was the indigenous gods. Would the indigenous gods choose the trial takers when they fought back? As long as one was one of them, there was a danger of being counterattacked. But then again, the trial takers were probably hoping that the indigenous gods would take action. That way, they would not have to continue holding back like this. After asking about the recent situation in the Mana's empire, under the gazes of the cultivators and the divine warriors, he swaggered across the border of the Mana's empire and flew towards the central region. 1551 The way to break out of the situation. Not long after Tang Zhen left, the battle that took place in the wilderness had already ended. Cultivator Lu Cheng won in the end, but his losses weren't small either. After deducting the points for the dead cultivator, he didn't have much left. When faced with such a strong opponent, the cost of the trial takers to gain points would undoubtedly increase greatly. If this situation continued, it would only be more disadvantageous for the trial taker. Not only would they not gain many points, but even the Lusheng they belonged to would suffer heavy losses. It was like a bottomless pit that could never be filled. Every time a point was obtained, it meant the sacrifice of a large number of cultivators in the building. This kind of thing was absolutely unacceptable to Tang Zhen. Compared to the temporary gains and losses, he was more concerned about the lives of the cultivators in Lu City, especially those old residents who had fought with him until now. Every loss would make Tang Zhen feel heartache. The situation of the Mana's empire was extremely disadvantageous to Tang Zhen because he would definitely not sacrifice his subordinates to gain points. Harvest City was one of the 20 large cities in the Mana's empire. Recently, the temple had ordered the pursuit of cultists and cultivators, causing the atmosphere in the city to be very tense. Rows of divine warriors stood at the heavily guarded city gates. If anything were to go wrong, these divine warriors would immediately launch an attack. No matter who wanted to enter the city, they had to go through a special inspection, and there was no way to pass through. On the wooden shelves beside the city wall, there were dismembered corpses hanging. These were the enemies who had been captured and killed. Among them were the corpses of the cultivators in Lucheng. It was a terrible sight. At the same time, some of the townsfolk gathered around the corpses and pointed at them with disgust on their faces. In the eyes of these people, the cultivators and heretics who believed in other gods should all go to hell and have no reason to live in this world. From this, it could be seen that the people of the Mana's empire had a very strong belief in the god of war, Antheris. Therefore, as long as the cultivators in Lusheng appeared, they would immediately be attacked like a storm. Wherever they went, they would be surrounded by enemies. On a hill about 10 kilometers away from the city gate, several men and women in cloaks were standing on the hill. If Tang Zhen was present, he would definitely recognize them. They were all Lucheng cultivators who participated in this trial, including the one named Tyler. While they were observing Harvest City, Tyler's expression changed. He turned to the others and said, "The residents of my tower city have sent news that they have met Tang Zhen, who is rushing here, at the border area of the Mana's empire." The trial takers who were discussing in low voices were stunned and turned to look at Taylor. "Damn it, what is he doing here?" A silver-haired cultivator's tone was extremely unkind. He seemed to be extremely disgusted with Tang Zhen. What else can he do? He must have thought that the points of one country are not enough to harvest, so he came here to reap benefits. What a troublesome guy. Not only did he take the top spot twice in a row, but he also topped the list this time. I really don't know how he did it. Hearing that, the silver-haired trial taker continued to speak in a vicious tone. I think he's just a shishti stirrer. As long as he's around, nothing good will happen. So what? According to the rules of the trial, we can't attack each other. Besides, even if we do, are you sure you can beat him? When the originally furious silver-haired trial taker heard this, he could not help but shiver in his heart. He suddenly recalled the incident where Tang Zhen had killed several trial takers in a fit of anger. If he provoked him, who knew if this guy would go crazy and kill him in spite of the rules? The atmosphere of the conversation suddenly became silent, and the trial takers felt as if they had swallowed a fly. The other party was clearly a spiritual emperor cultivator who had just joined the trial not long ago, so why were they so apprehensive? After a moment of silence, the silver-haired trial participant who was the first to sneer snorted, "It's good that he's here. With the special environment of the Mana's empire, no matter who comes, they will have to kneel. I don't believe that he can still cause any big trouble." Seeing that his companion was still stubborn, Tyler couldn't help but mock, "Don't be happy too early. Tang Zhen definitely has some special methods to be able to rank first twice in a row. What will you say if he really does it? If he really did that, it would only be good for us. Why do we still have to be hostile to him?" Because Tang Zhen had helped the residents of his city and avoided the fate of being wiped out, Taylor's impression of him had become much better. As a spirit emperor, they naturally wouldn't be affected by the rumors. They believed what they saw. From the fact that Tang Zhen helped the residents of his building, Taylor was sure that Tang Zhen wasn't as bad as the rumors said. Hearing Taylor's mockery, the silver-haired trial taker's face turned ugly. He snorted and left alone. Looking at the man's back, Taylor sneered. He suddenly regretted cooperating with this idiot. There were no eternal enemies in this world, only eternal interests. Only idiots would make enemies on all sides. Of course, if one's own strength was strong, even if there were a few more enemies, it would not be a problem. It would be mediocre not to be envied. The other participants did not say anything. It was obvious that they did not want to get involved in the quarrel between the two of them. However, due to Tang Zhen's arrival, a sense of urgency had risen in their hearts. Just as Taylor had said, if Tang Zhen could really stir up the dead waters of the Mana's empire, it would definitely be the best time to fish in troubled waters. At that time, as long as he seized the opportunity, he would definitely be able to obtain a large wave of war points. After realizing this point, the trial takers no longer seemed to reject Tang Zhen's arrival. In fact, they were faintly looking forward to it. Tang Zhen didn't know that his arrival had caused internal strife among the trial takers assigned to the Mana's empire. At the same time, the other party was also looking forward to him breaking the stalemate here so that he could take advantage of it to reap some benefits. After entering this country, Tang Zhen did feel a trace of an unusual atmosphere. It seemed that the believers of War God Temple had great control over this country. The streets and alleys were always filled with scrutinizing eyes. In some hidden buildings, there were even the figures of divine warriors. From time to time, groups of divine warriors could be seen riding all kinds of mounts, heading straight to the location of the alarm. In such a heavily guarded environment, as long as Lu Cheng's cultivators appeared, they would immediately be attacked continuously. It was no doubt a fool's dream to successfully escape from the siege. Tang Zhen's brows slightly furrowed. No wonder the results of the trial takers randomly assigned to Mana's empire were so poor. Compared to the country he was in, this place was simply hell-like. In order to be responsible for his own Lu Cheng cultivators, it was impossible for Tang Zhen to summon them rashly. Otherwise, it would be like throwing a meat bun into the dog's mouth, and there was no possibility of taking it back. Although this place was definitely a holy land for farming points, if he wanted to break the deadlock, he would have to use more brain power. Tang Zhen frowned and pondered for a long time. He suddenly stood up when the sun was about to set. The corner of his tightly tensed mouth finally revealed a trace of a smile. Only then did he realize that he had fallen into a misunderstanding. Since the residents of the Mana's empire were guarding the cultivators in the city and would immediately warn them once they found them, what if they could not see the enemy? With a wave of his hand, an item that looked like an ancient pagoda appeared before him. It was the reincarnation mirror that he had not used for a long time. Ever since he found the reincarnation mirror in the ancient tomb, Tang Zhen had been constantly replenishing his soul. The reincarnation mirror that seemed to be less than 2 meters tall had already contained more than 100 million souls. With a gentle flick of his finger, a young man with delicate features immediately floated out from the reincarnation mirror. Upon seeing Tang Zhen standing in front of him, he immediately sneered and came forward. "City Lord, you've finally remembered me." 1552 The evil spirit in the reincarnation mirror. This reincarnation mirror's artifact spirit, or rather, the overseer, was still the same as before. He would put on a despicable look whenever he saw Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen knew that this fellow's character was like this. He appeared to be frivolous and had the appearance of a complete lackey. However, this kind of image would only appear in front of Tang Zhen. In the world of the reincarnation mirror, the overseer was a complete local tyrant and had the highest authority other than Tang Zhen. How could an existence with such monstrous power be a fool? According to what Tang Zhen knew, this fellow would often enter the illusory world created by the reincarnation mirror in order to satisfy his own bad taste. He would play all kinds of role plays and his life was simply too carefree. When Tang Zhen summoned him, the guard was disguising himself as an otherworldly expert. He was trying to trick a reincarnated little fellow into learning some random peerless divine techniques. Of course, it was impossible for the divine skill to be real, but it had some special effects. Once he cultivated it, he would definitely regret it. The little guy who had been tricked didn't know that he had been tricked for more than 10 lifetimes in the world of the reincarnation mirror. In each lifetime, he had done many things that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and the main culprit was the otherworldly expert, who was tricking him. No one knew what the overseer was thinking. He had been playing a game for more than 10 lifetimes. Even if the time flow in the reincarnation mirror was different from the real world, he should have been tired of it long ago. However, he was still enjoying it. It sounded like the overseer was very unruly, but if one underestimated him because of this, it would definitely be a big mistake. After staying in the reincarnation mirror for so many years and seeing all the joys and sorrows of the false world, the overseer had already understood many true meanings of life, old age, illness, and death, and had reached the level of great enlightenment. That frivolous look was just an illusion that the overseer showed to outsiders. The world laughed at him for being too crazy, and he laughed at the world for not being able to see through him. Or rather, this was the kind of person the overseer was. "Don't give me that, I think you're hoping that I'll never summon you, right?" Tang Zhen jokingly scolded, after which, he said to the guard, "I'm participating in a trial mission, and it's not convenient for cultivator Lu Cheng to take action, so I need your men to help." The overseer immediately patted his chest and said in a determined tone, "City Lord, please rest assured. This reincarnation mirror is yours. You can use it however you want. If that's the case, send 1,000 soul cultivators to attack the divine warriors. I won't limit their methods. The bigger the commotion, the better. As long as the mission is completed beautifully, you will have your share of the rewards. The overseer nodded his head. After figuring out what he should do, he immediately opened the reincarnation mirror and released a number of translucent spirit body cultivators. They exuded a cold and bloody aura. They were all evil spirits who had done many evil things when they were alive. They had been suppressed in the world of slaughter in the reincarnation mirror, and each of them had died at least 1,000 times. Their killing intent was soaring. However, when they saw the overseer, these evil spirits were extremely honest and respectful, like mice meeting a cat. All of you, listen up. Our city lord needs you to do something, and it's something that you're best at. You're to cause trouble and stir up trouble. The more divine warriors you kill, the better. This is my trust in you guys, and it's also a great opportunity. As long as you perform well, you'll benefit a lot. Do you all understand? Those evil spirits nodded at the same time, their movements in unison, each and every one of them unbelievably obedient. All right, all of you get back to work. If anyone dares to slack off, watch how I'll deal with you. The overseer waved his hand heroically, and the evil spirits immediately scattered like birds and beasts, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Hee, City Lord, do you have any other orders? After the evil spirits were driven away, the guard, who had been acting like a village official, immediately smiled and asked carefully. Tang Zhen's expression was a little strange. Soon after, he gently nodded and said, "Very good, but I still want to see the effect. If it really works, I want at least 100,000 more of such evil spirits." "Don't worry, City Lord," the overseer said with a smile, "I can even get you 1,000,000, let alone 100,000. After hesitating for a moment, the overseer probed, "City Lord, this reincarnation mirror has not been filled with fresh souls for a long time. Do you think it's a pixie? You can do whatever you want, but you can't let the reincarnation mirror be damaged. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to repair it." "Don't worry, City Lord, I know what to do." Gus Village was a small village near Harvest City. There were only about 50 households in the village, and although there were not many people, the entire village believed in the god of war, Antres. Some time ago, the main temple had issued an order that any heathen who did not believe in the god of war must be captured and killed. No one must be spared. When the order reached Gus Village, the villagers were stunned for a moment before they all thought of one family. It was an ordinary family that had moved in the year before last. They believed in an unknown god, and almost everyone knew about it. However, since the Mana's empire had not been strict in this area, the family had not said anything out of line, so the villagers did not take it seriously. They just rarely dealt with the family. However, after the orders from the main god's temple were issued, the villagers immediately thought of this family and felt that the time for them to show their loyalty had finally come. The main god temple's wording was strict, and the punishment for those who sheltered them was severe. In addition, this family usually had very little contact with others, so after hearing the order, some villagers immediately jumped out and took the initiative to expose this family. The other villagers all testified that he was the kind of person that the Master God Palace wanted to investigate. Following that, the 10 divine warriors, led by the villagers, smashed open the door of the villagers' house. They tied up the trembling family of 4 and pushed them under an old tree in the center of the village. The divine warrior in charge of the mission did not give the villager a chance to explain. After confirming that the family believed in other gods, he immediately sentenced them to be burned at the stake. After hearing the verdict, the villagers were so scared that they fell to the ground, crying and begging for mercy. The villagers of Gus Village would never forget the moment of execution. Because of the burning flames, the head of the family and the 2 young children cried and wailed, shouting that they had to give up their faith in exchange for a chance to live. However, the divine warriors turned a deaf ear to them. In the raging fire, heart-wrenching wails could be heard constantly. The female owner of the house was crying and cursing loudly. "You devils, I curse you all to die a terrible death." Including the Mana's empire, all the divine warriors, and the muddle-headed aunties, they will all be burned to ashes in the fire. That day won't be too far away. I'll watch you suffer and die in pain. Ha ha ha. Hearing the curses of the woman in the fire, the villagers who were illuminated by the fire became angry. They cursed the vicious woman for daring to curse like this. It seemed that the great god of war was not wrong. These guys who believed in other gods were not good people. After executing the family, the divine warriors moved on to the next village. As for the family that had been burned to death, their bodies were left under the old tree, and it would probably not take long for wild dogs to eat them. After a few days, the villagers no longer mentioned this matter. Only when they passed by the burnt old tree would they remember that a family of villagers had been burned to death here a few days ago. Before they died, they had even cast a vicious curse on them. The villagers who believed in the gods always felt that the curse was like a thorn in their throat, making them very uncomfortable. So whenever they passed by, they would subconsciously spit on it and curse a few words in a low voice, which would make them feel much better. This continued for a few more days, and finally, something terrifying happened. 1553 The Revenge of the Undead. One night, two villagers who were working in the fields and had returned late walked past the burnt old tree. Out of habit, they wanted to spit on it. It seemed that after a few spits, it could get rid of the bad luck in the body and make the curse disappear. The villagers of Gus Village were very much like this, and everyone would do it on their own, regardless of gender or age. However, something was not right tonight. They did not know if it was because of the dark sky or because they were too tired, but the two villagers could vaguely see a few figures squatting under the old tree. "Hey, what are you guys doing?" one of the villagers asked subconsciously. However, after waiting for a long time, no one replied. The other hunchbacked villager looked confused. He thought that this child was from some family and could not help but curse. "What time is it? Hurry up and go home. Be careful not to get beaten up if you're late," he shouted twice, but no one answered. Those black figures were squatting on the ground silently, as if there was something good there. "Don't worry about them, let's hurry home." The villager who spoke first felt that something was wrong. For some reason, the surroundings suddenly became quiet, as if all the sounds had disappeared. He reached out to pull the hunchbacked villager beside him, but he realized that the other party was like a piece of wood, and he couldn't move at all. "I say, what are you doing? If you don't leave, I'll leave by myself," he growled at the hunchbacked villager in an urgent tone, but the other party still did not respond. He just kept his back to him and stared at the black shadow under the tree, looking very serious. The villager couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He felt his legs start to tremble, and he turned around and ran without hesitation. Who would have thought that just as he turned around, he would feel his legs being hugged by something, and he could not move at all. When he looked down, he saw two black things attached to his legs. They were exactly the same as the things that had been squatting under the tree. Upon closer inspection, it was clearly two burnt children who were grinning at him. The villager was scared out of his wits. He subconsciously waved the farming equipment in his hands to smash it. However, as soon as he raised his hand, he felt his arm being fixed in place by something. He turned around and saw the hunchbacked villager who had been silent earlier turning his head around. The strange thing was that his body did not move at all. Only his head was slowly turning. A charred and hideous face appeared in front of him. His facial features had been carbonized by the fire, revealing his gums and bare skull. "Do you know, we died so miserably." A voice that was neither male nor female rang out. It sounded more like the voices of several people mixed together. If one were to listen carefully, it was clearly the voice of the family that had been burned to death. "Ah, Yingluo." The villager was scared out of his wits. He twisted his body like a madman and finally got rid of the black shadow in the hunchbacked villager's restraint. He ran back to his home with all his might. As he ran, he shouted, "It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me. Please let me go." As he cried and shouted, tears and snot flowed down his face, and he fell many times on the way. This crazy shout finally alarmed the other villagers. They ran out of their houses to check and immediately saw the crazy villagers who were talking nonsense. "What happened? What's going on?" Some of the villagers who arrived later were confused and asked loudly in a hurry. However, everyone was confused and looked at the crazy villagers who were still trembling in fear. At this moment, the crazy villager suddenly jumped up and pointed at a figure in the crowd. He was so scared that he retreated. "It's them. The family that was burned to death has come back for revenge. They're right there." Hearing the shout of the villager who had gone mad from fear, the other villagers were also shocked and looked in the direction he was pointing. It turned out that a person had suddenly appeared in the crowd. He looked like a hunchback, and he was motionless as he looked in the direction of the old tree. Looking at the other party's back, he seemed to be a familiar villager, but his body exuded a chilling aura. With just one look, one would feel their scalp explode. As if realizing that the villagers had noticed him, the figure began to twist and turn like a rusty machine, feeling extremely awkward. An indescribable fear rose from the villagers' hearts. They watched in shock as the figure slowly turned around, and then a pale and twisted face appeared in front of them. "We died so miserably, did you know that?" It was still the same strange mixed sound. Under the villagers' frightened eyes, he grabbed his face and pulled it down. A charred face appeared in front of everyone. It was sizing up the villagers with a grim smile. Wisps of flames were emitted from his skin, and the air seemed to be filled with the smell of burnt meat. "Ah, Yingluo!" A woman's scream rang out, waking up the villagers who were frozen in place. They began to turn around and flee madly, running straight to their homes. The first thing he did when he got home was to lock the door and pray for the god of war, Antis, while trembling. Some of the villagers were already beginning to regret reporting that family of villagers and causing them to die a tragic death. "It's not my fault, it's not my fault. Don't come to me." A farmer's wife knelt on the ground and kept praying. Her body was trembling uncontrollably. Her family members were also out of their minds, nervously listening to the movements outside the door. "It seems like you're fine," the farmer's husband muttered in a low voice. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, he heard strange footsteps coming from the door. The sound was intermittent, as if it was lingering around his house. "Damn it, I'd like to see what that thing is," the farmer's husband cursed angrily. He took a wooden stick and took 2 steps to the door, looking out through the crack. Don't look, don't look." The woman was so scared that her face turned ashen. She quickly stood up to pull her husband, but as soon as she grabbed her husband's hand, she felt a trace of abnormality. It was as if he wasn't holding a human hand, but a piece of burnt charcoal. Zhe, the woman trembled in fear. The words she wanted to say were stuck in her throat, and she could not say them. At this moment, her husband slowly turned his head around, a strange smile on his expressionless face. "We've died so miserably. You guys should come and accompany us." In another villager's house, all the members were gathered together, and no one spoke. "What should we do? Are we just going to wait for death?" The villager's son suddenly spoke. His face was twisted and his tone was hysterical. "What else can we do? We can only hide at home for the time being and then think of a way to send an alarm to the temple so that the divine warriors can come and save us." As the head of the family, the villager's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and he said in a somewhat depressed voice, "Damn it, it's all your fault. Why did you report that family? Now that they've become undead, they definitely won't let us off." The villager's wife said in a grumbling tone, and she even secretly shed tears as she spoke. "What are you afraid of? With the god of war protecting us, what can he do to us even if he turns into an undead?" Hearing his wife's complaint, the villager immediately growled in a flustered and exasperated tone. After he finished speaking, he kept spinning around on the ground. "This won't do. We must inform the divine hall of this matter. The faster the better, otherwise, we'll be in danger." Having made up his mind, the villager was about to call his son to go with him, but he found that it was suddenly very bright outside, as if the day had suddenly come. "What's going on? Why is it so bright outside?" The villager's heart was in his mouth. He trembled as he moved closer to the door, ready to check through the crack. Then, he saw a charred face staring at him from the crack of the door. A strange voice also sounded in his ear. "We've died so miserably. Come and accompany us with your entire family." "Yeah, come and accompany us with your family." A series of strange sounds rang out at the same time. It was a group of villagers who were wrapped in flames. Their bodies were charred black, and they were all looking at the door with numb and sinister smiles on their faces. 1554, you guys stay too. When the next morning arrived, the entire Gus village was empty. A traveling merchant came to Gus village, but all he saw were empty houses. He did not see any villagers, nor did he know where they had gone. After walking around the village, the peddler felt that something was wrong and ran out of the village as if he was escaping. After leaving Gus village, the peddler immediately reported the incident to War God Temple. Under such circumstances, any abnormal situation would alert the residents of the Manas Empire. The peddler was also a believer of Antis. Because he had traveled from one village to another, he knew better than ordinary people how serious the situation in the Manas Empire was. The strange disappearance of the villagers might be related to the believers of other gods or the extraterrestrial demons. The peddler did not dare to hide it. The War God Temple took the news very seriously. After a detailed interrogation, they sent out a team of hundreds of divine warriors to Gus village. The divine warriors who took part in the mission were all trained by the war god temple from a young age. They would be supported by the country for the rest of their lives, and they would be fully professional. This kind of cultivation method was similar to the Lu Cheng cultivators, but in terms of cultivation resources, they were far inferior. It was because of this method that the Mana's empire had a large number of divine warriors and became one of the most powerful forces in the world. For many years, few hostile forces dared to provoke them. Riding on the fine horses that were cultivated by War God Temple, the 100 or so knights arrived at Gus village in a very short time and surrounded the entire village. Looking at the lifeless village before them, the divine warriors had a serious look on their faces. They had clearly realized that things were not as simple as they seemed. Ordinary people might not have noticed the abnormality here, but in the eyes of the divine warriors, the entire village seemed to be shrouded in black smoke, exuding a sinister and evil aura. Don't enter rashly. Send a few people in to investigate first. The commander gave the order, and a group of divine warriors jumped off their warhorses and carefully moved forward along the village road. However, after a dozen steps, they found that they could no longer hear the sound outside. They turned back to look at the entrance of the village, but only saw a rolling black fog. This strange situation that they had never seen before made the divine warriors panic. They clenched the weapons in their hands and forced themselves to remain calm as they continued to move forward. At the same time, they looked around vigilantly. The quiet village made people feel extremely uncomfortable. There was no one in the open houses. Even the chickens, ducks, livestock, mosquitoes, and flying ants had disappeared. To put it simply, this was a dead land without any signs of life. The appearance of these divine warriors was like a colorful portrait entering an ink landscape painting, and they did not fit in with the surroundings. "Captain, there's really no one here. Why don't we go back?" A timid member suppressed the fear in his heart and suggested to the captain standing in the middle of the team. "No, we have to find some clues no matter what. Otherwise, we'll be a joke if we go out like this." The captain shook his head. Although he was not confident, he did not agree to leave now. Hearing this, the team members beside him had no choice but to keep their spirits up and continue searching. Since their captain had not given any orders, how could they dare to leave on their own? The War God Temple gave these divine warriors tempting treatment, but at the same time, they also set strict rules. For divine warriors who dared to break the rules, they would not be lenient in their punishment. The timid divine warrior suddenly stopped and pointed forward. "Look, aren't the villagers all there?" Everyone looked towards the source of the voice, but all they saw was a big, charred tree. There were some charcoal and stones scattered around, but there was no trace of the villagers. "Is there something wrong with your eyes? Where are the villagers?" The captain cursed angrily, his face looking very ugly. The other team members also grumbled. At a time like this bastard still had the mood to joke. Didn't he know that people would be scared to death? "Let's continue forward. I don't believe we can't find any clues." The team leader gave the order, and everyone moved forward again. After a dozen steps, they found that the team member who claimed to have discovered the villagers was still standing in the same place, facing the direction of the big tree. "What's wrong with you? Why aren't you leaving?" The captain was really angry. He was thinking about whether he should kick this timid guy out of his team when he returned. It was really worrying to bring along such a guy. With the existence of such a shishti stirrer, not only would his orders not be carried out effectively, but it would also disrupt the morale of the team at the critical moment, which would greatly reduce the combat power of the team. No team leader would like such an incompetent subordinate. He growled again, but the team member still stood there as if he hadn't heard his order. Another team member couldn't stand it and walked over to kick him. He said coldly, "What's wrong with you? Do you want to go back to the temple and get whipped?" However, this warning was of no use. The team member still didn't turn around and only said in a dreamy tone, "But there are so many people standing there. Look, they're even smiling at me." Hearing the timid team member's words, the team leader finally realized that something was wrong. The other team members also shivered. A chill ran up their spines to the top of their heads, as if their scalps were about to explode. They looked at each other and quietly raised their weapons. The divine power in their bodies also began to slowly circulate. If anything went wrong, they would not hesitate to attack. The timid team member seemed to be unaware of all this and continued to talk to himself with his back to them. Why are they on fire? And why are the flames green? Captain, They're all smiling at me and waving at me, asking me to go over too. At this point, the timid team member suddenly paused and slowly turned around. The front of his body was covered in green flames, and his body was like a piece of charcoal. His mouth opened and closed as he asked, "Captain, do you think I should go over? Why don't you all come together?" The team members' hearts were in their throats when they suddenly saw this scene. All of them were so scared that their teeth were chattering. The team leader even roared and swung his sword at the team member who was wrapped in flames. "Retreat to the outside of the village immediately and report the situation to the leader." Looking at the captain's actions, it was obvious that he wanted to personally cover the retreat and let his team members go out of the village to find reinforcements. But as soon as he finished speaking, he felt that something was wrong, because the team members behind him were all silent. The captain guessed a possibility. His heart suddenly tightened, and he turned his head to look back. There was nothing behind him. His team members had long disappeared. "Captain, they're so passionate. Why don't you stay too?" The burning team member's voice was heard, followed by the sinister voices of the other team members. "Yeah, they're so passionate. Captain, you should stay too." The captain's face was filled with fear, and his eyes were wide open. He slowly turned his head and saw a few charred faces wrapped in flames. They were standing less than a foot away from him, staring at him. "You guys, you guys, you guys, you guys." The captain's body trembled. He wanted to turn around and escape from this strange village, but only then did he realize that his legs were as heavy as lead, and he could not move at all. A wisp of flame rose from his body. It was dark green and bone-chilling. The moment the flames started burning on his body, the captain finally saw the villagers standing under the tree. They were all wrapped in flames and were standing around him with strange smiles on their faces. "Yeah, they're really passionate," the captain muttered, and a strange smile slowly appeared on his face. 1555 The Ghost Village 1 The team in charge of reconnaissance did not return. This abnormal situation made the regiment commander of the Knights Association vigilant. The small village in front of them seemed to be very dangerous. Just as they were hesitating about whether they should send another team of people to investigate, a bird suddenly appeared in the sky in the distance and headed straight for the divine warrior. The regiment commander of Knight Ace Mecha clan frowned slightly and waved his hand towards the sky. The bird seemed to be pulled by an invisible rope and landed directly on his hand. This kind of bird that could fly at an extremely fast speed was the War God Temple's main messenger. However, once this messenger bird appeared, it meant that something big had happened. He took a deep breath, and an ominous feeling rose in his heart. Taking out the letter from the kangaroo-like pocket of the messenger bird, the leader of the knights slowly opened it. Then, his expression changed slightly. According to the intelligence, strange things happened all over Harvest City in just one night. Suspected undead creatures appeared in dozens of villages, and more than 3,000 people were missing. Other than the ordinary villagers, there were also nearly 300 divine warriors who had died in various places. Their deaths were too horrible to look at. This sudden incident infuriated the main god's temple, and they ordered the War God's Temple of Harvest City to mobilize all of their forces. They had to figure out the enemy's origin within a day, and they absolutely couldn't allow this situation to continue. All the divine warriors who were out on a mission had to put down their other missions after receiving the order to fully investigate the matter. Looking at the contents of the letter, the regiment commander of Knight Ace Mecha clan took a deep breath and turned to the people around him. "Everyone, prepare for battle. We're entering Gus Village immediately." When the assistant next to him heard this, he asked in a hesitant tone, "Leader, do you want to wait a little longer?" "We can't wait any longer. We've just received news that Gus Village wasn't the only one that was affected by the strange incident. Dozens of other villages have also suffered heavy casualties. The War God Temple has already given the order to investigate the cause of the changes in these villages. We only have 1 day's time, so we can't retreat no matter how dangerous it is." Hearing the leader's explanation, the deputy sucked in a breath of cold air. He looked at the empty village in front of him and his expression turned grave. Since the War God Hall had given the order, they had to carry it out. Otherwise, they would be severely punished. The group slowly advanced along the road in front of them. The regiment commander of Knight Ace Mecha clan had a frown on his face the entire time. As they went deeper and deeper, his expression suddenly changed, as if he wanted to shout out a warning. However, after a mere second, the regiment commander of Knight Ace Mecha clan regained his calm, as if nothing had happened. This happened in such a short time that the other divine warriors did not even notice it. Soon, the group arrived at the center of the village. The big tree with luxuriant branches and leaves appeared in front of them, and there were some burnt charcoal scattered on the ground. There was still no one in the village. The Jiji team was sent out to search, but they found nothing. According to the analysis of the traces left behind, the previous team disappeared here. Where did they go? There was a trace of doubt on the deputy's face. He kept looking around, but in the end, he could only give up helplessly. The regiment commander of Night Ace Mecha clan did not say anything. He just looked at the big tree not far away quietly with his eyes slightly narrowed. There's no need to look for them, they're already dead. Night Ace Mecha clan's regiment commander's voice was as cold as ice. He spoke word by word, as if it was very difficult for him to speak. Dead. The deputy was stunned for a moment. He followed Night Ace Mecha clan's regiment commander's gaze and saw that there seemed to be something hanging on the branch of the tree. What's that? With a trace of doubt on his face, the deputy subconsciously took a few steps forward and finally saw the thing on the tree clearly. They were charred bodies hanging on the thorns of the branches. Because the bodies were covered by leaves and there was no breeze blowing the leaves, he didn't see them at first. Could these be the missing villagers? They were burned and hung on the trees. Although they had found the whereabouts of the missing villagers, the deputy was not happy because their mission was not to find the missing villagers, but to find the person behind the scenes. To be able to do such a thing, the enemy must have been very brutal. To be able to kill a group of divine warriors without a sound, it meant that the enemy was very powerful. The deputy also saw the missing divine warriors. They were also hanging on the trees, their clothes intact, but their bodies were charred as if they had been burned by flames. Guild leader, what should we do next? The village had been searched thoroughly, but there was no trace of him. The deputy was at a loss. The commander, who had been observing the tree, turned around and pointed at it. Cut it down, and perhaps you'll find the answer. The deputy felt that the leader's words were strange, but he did not have time to think about it. Instead, he chose to listen to the command and called a team of divine warriors to walk toward the tree, ready to cut it down at the waist. However, just as everyone approached the tree, the still leaves suddenly moved without any wind, followed by a burst of strange sounds. It sounded like countless men, women, old and young were crying and complaining, but if one listened carefully, they would find that it was not crying, but a strange laughter. The bodies hanging on the branches started to twist and shake. Then, they fell to the ground like ripe fruits. Then, the corpses looked like rusty puppets. They struggled to get up from the ground, and smiles appeared on their charred faces. They staggered toward the divine warriors. A green flame rose from their bodies and burned brighter and brighter, finally turning into a burning fireball. Stay with us, don't leave again. We've died so miserably. You guys have to help us. Leader, the people here are so passionate. You guys should stay too. All sorts of strange sounds came out of the fireballs, as if they were demonic music that filled their minds. The divine warriors became drowsy and their eyes became bloodshot. Listen to my command, attack immediately. Die, the deputy shouted and muttered the god of war's name in his heart. He rushed toward a burning corpse. The sharp saber struck a corpse and easily split it into two. However, something even more terrifying happened. More dark green flames erupted from the inside of the corpse and splattered in all directions. The deputy and several divine warriors were unable to dodge in time, and their bodies were stained with a trace of this strange flame. Then, the flame spread rapidly on the surface of their bodies like thick ink dripping into clear water. A series of painful wails came out of the mouths of the deputy and the others. They kept rolling on the ground, trying to put out the flames on their bodies, but it was to no avail. The sound of grease being roasted, accompanied by the smell of burning, spread throughout the village. The divine warriors who saw the tragic scene retreated in fear, afraid that the flames would touch their bodies. After a few seconds, the divine warriors that were engulfed in flames stopped moving and lay on the ground, motionless. Just when the divine warriors thought that their companions had been burned to death, the charred bodies suddenly moved and stood up clumsily from the ground. The resurrection did not surprise the divine warriors, because they knew that the other party had become something that terrified them, and was no longer their companion. Facing such a strange and terrifying existence, the divine warriors did not know what to do. They all looked at the regiment commander of the knights behind them. It wasn't until this moment that they suddenly realized that after the deputy had given the order to attack, their regiment commander had remained silent. He didn't take the lead and participate in the battle like he had in the past. They turned around and looked at the captain of the knights. The divine warriors noticed that the captain was smiling, but the smile looked so strange. And this smile seemed very familiar. It was exactly the same as the villagers who were burned to death. 556 Attacking Harvest City, War God Temple. Pa! With a clear cracking sound, the branch palace master walked out of the room with an angry face. On the floor of the room behind him, there were broken pieces of an exquisite object. It was obvious that the branch palace master had been smashed to vent his anger when he was angry. When everyone in the hall saw this, they looked at each other and no one dared to speak. Even a fool could see that this branch palace master, who was known for his strictness, was currently in a fit of rage. If he were to get himself into trouble at this moment, he would probably be in deep trouble. However, there were some things that could not be avoided. They knew that if they reported the news they had just received, it would definitely make the owner even angrier. While everyone was feeling uneasy, the branch palace master sat on a chair in the middle of the hall. His sharp eyes swept around and he said in a low voice, "I've just received an emergency order from the imperial capital's main god palace. They're asking about the specific reason for last night's special incident again, and even I was reprimanded. In the current Mana's empire, the results of the attack on the heathens and extraterrestrial demons are gratifying. There are reports of success everywhere in the sub-palaces. Only in our Harvest City, a large number of believers and hundreds of divine warriors suddenly died. Tell me, will the Master God Palace be nice to us after such a thing has happened? What are you all doing?" When everyone heard this, their necks shrank back slightly. After saying a few words with a dark face, the sub-palace master glanced at the divine warriors and narrowed his eyes. "Tell me, what news did the teams responsible for investigating the source of the incident send? Was this done by the otherworldly demons? I want detailed and accurate information, not some analysis or speculation. Do you all understand?" Everyone looked at each other. One of the divine warriors gritted his teeth and walked out to report, "Palace Master, we have just received news that the 100 divine warriors who went to Gus village to investigate have been killed." At this point, the divine warrior could not help but hesitate, as if it was difficult for him to speak. The branch palace master's eyelids twitched, and he said sternly, "It's already like this, hurry up and tell me." The reporting divine warrior was shocked and quickly said, "They've all gone missing, and Gus village has become a dead land. Anyone who enters will never return." Bang! The branch palace master slammed his palm on the chair, making a muffled sound, which made everyone shiver in fear. "This is the news you brought. Hundreds of divine warriors have gone missing. Since you already know about it, why didn't you go in and investigate it yourself?" The branch palace master bellowed and stood up from his chair. He walked up to the divine spirit warrior and pointed at him, "The missing people are all your subordinates. As the commander, you have to take responsibility. I don't care what method you use, but you have to find out the reason before dawn. Otherwise, I'll be the first to not let you off. If you don't get lost now, don't come back until you finish the task." The divine warrior shivered and forced himself to bow before leaving the war god temple in a hurry. "Useless things. The war god hall has spent so many resources to nurture you, yet you're so useless at such a critical moment. I'm so angry. Fuck." The branch palace master cursed angrily. He suppressed the anger in his heart and turned to look at the people around him. "Tell me, what do you want?" At this point, even if the divine warriors were afraid, they could only brace themselves and report to the higher-ups. "My lord, the investigation team heading to Moor village was ambushed. Only 3 out of the 50 divine warriors managed to escape, and all of them were mentally disabled. Something strange has happened at the farmyard outside of Harvest City. More than 100 people have been killed or injured. A group of divine warriors has been sent to investigate, but there has been no news. Many believers have come to report that they encountered strange and inexplicable things last night. They hope that the temple can send someone to help solve it and investigate." As he listened to his subordinates' reports, the branch palace master's face grew darker and darker, like the bottom of a pot. "Trash, all of you are trash." The palace master was furious. He pushed aside the divine warrior in front of him and ordered the guards beside him, "Order the guardian knights to move out and assist in the investigation of the abnormal situation. Anyone who dares to obstruct the investigation will be executed on the spot." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. The only task of the guardian knights was to protect the temple, and they were all the best of the best. The temple master had actually sent them out. It was obvious that he was doubting everyone's abilities. From another point of view, it meant that the situation was very urgent, and he had to use his last trump card. After being reprimanded by the hall masters, the divine warriors left in dejection. They went to the places where the incident happened to give orders. Everywhere they went, there was chaos. The atmosphere of the entire Harvest City suddenly became tense. The number of divine warriors on the streets suddenly increased, especially in places with a large population. They checked them over and over again. However, from the beginning to the end, the enemy seemed to have evaporated without a trace. The residents of Harvest City also felt the unusual atmosphere, and they became cautious in their words and actions, for fear of being involved and losing their lives. In this fearful environment, the night slowly fell, and the clamor of Harvest City gradually dissipated, falling into a quiet atmosphere. Occasionally, people would walk on the streets, but most of them had returned home early. From time to time, there would be divine warriors patrolling the streets, leaving behind a series of footsteps. Time passed slowly. When it was midnight, the quiet street finally had some unusual sounds. From the small alleys, a few strange-looking figures that exuded a cold and bloody aura slowly walked out. They greedily sniffed the smell of blood and flesh around them, their faces full of excitement and anticipation. "Kids, you'd better perform well today. If you do well, I'll reward you handsomely when we get back." Surrounded by a group of tall ghosts, the guard's figure slowly appeared. He sat cross-legged on the top of the reincarnation mirror and gave orders like a bandit king. He looked like he was invincible. However, those evil spirits and malicious ghosts were extremely supportive. Each of them roared and jumped excitedly as if they were facing a giant star. It was truly a group of demons dancing wildly. These spirits came from different worlds and had been tempered in the virtual world of the reincarnation mirror. All of them were filled with killing intent. As for the kind and gentle spirits, because they were not suitable for such a bloody and cruel scene, the watchmen did not use them. They still let them experience the life cycle that could be completed once in a year and a half in the virtual world. Looking at the spirit body that was dancing around, the overseer seemed to be extremely satisfied with the effect. He looked around proudly and waved his hand. "Children, start the operation." As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding spirits and evil spirits rushed in all directions like a flood. They had long been hungry and thirsty, wanting to taste the flesh and blood of the living. The reincarnation mirror under the overseer opened at the same time, and more spirits and evil spirits surged out. They were initially confused, but soon, they realized that they were surrounded by the smell of flesh and blood that they could not resist. Their faces twisted in excitement. Compared to the evil spirits from before, the spirits that were released later mostly had simple intelligence. They had more of a wild beast's instinct. The Watcher could not be bothered with these silly spirits. The purpose of getting them out was just to create momentum and give them a taste of sweetness. Spirits were completely different from living people. They never thought of themselves as the same kind as living people, but only treated them as prey. Tonight would be a grand hunting feast. 1557 bloody midnight when countless spirits suddenly appeared and spread in all directions. Most of the residents of Harvest City were still asleep and didn't realize the danger. The first to notice the abnormality were the divine warriors patrolling the streets. When they followed the fixed route, they suddenly saw many strange figures on the streets. These figures were either wandering on the streets, squatting on the roofs, or hanging from the trees, constantly swaying. It looked extremely strange. The temperature seemed to have dropped all of a sudden, and the surrounding air was filled with yin qi, giving people goosebumps. "Who are you? Why are you still wandering on the streets in the middle of the night?" Although they felt that something was amiss, the divine warriors still had to interrogate and examine them due to the limitations of their duties. However, they immediately regretted it after asking. The strange-looking passerby revealed a strange smile at the same time. Then, like wild beasts fighting for food, they pounced on them like crazy. The patrolling divine warriors were shocked by the horrifying-looking passerby whose feet did not touch the ground and whose body was as light as a piece of paper. "Line up and defend. Prepare to send out a distress signal." As the patrol leader roared, the divine power in the divine warriors' bodies burst out. While protecting themselves, they also launched attacks on the strange passers-by. Beams of dazzling light appeared, carrying a terrifying power and an indomitable momentum, colliding with the floating enemies. Then, the divine warriors were shocked to find that their weapons had struck nothing but air. The strange passers-by were like shadows, only suffering very little damage. The divine warriors were immediately attacked. The pain that came from their souls made them cry out in pain. In the blink of an eye, several divine warriors were torn into pieces, leaving only white bones on the ground. Their flesh and blood had disappeared without a trace. When the surviving divine warriors saw this, they did not hesitate to ignite the flame alarm signal. Then, a flame soared into the sky and exploded in the deep night sky. When the other divine warriors see the warning, they will definitely rush over to help, right? The surviving divine warrior's eyes widened in horror as soon as the thought appeared in his mind. He saw at least a dozen similar flames rising into the sky, all of which were distress calls. The entire Harvest City was filled with traces of the enemy. In this situation, they couldn't even think about waiting for help. With endless despair, the divine warriors were overwhelmed by the crazy spirits and soon turned into piles of white bones. The silence of the night was broken, and Harvest City was filled with screams and screams. Panicked people ran on the streets with their clothes disheveled, and ferocious figures floated in the sky and buildings from time to time. One by one, the buildings suddenly caught fire, and the dark smoke rose into the sky, illuminating the frightened and desperate faces of the citizens. The spirit bodies, who had become crazier because of the fresh meat, chased the panicking residents in the streets and alleys. They ate heartily and destroyed without restraint. At the same time, the guard had already led a large group of evil spirits straight to War God's sub-temple in Harvest City. They barged around all the way, looking extremely arrogant. As long as he encountered a divine warrior along the way, the evil spirits guarding him would rush forward and devour them without the guardian's command. They charged all the way to the War God Temple. As expected, they saw the divine warriors waiting in formation. They guarded the War God Temple and looked at the spirit body cultivators with serious expressions. The sub-temple master's face was gloomy. He had been worried about how to reply to the order from the main temple the next day, because the divine warriors sent out to investigate had not found anything. Who would have thought that in the middle of the night, these people behind the scenes would take the initiative to jump out, and in such a terrifying formation. To launch a direct attack on a city, these enemies really did not take the War God Temple seriously. Facing these aggressive enemies, the branch hall master felt a strong sense of danger. He knew that if he couldn't survive this wave of attacks, Harvest City's War God Temple auction would disappear forever. Who are you? How dare you act so impudently in Harvest City? Aren't you afraid of the War God Hall's wrath? Even if they were prepared for a bloody battle, no one was willing to die easily if the battle could be avoided. If that happened, things would probably get out of hand. Therefore, the sub-temple masters were still trying to change the current situation. If the war could be avoided, it would undoubtedly be a better result. Of course, the War God Hall would not let the matter rest after suffering such a great loss, but that was a matter for the future. There was no need to consider it for the time being. The guard glanced at the sub-hall master with a disdainful look and said in an arrogant tone, "The people in front, listen up. I've already surrounded you. Immediately lay down your arms and surrender, and you'll die a quick death. If you dare to resist, you'll die without an intact corpse, and your soul will be forever suppressed in the infernal hell." Hearing such arrogant words, the sub-palace master laughed in anger. Since he would die whether he surrendered or not, what was the point of surrender? HMPH. The sub-palace master snorted and said angrily, "You are so arrogant. May I know where you are from?" The overseer's spirit was lifted upon hearing this. He stood up from the reincarnation mirror and said with his head held high, "Listen up, I am the chief spirit body cultivator of the Sacred Dragon Battle Zone, the top fighter of His Excellency Tang Zhen, the commander-in-chief of this operation, and the overseer who commands hundreds of millions of spirit body cultivators. So, are you scared?" The sub-palace master sneered and said in a mocking tone, "You're just a bunch of undead. Do you really think that the War God Temple is made of paper? Do you think that we'll submit to you? Today, I'll let you otherworldly demons see the consequences of provoking the War God Hall." As soon as he finished speaking, the War God Hall suddenly burst into a bright light. A dazzling white pillar of light descended from the sky and landed on the densely packed spirit bodies. The spirits that were touched by the white light did not even have the time to scream before they turned into dust and disappeared. "Damn bastards, go, kill them all." The overseer waved his hand and gave the order in a flustered and exasperated manner. Then, he stared at the sub-palace hall master and growled in a low and sinister voice, "Old man, do you believe that I will kill you right now?" At the same time, the overseer had already disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already standing before the branch hall master. As a follower of an oracle, who had a cultivation far beyond that of a king-level cultivator, the branch palace master had always been very confident in his own strength. But when the guard appeared in front of him, he felt an unfathomable power, as if his soul was trembling. Damn it, what level of expert is this overseer? Damn it, the branch palace master was terrified. He cursed in his heart and retreated without hesitation. He knew that if he were to fight head-on with the other party, he might not even need one round to be killed by the guard. Although it was humiliating to run away on the battlefield, in the face of an enemy that was impossible to resist, a temporary retreat was a wise move. A dead branch palace master, even if he died on the battlefield against the enemy, who would care about it after the event? A hint of disdain flashed in the overseer's eyes as he watched the branch hall master's rapidly retreat. However, he continued to charge forward and charged into the war god hall alone. Behind the guards, the tide of evil spirits laughed and attacked, charging at the divine warriors who had formed a line and were like an iron wall. In this kind of battlefield where there were tens of thousands of soldiers, individual courage was no longer important. Only by cooperating together could they burst out with the strongest combat power. The entire night sky seemed to be lit up. The tall shadows of the god of war appeared one after another and fought with the group of evil spirit cultivators. The ordinary spirits fearlessly attacked the shield wall of the divine warriors, constantly corroding the defensive line like a strong acid. The two sides were locked in a stalemate. However, the spirit body army seemed to be endless, while the divine warriors suffered heavy losses. The number of divine warriors who could fight was getting smaller. Looking at the ferocious spirits, the divine warriors felt a sense of despair. They were looking forward to going out of the city to carry out their mission, and the cultivators of the war god temple in the nearby cities could come to help as soon as possible. But the problem was, looking at the current situation, even if the reinforcements from the other palaces felt it, they might not be able to hold on until then. At that moment, a burst of arrogant laughter suddenly came from the war god's temple. Following that, a mangled corpse was thrown in front of the divine warriors. Ha ha ha, your sub-palace master is dead. Who dares to fight me? The overbearing voice of the guardian rang out over the battlefield. Looking at the twisted body of the sub-temple master, the divine warriors who were still fighting were completely flustered. 1558 The trial taker fishing in troubled waters, one in the entire Harvest City, the sub-shrine master could definitely be called the number one master. His cultivation was close to that of a law king, and no one could rival his power. It was because of his own strength and his status as a sub-temple master that no one could shake his position in the 30 years he had been in office. However, such a powerful man had been turned into a broken corpse in less than a minute. They had never heard of such a terrifying enemy. The divine warriors panicked at the sight of this. The originally tight defense immediately showed signs of collapse, and the congealed god of war's apparition also dissipated. The evil spirit cultivators, who were still attacking fiercely, would not miss this opportunity. They charged toward the weakest position of the divine warriors, defense with ferocious faces. With just one wave of attacks, the divine warriors' defensive formation was completely broken. Excited howls resounded through the night sky, and the spirits that were following closely behind immediately rushed in through the gap like flies that had seen blood, attacking the nearest divine warrior. For a time, demons danced wildly, and a bloody mist rushed into the sky. The divine warriors were surrounded by countless spirits and were devoured like beasts in a school of piranhas. The remaining divine warriors saw that the situation was not good and immediately scattered, retreating in other directions as they fought. The enemy was powerful, and their defeat was already a foregone conclusion. There was no point in continuing the battle. However, the thought of the temple being destroyed and that they would be punished by the war god temple even if they managed to escape alive made the divine warriors feel an endless sense of sorrow. They would die if they fought, and they would not be able to escape punishment if they did not fight. Their future was already shrouded in fog. However, retreating was not as easy as the divine warriors had imagined. The powerful defense that they had just formed had been broken through, and they were now in pieces. It was estimated that they would not be able to withstand a single blow. Looking at the divine warriors who were gradually being exhausted while retreating, the guard let out a cold laugh, his face filled with pride. Boys, surround them and keep a close eye on them. Don't let a single one of them escape. The overseer roared and waved his hand at the evil spirit guard beside him. He then pointed at the war god temple in front of him and said, "You guys, tear it down immediately." Upon receiving the order, the evil spirit guards immediately fluttered out. Their bodies inflated like balloons, turning into terrifying giants. Then, the evil spirit cultivators, who looked like rakshasa yakshas, strode forward and swung their huge weapons at the surroundings of the war god temple. The sound of houses collapsing could be heard, mixed with the excited howls of the evil spirit guards. Obviously, demolishing the temple of an indigenous god gave them an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Normally, even if these evil spirit guards were given more courage, they would not dare to destroy the temple of a native god, as it was basically the same as seeking death. However, the situation was different now. They were in the opposing camp of the indigenous gods, and they had a powerful big boss like the Guardian to guard them. What was a small indigenous god to them? If their own boss couldn't do it, there was still their boss's boss. He was the lord of the battle zone, a supreme expert whose cultivation had reached the spiritual emperor realm. It was said that the boss's boss was watching the battle, and as long as the native god named Antis dared to show up, he would definitely make sure that he would not be able to return. With confidence in their hearts, these evil spirit cultivators were naturally unscrupulous, and the speed of their destruction was faster than the speed of others. The majestic war god temple was being torn down, but the god of war, who was known to be valiant and invincible, had no intention of showing up to fight. It was as if he didn't feel anything. Perhaps he had sensed the abnormality here long ago, but because of the scruples in his heart, he chose to endure the humiliation. However, in the eyes of the overseer, he was just pretending to be a dead dog, so he was quite disdainful. Compared to the reckless wilderness god, this war god was clearly an old schemer. He definitely wouldn't do something that he would regret for the rest of his life because of a moment's loss. While the guards and their underlings were busy killing, the other cultivators who were watching in the dark also made their moves. They kept summoning cultivators from Lusheng City and took the opportunity to kill the panicked divine warriors. Looking at the constantly rising battle points, the trial takers could not help but secretly sigh in their hearts. This Tang Zhen was indeed not simple. He had only arrived in the Mana's empire for 2 days, but he had already turned the heavily guarded Harvest City into a mess. It was thanks to this Lord of the Holy Dragon battlefront that their battle points, which had been stagnant for a long time, finally began to rise. After discovering the obvious changes on the foundation stone platform, a few trial takers who had entered the Mana's empire sent messages to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. About it, wanting to know what had happened. The cultivators who received the question blushed. One must know that what they were doing now was somewhat immoral. It was equivalent to snatching meat from Tang Zhen's bowl. If he minded and expelled them, the few cultivators would be embarrassed to say anything. Fortunately, Tang Zhen did not appear from the beginning to the end. This was equivalent to acquiescing to their actions. This made the few trial takers feel embarrassed, but at the same time, they were also secretly grateful to him. Some of the cultivators were still secretly pondering if they should cooperate with Tang Zhen once. Perhaps they might obtain unexpected gains. The trial taker named Luo Fei had once cooperated with Tang Zhen. In the end, Tang Zhen came out on top and killed 5 trial takers who tried to plot against him. After that battle, he became famous. Luo Fei followed them until the end of the trial and also received a lot of points, which was really enviable. Most of the cultivators in Lusheng who were participating in the 5th battle area had heard of Tang Zhen's name. They knew that once they encountered this battle area lord who didn't like to play by the rules, they must not provoke him so as to avoid unnecessary trouble. At this time, Harvest City was in a mess. There were burning flames everywhere, and the whole city was as bright as day. First, they were attacked by a large number of spirits, and then they were robbed by other cultivators. The divine warriors of Harvest City were in a mess. After fighting for a while, they found that the number of enemies was increasing, and they had no choice but to retreat. The battle continued until dawn, but the entire Harvest City had been reduced to ruins. The bodies of the divine warriors were scattered on the streets, and no one cared about them. The cultivators of Lusheng City were shuttling back and forth on the streets, searching for the traces of the remaining enemies. Meanwhile, the overseer who had broken through Harvest City first and destroyed War God Temple had already brought his little brothers back to Reincarnation Mirror to recuperate. In addition to the special environment, these spirits were very afraid of the scorching sun during the day. The evil spirit cultivators could stay for a while, but they were still harmful to the spirits. Only spirit body cultivators that had reached the king level could move normally under the sun. However, after Harvest City was taken, there was no need for them to stay. Tang Zhen was still the biggest winner of this operation. One should know that although the overseer's identity was special, he was also one of Tang Zhen's subordinates. The battle points that he obtained would naturally be counted under Tang Zhen's name. As of now, Tang Zhen was still at the top of the list. His points had increased by quite a bit compared to last night. Although the other trial takers had acted in time, they were still far behind Tang Zhen, who had taken the initiative to attack and had also destroyed the war god sub-palace. After the flames of war had subsided, the trial takers did not leave. Instead, they all headed to War God Temple. From afar, they could see a young man standing in front of the ruins. His eyes were closed as if he was sensing something. When a few trial takers came behind him, he slowly opened his eyes. "Sir Tang Zhen, I'm Taylor. I'm at the border of the Mana's empire. Thank you for helping my city's residents." City Lord Tai Luo, whose entire body seemed to be cast from metal, was the first to greet and thank Tang Zhen. His face carried a trace of a kind smile. "You're welcome. Although we're participating in the same trial, we're not enemies. When we face a real enemy, we naturally have to stand together to fight it." Hearing Tang Zhen's calm reply, the few trial takers all nodded their heads quietly. 1559 Temporary Alliance won. Just like what Tang Zhen had said, although there were internal conflicts among the cultivators in Lusheng, and sometimes the degree of cruelty and bloodiness was shocking, they had always worked together in the battle outside and could leave their backs to the other party. The reason for this was that the cornerstone platform was watching every cultivator at all times. If they did something against the rules, it would be difficult to escape punishment. Especially during the war in the other world, the cultivators of Lusheng were all from the same homeland and were the only companions that could be trusted. So what if they were of different races? When they bathed in blood and killed enemies together, they were all brothers who shared life and death. Especially when the strength of the cultivators in Lusheng reached a certain height and faced a wider world, their prejudice would only limit their development, and they would be further and further away from the real big stage. Sir Tang Zhen has a broad mind. We are ashamed of our inferiority. He has taken the top spot in the trial twice in a row and is leading far ahead this time. If there are no accidents, His Excellency Tang Zhen is about to complete the magnificent feat of 3 consecutive championships and break the record left behind by the senior trial takers. Yes, I'm also full of admiration. Tang Zhen secretly laughed in his heart when he saw the few trial participants conversing with him in a respectful tone. This group of people clearly had something that they wanted to trouble him with. Otherwise, why would they need to be so attentive? They were all powerful existences who were about to transcend life and death and could cross the void by themselves. It would only make people feel awkward to use such inferior words. Clearly, Taylor and the others also felt a little uncomfortable. Therefore, after seeing Tang Zhen's eyes that seemed to be smiling yet not smiling, all of them exchanged embarrassed glances with one another and shut their mouths at the same time. If there's anything you need, just say it. If this Tang can do it, I will certainly not delay it. As the lord of a battle zone, Tang Zhen's status had far exceeded that of ordinary participants. Even if his sacred dragon battle zone had just been established, the lord of a city tower could not be compared with him. It was naturally not easy to get such a big shot to make a promise, and he would not easily break his promise. This time, Taylor took the initiative to speak. He spoke to Tang Zhen in a serious tone. We've all seen your ability, sir. Compared to us, it's only a matter of time before you complete the trial. Although we are not as strong as you, we are more than enough to act as your pawns and cooperate with your plan. Therefore, I have a presumptuous request. I hope that Sir Tang Zhen can allow us to follow you. We don't have many requests. We just want to follow you and drink some soup. When he saw Tang Zhen's pondering expression, Taylor quickly said, Don't worry, Sir Tang Zhen. As long as you agree to let us follow you, we will definitely listen to your command and will not act on our own initiative. After Taylor finished speaking, he looked at Tang Zhen without blinking. He felt a little uneasy in his heart. Following Tang Zhen to participate in the next trial was a choice they made after careful consideration. Regardless of Tang Zhen's outstanding performance in the trial or the influence he would have after completing the trial in the future, it was worth it for Taylor and the others to take the initiative to befriend him. At this moment, Tang Zhen was a seed with extremely high potential. However, other than Luo Fei, no other trial taker had taken the initiative to follow her. This was undoubtedly a very abnormal thing. Even a cultivator like Ming Feng had several cultivators willing to follow him. Compared to him, Tang Zhen was more than a level stronger. The reason for this was because Tang Zhen's fierce reputation was too great. The other participants didn't understand his character and didn't dare to place their bets easily. After analyzing Tang Zhen's behavior and in direct contact with him, Taylor determined that Tang Zhen's character did not match the rumors. The reason why he had such a bad reputation was most likely due to someone stirring up trouble behind the scenes. The biggest suspect among them was cultivator Ming Feng, who had suffered 2 losses in Tang Zhen's hands and vowed to find an opportunity to take revenge. There was a saying that a wise man would never believe in rumors. Although Taylor was a rough man, he was very clear in this aspect. Among the trial takers, he was the first to propose to follow Tang Zhen. Although the other participants were a little tempted, they were not as determined as Tyler. After discussing for a long time, there was no result. In the end, Tyler was a little impatient and came to find Tang Zhen alone. Seeing this, the other cultivators felt that it was a pity to give up this opportunity. After all, the points they had gained from fishing in troubled waters last night were more than the points they had gained from the losses they had suffered in this period of time. To the cultivators who had worked hard to accumulate battle merits, this was an irresistible temptation. How could they give up so easily? Therefore, when Taylor was ready to act alone, they couldn't hold back and quickly followed him. Tang Zhen was not clear about the cause and effect of all this. However, he could guess the thoughts of Taylor and the others. If it was in the wilderness god's kingdom, Tang Zhen would definitely reject Taylor's request because he would be able to handle it with ease. There was no need to let the other trial takers share his benefits. However, after coming to the Mana's empire, Tang Zhen discovered that fighting alone in such a divine kingdom was undoubtedly an extremely difficult thing. If it wasn't for the guard's surprise troops, he might have been like Taylor and the other trial takers, unable to break through the situation. There were a few other countries like the Mana's empire in this world. Tang Zhen did not aim too high and wanted to take down all of them, but at the very least, he had to conquer the Mana's empire under his feet. In order to not be restricted in the next operation and continue to maintain the advantage of being the leader, it was imperative to find a suitable helper. It was not impossible to fight alone, but that could cause a large number of casualties. The rewards and punishments would cancel out each other, and it would repeat the mistakes of Taylor and the other trial takers. Therefore, even if Taylor and the others did not appear, Tang Zhen would still find a way to contact Luo Fei. The two sides had cooperated twice and were familiar with each other. When they cooperated, they would be more successful. On the surface, he seemed to be thinking, but in fact, Tang Zhen already had an answer in his heart. Since everyone trusts this Tang, we can temporarily form an alliance and brainstorm together to think of a way to break the stalemate in the Mana's empire and strive to obtain more battle points. I'm not talented enough to be your loyal follower. We're only cooperating. If we can get along well, then this alliance will continue. If there's anyone who's dissatisfied, they can leave at any time. This Tang will not force them. Hearing Tang Zhen's words, Taylor felt slightly disappointed. One must know that the so-called cooperation was built on the foundation of equality. It seemed very fair, but in reality, a certain distance was maintained. There was a difference between close and distant in everything. Although forming an alliance could still benefit them, when there were real benefits, it was impossible for allies to get a share of it. However, followers would have the opportunity to share the benefits. Following was only applicable in situations of mutual acceptance, while the form of an alliance might be more suitable for trial takers who were not familiar with each other. Taylor asked himself, if this matter had happened to him, he might have made the same choice as Tang Zhen. If he wanted to improve the relationship between the two of them, he would need time to test it. After realizing this, Taylor felt relieved. He bowed to Tang Zhen and expressed that he was willing to accept his suggestion. Since that's the case, I'm willing to join the alliance led by His Excellency Tang Zhen. The other participants also understood this point. However, compared to the slight disappointment in Taylor's heart, Tang Zhen's proposal of an alliance was more to their liking. As spiritual emperors, they naturally had a trace of pride in their hearts. They didn't think that they were weaker than others, so how could they easily submit to others? Even if Tang Zhen's performance was outstanding, that was all. It was not enough for them to be determined to follow him. However, they had neglected another point. If they missed this opportunity, they might lose the chance to choose forever. If they had persevered a little longer, perhaps things would have turned out differently. In the days to come, they might have even obtained more benefits. 1560 The great battle that is about to begin. After the temporary alliance was established, the next thing to do was to plan to obtain more battle points. Regardless of whether the alliance was established or not, this matter had to be done. However, with the participation of allies, perhaps things would be simpler. Harvest City had already been taken down, but the reinforcements had not arrived in time. It seemed that something had delayed them, but this was not important. What Tang Zhen was concerned about was how the main temple would react to this matter. Although they had not obtained any specific information, one thing was certain. The Mana's empire, which had always been known for its tyrannical strength, would definitely not allow a major city to fall into the hands of the cultivators in the city. It was only a matter of time before they sent troops to conquer this place. Instead of working hard to attack the cities that were impregnable, it was better to wait for the divine warriors of the Mana's empire to come to them. Harvest City was located at the border of the Mana's empire, so they could attack or retreat at will. Tang Zhen could also transfer reinforcements at any time, so there was no need to worry about manpower. He told Tyler and the others about his plan, and they nodded in agreement. To the trial takers, they were not afraid of the people from the War God Hall, but they were afraid of them staying in their lair and not leaving. To the trial takers, every divine warrior represented battle points. Naturally, the more the better. Inside a building in Harvest City, Tang Zhen pointed at a holographic map and said to the surrounding participants, "This is Harvest City, and 500 kilometers away is another city. Although there is also a war god sub-palace here, its scale is far inferior to Harvest City. According to my speculation, even if they know the situation here, they won't dare to attack us rashly. They'll definitely wait for the order from the Master God Palace and then gather a large number of troops before attacking us. This will give us time to prepare. As long as we hold the only way to Harvest City, as well as the city under our feet, we can stand firmly in an invincible place." When he said this, Tang Zhen looked at Taylor and the others. His tone carried a trace of inquiry. "I don't know how many people you can mobilize, but if we want to win, we need at least tens of thousands of people." Tyler nodded and replied in a certain tone, "Don't worry, sir. The few of us now have thousands of residents. If necessary, we can continue summoning. It won't be a problem to gather 20 to 30,000 people. If necessary, I can also summon some high-level cultivators, but not many." "All right," Tang Zhen nodded and said softly, "if that's the case, we should barely have enough manpower. However, I still advise you to use all your points to summon the residents of the city. Things like battle points can only be earned if one is willing to spend." When the other cultivators heard this, they thought to themselves, "You still have the nerve to say that? So far, you're the only cultivator with the most points." Tang Zhen naturally saw through the thoughts in the hearts of the few trial participants. He laughed and explained, "I haven't used up my points yet because I need to summon a king-level cultivator. You know, in this kind of battlefield, the survival rate of a king-level cultivator is much higher than that of an ordinary cultivator. Although the number of low-level cultivators is superior, as the intensity of the war continues to increase, summoning low-level cultivators won't be of much use. Especially in the later stages of the war, the enemies we will face will be native gods. By then, low-level cultivators will not even be qualified to participate in the war. At the end of this trial, the surviving Lusheng cultivators would be counted as one of the results and the total points would be calculated according to their level." This was why Tang Zhen tried his best to avoid the deaths of the cultivators in the battle zone. It should be known that every death was equivalent to a loss of points. After counting the available forces, Tang Zhen began to issue orders. On one hand, he was to keep an eye on the movements of the War God Temple. On the other hand, he was to gather his own men in Harvest City. The Wilderness God's kingdom had completely lost its value. Even if there were still divine warriors left, they had already hidden their names and turned into ordinary people after their divine power dissipated. When they received Tang Zhen's conscription order, these cultivators from the Holy Dragon Warzone quickly gathered together and headed for the Mana's empire. In addition to the thousands of cultivators from the Holy Dragon Warzone, there were more than 30,000 native mercenaries. At the beginning, they had no choice but to join the war under the coercion of the cultivators from Lu Cheng. However, after obtaining enough benefits, this army made up of ordinary people became more and more ferocious. They even called themselves the God-slaying army, and their morale was very high. The reason for this was nothing more than the fall of the god they believed in, which made them feel at a loss and also doubt the omnipotent god. The other reason was related to the divine warriors. In this world, the divine warriors had far more privileges than ordinary people. There were many people who bullied others, and ordinary people were the targets of their suppression and exploitation. There had been a long history of grievances between them. When they saw the divine warriors running away like stray dogs, the ordinary soldiers felt like they were dreaming. They could not believe that it was all real. After experiencing a few similar situations, the mercenaries finally realized that even the divine warriors could be so weak. In order to survive, they would kneel in front of them and beg for mercy. As long as they wanted to, they could kill them with their swords. Although all this was done because of Lu Cheng's existence, he should at least have a part in it, right? So what if he was a fox borrowing the might of a tiger? Relying on the strong to survive was a very normal thing in itself. In addition to the mercenaries with all kinds of equipment, there was also a special group of mages in the team of cultivators in Lu Cheng. They were all summoned by the native mages Jace and had come from all over the world. Because the ideology of the Lu Cheng cultivators and the native mages were in line, and they could learn how to obtain extraordinary power from here, these native mages all chose to stay and fight with the Lu Cheng cultivators. During this process, the native mages kept recruiting people with the same goal, and the current number had exceeded 100. They were like a burning flame that would eventually ignite the entire world and open a new chapter in history. The later generations did not have detailed records of this period of history, and the mages had deliberately concealed this not-so-glorious period of history. Only the high-level mages who had a certain level of strength knew of the existence of this group of apprentice mages who had created history. The group advanced forward in a grandiose manner, and no forces dared to stop them along the way. They entered the borders of the Mana's empire without any obstructions. After Harvest City was controlled, the border of the Mana's empire was now empty. Tens of thousands of people arrived at the edge of Harvest City and were responsible for guarding the broken city according to Tang Zhen's instructions. At the same time, the other residents of the Lu city also went to the pre-arranged ambush location, waiting for the enemy to come. The information from both sides continued to be transmitted. Whenever there was any sign of trouble, Tang Zhen would quickly receive the information and take timely measures. What was certain now was that in order to take back Harvest City, the War God Temple had mobilized the divine warriors from 10 nearby cities. The total number of divine warriors was close to 100,000, and they could attack at any time. In addition to the ordinary divine warriors, the War God Temple had also sent more than 50 oracles, and there were hundreds of believers whose strength was close to that of the oracles. Even in the world of towers, this was a very powerful force, almost equivalent to a medium-sized national tower. Tang Zhen more or less felt a trace of pressure in the face of so many enemies. After all, he did not have an advantage in numbers. His equipment advantage was also not great. If he wanted to win this war, he would definitely have to go all out. 1561 The danger behind the benefits. 1. A big battle was about to happen, and the atmosphere in Harvest City was very tense, especially the residents of the city. If there was nothing important, they would definitely not go out. When the city gate caught fire, the fish in the moat would be affected. The war between the trial takers and the native gods caused these ordinary people to suffer in fear every day. The Lusheng cultivators in the sacred dragon battle zone also looked solemn. After all, there was a big gap between the strength of the enemy and their own side. Even if the Lusheng cultivators were fierce and brave, they could not fight against 10 people at once. If the enemy really attacked them on a large scale, the only thing that awaited them was perhaps death on the battlefield and the return of their souls to their homeland. Taylor and the others were very excited. To these spiritual emperors who had invaded more than one plane and killed countless creatures, a 100,000 cultivators formation was just a small scene. They were used to even bigger scenes. Even if they couldn't teleport to the city like they did in the past, they were still fearless. Instead, they hoped that the divine warriors would come soon so that they could get points like a snowball. When the number of cultivators under them exceeded 10,000, they would dare to lead their own cultivators to attack cities even without an alliance. Although the losses of the cultivators in Lusheng City would also make them feel heartache, compared to the return, these losses were completely acceptable. The kind did not command troops. They had the demeanor of decision-makers and knew how to make choices. However, Tang Zhen was different. He was not as optimistic as Taylor and the others. He would not sacrifice his subordinates in exchange for benefits. The other party had come prepared this time, and both sides were bound to have a head-on battle. God knew how many cultivators in Lusheng would die in battle. Even if he could collect souls and let them return to their homeland to rebuild their bodies, it would still take a long time for him to recover his cultivation. If anything happened during this time, he might end up with his soul scattered. Too much loss would not only be unbearable for the battle zone, but it would also lead to the loss of points. Naturally, it was best to avoid it as much as possible. Therefore, he had been thinking about finding a reasonable way to avoid casualties. After thinking about it, the way to solve the problem still fell on the trial takers. When he thought of this, Tang Zhen opened the cornerstone platform and posted a message. The Lord of the Holy Dragon War Zone, Tang Zhen, has now taken control of the Manas Empire's Harvest City. He has also prepared several trial takers to cooperate with each other to fight against 100,000 divine warriors and subsequent enemies. If any trial takers are interested in participating in this war, please arrive at Harvest City within 1 day. It was just a short sentence, but it cost him 100 million points, which was equivalent to the reward for killing a level 7 divine warrior. However, these points were well spent. When the news was released, the participants would see it immediately. If they really wanted to participate, with the speed of a spiritual emperor, they could arrive in 1 day even if they were in the corner of the sky. Tang Zhen was prepared to use these battle points to break the stalemate. As long as the enemies attacking Harvest City were eliminated, they could then chase after the enemy and attack the capital of the Manas Empire. As time passed, the number of cultivators summoned would increase. When the trial takers were united, no country in the world would be able to resist this turbulent torrent. This was also a problem that Tang Zhen had just thought of. Although this trial was to test the strength of the residents in the city, it did not mean that they had to fight on their own. Otherwise, if they were to encounter a strong enemy like the Manas Empire, they would probably be stuck in a quagmire and unable to extricate themselves. Since the rules of the trial allowed it, then what was wrong with working together to benefit each other? After releasing the news, Tang Zhen found Taylor and the others and told them about the matter. If his guess was correct, Taylor and the other trial takers should have seen the news. The purpose of his actions was just to express his attitude of cooperation. As for how sincere this cooperation was, everyone probably knew it in their hearts. Tang Zhen did not discuss with them before releasing the information. This was to avoid useless arguments. With the greed of these trial takers, they would definitely not be willing to give away the fat meat that was already in their mouths. Even if he couldn't swallow it, he didn't want to let others have it. Therefore, Tang Zhen acted first and reported later. Regardless of whether you agree or not, this matter has already become a foregone conclusion. So what if you are unwilling in your heart? Tang Zhen had said before that if he was dissatisfied with something, he could withdraw at any time in order to deal with such a situation. The most important point was that Tang Zhen had taken over Harvest City by himself. Taylor and the others had only played a supporting role, and they had come uninvited to take advantage of the situation. Even though they had formed a so-called alliance, it was only a form. If Tang Zhen insisted on doing something, it was useless even if they wanted to object. As expected, when they saw Tyler and the others again, their expressions were a little unnatural. I'm sure you've all seen the message posted by this Tang. What are your thoughts? Since he had already confirmed that Taylor and the others had seen the information, there was no need for Tang Zhen to repeat it. Instead, he directly asked a question. Sir Tang Zhen, I don't understand. Why would you give away the benefits that you've already obtained? If Tang Zhen had not mentioned this matter, the few trial takers would not have opened their mouths to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Even if they felt depressed in their hearts. However, since he had taken the initiative to mention it, it would not be considered as offending them if they asked. The one who spoke was a xianxia-like cultivator with tentacles as thick as a thumb on his back. Tang Zhen knew that the other party's building was located in a super swamp and could move freely in the mud like an eel. You only see the immediate benefits, but you don't see the hidden dangers and the long-term benefits. Upon hearing Tang Zhen's words, the few trial takers revealed an expression of being all ears. They wanted to hear how Tang Zhen would explain. The number of enemies from the God of War temple has been confirmed. They are several times more than us, and we can't rule out the possibility of more reinforcements. If the nearby sub-temples of the God of War turn out in full force, it is possible for them to double the number of enemies. We can't decide the winner in a single battle against so many enemies. We can only wear them down slowly. It seems like we're the ones benefiting from this. As long as we have enough points, we can summon more residents of the city. But in fact, this is a self-destructive act. It's not easy to cultivate Lu Cheng's cultivators, and there's not an endless number of them. So even if we win in the end, we'll have to pay a painful price. Once the war god temple is determined to fight with us, and they send millions of divine warriors, how many cultivators will they need to summon? What will you do when you have no more Lusheng cultivators to summon? Looking at Taylor and the others who were deep in thought, Tang Zhen sneered and said, the final result is that the enemy will kill all the remaining cultivators in Lusheng, and we can only watch our points decrease until there's nothing left. If that moment really comes, we won't be able to participate in this trial anymore. The trial taker who asked the question first gasped. If things really developed to that stage, they would be the ones who would be dumbfounded. What you said is only a possibility. I don't think it's possible for the war god Hall to do such a thing, another trial taker thought for a moment and said in an uncertain tone. Tang Zhen coldly laughed when he heard this. He used a tone that did not carry a trace of emotion as he said, it's not impossible, but very possible. Our goal is to kill those native gods, and cultivators in Lu Cheng are our weapons. As long as the indigenous gods destroy our weapons, we will be helpless, and the price is just some insignificant believers. If it were you, would you miss such a good opportunity to give the enemy a chance to breathe? Taylor and the others nodded and found that Tang Zhen's words made sense. Those native gods were afraid of the trial takers and didn't dare to show their faces. They could only rely on their divine warriors to fight against the trial takers, and the cultivators in Lusheng City could only watch from the sidelines because of the rules. When the two sides fought in the air, they relied on the divine warriors and cultivators of Lu Cheng. Now that one side had the opportunity to destroy the other's weapon and completely remove the opponent's qualification to participate, the god of war, Antheris, had no reason to miss this opportunity. As for the casualties of the divine warriors, the indigenous gods would not care. Even if they all died, so what? At most, they would just develop a new batch. After mulling over Tang Zhen's words in their hearts, Taylor and the other participants nodded their heads at the same time, acknowledging his words. Then may I ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Sir Tang Zhen, what are the long-term benefits you mentioned? Tang Zhen merely smiled faintly when he heard this, but he did not say anything. The long-term benefits would naturally be to use the general trend to sweep the entire world. However, how to operate it would be a matter between Tang Zhen and his true allies. The few allies in front of him were not qualified to participate in this for the time being. 1562 A war without suspense. 1. Regardless of whether the few participants were willing or not, the matter was developing according to Tang Zhen's plan. After only half an hour or so, the first participant had already arrived at Harvest City and was in front of Tang Zhen. The person who had come was an acquaintance. It was Spirit Emperor Luo Fei. Although Tang Zhen had guessed that she had returned, he did not expect her to come so quickly. Sir Tang Zhen, how have you been? At this time, Luo Fei was in her original appearance. She was tall and beautiful, her blue eyes were shining, and her exquisite armor made her look very heroic. Such a temperament and image were very in line with the aesthetic sense of humans. In the original world, she would definitely be a goddess of Oedipus. Slowly walking in front of Tang Zhen, Luo Fei even used a slightly reproachful tone and said, if you had not released the information, I reckon that we would not have the opportunity to cooperate this time around. Sir Tang Zhen, isn't it unkind of you to treat an old friend like this? Tang Zhen shook his head and said with a smile, why do you say that, Sir Luo Fei? You should know that our cooperation is very pleasant. As long as you ask, how can I refuse? The problem is that you haven't contacted me since the start of the trial. How can I find you? Trial takers were randomly sent to every corner of the world. Other than posting information on the Cornerstone platform, there was no way to determine each other's location. Of course, there was more than one way to contact people. If a Spirit Emperor wanted to find someone, it would not take much effort. In the end, Luo Fei didn't plan to contact Tang Zhen. This was related to her slightly contradictory personality. This woman always wanted to make some achievements, but she seemed to be somewhat inexperienced in dealing with some things. Although the two of them had cooperated before, this situation might not be what Luo Fei wanted. It should be known that in the process of cooperation, Tang Zhen had always been the leader. Luo Fei's role was only to assist. According to Tang Zhen's judgment, Luo Fei definitely had an extraordinary background. With the pride in her heart, she might not be able to endure such a thing. Therefore, she chose to act alone. However, the situation this time was different. Luo Fei had received Tang Zhen's invitation and was very free. Both parties had a pure cooperative relationship. Perhaps this might cause her to be unable to obtain the high points she had obtained during the previous trial mission. However, she would have absolute autonomy and not become Tang Zhen's subordinate. Tang Zhen did not know about the complicated thoughts in Luo Fei's heart. He only knew that he had another helping hand now. If Luo Fei was willing, both parties would have the opportunity to cooperate in the future. Luo Fei was only the first trial taker to arrive. It did not take long for more trial takers to arrive. They were all near the Mana's empire and had come as soon as they saw the message. Who would let go of such a good opportunity to earn points? As time slowly passed, more and more trial takers came to Harvest City. By the time the last moment arrived, more than 30 trial takers had gathered in Harvest City. With the existence of these trial takers, victory was in the bag. Time was of the essence. When they arrived at Harvest City, the trial takers began to summon their subordinates. Mysterious space-time tunnels appeared, and all kinds of cultivators stepped into the land. Due to their different races, the cultivators in the buildings had different appearances. They were all fully armed and looked like demonic gods. The residents of Harvest City were terrified. In their eyes, these cultivators were the legendary monsters and ghosts, each of them extremely ferocious. They had first destroyed their own home, and now they had gathered here. Who knew what they were up to? Don't tell me these guys are going to eat us. The residents of Harvest City were very nervous. They all hid in their homes, afraid that they would be noticed by the cultivators in the city and become their food. The residents of Harvest City watched their surroundings in fear while thinking about how to escape from this terrifying city. However, they obviously thought too much, because the cultivators of Lusheng City had chosen to ignore them from the beginning. As long as the residents of Harvest City didn't seek death, no cultivators of Lusheng City would pay attention to them. Most of the enemies who died at the hands of the cultivators in Lucheng were evenly matched. As for the casualties of ordinary people, it was something inevitable in the invasion war. As groups of cultivators arrived in Harvest City, the total number of cultivators in Lusheng City had reached nearly 200,000. In this case, taking the initiative to attack had become the most urgent thing for the trial takers. As the instigator of this operation, Tang Zhen would naturally follow the choice of the trial takers. When everything was ready, he directly gave the order to attack. The 200,000 cultivators in the building advanced side by side, and the dense figures almost covered the entire earth. There were also many figures in the sky, almost blocking the entire sky, so that even the sun couldn't shine down. As the cultivators in Lusheng City launched their attack, the war god temple also received the news. The divine warriors gathered in the nearby cities immediately got ready to face the enemy. A battle of this scale had never occurred since the beginning of the battle, so many obscure eyes in the void were watching the earth, trying to see which side would win this war. The location of the battle was chosen to be on a flat piece of land. The fragile green seedlings were trampled into mud. The two sides approached the center and finally met. One side was destined to be destroyed. The moment the two sides met, it was the moment the war began. Earth-shattering battle cries rang out as the two armies clashed like tidal waves. The earth also began to turn muddy from the blood. The two sides fought endlessly in the air and on the ground, while the trial takers were in the air, remotely controlling this extremely fierce battle. How is it? Did you sense the aura of the aboriginal gods? Several trial takers had been scanning the void with their mind power, trying to find the traces of the indigenous gods, with a look of unwillingness. In fact, almost all the trial takers present were doing the same thing. However, this group of native gods was extremely cunning. No matter how the trial takers searched, they could not find any clues. However, these guys could hide for a while, but they could not hide forever. As the trial takers gradually took control of this world, no matter how well the indigenous gods hid, they would eventually give themselves away. The war was still going on. The cultivators in Lu City, who had all kinds of advantages, were devouring the enemy camp at a rapid speed, gradually breaking the camp of more than 100,000 divine warriors into pieces. Compared to the cultivators of Lusheng who had conquered countless plains and were good at fighting, these divine warriors were like new soldiers on the battlefield. They were suppressed from the beginning. Even with the support of faith, when death really came, these divine warriors would collapse in a very short time. When an area was defeated and the cultivators of Lusheng charged into the core, it immediately caused a chain reaction. As if a few pillars that maintained stability were removed, it immediately caused the entire building to collapse. As the first divine warrior broke down and fled, the second and third appeared one after another. Following that, groups of divine warriors dropped their weapons and ran for their lives towards the other side of the battlefield. Even the messengers of God from the war god shrine were surrounded by the cultivators of Lu Cheng. In the blink of an eye, many messengers of God were killed. They're just a bunch of useless chickens and dogs. They can't even withstand a single blow. Taylor and the other trial takers were depressed when they saw this. It was a humiliation to be suppressed by such an opponent. However, that was then and this was now. Back when they were fighting alone, even if they gave it their all, they could not compete with the divine warriors in terms of numbers and levels. But now, with the many trial takers joining forces, the divine warriors were the weaker side. At this moment, there was no longer any suspense to the outcome of this war. 1563 The sacrifice of the war won. When the madly jumping battle points finally stopped increasing, it also meant the end of this war. The 100,000 divine warriors, who had come with great momentum, were now completely silent. The crops on the ground had long disappeared, and in their place were countless corpses, completely covering the blood-red soil. Most of the bodies were divine warriors, but there were also bodies of cultivators from Lu Cheng. Even though the cultivators in Lusheng City had the absolute advantage, casualties were still inevitable. At this moment, the cultivators of Lusheng City who had just experienced a bloody battle were wandering around the bloody battlefield, killing the enemies who were struggling on the brink of death with their sabers, and at the same time, helping their injured companions up and treating them. As for the bodies of the cultivators who had died in battle, each tower had its own way of dealing with them. Some were buried directly, some were dissolved in fire, and some were brought back to their homes for burial. As long as it was a war, casualties were inevitable. The cultivators in Lu Cheng had long been used to this. However, when they looked at the bodies of their comrades, whom they had spent days and nights with, they still felt an unspeakable sadness and grief. Tang Zhen, who was in the sky above the battlefield, softly sighed. He casually summoned the reincarnation mirror. The overseer's figure appeared. He had a serious expression on his face, completely different from his usual flattering image. Without Tang Zhen's instructions, the guards began to search for the souls of the cultivators in the sacred dragon battlefront and sent them into the reincarnation mirror. Perhaps this was the reason why Tang Zhen had always been working hard to repair the reincarnation mirror. If the Holy Dragon City encountered another irresistible disaster, the souls of the residents in the city would also have a place to rest. The seemingly unremarkable reincarnation mirror actually had heaven-defying abilities. The spirit body would be able to pass through the initial awakening period. After its memory was restored, it could use the reincarnation mirror's special characteristics to increase the strength of its spirit. When the time was right, it could be reborn in a new body. The reincarnation mirror, the soul transfer array, and the unknown phone were all the trump cards that Tang Zhen had used to rise in the tower world. When the other cultivators saw this scene, their reactions were different, but most of them were envious. They could vaguely guess the function of the reincarnation mirror. If they had such a divine weapon in their hands, they would be able to collect the souls of the cultivators in Lusheng who had died in the battle, so that they would not disappear from the world. It was not easy to train the cultivators in a city. Which city with millions of cultivators had not experienced countless bloody storms before reaching its glorious achievements? In this process, the cultivators of the city had to sacrifice themselves, which was why they were the foundation of the city. However, as long as these spirit emperors were willing, they could also open up a special space and store the spirit bodies of the dead cultivators in it, then release them again when the time was right. As for how to resurrect these cultivators, they could only rely on their own means. Just as the overseer was busy with his work, Luo Fei's figure appeared in front of him. At the same time, she was staring at the reincarnation mirror. Sir Tang Zhen, I wonder if you can gather all the residents of Lusheng who have died in battle. If you can help, I will definitely reward you generously. Her cultivators had also suffered some losses. Although they knew that death was inevitable, it would be great if they could make up for it. It was a pity that she didn't have any means to collect souls, otherwise, she wouldn't have to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For help. Since you've asked, This Tang naturally has no reason to refuse. It's just a matter of convenience anyway. Tang Zhen nodded. With the near-infinite space in the reincarnation mirror, he didn't care if he took in more of Lu Cheng's spirits. In turn, it would bring more benefits to the reincarnation mirror. Compared to ordinary spirit bodies, the spirit bodies of cultivators in Lu Cheng undoubtedly had more condensed mental power. If they wanted to, they could also be reincarnated in the illusory world to temper their own souls. If Lu Cheng could complete this step, his future cultivation path would undoubtedly be smoother. Of course, Tang Zhen did not explain these things to Luo Fei. What he had to do was to temporarily take in these spirit bodies for Luo Fei. He would pass them to the other party when the right opportunity arose. As for how Luffy would be dealt with, it had nothing to do with him. After this battle, the trial takers had all obtained a large number of points. This made them very enthusiastic and they requested to continue the pursuit. This was part of the plan. The cultivators in Lusheng City basically didn't need any logistics supplies and could enter new battles at any time. As for the corpses left on the battlefield, the cultivators in Lu Cheng didn't need to care about them. After they left, the relatives of these divine warriors would come and collect them. The cultivators who had just obtained a large number of points began to summon madly again. In a short time, countless cultivators from Lusheng City joined the mighty army. As expected, as the war went on, as long as the cultivators in Lusheng City were not too unlucky, they would have more and more subordinates. In the end, they could destroy a city and a country by themselves. With the end of the battle, the war god's main temple in Manas immediately fell into a panic. In order to deal with the cultivators of Harvest City, the main god's palace had mobilized almost all the elites of the nearby cities in an attempt to achieve success in one fell swoop. They had thought that such a large number of troops would be enough to wipe out all the cultivators in Harvest City. Who would have thought that the plan could not keep up with the changes? Before the divine warriors could launch an attack, the trial takers had already rushed over. The number of cultivators in Lu City had also far exceeded the expectations of the main god palace. They had thought that there would only be tens of thousands of people at most, but who would have thought that the final number would exceed 200,000? As soon as they received the news, the main temple called for an emergency meeting. At first, they were in a heated debate. Some people suggested that they should avoid the confrontation. According to the war god temple's understanding of the cultivators of Lu Cheng, the divine warriors were no match for them in a one-on-one fight, not to mention that the number of divine warriors was almost double. If the 100,000 divine warriors were to fight Lu Cheng's cultivators, they would be doomed. However, there were still some people who firmly opposed the retreat, claiming that if they showed weakness this time, it would only make the enemy more arrogant. Moreover, the war between the two sides was inevitable. Even if they lost this war, the cultivators in Lu Cheng would definitely suffer heavy losses. The cultivators of Lusheng were considered to be invaders from the outside world. Although they were powerful, there were bound to be more restrictions when fighting in a foreign land. If the losses were too great, the cultivators of Lusheng would not be able to bear it. On the other hand, the war god temple had been established for many years and had trained up to 1,000,000 divine warriors. Although the good and bad were mixed, they were confident that they would not lose to the cultivators in the city in terms of numbers. After a series of arguments, the Master God Palace finally made up their mind to sacrifice the 100,000 divine warriors to fight the cultivators in Lusheng City. The divine warriors that were preparing to attack Harvest City didn't know that while they were gathering together in high spirits and preparing to fight to protect the glory of the god of war, the main temple behind them had already treated them as sacrifices. Until the moment before the battle began, they still didn't know the exact number of cultivators in Lu Cheng and still thought that they had the absolute advantage. However, when they saw the cultivators of Lusheng coming at them like a huge wave, the divine warriors were shocked and bitter. They knew that they must have been abandoned by the war god temple. Otherwise, with such a large number of enemies and the cultivators in Lusheng City not hiding, how could the commander-in-chief not have received the information? The hot blood in their hearts began to cool down. Some people wanted to withdraw from this war. Although they were the defenders of the glory of the god of war, they also had loved ones to protect and did not want to make unnecessary sacrifices. However, it was impossible for them to retreat now. As long as someone dared to turn around, the supervisory division would immediately raise their butcher's knife. These supervisors were all fanatical believers of the god of war, Antis. They were the kind that would not hesitate to give up their lives at any time. Before the main temple gave the order to retreat, they would all carry out the task of supervising the battle without any mercy. There was not much time to think before the war broke out. On the battlefield, the divine warriors fell one after another in pools of blood. At the same time, it was the prelude to the fall of the Mana's Empire. 1564 Milo's city wall, one Mana's Empire, outside of Milo. As the news of war god Hall's defeat spread, the entire city was filled with sobs. It was as if the entire city was shrouded in dark clouds. Many of the families of the divine warriors ignored the advice and secretly went to the location of the battle, trying to find their bodies that had been abandoned in the wilderness. There were also some citizens who chose to move to avoid the disaster. Unfortunately, the war god temple had already sealed the city gates and forbade people from entering or leaving. They were afraid that the scale of the chaos would expand, and Milo City would collapse on its own without being attacked. With no hope of escape, the citizens who were forced to stay could only hide in their homes and tremble. However, most of the citizens were in a wait-and-see state. As the saying goes, it's difficult to leave one's homeland. The family business that they had accumulated in their lives was here, so how could it be abandoned just because they wanted to? They would not give up easily until the last moment. After receiving the news of their defeat, the guards of the sub-hall of the god of war in Milo gave an order to gather all the divine warriors who could participate in the battle. As long as they could lift their swords, they were not allowed to run away. At the same time, Milo had been sending messages to the main temple, hoping to get support from the main temple. Who would have thought that after sending dozens of distress messages, all he got was a single message from the main god hall, which was to defend the city to the death and wait for reinforcements to arrive. As for when the reinforcements would arrive and how many troops there were, he didn't mention a word. Those with discerning eyes could tell that the main temple was just being perfunctory. Perhaps, just like the 100,000 divine warriors who were sacrificed earlier, Milo was also a target to delay the speed of the cultivators in the city. With this buffer period, War God Temple could mobilize more troops to engage in a new battle with the cultivators of Lusheng. However, even if he could see through it, so what? In this turbulent whirlpool, everything was beyond his control, and he couldn't even think about escaping. The more one understood, the more trouble one would have. It was better for the divine warriors who did not know the inside story to be filled with hot blood and vow to kill the enemy to defend the honor of the god of war. Standing on the city wall, one could see that the army of cultivators had already swept over and covered the wilderness outside the city. They were like surging waves, each wave higher than the last. Looking closely at the cultivators in the city, they were all fully armed and full of killing intent. They looked like evil ghosts that had crawled out of hell. One look at them was enough to make people shiver. The total number of such iron-blooded cultivators had already exceeded 400,000, and it was just a little bit away from reaching 500,000. After a great victory, the number of cultivators in Lucheng had doubled again. Perhaps it would not take long for them to break the 1 million mark. The divine warriors in charge of guarding the city trembled at the sight of the sea of people. They had never seen such a terrifying scene. With so many cultivators in the city, they could drown in their saliva. Some time ago, in order to deal with the cultivators in Lusheng, the elite forces of the nearby sub-temple of the god of war had been transferred away. Now, most of the divine warriors in charge of guarding the city were old, weak, and disabled, who were not above level 3. These divine warriors had either never participated in actual combat or had retired and returned home to recuperate. However, at that moment, they were all standing on the city wall, becoming part of the defensive camp. The commander glanced at his men and sighed in his heart. Using such an incomplete formation to fight against the cultivators of Lucheng, who were full of morale, was no different from courting death. However, he had no choice now. He could either die here or surrender in humiliation and let the enemy decide his life and death. As a devout believer of the god of war, the commander had never thought of betraying his faith, even in the face of the threat of death. "Uncle, are we really going to fight the extraterrestrial demons? What's going on?" A young man with a childlike face asked the divine warrior beside him as he looked away from the enemy camp. His eyes were filled with unconcealable fear and sorrow, and his legs were trembling uncontrollably, as if he was bearing a weight that he couldn't bear at his age. He was still a minor and was only chosen to enter the war god temple because of his outstanding talent. He had just been promoted to a level 1 divine warrior a few days ago. Under normal circumstances, he would have a glorious life waiting for him in the future. However, With the appearance of Liu Cheng's cultivators, everything had become a bubble. Like the other divine warriors, the young man was wearing a worn-out leather armor and holding a rusty sword in his hand. He was waiting for the arrival of the war with a heart full of suffering. Even though his heart was filled with fear, the young man still did not dare to escape the city wall. Otherwise, what awaited him and his family would be the cruelest punishment. Hearing the young man's question, a white-haired old man beside him smiled and patted the young man's shoulder. He said in a heavy tone, "Don't be afraid. This is our mission. From the day we became divine warriors, we have to be prepared to sacrifice ourselves to defend the honor of the god of war." The young man nodded and bit his lips tightly. He said in an unwilling tone, "But I don't want to die yet, I really don't want to die." There were so many enemies, but there were only so many divine warriors guarding the city. The difference in strength between the two sides was so great that it would be a miracle to win. His tightly clenched fists were constantly trembling, proving how unsettled the young man was. The old man sighed and looked at the young man who was about the same age as his grandson. He lowered his voice and said, "If you really get into a fight, remember not to leave the party. You'll only die faster that way. If the situation doesn't look good, find a corpse and hide under it." The old man couldn't bear to see the young man die meaninglessly, and he was old, so the possibility of him living on the battlefield was very low. The old man didn't care about his own life and death. He was only worried about his family, afraid that the cultivators in the building would kill the ordinary people as well. Before they knew it, the cultivators of the city tower had already advanced to the front of Milo. The cultivators on the ground and in the air had gathered together, forming an impenetrable wall that gave the divine warriors guarding the city an indescribable and terrifying pressure. The next wave of attacks would break through the defense of the city wall and kill all the divine warriors who tried to resist. However, the cultivators of Liu Cheng didn't act immediately. Instead, they sent one of them to the top of the city and said in a cold voice, "All divine warriors, listen up. You only have one choice now, and that is to put down your weapons and surrender. Those who surrender must give up their faith, extract the divine power in their bodies, and hand over all their weapons and equipment. If you try to resist, the only outcome is death." Hearing the cultivators' words, the divine warriors on the wall looked at each other. A spark seemed to appear in their dead eyes, and then it started to burn. He had heard from the commander that the otherworldly demons never wanted prisoners. As long as they were divine warriors, they would not be able to escape death. Since that was the case, what was the difference between surrendering or not? It was better to have a grand battle and step over the enemy's corpses to die. However, when they heard that surrendering could save them from death, even the most determined divine warrior wavered and his eyes sparkled. Seeing this, the commander immediately pulled out his saber and pointed it at the cultivators in front of him. He roared, "Don't be fooled by the extraterrestrial devils, everybody. They are just trying to reduce our losses and deceive us into surrendering. Even if we surrender, we won't be able to escape death, brothers. As long as we can hold on until the reinforcements from the Master God's palace arrive, we will definitely win." Hearing the commander's roar, the divine warriors who wanted to surrender hesitated. They were afraid that the commander was telling the truth. If that happened, they would be sending their necks to be chopped off. The cultivator in charge of persuading the commander to surrender sneered and pointed at the commander, "Do I even need a strategy to kill you useless people? Since you don't want to surrender, you can die first." As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of light flew out. Immediately after, the commander's body went soft, and his head with a shocked look shot up into the sky. 1565 Persuading people to surrender is better than killing one. Looking at the headless bodies on the ground, the divine warriors on the city wall panicked. The battle had not even begun, and the commander had been easily killed by the enemy. How were they going to fight the next battle? According to the usual practice on the battlefield, someone would take over the commander's duties, and there would be a new successor after the successor died in battle. However, this kind of thing was a huge blow to morale. The courage of a general, the little bit of confidence that he had built up with great difficulty, might completely collapse because of this matter. The Holy Dragon City cultivator who was in charge of persuading the soldiers to surrender made use of this point to completely shatter the last bit of hesitation in the hearts of the soldiers of Milo. "I'll give you 30 breaths of time. If you still don't surrender, I'll kill you all." Hearing the cold words of the Holy Dragon City's cultivators, the divine warriors who were still in shock and hesitation did not dare to hesitate. They threw away their weapons one after another. Not everyone was willing to surrender. The divine warriors who were loyal to the war god temple waved their weapons and shouted at their surroundings. Some of them even swung their swords at their own companions. Their faces were filled with madness, and even though they were badly mutilated by the blades, they continued to roar until they finally died. The entire city was in a mess. People were screaming and falling to the ground, but most of them were loyal to the war god temple. The majority of the divine warriors chose to surrender. The young man and the old man were also among those who had surrendered. The two of them stood back to back with expressions of having just survived a disaster. The cultivators of Lusheng watched this scene coldly from the sky outside the city. It was as if they were watching a battle between ants, as if all of this had nothing to do with them. Just as the two sides were engaged in a heated battle, the cultivator in charge of persuading them to surrender waved his hand again, and his voice could be heard throughout the entire city. Those who surrender, kneel on the ground. Those who don't surrender, kill them immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, the cultivators of Lu City, who had been waiting in the air for a long time, rushed to various positions in Milo City like a rain of arrows. They raised their swords and cut down the divine warriors who were still resisting. In less than a minute, all the resistance forces were annihilated. The residents of Milo looked at the cultivators flying in the sky and were so scared that they hid in their homes, not even daring to breathe. After taking control of Milo, the surrendered captives were gathered together and walked into a special room one after another. When they came out again, the divine power on their bodies had disappeared without a trace. Feeling the familiar extraordinary power disappear from their bodies, the divine warriors were dismissed and sent home, but their hearts were filled with sorrow. Luo Fei, who was sitting on the chair, frowned as she looked at the divine warriors who had lost their souls. She turned to Tang Zhen and said, "I still think it's unnecessary. Since you can get points by killing them directly, why do you have to go through so much trouble?" Before attacking Milo, Tang Zhen suddenly announced that he would conduct an experiment to see if he could obtain the points rewarded by the cornerstone platform without killing the divine warriors. For this reason, Tang Zhen had specially designed and manufactured an absorption device. As long as a cultivator entered it, the energy stored in their body would be completely absorbed, and they would become an ordinary person through and through. This was the technology of the Terobo people. It had long been deciphered by the researchers of the Holy Dragon City, but it had not been widely used. After absorbing the divine power from the divine warrior's body, the divine power would be handed over to the cornerstone platform to exchange for the battle achievement points awarded by the cornerstone platform. Including Luo Fei, more than one participant felt that Tang Zhen's actions were unnecessary. However, his special identity was there. As the commander of this army, no one would not give him face because of such a small matter. The matter of the experiment was settled just like that. Before attacking Milo, the cultivators of Lu City had already taken down 2 cities in a row. Basically, they were mainly trying to intimidate and force them to surrender. The energy collected from the divine warrior was also recognized by the cornerstone platform, which was no different from killing the divine warrior directly. The facts had proven that Tang Zhen's experiment was a success. However, there were still some trial takers who felt that this method was too unpleasant. They still preferred to finish off their opponents in a clean and direct manner. Even if Tang Zhen would split the battle points equally, it would be difficult to dispel their thoughts. There were even some trial takers who secretly laughed at Tang Zhen, thinking that he was too soft-hearted. One must know that no matter which dimensional war it was, there would always be an uncountable number of casualties. No one would take it to heart. Tang Zhen's actions were extremely out of place. No wonder he was criticized by the trial takers. When this news reached Tang Zhen's ears, he merely smiled and did not give any further explanation. Tang Zhen simply did not care about what those trial takers thought. Only the heavens knew how long they would be working together. There were some things that only needed to be known by his own people. By the time they came back to their senses, it would be too late to regret. However, when Luo Fei also had some opinions on this matter, Tang Zhen could no longer remain silent. It must be known that Luo Fei's role was indispensable in the next operation. In addition to Luo Fei, there were a few other trial takers like Tyler. They were all partners that he felt could cooperate with after observing them for a while. "Do you really think that I'm doing something unnecessary, or that I'm just being too soft-hearted and wasting time, like what others say?" Luo Fei shook her head. She knew that Tang Zhen would not do things without a reason. However, she really could not understand his current actions. you should know that as long as there is war, casualties cannot be avoided. What I need to do now is to try my best to avoid my own casualties. Not only do we have to increase our income, but we also have to cut down on our expenses at the same time. Only then will we be able to accumulate more battle points. Tang Zhen pointed at the divine warriors who had lost their wits and spoke in a faint tone. For example, in the attack on Milo this time, we did not have any casualties at all. It was just that it would take some time to extract the divine power. But is that really the case? Could it be that fighting will save time, and at the same time, points will be deducted if there are casualties? In comparison, I still think that persuading them to surrender is more appropriate. Seeing that Luo Fei still had a disapproving expression, Tang Zhen shook his head and could only continue to explain, think about it. When the news about us spreads, those enemies who think they are not a match for us will surrender. That way, they can avoid death, and at the same time, it won't affect our gain of battle merits. One city can save us a lot of points. What about 10 cities? What if we sweep the world later? Compared to the other participants, we're definitely making a profit. Isn't that an advantage? Luo Fei revealed a pensive expression. Although Tang Zhen's words seemed to be very reasonable, she did not think that doing so would save many points. However, since Tang Zhen insisted, Luo Fei did not have any objections. After all, from the looks of the current situation, their benefits were not much worse than the other participants. Luo Fei thought for a while and reminded Tang Zhen in a low voice, after we take down Milo, I think more trial takers will leave. Now, each of them has more than 10,000 subordinates. They can attack a city by themselves. They'll feel like they're at a disadvantage if we split the battle merits evenly. They'll definitely choose to leave. Tang Zhen shook his head. If they want to leave, then they can leave. There's no need to pay attention to them at all. However, I have a few candidates here. You can take some time to contact them and see if there's any possibility of cooperation. Sophie nodded. She was very supportive of this. After tasting the benefits of cooperation, she was not willing to fight alone anymore. 1566 The trial takers going crazy. After the battle in Milo ended, the participants bid their farewells. After a few battles, the trial takers had a large number of subordinates that they could use. Under the circumstances of choosing the best among the best, these elite-level cultivators were enough. As long as each of them took down a few more cities, the cultivators could completely sweep the world and be invincible all the way. Even the other strong countries in the world might not be a match for the cultivators of Lusheng. It was only a matter of time before they took control of the world. Tang Zhen had long expected this day. Therefore, he appeared very indifferent. It wasn't difficult to meet again. Tang Zhen bid farewell to these trial takers and then parted ways. Other than one person who chose to leave, the rest of the trial takers who had asked Luo Fei to contact earlier decided to continue working with Tang Zhen. They were very confident in Tang Zhen. They believed that this warzone lord, who had occupied the first place in the trial twice in a row, should be able to bring them to obtain more battle points. This was like an investment. It would not be worse, but it might be better. Why not try it? After the few participants gathered together, Tang Zhen did not say any unnecessary words. He only told them that as long as they summoned a few more waves of Lu Cheng's cultivators, their battle achievement points would not need to continue to be used. This was naturally a good thing. However, Taylor and the rest were still a little doubtful. Could it be that things would really go as smoothly as Tang Zhen had expected? As the cultivators of Lusheng continued to fight in the Mana's empire, cities were taken over one after another, and countless divine warriors were killed on the battlefield. According to the people of the Mana's empire, these extraterrestrial demons left nothing behind wherever they passed. Every time they broke through a city, they would start a bloody massacre. Some people had spread the news that the cultivators in Lusheng had been demonized, and the citizens of Mana's empire had a common enemy. Since he would die whether he surrendered or not, why did he surrender? He might as well fight to the death with the extraterrestrial demons. This way, he would die with some dignity. However, under such circumstances, a piece of news spread rapidly, causing a great uproar. It turned out that there was an army of otherworldly demons that would persuade the divine warriors to surrender before each attack. As long as the divine warriors chose to surrender and no longer believed in the god of war, they would be spared from death. The only price they had to pay was to lose their original divine power and become an ordinary person. Although it sounded a little hard to accept, it was nothing compared to losing his life. However, There were also rumors that even though divine warriors had their divine power absorbed, they still had a physique that was far beyond that of ordinary people. After learning the body training technique taught by the extraterrestrial demon, they could possess powerful martial arts without borrowing divine power. This new profession was known as the pugilist. As long as one worked hard, their future achievements would definitely far surpass that of the divine warriors, who could only rely on absorbing divine power. Some of them even had the talent to become mages and successfully became mages with extraordinary powers. Their attacks were even stronger than divine warriors. It was not until this moment that people realized that the sorcerer profession, which had been discriminated against, had also burst out with incredible potential under the influence of the extraterrestrial demons. Moreover, it was still growing. After confirming this news, the happiest people were undoubtedly the roaming wizards. It was as if they had been given a new life. They set off on their journey one after another in an attempt to follow the footsteps of Tang Zhen and the others. If surrendering and not killing allowed the divine warriors to see a glimmer of hope, then the new way of cultivation allowed them to find a new path of cultivation, and they no longer needed to put an extra layer of shackles on themselves. From now on, the native gods would no longer be able to control the way to obtain extraordinary power, because people had new choices. The invasion of the cultivators in the city had completely changed the structure of the entire world. This was not the first time such a thing had happened. Perhaps it would continue to happen in other planes for a long time in the future. By the time the news that was deliberately spread reached a level where everyone knew, the things that Tang Zhen had been planning finally had results. As he led the army of cultivators, more and more divine warriors surrendered. When the army arrived at the city, there were few battles. Most of the time, the enemy surrendered. They had no choice but to surrender. First of all, there were many cultivators in Lucheng. Even though the other participants had left, Tang Zhen and the others still had more than 200,000 people. This was a number that would make most enemies feel despair. Other than the imperial capital, there was no other city in the Mana's empire that could gather such a number of legions. There was one more thing that Tang Zhen did not expect. After these divine warriors surrendered, most of them did not choose to leave. Instead, they hoped to obtain the cultivation method to obtain extraordinary power. As he watched the number of people following the army increase, Tang Zhen simply added another condition to the conditions of persuading the divine warriors to surrender. Any divine warrior who surrendered would be able to get a new cultivation technique for free. Although this was only the most basic version, under the research and exploration of the native cultivators, it would definitely be gradually perfected and evolved to a higher level. As a result, a large group of troops slowly appeared behind the army led by Tang Zhen. They followed the movements of the Lucheng cultivators and found an opportunity to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For advice from them, they were all ordinary people who had lost their extraordinary powers. The cultivators of Lucheng did not care about them following them. As long as the other party paid a sufficient price, there would still be cultivators of Lucheng who were willing to make some extra money. By the time Tang Zhen and the others were about to reach the capital of the Mana's empire, the number of people following behind them had already reached close to 1 million. They stretched for hundreds of miles, and the spectacular scene was enough to be unforgettable for anyone who saw it. The trial takers quickly discovered a strange thing. While most of the trial takers' points were rising and falling, there were 5 trial takers whose points were constantly rising and not falling. They quickly surpassed all the trial takers and firmly occupied the first place. The participant in first place was precisely Tang Zhen, who had occupied the top spot of the trials point leaderboard twice in a row and was once again ranked first in this mission. Some time ago, when they saw Tang Zhen fall from the top, those trial takers were still gloating over his misfortune. They thought that Tang Zhen had encountered an accident, which was why his points had dropped so quickly. In this kind of competition, once the ranking dropped, it would be very difficult to return to the original position. Many trial takers thought that Tang Zhen was destined to have no fate with the first rank. Some of the trial takers who had a grudge against Tang Zhen secretly heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts as they mocked him. However, reality had ruthlessly slapped them in the face. Just when the trial takers thought that Tang Zhen was going to be crippled, he had actually used a method that caused everyone to be dumbstruck and led his collaborator to rush up to the top of the list. Looking at the skyrocketing battle achievement points after a period of time, the cultivators felt as if they had eaten Chinese gold thread, and their hearts were filled with unspeakable bitterness. They really couldn't understand why Tang Zhen and the others, points only increased and not decreased. Could it be that they didn't need to summon the cultivators in the city? After asking around carefully, they finally knew how Tang Zhen had managed to do this. They were greatly enlightened, but at the same time, they were also extremely envious in their hearts. If divine warriors surrendered to them wherever they went, wouldn't their points keep increasing? At the same time, they wouldn't have to use up too much of their points. Unfortunately, they were different from Tang Zhen. Due to the requirements of the trial, the fierce reputation of the extraterrestrial demons had long spread. These trial takers had no means of extracting divine power and could only rely on killing and destroying to obtain battle achievement points. As time passed, the resistance the cultivators encountered became more and more tenacious. This caused the losses of the cultivators in Lucheng to become more and more serious. They had no choice but to use their battle merits to summon them again. At this moment, when they looked at Tang Zhen, who had a carefree expression as he earned battle points, the cultivators were so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. They were all cultivators, but why was the difference between them so great? This was especially the case for those cultivators who had grudges with Tang Zhen, as well as those who faintly saw Tang Zhen as the biggest threat. All of their faces were as black as the bottom of a pot, and they looked as if they were about to kill someone. 1567. A higher goal. Of course, the most depressed ones were the trial takers who had worked with Tang Zhen for a short time back then. In the end, they parted ways. Back then, they thought that Tang Zhen was too soft-hearted and had wasted his precious time on some divine power extraction. It was truly ridiculous. The other reason was that he thought that he had already grown his wings and didn't need to share the points with others. How could he enjoy it alone? The saying, being too smart for your own good, was precisely used to describe these self-righteous trial takers. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. At this moment, if they were to find Tang Zhen to cooperate again, it was likely that no one would be able to pull down their face. Even if he did not care about his face, it was impossible for Tang Zhen to agree for others to join. After all, he had already given them the opportunity. It was just that they did not cherish it. The opportunity was fleeting. If he couldn't grasp it, it would be useless even if he regretted it. Luo Fei had been in a good mood for the past 2 days. She had watched her battle points increase rapidly, but she did not need to waste much effort at all. Where could she find such a good thing? Originally, she was still suspicious of Tang Zhen's actions. However, the facts proved that she was the same as those trial takers who had left. She simply did not see how many benefits this would bring. Perhaps, Tang Zhen's explanation had already made things clear. However, he still did not have much confidence. The divine warriors' performance had indeed exceeded the expectations of the trial takers, such as Luffy and Tyler, and they were pleasantly surprised. In the end, such a situation occurred because of the weakness of human nature. No one would choose to die when there was still hope of living. Compared to the other trial takers who were exterminated, Tang Zhen, who accepted the surrender and was given a cultivation technique, was undoubtedly extremely special. He was also more easily accepted by the native cultivators. The other was herd mentality. Since the others could surrender, why couldn't he? Since so many have surrendered, I'm sure I'll be one of them. When people around them decided to surrender, those who had this mentality would not hesitate for too long. They would take the initiative to join, or half refuse, but they would still join in the end. The trial takers did not know that Tang Zhen was not only persuading the divine warriors to surrender and giving them new hope. At the same time, he would also secretly select the divine warriors who had surrendered and give the chosen ones generous rewards. He would let them sneak into the various cities in front of them to constantly promote and guide them. The cities that were captured would surrender smoothly, and the contributions of these spies could not be ignored. She glanced at the rankings on the cornerstone platform and suddenly frowned. She found that another trial taker had caught up to them, and it had been a long time. She was curious about how he did it, so she contacted some acquaintances through special means. Soon, she got a shocking piece of news. She could no longer care about enjoying the food. Luo Fei directly teleported to the outside of Tang Zhen's car and sent out an invitation to talk. Tang Zhen, who was doing an experiment in the car, received the prompt and asked Luo Fei to wait for a moment. After he finished the work at hand, he stepped out of the modified mobile laboratory. After seeing Tang Zhen come out, Luo Fei immediately said, "Did you notice that there's a trial taker chasing after us on the leaderboard?" Tang Zhen glanced at the points ranking when he heard this. He nodded and asked, I saw it. Is there anything wrong? Of course it's not right. Do you know how he did it? Frowning slightly, Tang Zhen said with a smile, don't tell me he's using the same methods as us to persuade people to surrender and extract their divine power. Murphy nodded with a grave expression. He was obviously worried that the other party's points would surpass his. Don't worry. Even if he has mastered the method of extracting divine power, he is definitely not as efficient as us. Haven't you seen it carefully? Although his ranking is high, his total points are still far behind us. Luo Fei took another look when she heard this. Only then did she realize that the truth was indeed as Tang Zhen had said. The other party's points were still a long way from the 6th place. The gap between them was even greater than Tang Zhen's. The reason why he could be ranked high was actually because he was a general in his eyes. After realizing this and hearing Tang Zhen's explanation, Luo Fei's suspended heart was at ease. However, she immediately asked, is this method of extracting divine power complicated? Will it be mastered by more trial takers? After pondering for a moment, Tang Zhen used a certain tone and said, don't underestimate the spiritual emperors. As long as they study it carefully, they can definitely grasp it. It's just that they don't have the same efficiency as us. Seeing that Luo Fei still had an unwilling expression, Tang Zhen smiled and said, don't worry. After all, there are only a few people who can do this. Even if they can't surpass us. When all the cultivators in Lu City master this technique, the trial test will be coming to an end. When he said this, Tang Zhen looked in the direction of the Mana's capital. After observing for a while, he then said in a low voice, compared to the battle points from the divine warriors, I'm more concerned about the native gods. They are the real fat sheep. Luo Fei's beautiful eyes flashed. She seemed to have understood something as she looked at Tang Zhen. Her tone carried a trace of excitement. Do you already have a way to deal with the aboriginal deities? Can you tell me? Tang Zhen's expression was a little stiff. At this moment, Luo Fei's performance did not seem like that of a spirit emperor. She was clearly a little woman who was extremely competitive and wanted to show off. He wondered what kind of city could cultivate such a special spiritual emperor. Although Luo Fei's performance seemed to be somewhat profound, he had worked with her many times. Even if he told her in advance, it would be fine. He believed that with her character, she would definitely not tell anyone. Shaking his head with a chuckle, Tang Zhen gestured for Luo Fei to get into the car and slowly told her his plan. Ever since he had obtained the Wilderness God's demoplane, Tang Zhen had gone there more than once. He had tried to use this demoplane as a foundation to use his mind power to search for other demoplanes. Those aboriginal deities who had never shown their faces were definitely hiding there. Once Tang Zhen discovered them and locked onto them, they would not be able to escape even if they wanted to. It wasn't that the native gods liked to stay in the half-plane, but that they couldn't move freely in the ordinary material plane like the cultivators in Lucheng, even if they had the power to destroy the world. This was the foundation of the world of Lusheng. To be able to do this, it meant absolute strength. Therefore, these native gods could only hide in the interdimensional space. As soon as their true bodies arrived, they would immediately trigger a series of reactions, which was equivalent to telling everyone that they had arrived. This was a very dangerous thing. Not only did he have to bear the backlash of rule force, but he could also easily be attacked by his enemies. A reckless person like the Wilderness God was indeed very rare among the aboriginal deities. Perhaps it was because he had killed several aboriginal deities in the past that he had become blindly confident. He didn't know what kind of monster Tang Zhen was. In the end, the death of the Wilderness God made the other aboriginal gods even more alert, and they hid even more. However, Tang Zhen had already sneaked into the vicinity of their old lair. It was like a heavily guarded building. As long as one obtained the key to enter, one only needed to carefully search the location of each room. Tang Zhen currently had this key. Moreover, he had already entered the corresponding room. The most crucial point was that those aboriginal deities might not know that Tang Zhen had already found the Wilderness God's hidden half-plane and had the most important condition to find their hiding place. After he had finished setting up the soul transfer array, he could then begin a carpet search. He believed that it wouldn't take long for Tang Zhen and his companions to directly attack the Yellow Dragon and earn the real trial points. As she listened to Tang Zhen's story, Luo Fei's eyes became brighter and brighter. She did not know why, but she suddenly felt a strong curiosity towards the owner of the newly built war zone. Ever since she was young, this was the first time she had such a strange feeling. This made Luo Fei feel a little flustered and she subconsciously avoided Tang Zhen's gaze. Tang Zhen felt a little strange, but he did not put it to heart. 1568 The surprise attack before the retreat. 1. The participants in the Mana's empire advanced side by side, moving from the edge to the center, and finally gathering in the capital of the Mana's empire. The cultivators under the dozens of trial takers, numbering more than 1 million, had surrounded the capital of Mana's. When they saw Tang Zhen's group appear, the other trial takers had extremely complicated expressions. They did not give him the chance to surrender and immediately issued the order to attack. It was obvious that these trial takers were afraid that Tang Zhen's points would increase again. Hence, they used drastic measures to prevent him from completing his persuasion to surrender. Tang Zhen could clearly see the little thoughts of these trial takers, but he merely laughed in disdain. It was just the gains and losses of a city and a land. He didn't take it to heart at all. Of course, Tang Zhen would not allow himself to be manipulated by others. Therefore, from the beginning of the battle, the cultivators of his army went straight to the position of the main god palace and killed all the way until blood flowed like rivers. As the most important building of the war god temple, the main temple was already surrounded by a large number of soldiers. Each of them was the true elite of the war god temple, and oracles could be seen everywhere. Looking at the cultivators coming from all directions, these godly spirit warriors were determined. As long as the god of war was here, they had nothing to fear. I swear to protect the war god hall with my life. As the two sides continued to fight, the sky was filled with people, and blood and flesh fell like a storm. The magnificent main temple turned bright red in an instant, and the divine warriors who had sworn to protect it fell in pools of blood one after another. Even though they were determined to die and displayed combat power that was far beyond their usual self, their final fate had long been determined in the face of the even more powerful cultivators from Lucheng. As the last divine warrior fell, the cultivators in Lusheng City launched another attack on the temple. After just one wave of attacks, the magnificent temple was reduced to ashes. There seemed to be an angry roar in the sky. It was probably the god of war, Antheris, who was unwilling to see his temple destroyed, and expressed his anger in this way. However, even though his temple had been destroyed, he still did not dare to show his face, because there were at least 30 trial takers on the ground, eagerly waiting for him to appear so that he could earn a lot of points. As long as he dared to appear, he would be killed at the first moment. Unfortunately, even after the main shrine had been reduced to ruins, Antis still did not appear, which made the trial takers extremely disappointed. After a great battle, only ruins were left behind. This meant that there was no need to stay here any longer. After the trial takers discussed for a while, they decided on a new target and swept over in a mighty manner. Tang Zhen and the rest had also left the Mana's empire. However, their goal was not the territory of the indigenous gods, but the highest peak of the world. This mountain was located at the border of the Mana's empire. It was 10,000 meters tall and had traces of ancient times. It was said to be the closest place to the gods. It was said that ancient treasures were buried here, which attracted many adventurers, but in most cases, these adventurers never returned. The reason why Tang Zhen chose this place was to make it more convenient for him to launch an attack. Once he successfully located the coordinates of the native deity's half-plane, the cultivators in Lusheng could directly kill their way over through the space channel. Because of the remote terrain, the road leading to this mountain was difficult to get close to. Usually, other than hunters and mountain people, no one could be seen. The army of hundreds of thousands of soldiers could not hide at all. They went all the way to the peak of the mountain, which was covered in snow all year round. Such a magnificent scene attracted the attention of many local people. For ordinary people, such an environment was a death trap. However, for the cultivators of Lucheng, they were not afraid of the cold or heat. Even if a drop of water turned into ice in a death trap, they could still move normally. Tang Zhen and the rest began to get busy after arriving at the peak area. Lori and the others were in charge of setting up the teleportation array, while he led a dozen king-level cultivators into the wilderness god's demoplane. Because the materials needed to build interdimensional teleportation arrays were often used, Tang Zhen always carried a set with him. With the help of the Holy Dragon City's cultivators, the simplified soul teleportation array was quickly built. Immediately after, Tang Zhen was protected by the Holy Dragon City's cultivators. He transformed his soul into billions of mental energy threads and began to search for the hidden half-plane in the void. After becoming a spiritual emperor, every single one of his mental threads had become extremely powerful. If he had a suitable vessel, he alone would be able to fight against an army of hundreds of millions. Perhaps it was due to the limitation of the plane's potential that the area of the void was not very large. Tang Zhen's spiritual force threads only flew for less than an hour before they reached the edge. According to the speed of his psyche threads, the void here was at least 1 billion kilometers wide. However, compared to the vast void around the world of towers, it could only be distinguished as an ocean and a small lake. Of course, this was a good thing for Tang Zhen. The smaller the area of the void, the more convenient it would be for him to search. As long as the length of the void was not too abnormal, it was likely that he would be able to complete his search in a short time. After another 2 hours or so, a trace of joy appeared on Tang Zhen's face. This was because his spiritual force threads had finally scanned the location of a half-plane. Tang Zhen made a mark silently. He was not in a hurry to launch an attack. Instead, he continued to patiently search for the next half-plane. However, he became more and more careful, for fear that he would attract the attention of the native gods, causing them to abandon their nest and run to an unknown corner to hide. As more and more hidden half-planes were discovered, the smile on Tang Zhen's face became wider and wider. One must know that these were solid battle points. As long as he killed all the native gods hiding inside, he would definitely be the top of this trial. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. When the teleportation array was completed, Luo Fei and the others entered the wilderness god's half-plane world and looked at Tang Zhen with excitement. When they heard that Tang Zhen had already locked onto the half-plane world of these native gods, they were stunned for a moment. Then, they recovered their senses and almost cheered out loud. As long as he could kill these aboriginal deities, it was already a foregone conclusion that he would be able to obtain a large number of points. Perhaps this would be the most points he had ever obtained since he joined the trial mission. It seemed like choosing to cooperate with Tang Zhen back then was a wise move. As expected, he had already received his reward not long after. Tang Zhen did not say anything else. He tore open a crack in the void and stepped into it. After which, he teleported forward. Luo Fei and the others followed closely behind. The 5 figures flickered in the dark void for a few moments and flew far away. This kind of teleportation did not travel in a straight line. Instead, it made use of the principle of space folding. It was like a space-time wormhole. There was no trace left between the starting point and the end point. After he arrived at the first marked point, Tang Zhen brutally tore open the plane barrier and directly killed his way in. The aboriginal deity who was hiding here had a look of horror on his face. Before he could figure out what was happening, Tang Zhen's Dragon Knight spear arrived in an instant and directly pierced his house-sized head. The first aboriginal deity was killed easily. Taylor and the others immediately set up the teleportation array to pick up the cultivators from Lu Cheng. They would be responsible for cleaning up the battlefield and the remaining enemies. Let's not waste any time. We'll immediately head to the second half-plane. When he saw that the teleportation array was completed, Tang Zhen tore open the plane barrier once again and headed straight to the next marked point. Luo Fei and the others did not hesitate and followed closely behind, their faces full of uncontrollable excitement. It was not important who killed the enemy. After this operation was over, Tang Zhen would distribute the points according to the agreement. Although Tang Zhen was destined to take the majority of the points, their gains were also quite a lot. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the second half-plane world. As before, Tang Zhen took the lead and rushed in with a murderous aura. Due to the restrictions of the rules, his hands and feet had been tied in this trial, and he had long been feeling a little impatient. Now that he had the chance to attack, he naturally had to kill to his heart's content. 1569 The final moment, one Tang Zhen and the others killed to their heart's content. They broke through the half-planes of the native gods one after another. After killing the native gods who were hiding, the cultivators in the Tower City were responsible for cleaning up the battlefield. Just as they were having a good time killing, the world on the surface was already in chaos. Damn it, what's going on? The same roars could be heard from every corner of the world. The ones who were shouting were all trial takers, and they felt their heads swell as they looked at the constantly changing numbers on the point leaderboard. Everything was fine just now. Why did such a big change happen in the blink of an eye? What is this Tang Zhen doing? How did he kill so many aboriginal deities? Every once in a while, Tang Zhen's points would change. However, it was different this time because he had obtained special points. He only needed to obtain one special unit of points to widen the gap between him and the other trial takers, and now that his points were continuously increasing, it meant that the gap between him and the other trial takers was getting bigger and bigger. Adding a trillion point meant that he had killed a native god. One might be a coincidence, but it could not be explained by a coincidence if it happened one after another. The trial takers were burning with anxiety, wanting to find out what had happened. However, when they asked around, they found that all the trial takers were confused. After some verification, the trial takers finally received the exact news that Tang Zhen had brought his army to the top of the world, the place that the aboriginals claimed to be the closest to the gods. With a thump in their hearts, the cultivators suddenly realized something. Although Tang Zhen had killed the wilderness god in the past, it was only a coincidence. Some trial takers even said that he was extremely lucky. However, it was different this time. The point ranking would be refreshed every once in a while. It could only mean one thing. That was, Tang Zhen had found the lair of the indigenous gods and was launching an attack on their real bodies. To be able to do this, it could only mean that Tang Zhen had found the wilderness god's lair and then used it as a stepping stone to launch an attack on the hidden half-plane of the other native gods. This damn Tang Zhen, why is his luck so good? He's really infuriating this old man. The cultivators cursed, but they were helpless. Their hearts were filled with envy. With the strength of the indigenous gods, they were no match for the trial takers at all. As long as their true bodies were discovered, they were doomed to die. However, the problem was that this group of people were hiding very tightly. The trial takers were unable to come into contact with them at all. Now that Tang Zhen had found their lair, he was destined to earn a lot of money. The cultivators discovered in sorrow and despair that it seemed that they were destined to have no chance of becoming the top of the trial this time. In addition to the trial takers wailing, the believers who believed in the indigenous gods were also horrified to find that they could no longer feel the gaze of the gods. The divine power in their bodies was also flowing out like a tide. Thinking of the recent changes, the followers of the indigenous gods immediately panicked. They were afraid that the gods they believed in would suddenly fall. The continuous destruction of their divine kingdoms during this period of time had made these believers less and less confident. They were afraid that the gods they believed in had also been killed. As a result, the believers did everything they could to pray and offer sacrifices in an attempt to get the indigenous gods to send down an oracle, but the final result was in vain. The truth had mercilessly told these believers that perhaps the omnipotent God in their eyes had already fallen under the attack of the otherworldly demons. The whole world was in chaos, and the atmosphere was sorrowful. It seemed that with the fall of the indigenous gods, the whole world had lost hope. Even if they were unwilling in their hearts, those trial takers could only accept their fate. This was because Tang Zhen's surprise attack this time had almost killed all the native gods. Looking at the points displayed on the foundation stone platform and comparing it to the terrifying gap between him and Tang Zhen, although the participant did not say anything, he was clearly aware that he had already lost this time around. The subsequent cleaning work was like chicken ribs. There was no meat to eat, and it was a pity to throw it away because the passion of the trial takers had long been worn out. Although there were still some native gods who had escaped, they were all like frightened rats at the moment, wishing they could bury themselves deep in the earth's core. However, they would definitely not emerge again for thousands of years. Once the aboriginal deities chose to sleep, they would be no different from the mountains, rivers, earth, and rocks. Even a spiritual emperor wouldn't be able to find their traces in a short time. Only by coming before the true bodies of these sleeping indigenous gods could he confirm their identity and then kill them. However, the world was so big that it was impossible for the trial takers to search every mountain, river, and plant, so they could only helplessly give up. Tang Zhen, who had become the biggest winner, distributed the points according to the agreement after the battle of raiding the half-plane world, causing Luo Fei and the others to firmly occupy the front row of the rankings. Everyone was very satisfied with the generous reward. As long as they waited for the trial to end, they would have a large number of points in their account. The mission points now were different from the points required for the trial. They had to be converted according to a certain ratio. But even so, it was still quite generous. The next thing that Tang Zhen and the rest had to do was to continue to clean up the divine warriors who were putting up a last-ditch resistance. After that, they would quietly wait for the cornerstone platform to give the order to end the trial. In the blink of an eye, several months had passed, and the whole world had fallen into the control of the cultivators of Lu Cheng. The indigenous gods had been completely wiped out, and the traces of their existence had been gradually erased. Perhaps after a few decades or centuries, when the old people gradually left this world, the new people would completely forget about the news of these gods. Perhaps only those who were interested in history could find some scattered clues from the remaining traces and know about this dusty history. After this god-slaying war that affected the entire world, mages, a profession that had been looked down upon and ignored in the past, began to gradually appear in front of people. They had obtained extraordinary powers, and they had also obtained higher and higher reputation and status. This was especially true for Jess and the others who had followed Tang Zhen to the war. Not only did they learn a lot of knowledge from the Holy Dragon City's mages, but they also knew how to better control extraordinary power. At the same time, they also had enough resources to build their own territory because of Tang Zhen's rewards. A mage academy named Eternal was established. The participants were all members of the mage group who had fought alongside them in the war. They would exchange their knowledge here, adhering to the principle of fair exchange, and constantly improving their strength. After seeing the powerful cultivators of Lusheng, the mages had a clear direction to move forward in. They did not want to surpass them, but they wanted to catch up with them and not fall too far behind. After all, to the current mages, Tang Zhen and the other Spirit Emperor-ranked cultivators were definitely supreme existences that were even more powerful than the native gods. In addition to the mages being rejuvenated, the indigenous people who had mastered new cultivation methods also appeared in the world one after another. They participated in the secular power struggle and gradually restored the chaotic world to the right track. One by one, new kingdoms were established and replaced the original theocracy. They began to develop into a feudal lord social structure. Knights and pugilists were the same as mages. They became the mainstream of the world, and they controlled more and more resources. The whole world was changing, but it had nothing to do with Lu Cheng's cultivators. After receiving the order from the Cornerstone platform to end the mission, Lu Cheng's cultivators began to evacuate in an orderly manner. The ones with the biggest harvest were naturally Tang Zhen and his partner. After clearing the half-plains of the native gods, the treasures they obtained almost burst the storage equipment of the cultivators in Lu City. Tang Zhen could only exchange for a large number of storage cards when he saw this. Only then did he barely manage to bring back all the gains from this trip. Luo Fei and the others were amazed by the magic of the storage card and were troubled by the mountain of spoils of war, so they came to buy one after another. Tang Zhen did not refuse and took the opportunity to make a big profit. When the last cultivator from Lusheng City left through the space-time tunnel, Tang Zhen and the other cultivators also flew into the sky. Under the gaze of countless living beings on the ground, they left this world that was riddled with holes but was faintly glowing with vitality. Other than bringing destruction, the cultivators in Lusheng would also sometimes create new worlds, allowing them to grow rapidly. As for how the natives would evaluate the trial takers' actions, who would care about the spiritual emperors who had traversed countless planes? 1570 Return with glory for the Holy Dragon City's residents. Today was another day worth celebrating. As dawn arrived, aurora-like ribbons appeared in the sky above the 10,000 Muse Square outside Holy Dragon City. They hung down from the azure sky, swaying as if they were being blown by the breeze. Such a beautiful scene immediately attracted the attention of countless people. They all rushed to the square and bathed in the seven-colored light, as if they were in a fairyland. Every time a dense amount of energy gathered together, there would be a rejection reaction between them, and this special and beautiful scene would appear. It was not only the world of Lusheng. This phenomenon also existed in other planes, but it only happened in specific places. Those places were rich in energy and had special benefits for cultivators. Ordinary people would only regard it as a strange natural phenomenon. Only cultivators understood the real reason and knew that something big was going to happen soon. It was just that this scene had appeared for a long time, but there was no movement from the Holy Dragon City's higher-ups. This situation could only mean that they had already known about this. The idle people began to pay attention to the movements in the square. They were reluctant to leave, wanting to see what was going to happen. After waiting for about 2 hours, the scene in the sky finally changed. Beams of light pierced through the sky like sharp swords and landed on the square. Teleportation. The same words were heard from different places. The experienced cultivators looked at the light pillars with excitement and anticipation. The only major event that happened in the battle zone recently was that Tang Zhen had participated in the trial of the 5th battle zone. Then, Through the Cornerstone platform's transmission function, he had chosen cultivators from Balu City in the entire battle zone. Every cultivator of Lusheng City who was summoned was the elite of the elite. They took pride in being summoned, and others were envious of them. For the cultivators of Lusheng who had accepted the summoning, the experience of fighting alongside Tang Zhen would be a moment worth remembering for the rest of their lives. As the light dissipated, groups of cultivators from Lusheng City appeared in front of the crowd. They were still covered in dust, but their fighting spirit was stirring. They looked at the dense crowd around the official court with the joy of victory. Daddy, a child who looked to be only 2 or 3 years old, rushed out of the crowd and headed straight for a heavily armored man. His face was filled with indescribable joy. The cultivator from Lu Cheng was stunned for a moment. He picked up his son and quickly walked to his wife, who followed closely behind. He laughed and held the mother and son in his arms. "You're back, I'm back." It was just 2 simple sentences, but they said all the things they wanted to say. The rest could only be slowly comprehended in their hearts. Similar scenes appeared in the square from time to time. Most of these people were cultivators from the Holy Dragon City. Their family members who received the news all rushed over as soon as possible. There were also some family members who could not find their relatives. A trace of sadness flashed in their eyes, and they secretly wiped the tears from the corners of their eyes. On the battlefields, the more one went, the less one would return. Especially for the cultivators of Lusheng who had been on the battlefields for their entire lives, every time they left, it might mean an eternal farewell. Fortunately, the Holy Dragon City had the soul teleportation array and a robust host body cultivation system. As long as one was not particularly unlucky, there was basically a possibility of rebirth. Other than the Holy Dragon City cultivators, the cultivators from the other towers stood in silence, watching this scene with a smile. Their home wasn't here, but they didn't feel too strange. After all, this was the core of the entire war zone, and they were also members of this huge war zone. The cultivators who were visiting Holy Dragon City for the first time all looked around in shock. They had never seen such a magnificent super city in their lives. The #1 city in the Holy Dragon War Zone indeed lived up to its name. If time allowed, he would definitely take a good look around and bring some of the Holy Dragon City's specialty products to his family, and then brag to his companions. Visiting the Holy Dragon City, the core of the war zone, was the dream of many new cultivators. They didn't expect to realize it by accident. The entire plaza was filled with a hubbub of voices. However, the teleportation continued. This time, Tang Zhen had summoned over 50,000 elites from the war zone. Although there were some losses, they were only a fraction of the total. Half an hour later, all the cultivators in Lusheng were teleported away. Then, a law enforcement team composed of king-level cultivators came to patrol the area to prevent any accidents. The law monarchs who were cultivating in seclusion also arrived. They were high up in the clouds, and illusions formed by the power of laws constantly appeared around them. They looked like gods. Even after the teleportation was completed, no one left, because they knew that there was still an important person who had not arrived. After waiting for over 10 minutes, another 7-colored light pillar appeared. Tang Zhen's figure slowly appeared. With a confident smile on his face, he glanced at the residents of the Holy Dragon Battle Zone standing in the square and slowly floated into the air, turning into a huge shadow. "Thank you for your contribution. I will keep it in mind, so will all the residents in the theater of operations." Tang Zhen's voice contained an indescribable solemnness. As he spoke, the reincarnation mirror appeared. The spiritual bodies of the cultivators in Lusheng who had died in battle appeared and surrounded his illusory figure. Seeing their family members appear in front of them with smiles on their faces, the family members who were secretly crying immediately waved their arms and shouted at their family members who had turned into spirit bodies. Their eyes met in the air, and countless tears fell. Tang Zhen bowed to the cultivators who had died in the building. When the spirit body cultivators saw this, they quickly returned the bow. Their faces were filled with excitement and no regrets. The residents of the Tower City on the ground and in the air also bowed, thanking them for their unreserved efforts. All Lucheng cultivators who participate in this trial will be rewarded according to the points they obtain. In the future, they will have the opportunity to go to the 5th battle area and obtain more cultivation resources there. This is the reward you deserve. The Holy Dragon Warzone, and I will remember it in our hearts. I hope that you will remember your identity and mission, and let the name of the Holy Dragon Warzone spread far and wide as soon as possible. After Tang Zhen said this, He bowed to the cultivators from Lusheng City who were participating in the trial, causing a commotion on the ground. The name of the sacred dragon battlefront will be known throughout the world. The law monarchs in the air waved their fists, their eyes filled with confidence. Compared to the ordinary cultivators in the Lusheng realm, they were more aware of the true situation in the Lusheng realm. Among the 3,000 battlefields, the newly advanced sacred dragon battlefields could only rank at the end. There was still a long way to go. However, their hearts were full of fighting spirit because they had a legendary battle zone lord who had suppressed the elites of the 5th battle zone and made a group of spiritual emperors tremble in fear. As the subordinates of such a legendary figure, how could they not work harder for themselves and the entire theater of operations? The residents of the city on the ground returned the greeting at the same time, especially the cultivators who had accepted the summoning. While they were excited, they were also looking forward to the reward promised by Tang Zhen. In this trial, Tang Zhen was definitely the biggest winner. Not only did he still occupy the top spot, but he had also obtained a huge amount of spoils of war and countless treasures. With Tang Zhen's forthright character, he had never been stingy with the rewards for his subordinates. They would definitely earn a lot this time. Looking at the excited cultivators of Lusheng, Tang Zhen smiled and waved his hand. Come with me. We'll attend the banquet first. We'll head to the cornerstone platform to receive our rewards tomorrow. I'm sure you won't be disappointed. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Zhen's voice disappeared from the sky and landed among the group of people in the square. His younger sister, wife, brothers, and friends were all waiting for him. Let's go, we won't leave until we're drunk tonight. Tang Zhen's laughter rang out. He called out to the people beside him and headed straight for the main tower. A grand banquet soon began. The cultivators who had returned with honors took off their armors and drank with their comrades who had met them through the battle. They laughed for a long time. 1571 special trial mission. Because of the joy in his heart, Tang Zhen was able to relax for a while. The banquet was held until late at night, and he returned to his heart's content. After comforting his wife and chatting with Tang Yaji, Shu Feng, and the others, Tang Zhen went to the secret cultivation room and talked with his main body. The two of them were originally one and there was no difference between them. If Tang Zhen needed it, they could merge into one at any time. However, looking at the current situation, there were still certain benefits for his main body and clone to act separately. Both of them had the strength of a spiritual emperor, so there was no need to worry about encountering any danger. Because his main body was about to complete its tempering and advance to a sector lord, Tang Zhen didn't dare to delay too much. Hence, they only exchanged the information in their minds for a while before going their separate ways. Tang Zhen was not in a hurry to participate in the next trial. This was because his trial points had almost reached the standard. As long as he steadily participated in the next trial, it would be enough for him to advance even if he did not rank first. He had been at the top of the leaderboard 3 times in a row. He had already broken the trial record of the 5th battle area. The next step would be to see when he would complete his official promotion. If he could complete his promotion in a few years and become a new member of the 5th battle area, then Tang Zhen would break another record. In fact, ever since he had participated in the trial, Tang Zhen's nerves had been tensed up the entire time. He appeared to be carefree, but in reality, only he himself understood how great the pressure he was under was. Fortunately, his hard work finally paid off. As long as there were no accidents, he would definitely become a member of the 5th battle area. Fang Rui's consciousness entered the connecting cornerstone platform, and he flipped through the missions issued by the cornerstone platform. Compared to the first few direct teleportations, the cornerstone platform this time gave the trial takers a chance to choose. There were hundreds of missions in total, and the trial taker could choose any one of them. The requirements of the missions were also different. Some missions required them to plunder the origin of the world, while others required them to build a god's belief in the tower world or turn it into a war base for the 5th battle area. There were also some missions that had weird requirements, such as modifying and designing a world to become a trial ground for Lu Cheng's cultivators. Another example was to plunder some races with potential and let them fight and evolve in a certain world. The most outstanding race would be selected and nurtured to become the candidate race of the 5th battle area. The world of Lusheng contained thousands of races. As long as one had enough potential, they were qualified to become a cultivator of Lusheng. These missions looked simple, but it would take a lot of effort to complete them. Of course, the danger was relatively low. Perhaps this was the 5th Battle District's intention. Its goal was to prevent the trial participants from being too tired and affecting their normal performance. Tang Zhen chose for a while and finally chose one of the missions. The Fantasy Realm Lord has fallen into a deep sleep. Please wake him up. After accepting the mission, the participant will be sent into the space-time tunnel and experience the life of the fantasy world overlord in his place. Every time the participant makes up for his regrets and removes his inner demons, he will receive the corresponding gold coin of destiny as a reward. If the participant successfully awakens the Fantasy Realm Lord, he will receive 1 million points and an additional personal reward from the Realm Lord. 1 million points wasn't a lot, but it was only relative to Tang Zhen. To the other participants, this was already a very generous reward. After all, some unlucky trial takers might not even be able to obtain so many points even after 3 to 5 missions. The reason why Tang Zhen chose this mission was because he was only lacking a few 100,000 points to complete the trial. Choosing the 1 million point mission was just for insurance. Compared to the other trial missions, only one participant could participate in this mission. Tang Zhen didn't need to be wary of the other participants' schemes. He only needed to face the enemies of the fantasy world overlord. After confirming the mission he chose, Tang Zhen got up and walked around the interior of the tower. He then sat under the mother tree that had regained its vitality for a moment. The mother tree's spirit seemed to welcome Tang Zhen's arrival. This was completely different from her previous arrogant personality. Perhaps it was because of the life and death nirvana experience that the mother tree's personality had become more mature. After chatting with the mother tree for a while, Tang Zhen left the Holy Dragon City and began to wander around the entire continent. He didn't alert anyone and just walked quietly among the ordinary people. From time to time, he would enter various towers, quietly coming and quietly leaving. 3 days later, Tang Zhen returned to the Holy Dragon City. After making some arrangements, he activated the mission transfer again. Tang Zhen shook his head as he felt dizzy in his mind. He then sized up his surroundings. It was an ordinary house that looked a little shabby. The decoration of the house was similar to that of the original world. I should have started the mission by now. This environment is very likely the place where the illusionary realm lord used to live. Tang Zhen walked in front of the mirror and took a look. He confirmed his guess because the person who appeared in the mirror was a slightly thin young man. Although he was dressed in simple clothes, there was a trace of stubbornness and determination in his eyes. Tang Zhen furrowed his brows. He didn't expect that this illusionary realm lord was actually the same as him. They were both humans and not native residents of Lusheng. Looking at the environment he lived in, it was actually very similar to his original world. What was going on? Although he had already read the brief introduction of the mission, Tang Zhen had a feeling of not knowing where to start. He knew nothing about this world overlord life. How could he help him experience life again, make up for the regrets in his heart, and eliminate the inner demons? After sitting on the bed and thinking for a while, Tang Zhen began to tidy up the items in the room. He wanted to find some clues from these items. However, what disappointed Tang Zhen was that the life of this fantasy world realm lord was shockingly simple. Other than some clothes and food, there was nothing else in the house that could provide him with any clues. It seems like this mission isn't easy. Tang Zhen shook his head. He simply sat on the bed and quietly waited. Since the clue had not appeared, he would just sit there and wait for the clue to appear. Time passed by slowly. Just as Tang Zhen was thinking about the origin of the fantasy world overlord and how he became a cultivator of Lu City, there was a knock on the door. He directly sat up on the bed and walked to the door before slowly opening it. A woman was standing in front of Tang Zhen. She had a delicate face and a ponytail. She was looking at Tang Zhen with a slightly angry gaze. Tang Zhen felt a piercing pain in his heart the instant he saw this woman. It was as though her heart had been violently twisted together. At the same time, his eyes also became slightly moist, the kind that could not help it. A movie-like scene appeared in Tang Zhen's consciousness. Huan Zhen was sitting in a room that looked like a shanty town. He was holding a scarf woven from wool and crying like a child. Sister Xiao Qing, Tang Zhen softly said. At this moment, he was Huan Zhen and he also understood what he had to do. This woman was going to die. She was going to die because of Huan Zhen. When Huan Zhen found out about this, he ran to the woman's house like a madman and took the scarf she had knitted for him. He was so sad that he couldn't help himself. Tang Zhen did not know why this woman had died. However, he knew that Huan Zhen had extremely deep feelings for her. The other party's death had also become a regret that he would never be able to let go of in his life. Don't worry, since I've relived your life, I won't let her leave you, even if I have to be the enemy of the whole world. Tang Zhen muttered in his heart. The pain in his heart that was like a knife had suddenly receded like the tide, leaving behind only a trace of faint warmth. After hearing Tang Zhen's words, the woman at the door softly sighed. Her originally reproachful words were also suppressed. She only glared at her in anger. I heard that you quit your job again. You really make me worry. After complaining to Tang Zhen, Sister Zhaoqing passed the lunch box in her hand to Tang Zhen and said in a concerned tone, "You must not have eaten yet, right? Take it and eat. It's your favorite beef brisket with persimmons." Tang Zhen took the lunch box and thanked little Qing before turning around and walking to the table. "You can eat first. I still have to go back to work. I'll help you find a job while I'm at it. But this time, you can't be willful. Even if others bully you, you have to learn to be patient." After instructing Tang Zhen, Sister Zhaoqing was about to turn around and leave. Who would have thought that just as she turned around, a hand would press down on her shoulder? The strength seemed to be particularly strong. "Sister Qing, I'll send you back." Tang Zhen's tone was extremely determined. This was because the moment Sister Xiao Qing was about to leave, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. This feeling told Tang Zhen that as long as Sister Xiao Qing left, something that the illusionary reality world overlord would regret for the rest of his life would definitely happen. 1572 The reason for regret. Wanjun, what's wrong with you? Sister Qing's expression was a little puzzled. She looked at the thin young man in front of her, not knowing why his reaction was so strong. Huan Zhen seemed to be acting a little strange today. Did he get triggered by something? Tang Zhen also realized that something was wrong. At the same time, he also understood that he was affected by the emotions of the illusionary realm lord. Otherwise, he would not have been so impulsive. Tang Zhen withdrew his hand from big sister little Qing's skinny shoulder and revealed a smile. He said to the girl in front of him, "Look, it's getting dark outside. It's too dangerous for you to walk alone. I'll send you to work." Sister Zhaoqing looked at Tang Zhen in surprise. Her mind was a little confused. She did not understand why this stubborn fellow would suddenly change his personality. Usually, when she asked him to do something, he was always hesitant, let alone taking the initiative to send her. "Huan Zhen, it seems like you've really grown up. If Uncle and Auntie knew, they would be very happy." When he heard Sister Qing mention Huan Zhen's parents, Tang Zhen felt his heartache again. This was clearly one of his regrets. However, under such circumstances, he couldn't ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Too much to avoid arousing Sister Qing's suspicion. Sister Xiao Qing is so good to me. If I don't know how to be grateful, what's the difference between me and a beast? Tang Zhen evilly laughed in his heart as he spoke with a serious tone. This illusionary reality world overlord made him feel uncomfortable. Tang Zhen naturally wanted to mess with this guy without affecting the mission. So what if he was a realm lord? He really wasn't afraid. Even if this fellow was already in a deep sleep, it would definitely still have its subconsciousness. It might be able to hear Tang Zhen's words. Otherwise, how would it explain those hints? As expected, once these words left his mouth, Tang Zhen faintly heard a cold snort. After that, there was no longer any movement. On the other hand, Sister Zhaoqing was extremely touched by his words. She smiled and glanced at Tang Zhen before gently nodding her head and saying, "Then you should eat first, I can still make it to work." Tang Zhen nodded. He turned his head and walked to the side of the table. He quickly and efficiently ate the food that was still warm. "I'm done, let's go." After wiping his mouth, Tang Zhen casually locked the door and followed Sister Zhaoqing out of the courtyard. He had already used his spiritual power to scan the surrounding environment. He knew exactly where the mouse hole was. This was a habit that he had developed long ago. The social environment here was extremely similar to the original world. However, there were cultivators here. A cultivator was hiding near Tang Zhen's residence. His body emitted a bloody and filthy aura. Without a doubt, this was a fellow who cultivated evil arts. He thought that he had hidden it very well, but he did not know that he had long been discovered by Tang Zhen. However, Tang Zhen simply did not have the mood to pay attention to this evil cultivator. His purpose in coming here was to complete the trial mission and not to eliminate evil for the people. Since the other party did not offend him, he was too lazy to care. The two of them slowly walked along the street without any street lights. From time to time, they would chat for a while. However, most of the time, it was Sister Zhaoqing who spoke. Tang Zhen only hummed and laughed along with her. Unknowingly, the two of them walked to a slightly remote street. It looked dark, as if something was hidden. Tang Zhen had already discovered the abnormality before the two of them had even approached. A trace of a cold smile surfaced on the corner of his mouth. His mind power covered a range of 1 kilometer so that he could discover hidden dangers in time. If there were no accidents, Sister Xiaoqing should have met with a problem here. She had died in her prime, making the fantasy reality realm lord regret it for the rest of his life. After a few more minutes, this regret could be made up for. Although there were only some small fish in the alley, Tang Zhen had always gone all out for his own mission. He would never slack off just because the enemy was weak. As a spiritual emperor and the lord of the battle zone in the world of Lusheng, it would be embarrassing for him if there were any mistakes during the mission. Sister Xiaoqing, wait for me here. Remember not to walk around. As Tang Zhen spoke, he summoned a king-tier spirit body cultivator from the reincarnation mirror and ordered it to guard Sister Xiaoqing. With this king-tier spirit cultivator's strength, not many people would be able to hurt Sister Qing. Although she didn't understand what Tang Zhen was trying to do, Sister Zhaoqing still obediently stood on the spot. However, she suddenly felt a little cold and subconsciously hugged her body. Seeing this, the king-level spirit cultivator quickly retreated a few meters and restrained his aura. He was afraid that the cold energy he emitted would hurt the target he was protecting. Tang Zhen strode into the dark alley. His eyes suddenly turned ice cold as he took out a battle blade from his storage equipment and casually waved it at the empty space in front of him. He only needed a single thought to kill Huan Zhen. However, it did not match Huan Zhen's current identity. Therefore, Tang Zhen could only go through some trouble. Ah! A scream was heard. Then, a thin man who had been split in half fell to the ground, blood and internal organs flowing all over the ground. You hiding dog! How dare you mess with me? You must be tired of living. Tang Zhen took a step forward after he cursed in anger. The battle blade in his hand slashed out once again. A broken arm flew out from the darkness. This time, the one who cried out miserably was a strong man. He staggered as he appeared from the darkness. His face was filled with fear as he looked at Tang Zhen. Without any hesitation, he turned around and fled. Tang Zhen didn't give chase. That fellow's body had a trace of his mental energy. He was like a time bomb now. Tang Zhen could kill him at any time he wanted. The most important task at hand was still to send Sister Zhaoqing to work. The other things could be dealt with later. Does this count as completing the mission? Where's the reward? Tang Zhen waited for a few seconds. After discovering that there was nothing abnormal, he determined that the matter wasn't over yet. It might be related to the burly man who had escaped. After pondering for a moment, Tang Zhen walked out of the alley and waved at Sister Xiaoqing. Let's go, Sister Qing. It's fine now. A trace of nervousness appeared on Sister Zhaoqing's face when she heard this. She softly said to Tang Zhen, Wanjun, what did you see in there? Tang Zhen shook his head, indicating that there was nothing. Sister Xiaoqing seemed to have heaved a sigh of relief. She patted her chest and said to Tang Zhen, do you know that a lot of girls have mysteriously disappeared recently? I've been on tenterhooks every time I go to work. Tang Zhen was silent for a moment. He secretly thought to himself, in your previous life, you were actually also on the list of missing people. After solving the crisis that had caused Sister Qing's death, the two of them went to Sister Qing's office without any accidents. A look of surprise appeared on Tang Zhen's face as he looked at the old 3-story building in front of him. He did not expect that the place where Sister Xiaoqing worked would actually be a little strange. It turned out that there were dozens of weak spirit bodies hidden in this shop. The strongest one was only level 1, and most of them only had simple spiritual intelligence. The shop's name was also very interesting. It was called Spirit Luck Jewelry Shop. There were some ancient-looking jewelry on the counter. Those fragile spirits were attached to them. Wearing them for a long time could increase the owner's luck. It was already dusk, and many shops had chosen to close for the day. However, the shop in front of him had just opened its door. A white-haired old man was sitting at the entrance of the shop. His head drooped down weakly as if he would fall asleep at any time. Hearing footsteps approaching, the old man raised his head to take a look. When he saw that it was Sister Qing, he slowly lowered his head again. However, after a second, the old man jumped up from his chair as if he had been electrocuted. He looked at Sister Qing standing at the door in horror. To be exact, the old man was looking at the king-level spirit cultivator floating behind Sister Qing. His turbid eyes were filled with unconcealable fear and uneasiness. As for Tang Zhen, who was standing at the side, the old man couldn't see anything with his strength and only treated him as an ordinary young man. "Uncle Tong, I'm here. You can go upstairs and rest," Sister Qing said to the old man with a smile and was about to enter the shop. The old man was shocked and quickly stopped Sister Qing. However, he didn't dare to get too close to her. He looked at the king-level spirit cultivator behind her with fear. If Sister Qing entered the shop, the little ghosts he raised would be scared to death by this ghost king of unknown origin. 1573 The terrified shop owner, "One, little Yingying, little Qing, you don't have to go to work." The white-haired old man thought for a long time but couldn't find a reasonable excuse, so he could only force himself to give Sister Qing a holiday. If it was possible, he hoped that Sister Qing would never come. If she scared the weapon spirit that he had painstakingly cultivated to death, the old man would have to pay so much that he would vomit blood. In order to capture and cultivate these weapon spirits, the old man had put in a lot of effort, and almost half of his wealth had been invested in it, so he absolutely could not be negligent. Putting aside his own losses, just having him stand next to a legendary ghost king made him feel uncomfortable. He was afraid of angering this big boss who came out of nowhere and followed Little Green. Tang Zhen secretly laughed at the side. This old man, who made spiritual body accessories for a fortune, had actually met a king-tier spirit cultivator. He was the true ancestor of the devil. It was very interesting to see him trembling with fear. Sister Qing was just an ordinary person and didn't know what had happened. After hearing the old man's words, she immediately asked in a nervous tone, "Uncle Tong, did I do something wrong? Tell me where I did wrong. Don't drive me away." From Sister Qing's clothes, it could be seen that her family was not very well off. Obviously, this job was very important to her. Now that the old man suddenly asked her not to go to work, Sister Qing would naturally be nervous. Usually, her performance was very good, and she was diligent and thoughtful. She really didn't know what she had done wrong to make the old man say such things. "No, little Qing, you've misunderstood." Seeing the aggrieved look on Qing Zhu's face, the old man was so scared that he almost jumped up. If Qing Zhu had some kind of relationship with the ghost king behind him, it would be bad if this big shot vented his anger on him. "I'm sorry, I'm not open today because an old friend is coming. It's not convenient to open the door." The old man's brain was about to cramp, but he managed to squeeze out an excuse and said to Xiao Qing with a sneer, "Oh, I see, I'll come back tomorrow then." Sister Qing nodded. As long as it wasn't her problem, she was fine. Her heart was finally at ease. She smiled sweetly at the old man. The old man laughed bitterly when he heard this. He thought to himself, "What the fuck is going on? If you get the big boss behind you to come here, will I still be able to open my shop?" His heart was burning with anxiety, but he didn't dare to open his mouth to explain, which made the old man depressed. "You can continue with your business as usual. There won't be any problems." Tang Zhen's voice sounded from the side, causing the old man, who had a conflicted expression, to be stunned for a moment. Only then did he seriously size up the young man beside little Qing. He looked very ordinary, and his body was very thin and weak. There seemed to be nothing special about him. However, there was a hidden meaning to his words. If the old man guessed correctly, he meant that the ghost king beside Qing Zhu would not cause any harm to his artifact spirit. "Little Qing, is this Wufu?" When she heard the old man's question, Sister Qing smiled and said, "His name is Su Wanjun. He used to be my neighbor." "Oh, I see. Hello, little Su." The old man sized Tang Zhen up with a puzzled expression. He could not figure out whether Tang Zhen's words earlier were intentional or not. If it was intentional, then it would be interesting. He turned to look at the ghost king and saw him suddenly speak. His voice drilled into his mind, causing the old man's body to tremble slightly. "I'm only here to protect Qing Zhu. I won't affect your business. Stop talking nonsense." Hearing the king-level spirit cultivator's warning, the old man quickly agreed in his heart. He then smiled at Qing and said, "Oh, Xiao Qing, I suddenly remembered that I remembered the wrong date. My friend isn't coming today. I'm old, and my memory is bad. Time really doesn't spare me. We're still open for business as usual today. Go and prepare." The old man was about to turn around when he suddenly thought of something and quickly said, You've been in the shop for so long and you're so diligent. I've decided to increase your salary from today on. Double it." Little Qing was stunned for a moment, then quickly thanked the old man. She happily walked into the shop and busied herself, humming an unknown song. "Treat Sister Xiaoqing well, and you'll get some benefits. Otherwise, you'll get it." A voice suddenly rang in the old man's ears. It sounded somewhat familiar, but when he turned around to look, he only saw the figure of a thin teenager gradually disappearing into the distance. "I'm afraid that this youngster Yingluo is not simple," the old man muttered in a voice that only he could hear. He shook his head slightly and walked upstairs. With his old arms and legs, if he had such a shock again, he would definitely have a heart attack. However, when he thought of the legendary Ghost King downstairs, the old man began to feel uneasy again. The incense and tea that he used to enjoy seemed to have become tasteless. Tang Zhen left Sister Xiaoqing's workplace but didn't return home. Now that he had finally found a clue, he naturally had to follow the clues to complete the mission. After sensing the location of the strong man with a broken arm, Tang Zhen teleported and arrived at his target location. This was a manor located on the outskirts of the city. It appeared extremely quiet in the night. Although it did not appear to be anything on the surface, Tang Zhen was able to sense the bloody smell that pervaded the air. Many people had died here, and it was filled with heavy resentment. The brawny man whose arm was cut off by him was lying in a house at this moment. He was drinking and cursing in large gulps. The person he was cursing was precisely Tang Zhen. Other than this man, there were dozens of other people in the manor. A dozen of them had energy fluctuations, while the rest were ordinary people. In the manor's dungeon, there were a few women locked up. Their eyes were dull and lifeless, as if they had been injected with some kind of tranquilizer. These images were the results of Tang Zhen's mental energy investigation. Those who had mental energy fluctuations were all targets that Tang Zhen wanted to eliminate. With a light snap of his fingers, the reincarnation mirror appeared. Immediately after, a dozen evil spirit cultivators floated out of the mirror and rushed towards the cultivators in the manor with ferocious expressions. Although it was convenient to kill them directly, it would be letting them off too easily. Therefore, Tang Zhen was prepared to torture them properly. It would be best if they could be scared to death. A few seconds after the evil spirit cultivators flew out, a shrill scream immediately rang out in the manor, as if the person who made the sound had encountered the most terrifying thing in the world. The screams came one after another, echoing in every corner of the manor. At first, it was loud and clear, accompanied by the sound of things being thrown and smashed, but it quickly became weak. Tang Zhen slowly walked into the manor and saw a woman standing on a stool. Her head was stuck into a rope. Soon after, she flipped over the stool and her feet continuously struggled in the air. After a while, her tongue stuck out, and her body hung straight in the air. An evil spirit cultivator beside him nodded in satisfaction. After jumping around the corpse to celebrate, he casually pulled out a newly born ignorant spirit body from the corpse and rushed into the reincarnation mirror with a sinister smile. The cultivators in the manor died one after another. Their souls were sent into the reincarnation mirror by the evil spirit cultivator. What awaited them was endless torture. Tang Zhen walked in front of a wall and casually waved his hand. The wall suddenly collapsed, revealing a secret passage. However, not a single trace of dust rose during this time. Tang Zhen took a step forward and walked in. He swept his gaze around before lifting his finger at the metal door beside him. The metal door suddenly turned into a metal ball, revealing the items inside the room. The most attractive thing was a huge safe. Tang Zhen stepped forward and tore the safe open. He put away all the money inside and turned to walk to another room. There were a few women locked up here. They were currently looking at Tang Zhen in a daze within the iron cage. Their eyes did not have any focus. After using his spiritual energy to investigate and forcing the medicine out of their bodies, Tang Zhen shook his head and quietly appeared outside the manor. "What's going on? Why haven't we completed the mission?" Tang Zhen revealed a puzzled expression as he did not receive his reward even after a long time. He casually took out an account book-like item from his storage equipment. Tang Zhen's face revealed a look of realization after he flipped through the account book that he had obtained from the safe a few times. As expected, there's still a mastermind behind this. I estimate that my first task will be completed after I kill him. Tang Zhen muttered and kept the account book. He instantly disappeared without a trace. 1574 Revenge 1. The account book found in the safe had a detailed record. Since half a year ago, This group of cultivators from unknown places had begun to take action. They specialized in kidnapping young and inexperienced girls and selling them to an unknown buyer. Of course, what the other party wanted was not a living person, but a drop of blood condensed from the girls' hearts. To satisfy this requirement, the kidnapped girls would not be able to escape death. Even if they were captured and not killed, it was because it was not the right time to extract the qualified blood. Perhaps the only thing worth rejoicing about was that they were still pure even after death and had not been defiled by evil people. In order to satisfy the needs of this customer, the cultivators of the manor had kidnapped dozens of young women. Basically, they had all been killed. Tang Zhen was extremely disgusted with this kind of thing. Not only was it related to his mission, but it was also because these women were still young. Their beautiful lives had just begun, yet they were already ruthlessly destroyed. That was all scum could do. Furthermore, if they were allowed to develop, who knew how many innocent women would be harmed in the future? He wasn't a saint, but he couldn't stand this kind of thing either. This had nothing to do with one's cultivation realm, it was purely a person's likes and dislikes. Since he felt disgusted in his heart, he would clear it up and make his thoughts clear. However, the identity of this buyer was very mysterious. Tang Zhen did not find a trace of clues from the account book. It seemed that he had to slowly investigate. This kind of thing couldn't be rushed. He believed that after tonight's incident, the other party would definitely be alarmed and reveal a trace of weakness. He could then follow the clues and find it. Of course, the other party might also be cunning and hide himself even deeper, making Tang Zhen unable to find the target. However, with Tang Zhen's means, it was only a matter of time before he found the buyer. Being targeted by a spirit emperor cultivator, he was destined to die. Leaving a few spirit body cultivators to watch over the villa, Tang Zhen returned to Huan Zhen's residence. He wanted to find out what happened to his parents' deaths. When Sister Qing mentioned Huan Zhen's parents, Tang Zhen's heart ached. This was a very obvious hint that this was a mission. After returning to Huan Zhen's residence, Tang Zhen looked around and directly entered a neighbor's house. In the room, 4 men and a woman were drinking, all of them exposing their chests and backs. They didn't care that they would disturb others, and their voices could be heard from far away on the street. He snapped his fingers and the few people who were beaming with joy suddenly froze. Their eyes moved around as they used a frightened expression to look at Tang Zhen, who was slowly walking in from the door. At this moment, Tang Zhen was covered by a layer of black fog. The few of them were unable to see his face clearly. However, such a strange appearance still caused a chill to surge through their bodies. Goosebumps instantly covered their entire bodies. "Tell me, what's going on with Su Wanzhen's parents?" Tang Zhen extended his hand and pointed at a customer as he asked in a faint voice. The customer saw that he was called out, and there seemed to be a pair of blood-red eyes staring at him from the dark shadow. He almost wet his pants. It was the first time he had seen such a strange thing in his life. While his brain was numb, the customer's mouth immediately couldn't help but say, his parents were killed by a car accident. The car owners were a couple from a very rich family. They had a drink and a fight. In a fit of anger, the woman killed Su Wanzhen's parents with a car to vent her anger. Old Su and his wife were unlucky, but the woman who ran over the man was not found out in the end. I heard that there is no evidence. The couple were not good people. After they quarreled and killed someone with a car, they were afraid of being sentenced, so they insisted that they didn't do it and refused to admit it no matter what. Actually, someone saw it at that time, but they bribed them. Su Wanzhen's parents died for nothing. Su Huan really couldn't accept it. She went to the couple to reason with them. I heard that she was beaten up several times and her house was smashed several times. After hearing the customer's explanation, Tang Zhen understood the entire situation and gently nodded his head. Slowly turning around, Tang Zhen walked out of the room and disappeared in an instant. After he left, the customers' eyes were dazed for a moment. Then, they looked at each other in confusion and continued to eat and drink in high spirits. He had no impression of what had just happened. Walking on the quiet street, Tang Zhen slowly walked forward as he muttered in a low voice, "I think you really want to punish the enemies who killed your parents. I will fulfill this wish for you. I just hope that you won't try to play tricks again and involve a bunch of side quests in a quest. I'm not in the mood to waste time with you. If you're reluctant to give up the reward, I can terminate the mission at any time." These words were naturally directed at the illusionary reality world overlord. Tang Zhen realized that this guy seemed to be playing some tricks. He deliberately mixed many tasks together so that he could save on the reward of destiny gold coin. For a sector lord to act like this coin of destiny was obviously very valuable. Tang Zhen stopped his footsteps after saying this. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He could faintly sense a wisp of consciousness communicating with him, indicating that it had accepted Tang Zhen's request and hoped that Tang Zhen would not give up on the mission so easily. The fantasy reality world overlord must have placed a lot of importance on this rebirth journey. Even though he had fallen into a deep sleep, his subconscious was still so persistent. When he heard that Tang Zhen wanted to give up, he immediately changed his initial strategy. It's a deal. I'm going to meet that adulterous couple now. Remember to prepare the coin of destiny. Tang Zhen's figure flashed and disappeared into the night after muttering a sentence. In a villa near the edge of the city, a man and a woman were having sex on the bed, their sweat drenching the sheets. After a long time, the two of them collapsed on the bed, and only their deep breathing could be heard. Hubby, you're amazing. The woman clung to the man like a snake, constantly rubbing and caressing him, her eyes a little dazed. Hee, do you want to try again? Come on, let's see who begs for mercy first. The two of them talked unscrupulously and did not notice that someone was standing by the bed and looking at them with cold eyes. Tang Zhen wasn't in a hurry to make a move because there was only one dog man here. The woman who had killed Su Wanjin's parents wasn't here. All he did was take the man's phone, take a picture of the fierce battle, and send it to the woman's phone in his contact list, at the same time marking the location. Then, he found a chair and sat down, waiting for the show to start. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the man and woman on the bed began to have sex again. This was especially so after Tang Zhen used some small tricks to prompt them to be aroused. They had already fallen into a state of complete oblivion, and their voices became louder and louder. A few minutes later, the door of the villa was kicked open. Then, a gloomy-looking woman rushed in, followed by a few strong men. They rushed into the bedroom and just happened to witness an intense battle. Looking at the couple who had gotten carried away, the woman who had rushed in was so angry that she trembled. She went up and pulled out the hair of the woman who was shaking above, dragged her to the ground, and kicked her a few times. His excitement was interrupted by someone, and it was his wife who caught him in the act. The man was so scared that he immediately got up from the bed. He didn't care that he wasn't wearing any clothes and rushed to his wife to beg for mercy. His wife slapped the man, causing him to stagger. Then, she started scratching him crazily. The man didn't dare to resist. He just picked up the pillow and dodged it desperately. At the same time, he kept explaining that he was only seduced by someone and that he was absolutely loyal to his wife. As for the woman who had been entangled with him earlier, he did not even look at her. This couple played around for a few minutes, but they did not take any further action. Tang Zhen felt a little helpless when he saw this. It was only a sudden idea by Tang Zhen to get this adulterous couple together. However, looking at the two of them, it seemed that this was not the first time this had happened. There was not much panic in the man's eyes, and the way he looked at the woman was also a little strange. This couple must be jackals of the same tribe, and they had long been sleeping in the same bed with each other. He didn't want to waste time on such a boring thing, so he waited for another 2 minutes and decided to add to the fire. With the stirring of the power of the law, a mass of energy filled with resentment gathered in the villa. If a powerful cultivator was here, he would be scared out of his wits. The villa in front of them had become a place of great danger in an instant. It would be lucky if a living person did not go crazy after entering. These grudges were not naturally formed, but a product of human daily life. If they were small in number, they would not have much of an impact on people, but when they accumulated to a certain extent, they would influence people's behavior and turn them into lunatics dominated by anger and grudges. When the vengeful spirits of half the city gathered together, something extremely terrifying would definitely happen. 1575 Destruction 1. Affected by the resentment, the woman who rushed over became more aggrieved and angry, and her attacks became heavier and heavier. Soon, the man's face was covered with dense blood marks. But even so, the woman was still not satisfied. It seemed that the more she looked at the man in front of her, the more hateful he was. The jealousy in her heart was about to blind her mind. The man, who had been dodging at first, also subconsciously resisted with all his might. He felt like a wild dog, no matter who hit or scolded him, just for a bowl of leftovers. He was even worse than a dog and had completely lost his dignity. His eyes were filled with indignance and anger. He pushed the woman in front of him away and roared angrily, "Bastard, you still have the cheek to hit me. Don't think I don't know how bad you are. 5 men fucking 1, you're as coquettish as a bitch in heat. Do you think I can't recognize you with a mask on?" The woman was stunned for a moment, then she sneered, "So what if you know? Don't forget who gave you everything. I can have as many ungrateful wild dogs like you as I want." The man seemed to have been exposed, and the veins on his forehead began to show. He gritted his teeth and roared, "You still have the face to say that? If I didn't take the blame for you intentionally killing someone, you would probably be in prison now. So what? As long as I have money, what can't I settle?" The woman glanced at the man in disdain and sneered, "If you didn't take the initiative to bear the responsibility and make me look up to you, do you think you have the right to marry into my family? I know what you're planning. You're only interested in my Qian man. Plus, you're obedient and won't affect my private life. That's why you're trying to climb up the social ladder. I'll tell you today that there are plenty of men who are stronger than you. You can't even compare to a toe of theirs." The man's breathing was rapid as he pointed at the woman. His body trembled but he could not speak. The argument between the adulterous couple became more and more intense. Their eyes began to turn red, and the rate at which they absorbed the negative energy became faster and faster. The audience around them also began to become restless. Listening to the quarrel between the adulterous couple, they wanted to immediately shut their mouths and break their ribs to stop them from making any more noise. Although they were only bystanders, as long as they were in the villa, they would be affected as well. Just then, the woman who had sex with the man suddenly jumped up and shouted at the man, "Are you even a man? How can you let a woman bully you like this? Even dogs are better than you." As soon as she said this, it was as if she had ignited a barrel of gunpowder, completely setting off the mood at the scene. The man sneered and roared, "I don't care." At the same time, he pushed his wife, who was tearing him apart, onto the bed and ran straight to the other woman. The wife of the man who was pushed down was stunned for a moment. Then, her face twisted like a fierce ghost as she shouted at the few strong men, "Catch them, I want this adulterous couple to die a terrible death." Several strong men who had long been itching to fight heard this and rushed over to the man with a grin. The two sides were fighting each other, and the scene was quite chaotic. The more they fought, the more violent they became. The negative energy seemed to have found a sewage outlet and rushed into their bodies. At this moment, they were like a group of demons dancing wildly, their faces as ferocious as evil ghosts. When the man punched one of the brawny men in the eye, the brawny man roared and pulled out a folding knife from his waist. He stabbed the man, the fierce flames in his eyes almost erupting. The man couldn't dodge in time and was stabbed in the shoulder, blood spurting out. The man who felt the pain was even more furious. He didn't believe that these bodyguards would dare to hurt him with knives, and a murderous intent suddenly rose in his heart. The man grabbed the arm that was holding the knife, rushed forward, and bit the strong man's neck. He looked like he was going to risk his life. The burly man who was attacked kept struggling, but his throat was still bitten off, and blood spurted out like an open tap. Seeing their companion spurting blood and falling to the ground, the other bodyguards' eyes turned red. They took out their weapons and surrounded them, wanting to avenge their companion. The man, whose face was covered in blood, turned around, pulled out the folding knife on his shoulder, and waved it at the bodyguards. He didn't care if they would hurt him at all. He had completely lost his mind. At the same time, the two women in the villa were also fighting, scratching, gnawing, and using all kinds of means at the same time. Shrieking and cursing were endless. The originally clean room became messier and messier. Blood was splattered everywhere. One after another, demonic-like figures crossed each other. Only when the last trace of strength in their bodies disappeared did they slowly fall to the ground. The man was already covered in wounds, and his internal organs were exposed, but he still didn't fall down. He grinned hideously and stabbed the knife into the last bodyguard's eye. After pulling out the knife, the man laughed in a weird way, then walked to the woman and his wife, who were lying on the bed, raised the knife and kept stabbing her. "Why do you think I'm following you? It's all because of your stinky money. I don't care about it anymore. I've had enough. Take your stinky money and die. Let's see if I can buy back your life." The man chuckled as he looked at his wife, who had died with her eyes wide open. He then turned to look at the woman who had an affair with him, his eyes filled with disdain. "I'm with this bitch for money, and you're with me for money too. We're both fucking bitches. Since I can't live, none of you should think about living. Let's go down together. He kissed the struggling woman and stabbed the knife into her body at the same time. They struggled for a while and gradually lost their breath. Only then did Tang Zhen stand up and slowly walk out of the door. The moment he walked out of the room, a 7-colored coin suddenly appeared in front of him. It was suspended in the void, and there was a constant evolution of laws on it. It was as if everything in the world could find a trace of it. Coin of destiny, huh? It looks pretty good. Tang Zhen casually took the gold coin. He was just about to carefully examine it when an unusual tremble was suddenly emitted from his body. This is a notification from Xianxia's phone. With a trace of shock and doubt in his heart, Tang Zhen quickly turned on the phone that he had not used for a long time. However, he discovered that the interface had changed and a message had popped up. Use 100 destiny gold coins to unlock the first seal. Looking at the notification on the phone, Tang Zhen's heart was faintly excited. It seemed that he finally had a chance to understand the secret of the phone. Because of this magical phone, he was able to rise from a nobody and become a cultivator of Lusheng who could travel across thousands of planes. However, even as a dignified spirit emperor, a powerful existence that could destroy a plane with a wave of his hand, he was still unable to crack the secret of the phone. This was also something that made Tang Zhen feel conflicted. He didn't expect that a random mission he chose and the gold coin of destiny he occasionally obtained could actually unseal the phone. This was simply beyond his expectations. Tang Zhen felt that there was a thread that was leading him toward the truth. However, he did not sense any abnormality from the beginning until the end. What was the coin of destiny? What was the seal on the phone? A rare trace of anticipation appeared in Tang Zhen's heart. He wanted to figure out what was going on as soon as possible. With the first seal, there would naturally be a second seal. What kind of secret is this phone hiding? Tang Zhen lowered his head and thought for a moment before smiling and shaking his head. It seemed that he was still too concerned about the secret of the phone, so much so that his state of mind was somewhat fluctuating. This kind of situation had not happened in a long time. In fact, no matter what secret the phone was hiding, he would figure it out when the time came. There was no need to be too entangled. Not to mention, he only had 1 coin of destiny so far, and he was still far from the required number to unseal the seal, not to mention that there was still the second seal. The road ahead was long and arduous. Tang Zhen did not even look at the haunted house behind him. He raised his head to look at the starry sky and slowly disappeared. 1576 Buying a house 1. The next morning, after Tang Zhen washed up, he went to make arrangements for Sister Zhaoqing. The other party was a pain in Huan Zhen's heart that could not be erased. It was also related to the reward of the second destiny gold coin. Tang Zhen did not dare to be careless. Originally, he didn't care much about the coin of destiny's reward. However, when he found out that the coin could unlock the secret of the phone, he immediately took it very seriously. He had to get this woman and then get the reward from the real illusion world lord. Of course, Tang Zhen didn't mean that he had slept with her. He guessed that this wasn't the intention of the realm lord. Tang Zhen could feel that Huan Zhen indeed loved Sister Xiaoqing, but he felt more regret and guilt. In the eyes of the illusionary reality world lord, Sister Xiaoqing was like his own sister. She was the only family he cared about when he was young. Although he couldn't be with her for the rest of his life, he would still feel uncomfortable seeing someone else sleep with the woman he cared about. Tang Zhen would not do such a stupid thing and cause him to miss out on a gold coin of destiny. Therefore, he could only use another way to compensate her, and material compensation was obviously a good way. According to his judgment, Sister Xiaoqing's family background should be very poor, which was why she dressed so simply and valued her job so much. Thinking of the living environment of Miss Qing's house, Tang Zhen decided to buy her a house first. The car circled the street once before Tang Zhen chose a real estate agency and walked in. He didn't choose those newly opened properties, which were not only troublesome but also needed to be renovated. It was far better to buy a second-hand house to save time. This company's business was good. After Tang Zhen walked in, he found that there were more than 20 people in the not-so-big room, almost filling the room. Tang Zhen hesitated for a moment. When he saw this, when he was thinking if he should go to the next shop to take a look, a young female employee beside him saw Tang Zhen. "Sir, do you want to buy or rent a house?" Seeing that someone had spoken, Tang Zhen felt that it was not good for him to turn around and leave. He nodded and said, "I want to buy a house. Price is not a problem, but it must be to my satisfaction." At this moment, Tang Zhen's clothes were simple and plain. His face still carried a trace of a tender aura that was unique to young people. If it was not for the calm expression on his face, others would have treated him as a student. The female employee smiled when she heard this and asked Tang Zhen, "What's the price you're willing to pay? Do you have any requirements for the location and floor? If you can be more detailed, I can help you find a suitable place faster." Tang Zhen nodded. He frowned and thought for a moment before saying, "It's fine as long as it doesn't exceed 30 million. It's best if the environment is quiet and not too far from the city. The security should also be good." He was prepared to give the house to Sister Zhaoqing. With such a valuable item, she would not have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of her life. To an ordinary person, 30 million was indeed an astronomical figure. It was something that they could only imagine in their entire lives. This was enough for Sister Qing. If he gave her more, it would be a disaster instead of a blessing. After hearing Tang Zhen's request, the female employee was stunned for a moment. She began to suspect that Tang Zhen was here to have fun. One must know that in their city, the most expensive house was only a few million yuan. Where would there be a house that was worth 30 million yuan? A few staff members by the side also smiled. They secretly sized up Tang Zhen's clothes and determined that there was something wrong with this person's brain. He didn't look like a rich man at all, and he even asked for a property worth 20 million yuan. Where did this lunatic come from? If Tang Zhen had said this as soon as he entered the room, probably no one would have bothered with him. This wasn't the snobbish eyes of the employees of a real estate company, because this didn't sound like something a normal person would say. The female staff who received Tang Zhen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although she didn't want to pay attention to Tang Zhen, she didn't have any business on hand and didn't have anything too important to do. She just treated it as chatting to pass the time. "Brother, you're still young. If you want to buy a house, you'd better ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. We don't have any real estate here that's worth more than 10 million yuan. You can't buy one even if you have money." The female employee didn't ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. If Tang Zhen had the money, this was her professional quality. What did it have to do with her if he had the money or not? Of course, the success rate of the transaction was higher for the rich customers. Although it was more troublesome, the staff could not say anything in order to increase the commission. After all, this was the money they earned. Tang Zhen nodded his head. This female employee was quite interesting. Even though she felt that this young man, Tang Zhen, was just making fun of her, she still displayed great patience. "If the other properties meet my requirements and the price is cheaper, it's not a problem. You'd better help me find it." The female employee didn't respond when she heard this. She directly went to the computer, pulled out a list, and introduced it to Tang Zhen. There was a middle-aged man standing by the side. He had been listening to the conversation between Tang Zhen and the female employee earlier. At this moment, he suddenly interjected, "Little brother, are you really going to buy a 30 million house? Are you joking?" He had a smile on his face, and his tone was 70% teasing and 30% serious. Everyone by the side also turned over at the same time when they heard this. They wanted to see how Tang Zhen would reply. Tang Zhen raised his head and swept his eyes over that man. He nodded and said, "That's right. What do you want to say?" Looking at Tang Zhen's calm eyes, the heart of the man who had originally wanted to tease him thumped. He kept feeling that the young man in front of him was not simple. In today's society, there were still people who judged people by their appearance, but it was difficult for them to achieve great things. This was because they valued appearance too much and didn't know that what was inside was the most important thing. What really determined the value was precisely what was inside. After some thought, the man said, "I have 6 houses in my hands. They're the project's accounting houses. They're all exquisitely renovated and each house costs 5 million yuan. Are you interested? There's information about the house here too. Do you want to take a look?" The faces of the people by the side carried a trace of surprise when they heard this. They did not understand why this man was so serious with Tang Zhen. After all, this young man was clearly an ordinary person from his clothes. Even if it was a coincidence, it still felt a little unnatural for the two of them to talk. The female employee was also stunned for a moment. She knew the man who spoke. He was also a boss who was neither too big nor too small. He rarely took the initiative to strike up a conversation, but today he was a little abnormal. Tang Zhen frowned. He touched the gold coin of destiny in his pocket and found that it seemed to have become hot just now. Could it be the influence of the coin of destiny that caused this scene to happen? If that was the case, then this coin of destiny was really powerful. It could completely control a person's luck and achieve their wishes. After these thoughts flashed through his heart, Tang Zhen nodded to the man, as long as your house meets the conditions, money is not a problem. Tang Zhen turned his head and glanced at the female employee. He pointed at the man and said, "You guys have a commission when you do business, right? Follow me and him to see houses." The female employee nodded, seemingly still in a daze. That man did not speak any nonsense. He felt that Tang Zhen was not simple. Regardless of whether the deal today was successful or not, he was very interested in getting to know this young man in front of him. People talked about fate between them. The man looked at Tang Zhen now and felt that they hit it off very well. The three of them got into the man's car and went straight to his house. It didn't take long for them to reach their destination. Tang Zhen looked around and found that the 6 houses were all in the same unit. The layout and area were not bad. He nodded to indicate that he could buy them and wanted to trade directly. Time was limited, and he didn't want to waste it on such trivial matters. The man and the female employee were a little surprised. They secretly wondered where this rich man came from. How could he spend money without blinking his eyes? Both parties returned to the real estate company and signed the contract. Tang Zhen also directly transferred the money to the other party. The efficiency was amazing. Tang Zhen, who had the ability to use the law of technology, could transfer all the banknotes from all the banks to his name in a flash. It was simply easy to get some dead accounts and funds that couldn't be seen in the light. The employees of the real estate company, who knew the details of the transaction, were all shocked and couldn't understand what had happened. After working for so long, this was the first time he had seen such a low-key and generous customer. It was enough to brag about. 1577 Old Tong's fortuitous encounter. 1. The Lingyun jewelry shop never opened during the day, which was very unusual. It was also very famous on this remote street. It was said that the customers who came at night all had extraordinary identities. After all, any random item here had a price that ordinary people could only look up to. Ordinary people were limited by their identities and didn't know about this kind of secret information that only circulated in special circles. Even if they knew, they couldn't afford it. Although it was not open during the day, the shop owner was not idle. He was carefully making ornaments, integrating the spirits he had painstakingly collected into the ornaments, making them one with the ornaments. This kind of spirit body was also a weapon spirit. Although there was a certain gap compared to a weapon spirit that relied on natural creation, it was enough for ordinary people. Sister Qing's boss, Uncle Tong, had a skill passed down from his ancestors. He could turn ownerless spirit bodies into special spirit weapons and sell them to customers who needed them. After the customer returns these accessories, they need to be carefully provided for, so that they can bless their own luck, make a lot of money, and turn misfortune into fortune. Everything had its advantages and disadvantages. To put it bluntly, the function of this kind of spirit weapon was to absorb the luck of the surrounding strangers, thus helping the owner who wore it. Therefore, people who knew the ropes would subconsciously stay away from the person wearing the spirit weapon, so as not to affect their own luck. A spirit weapon of a higher grade would possess the effect of protection, and could even steal a trace of fate energy from the laws of heaven, allowing the wearer to rise to the top. Any spirit tool of this grade would have a higher demand for support, and the price would be frighteningly high. Moreover, there was a price but no market. Old Tong had only made 2 high-grade spiritual weapons in his life. The first one had been sold many years ago, and the other one was kept for himself. He took care of it carefully every day. But last night, he clearly felt the artifact spirit's anxiety and a sense of fear. It only felt better during the day. Old Tong also knew that it was the Ghost King who had appeared in his shop that had caused this. The Ghost King that Old Tong was afraid of was a king-level spirit cultivator. In this plane, it was a super powerful existence that only existed in legends. It was said that this world couldn't contain them at all. Once they had the cultivation of a Ghost King, they would head to another world. Old Tong had never dreamed that he would be lucky enough to encounter such a legendary existence in his life. However, the whole process was not wonderful, and it made him feel frightened. After sending off little Qing, who had just finished work, with fear and trepidation, Old Tong closed the door of the shop and went to the sealed room upstairs, ready to provide for his spiritual weapon. Who would have thought that just as he walked upstairs, he would see a young man sitting leisurely on a chair upstairs, as if he had been waiting for a long time. Old Tong recognized the young man. He was the one who had come to the shop with little Qing before. He couldn't see through the young man. His name seemed to be Su Wanjun. Old Tong's heart skipped a beat when he saw the other party's half-smiling expression. He actually panicked for no reason. Although he was a cultivator with a decent spiritual weapon to protect himself and ordinary people couldn't withstand a single blow from him, Old Tong didn't have any confidence in front of this seemingly ordinary young man. Little Yingluo, little Su, are you trying to Yingluo? Old Tong stood at the door and hesitated for a moment. He was ready to figure out Tang Zhen's purpose. Just from the fact that the other party could come here without a sound and he had not noticed it beforehand, Old Tong knew that the young man was not simple. He had lived for more than half of his life, and if he couldn't even sense this little danger, he would have died under the many enemies' schemes. However, as soon as he said that, he heard a scolding. Then, he saw a young man walking down the stairs to the top floor. The young man was wearing a black robe made of an unknown material. However, his entire body was filled with a dense yin qi. With just a glance, one could tell that it was definitely not an ordinary item. Compared to this, the spirit weapon that he regarded as a treasure might only be considered trash. After sighing at the young man's special robe, Old Tong was stunned for a moment, because a chubby child was following behind the young man. It was his artifact spirit, Little Bean. However, at this moment, the artifact spirit's face was full of grievance and horror, like a trembling little rabbit that was following behind a tyrannosaur, afraid that it would be swallowed up. Little Bean, what's wrong with you? Seeing his weapon spirit being wronged, Old Tong couldn't care about anything else. He asked and walked toward the weapon spirit. How dare you be so impudent in front of this lord, get lost. Shut up, the guard who was walking in front shouted. At the same time, an invisible force appeared and pushed him over. Don't be rude, Tang Zhen's voice sounded out, causing the overseer's neck to shrink. After giving Tang Zhen a flattering smile, he turned around and helped Old Tong up. Old man, if your legs are inconvenient, you should be careful when you walk. Otherwise, it's easy to cause misunderstandings. The overseer helped Old Tong up with a cheeky smile and even kindly reminded him, which almost made Old Tong faint from anger. Holy fuck, you're the one who messed me up, and now you're pretending to be a good person. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Although Old Tong was unwilling, he understood that the other party's strength must be extremely strong. He was not a match for him at all. Perhaps even the Ghost King who protected Qing Zhu was no match for the young man in front of him. What was going on these 2 days? Why did these perverts appear one after another? Didn't they know that the old man's heart wasn't in good condition and couldn't take such stimulation at all? After seeing Old Tong, the weapon spirit named Little Bean's chubby face twitched and she started crying. He ran over with his head lowered and directly hid behind Old Tong, only revealing half of his small face. He looked at Tang Zhen and the overseer timidly, as if he had been wronged. What do you want to do? Just say it. Little Bean had been with Old Tong for more than 20 years and was not much different from his son. Old Tong's heart ached when he saw Little Bean being wronged, and his original fear was thrown out of the window. Don't worry, I'm here to trouble you with something. It won't affect your normal life. Tang Zhen looked at Old Tong, who had a trace of anger on his face, and explained with a smile. After that, he gave a look to the guard. The overseer nodded and flipped his palm up, revealing a light orb the size of a pigeon's egg. Little guy, your luck is here. No need to thank me, the overseer said as he casually threw the ball of light in front of Little Bean. Looking at the jumping ball of light, Little Bean's eyes immediately widened in fear. Then, she looked intoxicated. Like a fish that was constantly shaking its tail, she could not help but float in the air and swim towards the ball of light. Old Tong was also stunned for a moment. How could he not see that this was a ball of energy essence? As long as Little Bean swallowed it, it would have the possibility of growing infinitely in the future. If he had seen this kind of treasure in the past, Old Tong would have gotten it for Little Bean even if he had to risk his life. But now that it was in front of him, he hesitated. Old Tong grabbed Little Bean, who was still floating in the air with her neck stretched out. He opened his mouth to say something, but found that he couldn't say anything. Tang Zhen only looked at him quietly. The overseer, on the other hand, revealed a disdainful expression and sneered at Old Tong. Why don't you think about my status? Why would I bother to scheme against a shrimp-level cultivator like you? Since I've given it to you, just take it. Don't think about those useless things. Of course, if you don't want it, I'll take it back now." Upon hearing the overseer's words, Old Tong was like a frightened rabbit. He grabbed the light ball in the air and stuffed it directly into Little Bean's mouth. What a joke! Such a good thing was placed in front of him. If he still hesitated, then he would really have lived half his life in vain. 1578 Clues to the Mission 1. After swallowing the pearl-like energy ball, Little Bean's body seemed to become more solid, like a transparent crystal. Old Tong looked at Little Bean's change in silence. He took off a black bracelet from his wrist and chanted an incantation to put Little Bean into it. Then, he turned to look at Tang Zhen, who was sitting on the chair. "I've never received favors for free. Whatever request you have, as long as it's within my means, I'll definitely do it." Old Tong's face was solemn. He would have lived in vain if he didn't want to repay such a big favor. Even if the other party didn't take it to heart, he still had to show his sincerity. "Actually, my main purpose is still to hope that you can take good care of Sister Qing. If you don't have any scruples, it's best to take her in as a disciple and protect her for the rest of her life. With the energy I gave you just now, it's only a matter of time before Little Bean becomes the Ghost King. With his protection, no one can hurt you." Tang Zhen said with a smile and said to Old Tong, "This is my request. Can you agree to it?" When Old Tong heard this, he immediately patted his chest and said, "Please rest assured, anyone who wants to hurt Xiaoqing will have to step over my dead body first." After understanding Tang Zhen's strength and having received sufficient benefits, he believed that Old Tong would definitely not dare to go back on his words. "In that case, I'll take my leave first." Tang Zhen stood up and walked towards the door. The guard took a deep look at Old Tong and disappeared in an instant. "Oh right, there's one more thing I need your help with." Tang Zhen seemed to have recalled something as he suddenly turned around and spoke to Old Tong. Old Tong was startled. He quickly turned his ear to listen, but his heart was in a mess. Zhen Tang smiled when he saw Old Tong's apprehensive face. He motioned for him not to be nervous and then pointed to the black bracelet on his wrist. "I want to know, have you ever seen or heard of a spiritual weapon like the one in your hand that needs to be fed with the blood of a virgin's heart?" Old Tong's expression changed when he heard Tang Zhen's words. He revealed a complicated expression. Tang Zhen's brows were slightly furrowed. He knew that the other party definitely knew something from his expression. After hesitating for a few seconds, Old Tong's face revealed a trace of reminiscence as he slowly said to Tang Zhen, "More than 30 years ago, when I was at my peak, I spent a lot of effort gathering materials and finally made a spirit weapon. At that time, I was extremely proud and couldn't resist the vanity in my heart. I told this matter at a gathering, and it really attracted a lot of exclamations. Although my vanity was satisfied that time, I also brought trouble to myself. In the following days, I encountered assassinations, theft, and robbery. Although I managed to escape danger in the end, my vitality was greatly damaged and I was so seriously injured that I was not far from death. Just when I was at my wit's end, I was accidentally saved by a descendant of the clan. I secretly hid in his house, and the descendant of the clan thought of ways to treat my injuries." When he said this, Old Tong's face revealed a trace of sadness. He sighed to Tang Zhen and said, "Under the care of that clan disciple, my injuries were completely healed. To thank him for his help, I gave him that spiritual weapon. With the help of this spiritual weapon, the disciple who saved me began to rise rapidly, and his life also underwent a tremendous change. It's a pity that the greed in a human's heart can never be filled. After gaining both fame and fortune, he actually wants to scheme for even greater benefits. He hopes that I can modify the spirit weapon and directly steal the fate and creation of the heavenly Tao laws. I didn't agree at that time because this was against the heavens. Sooner or later, I would suffer retribution. It was also because of this that I fell out with him and never saw him again." At this point, Old Tong's face turned gloomy because not long after, he heard that the other party's status had risen again. Due to the death of the previous clan leader, he had become the clan leader of that clan. Upon hearing the news, Old Tong knew that the other party must have found a capable person to modify the spirit weapon and turn it into a bloody evil object. The previous clan leader's sudden death was probably related to it. As the creator of this spiritual weapon, Old Tong naturally knew how to provide for it, which was to smear it with the blood of a virgin's heart every 10 days. Only one drop of blood could be extracted from a virgin's heart, which meant that she would have a life. It was a pure sin. As the creator of this spiritual weapon, Old Tong felt that he had to share the blame, so he had spent a lot of effort to create another spiritual weapon. First, it was to protect himself, and second, he hoped to have a chance to kill that evil spirit. After listening to old Tong's story, Tang Zhen was certain that the family's disciple was the real murderer behind the scenes who killed Sister Xiaoqing in his previous life. As long as he could kill the culprit, he could erase the regret in the heart of the real Illusion Realm Lord. After asking for the name of that clan member, Tang Zhen nodded his head, turned around and walked down the stairs. When evening came, Tang Zhen found Sister Xiaoqing. At this moment, she was using a rag to wipe the counter of the store. Although there were not many goods in the store and there were not many customers, she still worked very hard. The only thing that made her feel strange was that every time a customer saw an item, they would directly discuss the price with Uncle Tong and not let her know the specific details. Although she was suspicious, Sister Qing knew that this was the rule of the shop and never asked. Seeing Tang Zhen take the initiative to look for her, Sister Xiaoqing was a little surprised, but she was even more surprised. To be so proactive, it meant that Su Wanjun had gradually gotten rid of the shadow in her heart. To Sister Xiaoqing, who had always cared about him, this was definitely something worth being happy about. "Wanjun, what do you want?" Sister Xiaoqing's eyes lit up as she looked at Tang Zhen, who had changed into black clothes and looked neat and straight. This was the first time she had seen Su Huan in such a state of mind. "Nothing much. I just have something to do and have to leave for a while. I want to say goodbye to Sister Qing." Sister Xiaoqing looked nervous and asked with concern, "What is it? You don't mind telling me, right?" She was afraid that Su Huan would really take things too hard. After all, his behavior these past 2 days had been too abnormal, as if he had become a completely different person. "Don't worry, I've found a master. He's going to take me to train. It'll probably be a long time before I can return." When Sister Xiaoqing heard this, she immediately frowned and shouted at Tang Zhen, "What master? You're not a scammer, are you? Listen to Sister Qing. You have too little social experience. You'll be at a disadvantage if you go out." In Sister Qing's opinion, there was no such thing as cultivation in real society. Everything was just imagination. Su Wanjun must have been deceived. Tang Zhen smiled. He extended his hand and picked up the vase that Sister Xiaoqing had placed on the counter. Under her puzzled gaze, he gently waved his hand. In the blink of an eye, the wilted flowers in the vase bloomed instantly, and the flowers bloomed higher and higher, filling the entire shop with an intoxicating fragrance. Sister Qing looked at this scene in a daze. She even reached out to pinch the flower to confirm that it was a real flower and not an illusion. In fact, even if an illusion was really made to this extent, it was enough to be unrivaled in the world, let alone a real flower. Looking at Sister Xiaoqing's confused face, Tang Zhen smiled and took out the property certificate that he had just handled and handed it to Sister Xiaoqing. "These are my gifts for you. Take them and don't delay them, or I'll get angry." The owner of all 6 houses was Sister Xiaoqing. This was something that Tang Zhen had specifically mentioned when he was handling the matter. Money makes things easier. Everything was completed in the shortest time possible. Looking at the pile of books that Tang Zhen handed over, Sister Xiaoqing looked through them and was immediately shocked. "Wanjun, what are you doing? I can't take the xianxia." Tang Zhen stopped Sister Xiaoqing from saying anything. He used a very serious tone and said, "Sister Xiaoqing, I've said this before. This is a token of my sincerity. You must not reject it, or I'll be angry." When he spoke, Tang Zhen used a little trick to make the other party more easily convinced. Sister Xiaoqing was just an ordinary person, so how could she resist the means of a spirit emperor cultivator? Although she was slightly unwilling, she still accepted the certificate. "I'll keep it for you. I'll give it to you when you come back." When she said this, Sister Qing was unusually determined, as if she had already decided on this. 1579 The mastermind behind the scenes. Tang Zhen waved his hand as he walked out of the shop where Sister Xiaoqing worked and left without looking back. He wasn't the illusionary realm lord. He was only here to complete his mission. He would come when he had to and leave when he had to. By experiencing someone else's life and observing the actor from a bystander's point of view, one could actually see things much more clearly than the person himself. From Tang Zhen's point of view, the illusionary realm lord was a very complicated person. He had a strong power, but he didn't do things cleanly. It was because he had too many regrets and concerns in his heart that he had left behind so many hidden dangers, causing him to fall into a coma. If the reincarnated person was the illusionary reality world overlord, Would he give up his future and choose to spend the rest of his life with Sister Xiaoqing? Tang Zhen thought for a long time but was unable to come up with an answer. However, if he was the one to choose, he might not be greedy for this gentleness, even if it was only for a few decades. If you miss something, you will miss it forever. If you want to recover the lost beauty, and also want to grasp all the opportunities in the future, how could there be such a good thing in the world? At the same time, it also meant loss. It was the same no matter who it was. According to Old Tong's description, the clan's disciple who had obtained the spirit weapon accessory was called Wang Wuyong. He had a prominent status now and had a certain degree of fame in this country. A tall tree attracts the wind. Wang Wuyong's career was huge, and he had many enemies. In order to ensure his own safety, Wang Wuyong would bring at least 3 bodyguards with him every time he went out, and all of them were cultivators who were not weak. The place where he lived was even more heavily guarded. There were layers of security guards, afraid that his past enemies would harm his life. If it was the illusionary reality world overlord before he made a name for himself, he would not be a match for such a powerful enemy. By the time he had the ability to find out the truth and avenge Sister Xiaoqing, the enemy had already turned into a pile of yellow soil. This matter had also become a regret in the heart of the illusionary real world overlord. Now that Tang Zhen had been reborn for him, he naturally had to make his enemy pay the price. Tang Zhen first paid his respects to the parents of the illusionary realm lord. Then, he connected to the internet to check on Wang Wuyang's recent schedule and left the city he had lived in for almost 20 years. With Tang Zhen's strength as a spiritual emperor, killing Wang Wuyang would be as easy as turning his hand over. This time, he had helped the illusionary realm lord to reincarnate, and it was completely a cheat. However, it was meaningless. He subconsciously assumed that he was the real fantasy world lord. How would he kill his enemies when he was still weak? After thinking for a long time, Tang Zhen finally realized that with Wang Wuyang's defensive power and the spirit weapon he had, the fantasy realm lord who was just an ordinary person at that time couldn't kill Wang Wuyang. Bay City's skyscraper was Wang Wuyang's property. Ever since he became the head of the family, Wang Wuyang had gone from being an outcasted figure in the family to someone who had unimaginable power and wealth in a short period of time. Apart from his own ability, the spiritual weapon skill he obtained from Old Tong was indispensable for him to have everything he had today. Even if the weapon spirit needed fresh blood to nourish it, with Wang Wuyang's current power, it would not take much effort to do so. He didn't even need to do it himself. He only needed to hand this matter over to his subordinates, and they would handle it well. Wang Wuyang had never asked about the source of the offerings, or rather, he didn't care at all. He thought that he was superior to others, but now, he had the mindset of looking down on all living beings like ants. Patriarch, we should set off now. A pretty woman walked in and reminded Wang Wuyang in a low voice. Wang Wuyang nodded and turned around to let his assistant help him change his clothes. Then, he walked out of his office. There were 4 men and women with steady auras outside the door. They were all cultivators who had achieved success in their cultivation. At the same time, they were the guards that Wang Wuyang had spent a lot of money to hire. In order to climb to his current position, Wang Wuyang had made countless enemies. In order to maintain his hard-earned position, he had formed a team of guards made up of cultivators and retired special forces. Even though the existence of cultivators had always been a secret in this world, it wouldn't take much effort for someone at Wang Wuyang's level to find them. Cultivators also needed money and resources, and the standards of wealth, companionship, law, and land were universal in all planes. The group took the special elevator and went straight to the underground parking lot. Then, they got into a custom bulletproof car and slowly drove onto the road outside. However, just as the car charged out of the tunnel, a loud bang was heard. The bulletproof car that Wang Wuyang was in was sent flying. It rolled twice before landing on the ground. Wang Wuyang's face was full of panic. His usual calm and composed expression had long disappeared. He curled up in the car and waited for his subordinates to remove the danger. There was no doubt that he had been assassinated again. This was not the first time Wang Wuyang had encountered such a situation. Poisoning, shooting, car crash, in order to kill him, his enemies had done everything they could. However, Wang Wuyang had managed to escape every time. He believed that it would be the same this time. Just as he was swearing to himself that he would find the person who tried to assassinate him and take revenge, Wang Wuyang suddenly heard a gunshot. The sound of the gunshot was very strange. Even though Wang Wuyong did not know much about the weapon, he could still feel that something was wrong. Then, he saw a cultivator who was protecting him fall to the ground with a hole the size of a human head in his chest. It was a terrible sight. The sudden death of their companion frightened the other 3 cultivators. They immediately looked for cover and searched for the shooter's position. As long as they found the sniper's trail, they were confident that they could kill him. Whoosh! Another gunshot was heard. A cultivator hiding behind the wall had half of his body torn apart. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. After suffering such a heavy injury, that guy actually didn't die. He was lying on the ground and wailing continuously. The other 2 cultivators saw this and looked at the building not far behind them. It was obvious that the gunshot came from that direction. They looked at each other and were about to rush over to kill the sniper. Who would have thought that as soon as they got up, a cultivator's head would explode? Seeing his companion's headless body fall in front of him, the remaining cultivator was horrified and turned to escape without hesitation. The enemy was too powerful. If he hesitated any longer, he would also become a corpse on the ground. Wang Wuyong, who witnessed the entire process from the car, was so angry that he started cursing. He didn't expect the cultivators he had spent so much money to hire to be so weak. 3 of them were killed in the blink of an eye, and the last one had run away. After the anger, it was an uncontrollable fear. He understood the strength of the cultivators protecting him. It was because of their existence that he was able to avoid the assassination of his enemies time and time again. The fact that there was an accident this time could only mean one thing: the enemy was too powerful. Even the guard cultivator was no match for him. How could he deal with the crisis in front of him with only one spirit weapon? Wang Wuyang's mind was in a mess. He wanted to escape from the bulletproof car, but when he thought about the enemy's bullets that could come at him at any time, he immediately dismissed the idea. Instead of running out to die, it was better to stay in the car and believe that the killer could not do anything to him. It wouldn't take long for reinforcements to arrive. At that time, he would be able to avert the crisis. Another gunshot was heard, and Wang Wuyong saw the cultivator who had escaped. He had also been shot in the head, and his body was lying on the side of the road. A man in black with a white mask on his face slowly walked over, holding a uniquely shaped sniper rifle. Wang Wuyang's eyes narrowed when he saw the killer. He stared at the eyes behind the mask. The other party was also looking at him, but his eyes were like he was looking at an animal. The killer slowly walked to the car that could no longer be driven. He tilted his head and looked at Wang Wuyong. Then, he took out a barrel of sticky-looking fuel from his backpack. Then, under Wang Wuyang's terrified gaze, the killer turned on the fuel and poured it on the bulletproof car. Flames rose into the air. Wang Wuyong and the passengers in the car wanted to escape, but they realized that the door was locked. 1580 Backlash 1. The fuel's composition was unknown. It looked like an aluminoid and burned very quickly. In the blink of an eye, the bulletproof car was burned into potholes. The temperature inside the bulletproof car suddenly rose, making people feel like they were in an oven. Wang Wuyong, who had been able to maintain his composure, was now completely flustered. He only realized now that he was so afraid of death. Damn it, who are you? Wang Wuyong clenched his teeth. He tried to get out of the car, but he couldn't. He immediately shouted at the killer outside. No matter who hired you, as long as you let me live, I'll pay you 10 times the price. If it's not enough, I can give you 100 times more. Name a price and I, Wang Wuyong, will definitely fulfill it. Wang Wuyong looked at the killer expectantly after he finished speaking. However, the killer did not move at all. He continued to look at Wang Wuyong with a cold gaze. Damn it, as long as I can escape this calamity, I will make you wish you were dead. After the killer rejected his offer, Wang Wuyong calmed down. His eyes were filled with madness and cruelty as he looked at the other passengers in the car. Just like Wang Wuyong, the other passengers in the car were also screaming in panic. Their faces were filled with uncontrollable despair. The bulletproof car that had originally provided them with a guarantee of safety had now become a cage that imprisoned them. They could only wait for death to come. They were filled with regret. If they had known this would happen, they would have jumped out of the car when the car was attacked. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in such a crisis. While the car was in a mess, Wang Wuyang's face was twisted. He touched the black ring on his finger and looked at his panicking subordinates. A bloodthirsty smile slowly appeared on his face. These people were Wang Wuyang's trusted aides and knew many of his secrets. Even the offerings for the spirit weapons were collected by these trusted aides. Wang Wuyong felt that he had never mistreated them. Now that he was in a life and death situation, it was time for them to repay him. Ring spirit, swallow their blood essence and help me get out of here. Following Wang Wuyang's low growl, a cloud of black smoke came out of the black ring and writhed in the car. When the panicked subordinates saw the black mist, their faces turned as pale as paper. They dodged to the side with all their might and begged for mercy at the same time. As Wang Wuyong's trusted aides, how could they not know the use of the black mist? When they saw Wang Wuyong release the black mist, they knew that he was going to use them as sacrifices. Wang Wuyong was unmoved. So what if he lost his trusted subordinates? He could always groom them again. The most important thing was to protect his own life. You can all rest in peace. I will compensate your family and let them live without worry for the rest of their lives. After letting out a strange laugh, Wang Wuyong pointed at his subordinate and mumbled something to himself in a sharp and rapid tone. "Au!" A shrill wail rang in his ears. The black smoke was like a snake, quickly drilling into the nostrils of his heart. The people who were struggling with all their might were stunned for a moment. Then, their bodies began to convulse, their legs kicking in all directions, and the veins on their blue-purple faces were exposed. They were rolling around in the narrow car, their eyes bulging out of their sockets, no different from ferocious ghosts. At the same time, their fair skin began to turn gray and dull, and a pungent smell assaulted their faces. "It's itchy, it's so itchy. Wang Wuyong, you'll die a horrible death. I beg you, please kill me." The wailing sounds in the car were endless, but Wang Wuyong did not move. He kept observing the shell of the bulletproof car, afraid that it would be burned through in the next second. At this moment, his subordinates felt as if tens of thousands of ants were gnawing on their hearts. Every part of their bodies, from their bone marrow to their pores, was itchy. However, as long as they reached out to scratch it, the pain would be reduced a lot. After realizing this, the subordinates scratched their bodies with all their might, their faces showing a twisted expression of pain and joy. "My ear is so itchy, I scratched it off. My eyes are so itchy. It's so comfortable to pull them off. My stomach is so itchy. Give me a knife, please." A strange tone kept ringing in the car, as if it was a whisper from the nine hells, making people shudder. As his hands continued to scratch, the skin and flesh of these confidants were like rotten yellow mud walls, falling off in pieces. In less than a minute, these men and women had turned into a pile of white bones. The black mist that they had inhaled earlier also floated out from the skeletons, but the color had become as red as blood. And NBSP, the snake-shaped red mist with twisted faces, was absorbed by the ring. Then, a malevolent spirit appeared. It used its tongue to wrap around Wang Wuyong and protect him. Then, a red mist spread out like a flying insect and the temperature dropped. "Wang Wuyong, if you want me to help you escape, you'll have to double the number of sacrifices." The evil spirit's eyes were filled with greed and slyness as it bargained with Wang Wuyong. I promise you everything. Hurry up and get me out of this damn car." Wang Wuyong shouted anxiously without any hesitation. It was just some offerings, nothing to him. Even if he doubled the price, it would not be a problem. "Remember your promise and don't go back on it." The evil spirit laughed out loud. At the same time, the red mist around its body quickly expanded and filled up the car. Everything in the car that the red mist touched turned to dust in a short time. Only Wang Wuyong was protected by the evil spirit and was not injured at all. The evil spirit saw this and roared proudly, "Hee hee, break the car's outer shell and explode." Then, everything returned to normal. The evil spirit's gloomy face showed a trace of surprise. He raised his arm again and shouted, "Corrosive poison mist, explode." The exterior of the car was safe and sound. The only change was that the power of the yin qi had weakened, and the temperature inside the car seemed to be rising. Wang Wuyang's face had completely changed. He shouted at the evil spirit, "Can you fucking do it or not?" The evil spirit was also full of doubts. Its corrosive poisonous fog could be said to be invincible, so why was it not working at this moment? The evil spirit tried again. "Corrosive poison mist, explode. Explode." Sow. The blood essence that it had absorbed was used up in a very short time, and the evil spirit became nervous. Although it was a spirit, it was still afraid of high temperatures, not to mention that the flames could even burn through metal. Once the fire spread to the carriage, not only would Wang Wuyong die, even the ring that was connected to his life would not be able to escape. After realizing this, the evil spirit's gaze on Wang Wuyong became strange. After letting out a strange laugh, a red mist suddenly appeared and wrapped around his hand that was wearing the ring. Wang Wuyong felt a sharp pain in his wrist. When he raised his hand, he realized that one of his hands had disappeared. Damn it, you actually dared to hurt me. Wang Wuyang's face was filled with disbelief. He raised his hand and pointed at the evil spirit. However, just as he opened his mouth, a red mist suddenly entered his mouth. Why? Before Wang Wuyong could finish his sentence, he turned into a dried corpse and died in the hands of the evil spirit. Raising an evil creature would eventually result in a backlash. Old Tong had warned Wang Wuyong before, but he was blinded by greed and didn't listen to him from the beginning. After absorbing Wang Wuyang's blood essence, the evil spirit moaned in comfort. It was ready to rush out of the car and find a new host for the ring so that it could enjoy the offerings on time. A few seconds later, the car was burnt. Seeing this, evil spirit immediately wrapped the ring and rushed out. Before the evil spirit could cheer, a big hand suddenly grabbed the ring. The terrifying aura was like that of a prehistoric giant beast, causing the evil spirit to shiver like a mouse. I'll leave it to you, but remember not to play to your death. Tang Zhen's voice sounded. At the same time, he threw the ring to the guard beside him before slowly turning around and leaving. 1581 Chapter 1579. Brutal beating. After getting rid of the culprit who killed Sister Qing in his previous life, Tang Zhen completed the mission as expected and received a gold coin of destiny as a reward. When he turned to leave, the coin of destiny had already appeared, floating in the air a foot away from him, exuding a mysterious aura. Looking at the gold coin of destiny in his hand, Tang Zhen revealed a thoughtful expression. This item was related to removing the seal on his mobile phone, so Tang Zhen had to pay attention to it. It seemed that after this trial, he would really find an opportunity to find out more about the coin of destiny, so that he would not be as confused as he was now. Luo Fei was a good candidate. Her origin was very mysterious and she knew a lot of things. Tang Zhen had learned a lot of information about the trial from her. He had just entered the circle of the real strong in the world of Lusheng, and there were still many things he needed to learn. After putting away the Destiny Gold coin, Tang Zhen was thinking about how to find the next mission when the scenery around him began to change rapidly. An unknown force wrapped his body. Tang Zhen was startled at first. Soon after, he relaxed. This was the power of the law of time affecting him. It was like clicking the fast-forward button on a video. Perhaps in the next second, the world would have changed. Time was changing, but perhaps he was the only one who remained the same. He did not resist this power and allowed it to bring him through the long river of time. After a few seconds, Tang Zhen was already in a quiet valley. It seemed like this was a new point in time, and the mission would start from here. Looking at the surrounding buildings, all of them had hundreds of years of history and looked antique. However, due to the proper maintenance, it was not a problem for people to live in them. Releasing his mental energy to probe, Tang Zhen discovered that there was actually an illusory formation outside the valley, causing outsiders to be unable to discover the secret of this place. It was a world of its own. It wasn't a paradise, but the energy it contained was much stronger than the outside world. There were still some cultivators in the valley. The strongest cultivator was equivalent to a level 5 cultivator. In this world, he was considered a strong master. The illusionary reality realm lord must have started his cultivation journey from then on. The problem was that this place had nothing to do with the Lusheng world. How did he become a cultivator of the Lusheng world? Tang Zhen frowned and decided to wait and see. Just as he was about to walk around and gather information, a middle-aged man suddenly walked out of a building beside him. He looked at Tang Zhen who was standing at the door and immediately rebuked, "Su Wanjun, what's wrong with you? How dare you come back? The failure of this mission is because of you, and your companion is also implicated by you. What a waste." Tang Zhen's heart ached slightly when he heard the middle-aged man's reprimand. However, the corner of his mouth revealed a smile. He had been thinking about how to find a mission, but he did not expect the mission to come to him on its own accord, which saved him a lot of time. Tang Zhen sized up the middle-aged man in front of him and found that his strength was only at level 2. However, he had an overbearing expression and looked at Su Wanjun with a trace of pride and coldness in his eyes. Since the illusionary reality world overlord was extremely disgusted with this person, Tang Zhen naturally wouldn't be polite. He smiled as he approached the middle-aged man and raised his hand to slap him. Pa! The slap was crisp and loud. The man's cheek was visibly deformed, and a tooth flew out. Tang Zhen was secretly pleased. It seemed that the illusionary reality realm lord was also very happy subconsciously. The middle-aged man revealed a shocked expression. He covered his swollen cheek with one hand and pointed at Tang Zhen with the other. He jumped up and shouted in an exasperated tone, "Need, Su, Han, illusionary, Zhen, Li Qi Shi Miju, you deceived your master and destroyed your ancestor." Who would have thought that just as his words left his mouth, Tang Zhen would once again give him a slap, causing another tooth to fly out. Tang Zhen nodded his head in satisfaction when he saw the two middle-aged men with swollen cheeks. Yes, he's much more pleasing to the eye now. The furious roar earlier had already attracted the attention of the passers-by. When they saw Tang Zhen slapping the middle-aged man twice in a row, they were already dumbstruck. At the same time, there was a trace of gloating. Su Huan is really bold. He actually dared to hit the elder of the Foreign Affairs Division. He's dead, he's definitely dead. Just a few days ago, he offended the son of the elder of the Foreign Affairs Division. Now, he's slapping his father. Is Su Wanjun trying to defy the heavens? Hehe, this father and son have long wanted to find trouble with Su Wanjun. Now, they've directly fallen out with each other. This Su Huan is really courting death. It wasn't easy for her to join the sect, but now she's being bullied. I think she's going to be kicked out again. Chase him out. It's not that simple. With the means of the Foreign Affairs Division's elder, killing him is a piece of cake. Everyone's whispers were unable to escape Tang Zhen's ears. He immediately understood the general situation after sorting out the information. The illusionary real-world overlord had a grudge with the elder of the Foreign Affairs Division and his son, but the exact reason was unknown. However, looking at his pathetic behavior just now, there must be some secret inside story. Tang Zhen wasn't interested in investigating the inside story. Since the fantasy world realm lord felt aggrieved, he would vent his anger first. As for the subsequent troubles, Tang Zhen was the ancestor in this world. When he thought of this, Tang Zhen raised his leg and once again kicked at the Foreign Affairs Hall's elder, who was now unrecognizable. The other party wanted to dodge, but he realized that he was unable to do so. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the surrounding spectators, Tang Zhen kicked the Foreign Affairs Hall elder down. After which, he kicked the Foreign Affairs Hall elder like he was kicking a football, causing him to roll around. In the beginning, the elder of the Foreign Affairs Division was still cursing in anger, but it soon turned into wailing and begging for mercy from Tang Zhen. His heart was filled with depression. Why couldn't he even defeat an inner disciple? Just as Tang Zhen was having a good time kicking, a tall young man who looked to be about the same age as Su Wanjun pushed through the crowd. When he saw the wailing elder of the Foreign Affairs Hall on the ground, he immediately rushed over in anger. Su Wanjun, you're looking for death. The tall young man pounced over and smashed a fist towards Tang Zhen's head with a murderous aura. Get lost. Tang Zhen didn't even turn his head as his leg swept out and directly kicked the stomach of this tall youth. Ka ka ka. The tall young man's expression froze, his eyes bulging out, his mouth wide open, and he squirmed a few times before slowly falling to the ground. Damn, we'll beat her up. Where did this Su Wanjun come from? An onlooker exclaimed, causing the bystanders to nod their heads repeatedly. Hurry up and help. Otherwise, the elder of the Foreign Affairs Division will be kicked to death. Finally, someone regained his senses and rushed out of the crowd to where Tang Zhen was. He wanted to stop him and at the same time, show off in front of the Foreign Affairs Hall's elder. The other onlookers also came to a sudden realization and rushed forward one after another, not wanting to miss this rare opportunity to perform. However, just as they took a step forward, they saw that the guy who had rushed over first had already been sent flying back. He was lying on the ground, twitching and screaming. Whoever dares to come over, I'll beat them up together. Upon hearing Tang Zhen's warning and seeing the pained expression of the fellow on the ground, the onlookers who originally wanted to step forward to help hesitated for a moment. In the end, they did not dare to continue approaching. Whether it was the father and son of the Foreign Affairs Hall elders or the guy who wanted to help just now, they were all not weak. But even so, they were not able to withstand a single move. In the face of such a fierce Su Wanjun, the onlookers all felt fear. They didn't know what kind of opportunity he had encountered that made him act so abnormal. Just as everyone was hesitating, a dozen more cultivators rushed over from the distance. They rushed through the crowd and came to Su Wanjun. When they saw the Foreign Affairs Hall elder father and son, who had been beaten up like pigs, their faces were full of shock. Su Wanjun, stop. Do you want to die? An angry voice that was filled with concern was transmitted over, causing Tang Zhen's heart to feel a slight pain as he slowly turned around. He was also a middle-aged man, with a dignified appearance, but a sickly face. His hair was white as snow, like a candle in the wind, as if it could be extinguished at any time. The illusionary reality world lord's subconsciousness transmitted a feeling of adoration, which made Tang Zhen feel strange. At the same time, he also had a judgment of the identity of the man in front of him. If there were no accidents, he should be the master of the fantasy world overlord, one of the old friends who also felt the same way. 1582 So what if I hit you? When they saw that Tang Zhen had stopped beating him, the Foreign Affairs Hall's elder father and son immediately ran to the side, afraid that they would suffer such torture again. Under the cover of the crowd, the father and son heaved a sigh of relief. However, after feeling the pain from their bodies, the eyes that they looked at Tang Zhen with became extremely vicious. They had made such a big fool of themselves in public today, so they had to take revenge no matter what. Otherwise, the father and son pair would really be unable to gain a foothold in the sect. However, they couldn't figure out how Su Wanjun, who had always been low-key and silent, had become so powerful that even the father and son combined were not her match. Su Wanjun, what are you trying to do? How dare you beat up an inner elder in public? The one who spoke was a strong man with a resolute face. He was also the elder in charge of punishment in the sect. He would never forgive those who violated the sect rules. He glanced at the father and son of the Foreign Affairs Hall elder who had been beaten into a pig head. A trace of disdain flashed in his eyes, and there was even a faint sense of satisfaction. Everyone already knew what kind of character this father and son had, but it was not easy to comment. Seeing the Law Enforcement Hall's elder speak, Su Wanjun's master also quickly said, "That's right, Wanjun. What happened? Did you get bullied? Tell me, master will help you." Even if Su Huan was really the murderer, his master still asked this question. It was obvious that he was protecting her. When the elder of the Foreign Affairs Division heard this, he immediately jumped out and pointed at Su Wanjun's master and roared, "What do you mean? Are you trying to exonerate your own disciple? You can ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. From the beginning to the end, it was your disciple who committed the crime, so you can't deny it." When Su Wanjun's master heard this, he glanced at the Foreign Affairs Hall elder with a cold gaze and said softly, "Huan Zhen may be a loner, but he's never one to cause trouble. You must have done something to anger him." Hearing this, the elder of the Foreign Affairs Division was so angry that he almost vomited blood. The heavens were his witness. He had only reprimanded Su Wanjun with a few words. He didn't expect to be beaten up so badly. Even if he had wanted to scheme against Su Wanjun, his plan had not been implemented yet. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had been wronged. What the elder of the Foreign Affairs Hall didn't know was that in his previous life, the Fantasy Realm Lord had been framed by him and suffered from injustice. If it wasn't for his master's pleading, he would have been expelled from the sect. Therefore, even if he didn't kill this father and son for the time being, he had to punish them severely and make them lose face. The Law Enforcement Hall's elder who was the first to speak indicated for everyone to not speak. He spoke to the indifferent-looking Tang Zhen, "No matter what the cause of this matter is, it's a fact that you've beaten up an elder of the Foreign Affairs Division. You must accept punishment." Tang Zhen looked at the other party and softly laughed, "What punishment? 50 lashes, cripple your cultivation, and expel you from the sect." The burly man stared at Tang Zhen as he spoke word by word. "Whipping won't do, crippling my cultivation won't do, expelling me from the sect is a waste of time, hee, you can try expelling me." Hearing Tang Zhen's reply, a trace of anger flashed across the Law Enforcement Hall's elder's face. Tang Zhen's reply was truly too arrogant. He didn't even put him in his eyes. "Su Wanjun, I don't care what kind of opportunity you've gotten, but in this sect, the sect rules are the most important. You can't be so presumptuous." As soon as he finished speaking, the Law Enforcement Hall master rushed toward Tang Zhen, preparing to arrest him and punish him. Who would have thought that before his body could even approach Tang Zhen, he would feel an invisible force wrapping around him, forcefully pushing him back to his original spot. "This is a warning, don't humiliate yourself." Tang Zhen's voice sounded out and only resonated in the ears of the Law Enforcement Hall master. It was obvious that he did not take him seriously. The Law Enforcement Hall master staggered back a few steps. His face was filled with shock. The way he looked at Tang Zhen became more and more solemn. In the short exchange just now, he knew that he was not a match. If he acted rashly again, he would only be asking for humiliation. However, the words had already been spoken, and this matter was within the scope of his responsibility, so how could he just ignore it? Just as the hall master of the law enforcement hall was in a dilemma and feeling worried, Su Wanjin's master suddenly opened his mouth and bowed to him. Senior brother, why don't we ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. The sect leader to make a decision. Based on Su Wanjin's display of strength just now, this matter could no longer be dealt with the way ordinary disciples were dealt with. Therefore, the best way was to inform the sect leader. Junior brother is right, I didn't think it through. The law enforcement hall master nodded. It was indeed inappropriate for him to interfere in this matter. Otherwise, he might be on the list of people who would be beaten up. He turned around and instructed the people beside him to inform the sect master. The law enforcement hall master said to Tang Zhen, no matter what injustice you've suffered, you can explain it in front of the sect leader and someone will help you. The meaning between the lines was already somewhat biased towards Tang Zhen. When the elder of the Foreign Affairs Division heard this, his face turned gloomy. He snorted angrily and went straight to the tallest building in the valley. Wanjun, don't be afraid. The sect leader has always been fair. He won't make things difficult for you. The master of the illusionary reality world lord walked over and patted Tang Zhen's shoulder. His eyes were filled with encouragement. Tang Zhen nodded his head and followed everyone to the large hall. By the time he entered the hall, the elder of the Foreign Affairs Hall was already sitting on a chair. There were some cultivators sitting beside him, and they all looked over with judgmental eyes. An old man sat on the chair at the very front. He wore a moon-white long robe and had a dignified expression. After seeing Tang Zhen walk in, the Foreign Affairs Hall's elder immediately jumped up and loudly said to the sect master, it's this Su Wanjun. He beat me and my son for no reason. He's brutal and has no respect for his elders. He treats the sect rules like child's play. At this moment, the elder of the Foreign Affairs Hall still looked like a pig's head. When he spoke, he waved his hands and feet, which looked very funny. Some cultivators couldn't hold back their laughter, but they didn't want others to see it. They could only lower their heads and shake their shoulders. The sect leader didn't pay any attention to the Foreign Affairs Hall elder. Instead, he kept looking at Tang Zhen. A trace of doubt and experience flashed in his eyes. He realized that he couldn't see through this inner disciple's strength at all. This situation could only mean two things. Either the other party had an item to hide his cultivation, or his strength was far higher than his. No matter what the reason was, he had to pay great attention to it. Su Wanjun, is what the elder of the Foreign Affairs Division said true? Hearing the sect leader's question, everyone at the side looked at Tang Zhen, waiting for his answer. Tang Zhen pointed at the Foreign Affairs Hall's elder in the face of a large number of gazes and said in a mocking tone, this old dog deserves to be beaten, and so does this little dog. Hearing Tang Zhen scold him, the Foreign Affairs Hall elder was so angry that he jumped up and cursed, you still dare to speak arrogantly. Do you really think no one can stop you? Hee hee, Tang Zhen laughed, old dog, come and hit me if you have the guts. You bastard. This time, the elder of the Foreign Affairs Division was so angry that he vomited blood. His body trembled and he fell to the ground. Father, are you all right? Upon seeing this, his son immediately stepped forward to support him. At the same time, he furiously roared at Tang Zhen, Su Wanjun, you've gone too far. This sudden scene caused the entire hall to immediately become chaotic. Many cultivators looked at Tang Zhen with an increasingly unfriendly gaze. In their eyes, this was a provocation to themselves. They simply didn't put anyone in their eyes. Wanjun, don't be rude. The master at the side rebuked, but his tone was neither warm nor angry, as if he was just putting on an act. The entire hall was filled with a strange atmosphere. Tang Zhen's performance was unscrupulous. However, no one directly attacked him. Even the sect leader's behavior was somewhat abnormal. The cultivators present had deep thoughts. How could they not see that there was something wrong with Tang Zhen? Therefore, they would definitely not express their opinions easily until the last moment. Seeing this, Tang Zhen sneered in his heart. Since he wanted to erase the regrets of the fantasy world overlord, he naturally wouldn't keep a low profile anymore. On the contrary, the more he flaunted, the more carefree he became. The sect leader pondered for a moment and whispered a few words to a cultivator beside him. Then, he kept quiet. Seeing that the sect leader didn't speak, the other cultivators also closed their mouths as if nothing had happened. Even though the father and son of the Foreign Affairs Hall elders looked bitter and hateful, they pretended to turn a blind eye. 1583 The dumbfounded elder of the Foreign Affairs Division, after a moment of silence, the sect leader suddenly spoke. Su Wanjun, it's been almost 3 years since you joined the sect, right? Tang Zhen nodded. He didn't know when the illusionary realm lord had joined the sect. Since he said 3 years, then 3 years would do. I just want to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. One thing. In these 3 years, other than this father and son, has the sect treated you badly? Tang Zhen shook his head. The illusionary reality realm lord had a good impression of the sect subconsciously. Other than the father and son who were beaten into pig heads, everything seemed to be fine. His master, in particular, made the illusionary real-world overlord feel a rare trace of warmth, so much so that he still missed him after so many years. The sect has never mistreated me, and I, Su Wanjun, have never let the sect down. No matter what, the image of the illusionary reality world overlord had to be established. He seemed to care a lot about these things and was afraid that his master would misunderstand. The sect leader revealed a smile when he saw Tang Zhen's reply. He did not say anything more. As long as the young man in front of him didn't have any ill feelings towards the sect, everything would be fine. As for the father and son from the Foreign Affairs Hall, they had only been beaten up. Compared to Su Wanjun, who he couldn't see through, it was nothing. Don't think that it's reasonable for the father and son of the Foreign Affairs Hall to be beaten up. If the situation required it, even if Tang Zhen were to beat up the father and son again, the sect leader would deliberately turn a blind eye. What he considered was the interests of the entire sect. If there was a conflict with him, he would also put the interests of the sect first, even if it meant sacrificing some personal interests. It didn't take long for the cultivator who had left earlier to return to the main hall. When he passed by the father and son from the Foreign Affairs Division, he gave them a meaningful look. Have you investigated the matter? Upon hearing the sect leader's question, the cultivator bowed and replied, we've already investigated clearly. The elder of the Foreign Affairs Hall was indeed at fault in this matter. He deliberately bent the law for his personal gains and played with the sect's rules. However, Su Wanjun was a little impulsive. He didn't report his encounter at all. He attacked as soon as he returned to the sect. The sect leader frowned when he heard this. The elder of the Foreign Affairs Hall's expression changed greatly. He opened his mouth to explain, but when he saw the sect leader's dignified eyes, he could only unwillingly close his mouth. Continue, what happened? Hearing the sect leader's order, the cultivator continued to explain. Some time ago, Su Wanjun and a few new disciples went down the mountain to carry out a mission. As a result, the mission failed because the son of the elder of the Foreign Affairs Hall was greedy and rushed forward. This caused a great loss to the sect. But the son of the elder of the Foreign Affairs Hall didn't want to take responsibility, so he colluded with several other inner disciples and pushed all the blame to Su Wanjun. When the Foreign Affairs Division investigated this matter, they had already discovered the truth. However, due to the manipulation of the elders of the Foreign Affairs Division, they simply made the mistake and made Su Wanjun a scapegoat. Before he even returned to the sect, he was already severely punished. Not only was Su Wanjun crippled of his cultivation, but he was also expelled from the sect. After hearing the cultivator's words, the sect leader's brows furrowed even more. He glanced at the pale-faced father and son of the Foreign Affairs Hall and snorted coldly. If he hadn't heard, he wouldn't have known that the actions of this father and son were so shameless. God knew how many other shameless things they had done besides this. She only knew that his character was bad, but she didn't expect him to be so bold. Did he really think the sect's rules were just for show? Tang Zhen's eyes also revealed a trace of anger. No wonder the illusionary realm lord wanted to deal with these two fellows. Not only did he have to take the blame for others, but he also had to cripple his cultivation and expel him from the sect. If this really happened, Su Huan's life would be ruined. After the cultivator left, the sect leader looked at Tang Zhen and said, the matter has been investigated clearly. The sect will naturally give you an explanation, especially the elder of the Foreign Affairs Hall. He has such an important position, but he has done such a thing. It is not enough to appease the public anger without punishment. If you have any thoughts, you can tell me and I will consider it. Tang Zhen nodded and pointed at the Foreign Affairs Hall's elder father and son as he coldly said, cripple their cultivation and expel them from the sect, then I'll forget about this. When the elder of the Foreign Affairs Hall heard this, his expression immediately changed drastically. He used his resentful eyes to sweep a glance at Tang Zhen before he knelt in front of the sect leader and cried, "Sect leader, you can't listen to his nonsense. I've contributed to the sect for many years. Even if I don't have any merits, I've worked hard. Please don't kick me and my father out of the sect." Seeing the sect leader's cold expression, the elder of the Foreign Affairs Hall looked at the other cultivators in the hall. No one expected that wherever his eyes looked, they would turn around and lower their heads, never meeting his eyes. The elder of the Foreign Affairs Hall was seething with anger, but he was helpless. Those with discerning eyes had already seen through the sect leader's attitude. Who would find trouble at this time? In particular, they were unable to see through Tang Zhen's depth. Before they understood the specific situation, it was really not appropriate to make more enemies. When the Foreign Affairs Hall's elder saw this, he simply threw the pot aside and pointed at Tang Zhen as he roared, "This Su Huan is really just an inner disciple, but even the elder of the legal division and I are no match for him. This is definitely abnormal for him to have such a strong cultivation. He's either an enemy impersonator or possessed by a demon. He must be eliminated as soon as possible." Looking at the flustered and exasperated elder of the Foreign Affairs Hall, all the cultivators in the hall shook their heads secretly, thinking that this guy was an idiot. Do you think the sect leader can't see the abnormality? Do you think everyone is blind? Right now, the situation is unclear, so you're only using a delaying tactic. Why do you have to shed all pretenses of cordiality in public? Moreover, you were the one who started this matter. Now that the situation is not good, you want to push the blame to everyone. You are really shameless. In such a situation, he still wanted others to help him. In his dreams, don't be impudent. The sect leader angrily rebuked and casually waved his hand. The elder of the Foreign Affairs Division took 2 steps back and fell to the ground, his face ashen. To force the sect leader to punish him, there was no way to salvage this matter. At this time, the elder of the Foreign Affairs Division was full of regret. He thought to himself that he shouldn't have listened to the words of his little bastard and caused a not so serious matter to be turned into such a mess that could not be cleaned up. The son of the elder of the Foreign Affairs Division was already dumbfounded. He stood there at a loss and didn't know what to do. I now announce that the elder of the Foreign Affairs Division knowingly broke the law, and his son made a mistake and framed a fellow disciple. All of them are unpardonable. They are sentenced to have their cultivation crippled and be immediately expelled from the sect. After he finished speaking, he didn't even look at the Foreign Affairs Hall elder who was lying on the ground and asked Tang Zhen, "Are you satisfied with my punishment?" Tang Zhen nodded. Being expelled from the sect was only the sect leader's punishment. He wanted the lives of this father and son. Of course, he wouldn't do it himself. He only needed to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. The guards to send an evil spirit cultivator to deal with the shameless father and son. The elder of the Foreign Affairs Hall was at fault and has been severely punished. However, you have also violated the sect rules by beating up a sect elder in public. I punish you to clean the ancient cave in the back mountain for 3 years. Do you deny the punishment? I accept my punishment. Tang Zhen nodded his head as he looked at the destiny gold coin that had already appeared in front of him. Since the mission had already been completed, he naturally would not cause any more trouble. However, the disgusting father and son would die for sure. It could be considered a gift to the illusionary realm lord. If he let them go, they might harm others again, so he might as well kill them directly. The matter has been resolved. Everyone can leave now. The sect leader waved his hand, indicating that everyone could leave. However, before he turned around, he still looked at Tang Zhen with a meaningful gaze. "Wanjun, come with me." The master of the illusionary realm lord walked to him and said in a calm tone. There was no wariness in his eyes, only a faint concern. No matter what other people thought, Su Wanjun was still his disciple. As long as he was fine, nothing else mattered. Tang Zhen secretly sighed in his heart as he silently followed. 1584 The past of Su Wanjun's master, the master of the illusionary reality world lord lived in a bamboo forest. He had no children and was all alone. The reason why he valued Su Wanjun so much was also because he regarded Su Wanjun as his son. After all, their relationship had long surpassed the boundary of an ordinary master and disciple. In his previous life, when Su Wanjun was framed, it was his master who ran around and saved Su Wanjun from being expelled from the sect. In the end, he was punished to clean up the ancient cave in the back mountain. In fact, As long as he completed the mission, Tang Zhen did not care about how the subsequent events would develop. The trajectory of his previous life and his current life were different, but the results were exactly the same. People could not help but sigh at the power of the trajectory of fate. It was simply impossible to change it easily. Tang Zhen once again sized up the man in front of him. He discovered that there was a trace of death aura lingering around his body. It seemed that his old injuries had yet to recover, causing his body's functions to be damaged. Even though he was a cultivator, he couldn't resist the torture of this illness. If there were no accidents, Su Wanzhen's master would definitely die in 3 to 5 years. Even the gods would not be able to save her. Even if Tang Zhen personally acted, he might not be able to save the other party. This was because the other party's body was not the only thing that was damaged. Even his soul was being continuously worn down. The day his body died would also be the day his soul would dissipate. Just as he was thinking about how to help the other party recuperate, the master of the fantasy world realm lord suddenly spoke to Tang Zhen. You were a bit impulsive today. That elder of the foreign affairs hall has been in the sect for many years. Even I, your master, can't do anything to him. Under normal circumstances, he would only be given a light punishment for this matter, not to mention crippling his cultivation and expelling him from the sect. Tang Zhen was speechless. There was no need to explain this kind of thing. The reason why the sect leader would enforce the law impartially and even severely punish the elder of the Foreign Affairs Hall was because he was afraid of Tang Zhen's strength. The other party's actions were also wise. Otherwise, once they angered Tang Zhen, this sect would probably become history after today. It was impossible for the master of the illusionary realm lord to not see through this. However, he did not say anything. Or perhaps, he was waiting for Tang Zhen to tell him what had happened. Tang Zhen couldn't explain. He couldn't possibly tell him that his disciple became a sector lord in the tower world in the future, but fell into a coma due to the regret in his heart and that he was just a participant who replaced his disciple to make up for his regret. Regardless of whether the other party believed him or not, the information he revealed was enough to cause an earthquake. So the best way was to choose to remain silent and do what needed to be done. Whoever was curious about his secret could come and ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. If he was in a good mood, he might be able to explain it to them before they died. Don't worry, master. I know what I'm doing. But your condition isn't good. I wonder if there's any way to treat it. Tang Zhen didn't want to continue this topic and asked Su Wanzhen's master. When Su Wanzhen's master heard this, how could he not know what his disciple was thinking? He sighed and shook his head. You don't have to worry about my injuries. I'm already very satisfied to be able to live until now. I was only worried about you. I didn't know how you would survive in the sect after I left, but now I can rest assured. Huan Zhen, I don't know what happened to you, but I still have to give you a piece of advice. The hostility in your body is too strong, and it will affect your future. Master can't accompany you for long. You still have to walk your own path in the future. You must pay more attention. Su Wanzhen's master could be said to be trying to persuade her. Every word he said revealed his true feelings. It was obvious that he was worried about his own disciple. He thought that he would not live long, so he took this opportunity to give her some advice. It was a pity that the young man in front of him did not seem to listen to him. In addition, he had encountered some unknown unforeseen event and possessed a cultivation level that even he could not see through. This made him even more worried. Powerful strength could indeed protect one, but if one was bewildered by powerful strength and acted without scruples, it was very likely to attract trouble. Master, I got some good stuff this time. I believe it will be good for your injury. I hope you won't refuse. Tang Zhen thought for a moment and decided to help the other party. If he was in the position of the fantasy world overlord, he would definitely spare no effort to save his master. No matter what the price was, he believed that the illusionary realm lord would appreciate it and give him something in return. To be able to use a small price to gain the good impression of a world overlord, this was a good deal no matter how one looked at it. Tang Zhen naturally wouldn't miss it. Su Wanzhen's master was stunned for a moment when she saw the item Tang Zhen handed over. Her eyes were filled with shock. Although he could not recognize what his disciple was handing to him, he could feel an indescribable surging vitality from it. If he could absorb it, not only would his old injuries be healed, but even his cultivation would rise to a higher level. Where did his disciple get such a valuable item, and why did he give it to him? After taking a deep look at Tang Zhen, Su Wanjin's master shook her head. It's better for you to keep this thing. My heart has died long ago. Even if I'm resurrected, I'll just be a walking corpse. There's no meaning at all. Tang Zhen didn't expect the other party to reject him. After seeing that Su Wanjin's master didn't seem to be faking his expression, he softly asked, "Don't you have any enemies in this world? You'd rather die in pain while your enemies are free." There was actually a reason for him to say this. First of all, Su Wanjin's master was seriously injured, but it was not impossible to cure her. However, Su Wanjin did not care at all. After thinking about how he did not have a wife or children, Tang Zhen guessed that this handsome man with long white hair might have some unknown painful past. Upon hearing Tang Zhen's words, Su Wanjin's master's expression changed for a moment, as if revealing a trace of pain. "Wanjin, have you heard of something?" After a moment of silence, Su Wanjin's master suddenly asked. Tang Zhen did not say anything. He merely quietly looked at the other party. His eyes gave one the feeling that he had seen through everything. "Ah, you really know, Yingluo." Su Wanjin's master sighed, and his face seemed to have aged even more. He slowly stood up and used a hoarse voice to slowly speak to Tang Zhen. "Actually, I originally planned to bury this secret in the ground. This was not only for the sect Sake, but also for your sake. Master's enemies are too strong. Not only am I not their match, but even if the entire sect goes into battle, I'm afraid it's useless." Mistakenly thinking that Tang Zhen knew the inside story, Su Wanjin's master didn't hide anything and told him everything. This was actually a melodramatic story. Back then, Su Wanjin's master fell in love with a female cultivator, but the son of the sect leader deliberately obstructed them. The two couldn't fight against each other, so they could only choose to live under a different name. Who would have thought that there was no such thing as an impervious wall in the world? When their child was 15 years old, the enemy finally found them. The son of the sect leader had become the sect leader and ordered the entire family to be killed. After a bloody battle, Su Wanjin's master's wife and son were all killed. He was the only one who fell into the river at the brink of death and survived. After he recovered from his injuries, he tried to take revenge several times, but he failed each time and even ended up with a body full of injuries. It was also at this time that his master met Su Wanjin. Seeing that Su Wanjin looked 70% similar to his son and that Su Wanjin's fate was also very rough, Su Wanjin's master let out a long sigh and let go of the obsession in his heart. He took Su Wanjin back to the sect. He wanted to treat Su Wanjin as his own son, make up for his regrets, and raise her. Then, he could leave with a smile and reunite with his wife and son. This was the cause and effect of the whole thing. If it wasn't a coincidence, Su Wanjin's master wouldn't have said it until he died. Tang Zhen, who was standing at the side, frowned slightly. He wasn't feeling sad because of the story. Instead, his heart suddenly ached after hearing Su Wanjin's master's story. This was obviously the doing of the fantasy world overlord subconscious. After hearing about his teacher's bitter experience, he didn't hesitate to take revenge for his teacher. The two of them were like father and son. It was really shameful that he didn't know that his master was in such pain. Actually, the illusionary reality world overlord didn't need to blame himself at all. Thinking back, in his previous life, when his teacher passed away, he didn't even mention this matter. How would he know? It was just that he didn't expect that Tang Zhen would be able to trick him out of it. 1585 Don't let a single one go. He had unintentionally obtained another mission, which caused Tang Zhen to feel a trace of surprise. If things were to develop according to normal circumstances, there would be nothing left to do in the sect after Tang Zhen dealt with the Foreign Affairs Hall elder father and son. He could only wait for the arrival of the next mission. It was also possible that under the influence of the power of time, the scene was fast-forwarded to the next scene. Perhaps he could even help Su Wanjin's master heal and let him recover, but even Tang Zhen wasn't sure if he could get the coin of destiny as a reward. However, as Su Wanjin's master told him about their past grudges, the Wanjin world overlord, who was his disciple, was furious. The relationship between the master and the disciple was very close, so he naturally couldn't ignore such a deep hatred. Thus, this mission naturally appeared. Tang Zhen hoped that there would be more of such changes. However, this did not seem to be possible. In any case, it was a good thing to be able to get one more coin of destiny. As for the contents of the mission, it couldn't be any simpler. The enemy that Su Wanjin's master thought was undefeatable was nothing to Tang Zhen. As long as he wanted to, he could make Su Wanjin disappear from this world at any time. The problem was whether it was worth it or not. If his interference seriously disrupted the trajectory of fate, leading to an irreversible change in the future, that would definitely not be the result that Tang Zhen wanted. Although he had reincarnated for the illusionary reality world overlord, he didn't have any memories of his previous life. He could only wait for the missions to appear. The regrets of the real illusion realm lord were all built on his past life experiences. If these things that were about to happen in the future were not to repeat themselves, it would be really lively. Although the trajectory of fate could not be easily changed, there were always accidents. After all, if a world could be destroyed, what was the fate of a small living being? Ordinary people might not be able to do anything about the illusory fate, but it was not impossible for the cultivators in Lusheng who could plunder the origin of a world and destroy it. He wasn't an ordinary butterfly. After gently flapping his wings, only God knew how big of a storm he would set off. Therefore, even though Tang Zhen seemed to be unscrupulous in his actions, he still had a certain procedure in mind. He would definitely not mess around and cause the final situation to be so chaotic that it was beyond his control. He only affected a very small area, and it would soon be repaired by the big hand of fate. In fact, from the very beginning, Tang Zhen had already grasped the key point, which was to use the opportunity of substitute rebirth to wipe away the guilt and regret in the heart of the real illusion realm lord. First, he analyzed the character of the illusionary reality world overlord. Then, Tang Zhen used an arrogant method that did not match his original character to solve all the regrets in his life. It could be said that the complex personality of the illusionary realm lord had caused him to have so many regrets in his heart. The cause of these regrets had a lot to do with him. In fact, they were even influenced by him. Since this was the case, Tang Zhen wanted to avoid repeating the same mistakes. Therefore, in the eyes of outsiders, the current Su Wanjun was a completely different person from the past. Leave master's matter to me. You'd better recuperate first. Tang Zhen didn't allow any explanation as he stuffed the item in his hand into Su Wanjun's master's hand. The expression on his face was extremely determined. If you don't accept him, then just pretend you don't have me as your disciple. Seeing Tang Zhen's determined expression, Su Wanjun's master let out a soft sigh. However, her face revealed a complicated expression of relief and helplessness. He didn't know how powerful this disciple of his was now, but he could see the thick fear in the sect leader's eyes. He had no choice but to severely punish the Foreign Affairs Hall's elder to express his goodwill to Tang Zhen. Now that he could heal his old injuries with the help of his disciple and even have the opportunity to kill his enemy, Su Wanjun's master could only be happy. Master, rest well and recuperate. I'll go back and pack up. Then, I'll go to the ancient cave in the back mountain to accept the punishment of the sect rules. The sect rules were useless to Tang Zhen, but they could express his attitude and prove that he was still a member of the sect. As long as they had this attitude, everything would be fine, and everyone would have faith. He asked Su Wanjun's master to keep the spirit jade that contained a trace of origin energy. Then, Tang Zhen returned to his room, a simple bamboo house that was only a dozen square meters. Just like the house he had seen when he first arrived in this world, there were not many items in this bamboo house, and it looked extremely simple. Be it Tang Zhen or the illusionary realm lord, they did not care about these worldly possessions. What they yearned for was the ethereal great Tao and not the secular prosperity that covered their eyes. Perhaps it was this kind of persistence in pursuit that gave them the right to step onto the top of the Lusheng world and become an influential upper-class figure. Tang Zhen sized up the interior of the house. After confirming that there were no abnormalities, he summoned the overseer. Send someone to deal with that father and son. Don't let them live past tonight, he ordered. Tang Zhen instructed in a faint tone. His eyes contained a trace of iciness. In fact, Tang Zhen didn't care about the life and death of the Foreign Affairs Hall's elder father and son. However, when they were related to the mission, Tang Zhen had to pay attention to it. From the moment he received the mission, he had no intention of letting the father and son live. Even if the fantasy world realm lord's subconscious had already confirmed that the mission was completed and given the reward, Tang Zhen still had to carry out the original plan. From Tang Zhen's point of view, the illusionary reality realm lord's subconscious mind was the same as his own. They both had an indecisive character. They originally hated someone to death, but when they were about to get rid of the enemy, they suddenly changed their minds and wanted to let the enemy live. With such a contradictory and complicated personality, it was no wonder that after he became a sector lord, he would fall into a deep sleep because of all kinds of distracting thoughts and desires. Since Tang Zhen had helped him to make up for his regrets, he naturally wouldn't repeat the same mistakes. Instead, he would use his own methods to help the illusionary realm lord start a new life. Subconsciously, the illusionary reality world overlord didn't seem to object to Tang Zhen's actions. In fact, there was even a hint of admiration in his eyes. It was as if Tang Zhen had done something that he couldn't. The overseer smiled and nodded. He said with a hint of disdain, "The father and son are really shameless. They made someone else take the blame for their own mistakes, and they even want to beat the person to death. I've seen shameless people before, but I've never seen someone as shameless as you." After following Tang Zhen's words, the overseer's eyes rotated before he continued, "Should we deal with those disciples who colluded and tried to push the blame to the illusionary realm lord?" Although the actions of these disciples weren't as direct as that of the father and son of the Foreign Affairs Division, they still did something to harm the Wanjun realm lord. In his previous life, Su Wanjun almost died because of their testimony. There was no big or small difference between good and evil. If one did it, one had to bear the responsibility. Since the father and son of the Foreign Affairs Hall elders could not escape death, those disciples naturally could not be let off. Then, will the enemies of the master of the fantasy world overlord be dealt with as well? The overseer used a probing tone as he asked. It should be known that this might be related to Tang Zhen's trial mission. He wanted to help share the burden, but he was also afraid that he would mess things up. "I'll leave it all to you. You can do as you see fit." Tang Zhen nodded, got up and headed to the ancient cave in the back mountain of the sect. After receiving his punishment, he would have to serve in the cave behind the mountain for 3 years. During this period, he had to eat and live there, and was not allowed to leave. In his previous life, the illusionary reality world overlord had also received such a punishment. According to Tang Zhen's speculation, it was because of this punishment that the other party had officially stepped on the path of becoming a cultivator in Lushang. Therefore, Tang Zhen had to go to this ancient cave at the back mountain once and figure out what secret was hidden there. He slowly walked along the path within the sect. Along the way, there would be disciples from the sect appearing from time to time. However, when they saw Tang Zhen, they would all reveal a complicated expression. What had happened in the hall had long spread throughout the entire sect. At this time, he was an influential figure, and almost everyone knew him. 1586 The secret of the ancient cave in the back mountain. 1. The area of the back mountain was very large, but it was desolate and uninhabited, so very few sect disciples would appear. Due to the scarcity of cultivation resources, there were not many cultivators in this world. All of them guarded the territory left behind by their ancestors, which was more important than their lives. Compared to the places where ordinary people lived, the energy concentration of the sect's location was more than a level higher. However, the area behind the mountain was pitifully barren, even worse than the outside world. The reason was that although the energy in the valley was rich, it couldn't support the use of the entire sect's cultivators. The situation of too many monks and too little gruel was getting worse. Therefore, after some transformation, the sect concentrated all the energy in the valley in one place. This could ensure a higher cultivation efficiency, but it also brought more competition. The strong preyed on the weak. In the world of cultivators, this situation was very common. Only the strong could obtain more cultivation resources. In a sect, strength did not only mean strength, but also background and opportunities. This method of cultivation seemed to be a good choice for ordinary sects, but in fact, they were forced to do so because the world energy available for cultivation was becoming thinner and thinner. If they continued to develop, sooner or later, the inheritance of cultivators would be cut off from this world. For the same reason, the strength of the cultivators in this world was generally not high. Those who had the strength of a lord were enough to be called overlords. Comparing the two, the advantage of the cultivators in the tower was revealed. As long as they were in the tower, the energy they absorbed was exactly the same, and there was no difference between more and less. It was also easier to cultivate more powerhouses. As for energy replenishment, it was not a problem at all for the tower world, which plundered the origin power of various plane worlds. As long as the level was enough, he could have as much as he wanted. Therefore, not every world was as abnormal as the world of Lushang. Otherwise, the greater world would have been in chaos and cultivators would not have been invading everywhere. In this dark plain forest, Lu Cheng's cultivators were like a group of fierce and hungry wolves, constantly searching for prey who were unaware of the situation outside and had no idea that danger was lurking around them. After arriving at the back of the mountain, Tang Zhen sized up the surrounding environment before walking towards an isolated cliff that was carved with various words and patterns. There was a stone ladder on the cliff. After the stone wall was chiseled out, hard strips of stone were inserted into it, and it followed the stone wall all the way up to a platform at the top. The distance between each stone stick was 3 meters, and ordinary people could not climb it at all. Just a glance was enough to make one's heart jump. Tang Zhen swept his gaze over the platform that was about 100 meters from the ground. His body gently shook and he easily flew onto it. A disciple who was cultivating in the distance saw this scene and was so scared that he almost lost his mind. He rubbed his eyes hard, thinking that he was hallucinating. A trace of envy flashed across the disciple's eyes as he looked at Tang Zhen, who was still at the bottom of the cliff a second ago, and appeared on the platform in the sky in the next instant. He had already heard about what happened in the hall and knew that Su Wanjun was no longer the same as before. It was said that after his return, his strength was so great that even the sect leader was afraid of him. Who knew how strong he was? Tang Zhen had long discovered the disciple in the quiet corner. However, he did not have any thoughts of hiding. An appropriate display of strength would also dispel the doubts of those fellows who did not have good intentions. He didn't know how long he had to stay here. An appropriate amount of power could prevent a lot of unnecessary trouble. Tang Zhen's brows were slightly furrowed as he sized up the dark cave entrance that was deliberately sculpted into the head of a ferocious beast and revealed a fierce glint in its eyes. He slowly walked in. At the entrance of the cave, there were hammers, shovels, carts, pickaxes, and other tools. They were all made of special metals and were extremely hard. After entering the cave, they were met with a large area of collapsed rocks after walking for about 10 meters, blocking the cave. His task was to clean out the hard stones and repair the damaged places. It seemed like a simple task, but it was not. This stone was extremely hard. When an ordinary pick hit it, only a white spot would appear. Even if explosives were used, it could only crack open a volume the size of a casserole. Such a hard stone actually had a special effect. It was a very precious ore. After being refined many times, the metal could be used to cast weapons for cultivators. Fang Rui walked to the collapsed rock and knocked on it with his fingers. The rock actually made a ding-ding sound. This kind of dense ore doesn't seem to exist in such a world. Could it be that it came from another world? After sensing the texture of this stone, Tang Zhen found that it was somewhat out of tune with this world. It was like a hardwood was mixed into the world made of bone board. Any area with such dense energy will more or less intersect with the crack between the planes. Is it the same here? This thought appeared in Tang Zhen's heart and he felt that it was more reliable. If that was the case, then this barren cliff might not have belonged to this place, but an intruder from another world. With a wave of his hand, a ball of flame appeared in his hand and floated towards the stone in front of him. The rock that was originally extremely hard actually melted rapidly when it came into contact with the flames. At the same time, the special metal contained within was also extracted and automatically gathered into a ball in the air. However, the content of this special metal was very low. From the stone that was the size of a table, only a ball the size of a quail egg was extracted. Tang Zhen was not very interested in this kind of metal. He only wanted to know what kind of secret was hidden in this cave that was covered by rocks. Under Tang Zhen's control, the entire cave was covered in flames. The rocks that filled the cave also turned into lava and automatically flew to the open space outside the cave, turning it into a flaming mountain with an astonishing temperature. The disciple, who was stretching his neck to observe the situation, opened his mouth so wide that it could almost fit a fist. He really could not understand what Tang Zhen was doing in the cave. How could there be so much lava flying out? Could it be that he had dug a hole in the ground under his feet? The commotion grew bigger and soon attracted more people's attention. The cultivators appeared nearby one after another and looked at the scene in shock. Oh my god, what's going on? I don't know. Could it be a volcanic eruption? I heard that Su Wanjun went in just now, and then something strange happened. Could it be related to him? Su Wanjun, he is the one who beat up the elder of the Foreign Affairs Division and confronted the sect master in the main hall. What is his background? I don't know, but I heard from Master that this man has probably gotten a great opportunity. His strength is unfathomable now. I'm afraid the scene in front of us is really related to him. As the crowd whispered to each other, the sect leader and the others arrived one after another. They looked at the lava flying out of the cave, their eyes full of uncontrollable fear. What kind of terrifying strength could turn this ore, which was comparable to diamond, into lava? This Su Wanjun was indeed not simple. Back then, he chose to compromise in the Great Hall. Now, it seemed to be a wise choice. Otherwise, a moment of impulse might have cost the entire sect. Sect leader, should we go over and take a look? A cultivator beside him asked. His expression was very serious, but at the same time, there was a trace of greed and curiosity. Don't act rashly, just stay here and observe quietly. The sect leader replied expressionlessly, but in his heart, he was scolding the fool. The situation was still unclear. Who would dare to rush over rashly? If they were touched by the lava, they might turn into ashes in an instant. No matter how precious a special metal was, it was far from being as important as one's life. Hearing the sect leader's words, the cultivators who had been eager to give it a try became obedient. Even the sect leader, who was the most powerful, was extremely afraid. If they went over now, what was the difference between that and seeking death? If it was the Su Wanjun of the past, they might have been able to use their status and strength to intimidate her. But now, with just a glance at her, they felt their souls tremble. Facing Su Wanjun in this state, who would dare to provoke her? Was he tired of living? 1587 Wasteland Worm's corpse. After everyone realized this, they could only forcefully suppress the curiosity in their hearts and obediently guard the surroundings of the cliff. They wanted to see what exactly Tang Zhen was up to. At this moment, a cultivator hurried over and said to the sect leader in a low voice, "I've just received news that after the Foreign Affairs Division elder and his son left the mountain gate, they were suddenly attacked by an unknown powerhouse. They died at the same time in the blink of an eye, and there was no time to rescue them." The sect leader's brows twitched. After a few seconds of silence, he said in a light tone, "Since he has already been expelled from the sect, it has nothing to do with us. You don't have to care." The cultivator quickly nodded in agreement, but he secretly sighed in his heart. This father and son of the Foreign Affairs Hall were really courting death. They wanted to scheme against Su Wanjun for no reason, but in the end, they had to pay with their own lives. The most important thing was that they would have died in vain. Who would stand up for them when they were in the wrong? And Su Wanjun was extremely strong. Even if he was unwilling, he had to wait for a good opportunity. Inside the cave, Tang Zhen had already noticed the large group of onlookers gathered outside. He also knew that they were all staring at the entrance of the cave, wanting to know what he was doing. He didn't have the mood to care about these guys, because as the rocks in the cave continued to melt, he could already faintly feel a trace of aura from the void. Sure enough, as he had guessed, this giant rock actually came from outside the plane. What was displayed in front of everyone was just the tip of the iceberg. The collapse of the cave may have been related to the crack between the planes. Under that terrible power, no matter how strong the rock was, it could not resist the erosion at all. However, it was also because of these collapsed rocks that the already unstable crack between the planes was once again sealed and suppressed. Otherwise, who knew what kind of chaos would happen? The void was not a forbidden zone for life. It existed between different planes, and there were also terrifying and powerful creatures. If they invaded through the cracks between the planes, this world would probably become a purgatory. Perhaps the collapse of this ancient cave was deliberately done by someone. However, it has been a long time, and no one knows the exact situation. Tang Zhen thought of another possibility. However, he did not put it in his heart. Right now, he only wanted to see where this crack between the planes led to. As the last huge rock melted, a pitch-black crack appeared before Tang Zhen's eyes. A dense void aura also began to spread in all directions. However, under Tang Zhen's suppression, the void aura was unable to spread far. The cultivators outside the cave were completely unaware. He quickly arranged a simple runic magic circle to ensure that the crack between the planes would not continue to expand. Tang Zhen's figure flashed and directly entered the pitch-black crack. For ordinary people, the void was an absolute death zone, and even cultivators were afraid of it. However, for spiritual emperors, crossing the void was as easy as drinking cold water. In the next instant, Tang Zhen passed through the void and appeared on the peak of a tall mountain. The mountain peak was probably more than 20,000 meters high, and it was surrounded by thick clouds that flowed around the mountain. The cliff behind the mountain was just a small hill on the peak, but it was accidentally covered by a crack between the planes, so it looked like it had disappeared from the surface. Only careful observation would reveal any clues. He released his mental energy to scan the area within 1,000 miles. Unfortunately, other than the broken walls, there was no sign of any living beings. It was another abandoned world. Tang Zhen had seen similar worlds many times and was already used to it. However, he still wanted to figure out what this place had to do with the future life of the illusionary realm lord. Could it be that this was also a world invaded by cultivators from Lu Chang? Could it be that the illusionary realm lord had accidentally discovered this place while he was receiving his punishment in the ancient cave at the back mountain, and then had some interactions with cultivators from Lu Chang? Tang Zhen's figure flashed when he thought of this. In the next second, he had already appeared near a stretch of ruins. The area of the ruins was extremely large. It was built on a flat area at the peak of the mountain. Even though it had been severely damaged, one could still see its former glory. Among the scattered giant stone bricks, there were some broken and decayed weapons, but there were no traces of bones. It was as if someone had deliberately cleaned this place and collected all the bones, not missing a single piece. Tang Zhen was extremely puzzled in his heart when he saw this strange scene. It seemed that this abandoned world was not as simple as he had imagined. Picking up a hammer, Tang Zhen realized that the material used to cast it was the metal extracted from the ore. If the fantasy world realm lord could use it properly, it wouldn't be a problem for him to make a name for himself. The truth was similar to what Tang Zhen had guessed. Otherwise, with the strength of his sect, it was impossible for him to cultivate to the overlord level. After walking around the ruins, Tang Zhen did not find many useful clues. He got up and headed to the next location. The area of this world was very large. Tang Zhen didn't believe that he couldn't find any specific clues about it. However, when he arrived at a larger ruin hundreds of miles away from the mountain, he suddenly stopped and looked up at the sky. Within the thick layers of clouds, a huge object that could only be described as terrifying was quietly floating high in the sky. If it was not for Tang Zhen's astonishing perception, he would not have been able to discover its existence. At first glance, it looked like a huge space warship, but when one's mind power covered it and gradually scanned its surface, one would find that its outer shell was actually pure organic, somewhat similar to the bone armor of living creatures. When the image of the entire object appeared in Tang Zhen's mind, he, who usually would not change his expression even if a mountain collapsed in front of him, could not help but feel shocked. It was a giant creature that had never been seen before. It looked like a beetle, but its head was full of tentacles, each of which was as wide as a mountain. In addition to these tentacles, the giant worm's hundreds of legs were also full of tentacles, emitting a strange force field that held the giant worm's body in the air. However, such a terrifying creature had now become a corpse. It was only because of the special characteristics of its body that it was suspended in the air and could not fall. Tang Zhen observed for a long time before he leapt up and flew high into the sky. He continuously approached the corpse of the giant worm. Even though he had been to many planes and seen many creatures, he had never seen something with such a terrifying size. Even a super dragon that was nearly 100 meters in size could only be considered a flea on a giant insect. He slowly landed on one of the giant worm's floating tentacles, but it felt like he was walking on a strange land. From time to time, he could feel the slight swaying under his feet. At this moment, Tang Zhen felt that his body was incomparably tiny. This feeling originated from the difference in their body sizes and also from the terrifying strength of the enormous insect. The might of a dead tiger was still present. Even though the huge worm under his feet was just a corpse, Tang Zhen was still able to sense a desolate and distant wild aura when he came into close contact with this huge worm. Only the heavens knew what level it was when it was alive. At least, with Tang Zhen's strength as a spiritual emperor cultivator, he was not its opponent at all. And how did such a terrifying existence die, and why did it appear in this world? Just like how the cliff behind the mountain didn't belong to the world where the illusionary reality world lord was, such a terrifying creature couldn't be born in this world either. It was clearly an outsider. As he slowly advanced along the huge tentacle, Tang Zhen discovered some traces of damage. It seemed to be the remains of some kind of powerful weapon. Even the extremely flexible tentacle was unable to resist. After carefully observing it for a while, Tang Zhen continued to move forward. This time, from an extremely far distance, he could see that the head of the giant worm's corpse seemed to have a huge damage. It was a terrifying wound that was dozens of kilometers long. God knew what kind of weapon had made it, but it was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. The cultivator who killed the worm must have used this wound to enter the worm's body and then attacked it from the inside, killing this powerful and terrifying creature. After silently watching for a while, Tang Zhen suddenly had a thought. If he could transform this giant worm's corpse into a super warship, it would definitely become the trump card of the Holy Dragon battle zone, causing countless enemies to tremble in fear. 1588. Bring the giant worm's corpse home. After thinking for a while, Tang Zhen felt a little troubled. Transforming the giant insect's body into a super warship sounded like a good idea, but it was not easy to achieve. It was not comparable to the construction of a sky warship, not to mention how much manpower and resources were needed to transform this giant. Just bringing it back would be a huge project. Although the giant worm's corpse was suspended in the air, it was caused by its own characteristics. If one mistook it for being light, they would be making a huge mistake. Tang Zhen had already carefully observed the giant insect's corpse and discovered that its body density was extremely high. Even if it was indeed very light due to the material, its volume was still a terrifying weight when added together. However, Tang Zhen felt a little reluctant to give up on such an excellent warship frame. Once he missed such an opportunity, he did not know when he would be able to see it again. There was no reason to miss out on good things. Even if it meant wasting more time or even delaying the progress of the trial mission, it would be worth it. After thinking up to this point, Tang Zhen began to observe the giant insect's corpse, trying to figure out how to bring it to the sacred dragon battle zone. He definitely couldn't do this alone, so he had to find more helpers. Even if he had enough people, it would take a long time to prepare. Fortunately, as the lord of a battle zone, he had no lack of manpower, so the biggest problem might not be a problem at all. After circling around the giant insect, Tang Zhen had a general plan in his heart and began to log onto the cornerstone platform. To the cultivators of Lusheng, the cornerstone platform was their strong backing. At this moment, Tang Zhen wanted to borrow its powerful strength to bring this behemoth back to his territory. Since he was currently participating in the trial of the 5th battle area, the plane coordinates of this world must also be in the hands of the main control platform of the 5th battle area. In the world of Lusheng, the value of plane coordinates could be big or small. Even if some battlefields had control of some plane coordinates, they would not choose to invade, but would keep them for other uses. This was not a strange thing. When the reserve of the world's origin reached a certain level, enough to support the consumption for a long time, the cultivators in Lusheng would also cultivate and think of ways to obtain greater benefits from other planes. Compared to destruction, a plane that could produce the required resources over a long period of time was clearly more valuable. It was like raising chickens. If you killed all the chickens that were shot, where would you get the eggs? Another example was the world where the illusionary realm lord was. Even though the 5th battle area knew about this place, they did not lay their hands on it. This might be related to the illusionary realm lord. Since it was the home of their own members, they naturally had to be lenient. It was impossible to invade. Therefore, it wasn't an easy task for Tang Zhen to obtain the plane coordinates here. He must pay a certain price. Not long after, the 5th battle district's platform had completed its reception. After that, Tang Zhen felt an incomparably vast consciousness descend. It was as if a pair of eyes were paying attention to him. Participant Tang Zhen, why have you summoned me? The main control platform of the 5th battle area asked emotionlessly. This was a common problem of intelligent life. After a long time, they were used to life and death, and their emotions seemed to have been worn away by time. I would like to transport this giant worm's corpse back to the sacred dragon warzone. Do you agree to that? Tang Zhen expressed his thoughts. For a special life form that controlled the main control platform, being direct was the best way to communicate. The coordinates of this plane are the private property of the fantasy world overlord. However, he's in a deep sleep now and I can't make the decision for him. Hence, I can't fulfill your request. Upon hearing the main control platform's answer, Tang Zhen frowned slightly and asked again, is it possible to open a plane channel to the Holy Dragon Warzone while concealing the plane coordinates, or to set up a plane channel in this abandoned world? The main control platform pondered for a moment before giving Tang Zhen a reply. That's possible, but you'll have to pay a price. At the same time, you'll have to sign a contract to guarantee that you won't leak any information about this place, and you're not allowed to touch this place in the future. Tang Zhen nodded. If it was only these requests, he could accept it. In that case, sign this contract, and I will connect to the Holy Dragon Warzone's platform to help you build a plane channel. A piece of leather paper shimmering with a faint fluorescent light appeared before his eyes. This was the external form of the contract. The real contract was far more mysterious and complicated than this. Tang Zhen glanced at the world's origin that he had to pay. He felt that it was still acceptable. Only then did he imprint a trace of his spiritual energy on it. Following the disappearance of the contract, the consciousness of the main control platform of the fifth battle region began to dissipate. However, Tang Zhen suddenly recalled something and suddenly spoke, "I have a question, could you please enlighten me?" After about a minute, the consciousness replied, "Clear what? What is the coin of destiny, and how do I get it?" After hearing Tang Zhen's question, the consciousness slowly said, "The coin of destiny is the currency used by sector lord level cultivators. It contains a trace of the power of destiny. You must note that it is not the power of destiny of the ordinary plane itself, but a reward from the wheel of destiny. Then what can the coin of destiny do, and what is the wheel of destiny? The coin of destiny can be used as a currency, but it is also the only way to enter the wheel of destiny. As for what the wheel of destiny is and where it is, you will naturally know when you become a sector lord." After saying this, the consciousness completely disappeared without a trace. Tang Zhen finally knew the origin of the coin of destiny. He was extremely curious about the wheel of destiny. Since the cornerstone platform said that it would know after he became a sector lord, Tang Zhen didn't need to spend too much effort on this. He turned to the cornerstone platform of the sacred dragon battle area and informed it to prepare to accept the connection to the fifth battle area. This was his own backyard, so there was naturally not much trouble. He could just inform them directly. In addition, Tang Zhen also issued this matter in the form of a war zone mission to the entire Sacred Dragon war zone, so that the skyscrapers in the war zone could transfer more manpower, the more the better. After he gave the order, the entire war zone was notified. The towers that were not on an invasion mission had enough manpower, so naturally, they came as many as they could. Any invasion missions were also arranged as much as possible. It should be known that this was the first time the Lord of a battle zone had issued a battle zone mission, so no one dared to take it lightly. Especially in Holy Dragon City, there were even more powerhouses gathered. Countless means of transportation had been mobilized, ready to be used to move the giant bug corpse. As time passed, plane channels appeared near the towers in the Holy Dragon battle zone. When the plane channels stabilized, the cultivators in the towers who had been waiting for a long time immediately stepped into them. In Tang Zhen's world, a huge plane channel slowly appeared. Compared to the slow opening speed of the Holy Dragon Warzone, the speed at which the plane channel was being built in the fifth warzone was several times faster. This was the difference in strength. Compared to this, there was still a long way to go in the Holy Dragon battle zone. This plane channel was tens of thousands of meters high and almost occupied the entire sky. It was as if a terrifying crack had been cut open by a sharp blade. Countless cultivators swarmed out of the crack like a black tide, heading towards the ruins where the giant bug corpse was. The ground was covered with cultivators and vehicles. There were also some huge fierce beasts that were slowly driven forward by the cultivators of Lu Cheng. Their function was to drag the giant insect corpses. In the air, there were all kinds of aircraft, countless cultivators, and strange-looking but handsome flying mounts. The cultivators in the Holy Dragon battle zone were all shocked when they saw the terrifying giant insect carcass in the air. They never thought that there would be a creature of such a size in the world. 1589 How to modify the giant bug warship. The city lord of the fog tower pays his respects to Sir Tang Zhen. Mang Beast Lu Cheng pays his respects to Sir Tang Zhen. Morning Star Tower's cultivator commander greets His Excellency Tang Zhen. Cultivators from Lusheng City with astonishing auras came in front of Tang Zhen. As they bowed and greeted him, they also indicated that they had brought people over. Tang Zhen glanced at the cultivators who came to the city and found that many of them were the lords of the city he was meeting for the first time. Many of them were his subordinates and brothers who had fought with him in the past. Qian Long, Tai Seng, Yu Qianhua, and many other familiar faces appeared in front of Tang Zhen. After their routine reports, they started to talk to each other. Now that they were all in high positions, the time they had to meet each other was getting less and less. Now that they had the opportunity to meet, they naturally had to have a good exchange. Tang Zhen was similarly happy. These were his comrades who had gone through thick and thin with him. After seeing them, no matter how much pressure he felt, it immediately disappeared like smoke. If it wasn't for the inappropriate time and place, he would definitely have drunk and chatted with these new and old friends. City Lord, Are you really going to transform this thing into a warship? Qianlong's figure appeared. He had just made a circle in the air, and his face was still filled with shock. He had seen many things, but he had never come into contact with such a huge creature. It was like a floating continent. That's right, what do you think? Tang Zhen smiled as he asked Qianlong. That's great, there's definitely no problem. Let's not talk about how much manpower and resources it would take to modify this thing. Qianlong said excitedly. It'll definitely be impressive once it's successfully modified. I can't wait to drive it into the invasion after it's completed. I think the enemies will wet their pants when they see it. Qianlong's face was filled with anticipation, and he couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh. Since you like this giant insect warship so much, how about I give you the task of modification? Qianlong was so frightened that he shrunk his neck. He hurriedly revealed an ingratiating expression as he spoke to Tang Zhen. Don't, brother Tang. This kind of thing is really not suitable for a reckless man like me. Why don't you ask? Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Tai Seng to do it. He's definitely more suitable than me. When Tai Seng, who was conversing with someone else, heard this, he immediately shook his head like a rattle and glared at Qianlong while repeatedly saying that he wasn't suitable. This was not because they were trying to avoid the task. This project was too huge and of great significance to the Holy Dragon War Zone. They needed someone reliable to take charge. When it came to leading troops to war and commanding the cultivators in Lusheng to launch a plain invasion, both of them had an attitude of unyielding responsibility. However, in the face of this kind of work that required meticulous and patient work, they only felt restless. Don't worry, I already have a candidate in mind. You should do what you're supposed to do. The most important thing is to get more world origins. You know, I've spent a lot of money to open the plain channel this time. The two of them nodded. Even if Tang Zhen did not say anything, they would also be able to guess it. After all, the actions this time around were really not small. It's worth it no matter how great the price is. This material suitable for modifying warships is priceless in itself, and it's hard to come by. A few young people walked over slowly, their bodies full of vitality, but their tone carried a hint of seniority. They were all top researchers from their original world and other worlds. There was a huge team behind them, which was also the source of Tang Zhen's confidence in daring to say that he would modify the giant worm. As for their bodies, they were all host bodies that had been modified. For people like them, an abundance of energy was no different from adding wings to a tiger. Greetings to the city lord. A few of the young people in charge bowed to Tang Zhen. Soon after, they continued with a trace of excitement on their faces. My lord, what form are you going to transform it into? Is it a base for plain invasion, or a search and attack type that can cross the void? After Tang Zhen thought for a moment, he said with an uncertain tone, my idea is to gradually upgrade it. After all, our Holy Dragon Warzone has just been established, and we can't compare with the old warzones in terms of resources. We can use it while collecting available resources until it's finally in perfect form. After hearing Tang Zhen's suggestion, the few people in charge studied it and felt that this method was indeed feasible. It could also reduce the pressure on their shoulders. I've studied the metal construction bugs before and found that their performance is amazing. You can say that they are an enlarged version of nanomachines. If they are reproduced on the giant bug's corpse, they can repair and reinforce the giant bug according to the blueprint that was designed in advance, and at the same time, build a new functional area. At the same time, we can also build a zero-gravity absorption device on the giant bug warship to absorb the required materials directly from the ground. After sorting and smelting, the materials will be absorbed by the metal-building bugs. Tang Zhen imagined the scene of the giant insect battleship launching an invasion. Its incomparably huge size would cover the entire sky. While the enemy trembled, countless items would be sucked into the giant insect battleship's stomach. This was simply the most classic scene of an invasion from another world. With the addition of a group of fighter jets flying out of the giant worm battleships, they would destroy everything in their path, and the original plane invasion would become much easier. However, wouldn't this kind of complete and utter suppression seem a little too much of a bully? In fact, in addition to moving the metal construction bugs onto the giant bug warship, we can also find a way to combine the Lusheng with the giant bug warship. After all, in most cases, Lusheng was the type that couldn't be moved and had poor mobility. If we can move together with the giant bug warship, it will undoubtedly speed up the progress of the war. In the current Holy Dragon War Zone, other than the Holy Dragon City, which was built on a super warship and had the ability to float and move in the air, the other buildings were basically all buildings on the ground. There were also some towers that could move for a short period of time, but they could not be as agile as Holy Dragon City. However, the current Holy Dragon City represented great significance and would not easily participate in the invasion of the plane. Therefore, they could not expect it to help the other towers launch an invasion. As for the completed Sky Warship, compared to the two behemoths, the Holy Dragon City and the giant insect warship, it was not even a shrimp. The other cultivators were listening to the conversation between Tang Zhen and the others. While they nodded, they also expressed their thoughts. I think we can also install a mobile teleportation base on the giant insect warship so that the Lu Cheng cultivators can return from the ground at any time. In this way, they don't have to carry a lot of supplies and can find a safe place to rest. One of the city lords suggested to Tang Zhen and the other people in charge after thinking for a while, it's definitely doable. You probably don't know the space inside this giant insect's body. It's absolutely astonishingly large, not to mention modifying a teleportation base and a rest area, it can even fit an entire city. One of the people in charge said with a smile. At the same time, he pointed at the hundreds of pairs of feet on the giant insect's corpse and continued to explain to everyone, for a super warship, the most difficult problem is how to float. This requires extremely advanced technology and also consumes a lot of energy. Even if we have mastered some of the dark energy collection and usage techniques, we are still far from large-scale use. However, the corpse of this giant worm has the ability to float. After modification, we can also control the special force field on its body to achieve free ascension and descent. We can even use this force field to push the giant worm warship forward and backward. But this kind of modification is very complicated, and it needs to be done through careful research and experiments. If this step is completed, the biggest problem of modifying the giant insect warship will no longer exist. Looking at the excited face of the person in charge, the city lords were all excited. When they looked at the giant worm's corpse in the air, they all had a glimmer of longing. When the giant worm warship was completed, the strength of the Holy Dragon battlefront would increase greatly. It would not be long before it became famous in the 3000 battlefields. 1590 The Ancient Cave. One outside the ancient cave in the back mountain, a trace of anxiety appeared on the faces of the cultivators, and they seemed to be out of their minds. The lava dragon that had spewed out earlier had long disappeared. Instead, a black mountain peak that was filled with lava appeared near the cliff. This was perhaps the description of cultivators moving mountains and filling the seas. Anyone could tell that there must have been some kind of change in the ancient cave. Otherwise, there would not be such a scene of magma spewing out like a spring. Despite their curiosity, they did not dare to act rashly and could only stomp their feet in anxiety. This ancient cave in the back mountain was actually a mine in the sect. It produced special metals used to make weapons. If the people in the sect wanted to forge weapons, they would slowly mine here. Once they had gathered enough for themselves, they would immediately give up mining. The reason for this was that the mining and smelting process was too strenuous, which was simply a torture for the cultivators of the sect. Therefore, cleaning up the ancient cave in the back mountain had also become one of the means used by the sect to punish disciples who had made mistakes. Anyone who worked here for a period of time would feel that there was no point in living. The rarer something was, the more valuable it would be. It was precisely because this kind of ore was not easy to mine that its value was also extremely high. Usually, the sect would accumulate some and use it to exchange for urgently needed materials with other sects. This was a treasure mountain that was not easy to gnaw on, but its value was there, and no one could deny it. But now that the treasure mountain was constantly decreasing, no one could guarantee that after today's incident, the ancient cave would still produce that kind of precious ore. Sect leader, we can't just wait like this. If something happens to the ancient cave, our sect will lose a large amount of income. An old man next to the sect leader was so anxious that he was scratching his ears and cheeks. He looked at the small mountain of lava, his eyes full of regret. Only God knew how many special metals Su Wanjun had obtained. This time, he was probably going to make a lot of money. An experienced person could tell at a glance that the color of the lava was not right. Only slag that had been tempered and extracted would have such a form. Such a large-scale smelting and extraction was like snatching their wallets. This feeling was even more uncomfortable than cutting off the flesh of their hearts. The most frustrating thing was that they couldn't afford to offend the people in the cave. They could only watch as the other party destroyed things without restraint. Senior brother Ma is right. We really can't just watch like this. We should at least go in and take a look to find out what's going on. This is the wealth left behind by our ancestor. We have an obligation to protect it. No matter how strong Su Wanjun is, he has to be reasonable. Otherwise, no matter how big the world is, it will be difficult for him to move forward. Sect leader, why don't you call Su Wanjun's master immediately and let him go in to take a look? Hearing the discussion of the cultivators around him, the sect leader was also annoyed. He was afraid of Tang Zhen's strength, but he was also anxious to know what had happened in the ancient cave. The degree of anxiety he felt far exceeded anyone present. After hesitating for a while, the sect leader gritted his teeth and said to the cultivators around him, "The ancient cave in the back mountain is an inheritance of my sect. Now that something has happened, it is reasonable to investigate it. Now that we all have this idea, let's go in and have a look. If there are any changes, we can deal with it together." Hearing the sect leader's righteous words, the cultivators of the sect secretly rolled their eyes. They thought, if you want to see it, then go ahead. Why do you have to drag us along? We just want you to go up, but we don't want to go. However, since the sect leader's order had already been given, no one present dared to disobey. They could only brace themselves and follow behind, jumping down from the stone steps to the platform on the cliff top one after another. They arrived at the entrance of the ancient cave with their hearts in their mouths. The cultivators then realized that the originally blocked interior was now unobstructed, and a dark passage appeared in front of them. As for Su Wanjun, who had entered this place earlier, she had long disappeared without a trace. Since they had already come up, there was no reason for them to retreat. Furthermore, everyone was extremely curious about the depths of the ancient cave. According to the sect's secret history records, when the sect's base was first discovered, the back mountain cliff was already there. After the founding master discovered the secret of the cliff, he pondered how to mine it. As a result, the outer shell of the cliff was extremely hard. After half a year of probing, they finally found a weak spot near the top of the mountain. This was the current position of the cave entrance. Only those who knew this part of history would know why the cave entrance was chosen to be at such a high position. This weak point was actually a soft and loose crack, which was cut and shattered by an unknown force, making it much easier to mine. In fact, the crack had appeared because of the power of the void. It was only because the crack was small that the area of effect was limited. Otherwise, the cliff would have been split open. The sect was able to grow by relying on mining those relatively soft ores. However, the area near the mine vein was still extremely strong, and no one cared about it even if it contained special metals. However, the ancient cave suddenly collapsed, covering up the mine vein. If the cultivators of the sect wanted to get more special metals, they could only compete with those hard stones. As for how Su Wanjun found the crack at the bottom of the ancient cave, he must have accidentally found a crack in the collapsed rock and entered it without fear of death. That was how he got the chance and finally became a sector lord of the Tower World. No one knew the cause and effect of all this, including the current sect leader. Carefully advancing along the cave, it didn't take long for the sect's cultivators to arrive at the bottom of the ancient cave. When they saw the crack between the planes that was emitting the aura of another world, everyone present was dumbfounded. What the hell is this? A cultivator couldn't help but ask. When he turned to look at the crowd, he found that most of them were dumbfounded. For ordinary cultivators, such a high-end thing as a crack between planes was something they had no chance to come into contact with. They had never even heard of it. On the other hand, the sect leader's face was full of excitement. Among the crowd, his cultivation was the highest and his knowledge was the most extensive. While the others were still confused, he had already guessed the origin of the plane crack. A burst of ecstasy rose from his heart. He did not expect that there would be such an opportunity hidden in the ancient cave in the back mountain. Could it be that Su Wanjun's sudden increase in strength was due to the crack between the planes? The more the sect leader thought about it, the more likely he felt this was the case. Otherwise, there was no way to explain the huge change in his body. If a small disciple like him could rise to the top in a single step, it meant that there must be unimaginable benefits behind the crack. My strength was far superior to his, so I might be able to reap even greater benefits. Thinking of this, the sect leader could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart. He turned to the cultivators and ordered, "It's very dangerous here. Su Wanjun might be dead. Get out of here. No one is allowed to come in without my permission. Who would have thought that after he gave the order, those cultivators from the sects didn't move? This made his face immediately turn gloomy. What's going on? Don't tell me you're not even listening to my orders. As he spoke, a hint of killing intent flashed through the sect leader's eyes. He would kill anyone who wanted to snatch this opportunity from him. Sect leader, we also want to go in and take a look. Please allow us to do so. A cultivator from a sect looked at the crack and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. His eyes flashed with greed. He wasn't the only one who had this expression. The other cultivators had the same expression. This made the sect leader a little suspicious. Could it be that they had all seen through the origin of the crack? The sect leader's eyes twitched, and he almost cursed out loud. It turned out that when he turned around, the crack between the planes suddenly expanded for some reason. A strange scene of another world appeared in the crack that was previously covered by clouds. At this moment, if the sect's cultivators still didn't know what this meant, then they had really cultivated in vain. 1591. The bottom of the ancient cave was silent. All the cultivators were waiting for the sect leader's reply, and their eyes were somewhat complicated. And NBSP, the sect leader was filled with regret. If he had known, he would have come in alone and not dragged others in. Originally, he had thought that they would fight together and have a helper when they fought. Who would have expected such an unforeseen event to happen? This bunch of bastards, did they really dare to go against me for the sake of this opportunity? And NBSP, the sect leader thought about it and realized that this was a high possibility. In front of such a huge temptation, the sect leader's identity might be useless. In the face of a possible opportunity, no one would choose to retreat, not even if they were from the same sect. The purpose of power was to enslave others, but if there was no one to use, he was just a commander with nothing. Who would be afraid of him? Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in the world. Since things had already come to this, if he enjoyed this opportunity alone, it would definitely cause public anger, and they might even directly turn against each other. Looking at the unfriendly gazes of the sect's cultivators, the sect leader's heart burned with anger, but he could only choose to back down. However, he was also secretly determined that if someone dared to snatch something that belonged to him, he would have to fight even if he didn't want to. Only the heavens knew if this group of people would kill him in order to keep the secret of the ancient cave. He could only strike first. Not to mention, opportunities were something that could only be encountered by luck. Once one did not grasp it, it was enough to be regretful for the rest of their life. After making up his mind, the sect leader didn't waste any words and nodded in agreement. In that case, you can go in first. The sect leader expressionlessly pointed at the crack between the planes and spoke in a slightly dissatisfied tone. Sect master, please go first. We'll follow closely behind. Since this was related to their opportunities and benefits, so what if they were a little shameless? In any case, everyone was now in a group, and they were not afraid of what the sect leader would do to them. The sect leader snorted and went into the crack of the plane first. In a flash, he arrived at the world where the giant insect corpse was. The cultivators from the other sects also didn't hesitate and followed one after another, afraid that if they were a step too slow, the good things would be taken by others. After everyone had passed through the crack, they looked at the mountain that was 10,000 meters tall and the vast land around them. They could not help but be stunned and speechless for a long time. The special landscape of the other world shocked the cultivators. They had never thought that there would be such a scenery in the world. This was the charm of cultivation. It was to break free from one's own restraints and see the vast world. If he was an ordinary person, he might not be able to come into contact with these things that were beyond his imagination in his entire life. The sect leader's expression became even more excited. He was now more and more certain of his guess that Su Huan had really obtained an opportunity here, which was why her strength had soared. If he knew the truth, that Su Wanjun was actually a spiritual emperor cultivator from the world of Lusheng, and that she wasn't even the real Su Wanjun, what would he think? Of course, he had also guessed some things correctly. This was indeed the place where the realm lord of the fantasy world started his cultivation. However, his strength had only skyrocketed a few years later. During this period, the realm lord of the fantasy world was even more cautious. He was afraid that others would discover his secret. He was not as overbearing and flamboyant as Tang Zhen. Forcefully suppressing the shock in his heart, the sect leader felt that it was actually a good thing to bring these cultivators in. At least when he encountered danger, he could let them block for him. Since he had just entered the other world, he had to be careful. Since these cultivators from the sects already had disloyalty and couldn't be controlled as he wished, it didn't matter if they were sacrificed. In the following time, everyone must be on high alert. If you discover anything wrong, you must immediately warn your companions. If anyone is ungrateful for profit and puts his fellow disciples in danger, I will definitely not show mercy. Even though he had dirty thoughts in his heart, the sect leader still had a righteous expression on his face. He tried to re-establish his dignity and make the cultivators of the sect continue to listen to his commands. Everyone also understood that this was not the time to play any tricks. If they encountered a dangerous situation that they could not overcome, they still needed to work together to resist it. Looking at the dozens of cultivators around him nodding at the same time, the sect leader sneered smugly in his heart. He closed his eyes to sense and then pointed in a direction. There seems to be something wrong there. Let's go and take a look immediately. The location chosen by the sect leader was actually the ruins that Tang Zhen had been to. Because this place was very close to the crack between the plains, it was easy to find. They arrived at their destination quickly. The cultivators were first shocked by the magnificence of the ruined buildings, and then they found the treasure they had been dreaming of. The cultivator in front picked up the broken weapon on the ground and shouted in shock, "Look, this weapon is made of a special metal. It's more than 10 pounds. Haha, I found one too. It's well preserved and can be used as a main weapon. No way, there's even armor made of special metals. Although it's missing a lot of parts, it's still worth a lot. We're rich, we're really rich this time." From time to time, the shouts of the sect's cultivators could be heard from the ruins. They didn't expect that the special metal, which was regarded as a treasure in the past, would be so easy to obtain in these ruins. With just these special metals, their trip was worth it. The sect leader, who was standing in the middle of a collapsed hall, pulled out a thin and long sword from under the rubble. His fingers gently stroked the still sharp blade, his eyes full of excitement. Sure enough, he had guessed it right. Su Wanjun had obtained the opportunity here, and now he was going to get it too. However, he had discovered this place much earlier than he had. Perhaps he had found more good things, and their value might be much higher than these special metals. However, it didn't matter. As long as he killed Su Wanjun and the disloyal cultivators in front of him, he would be able to enjoy the world alone. With these resources, he would definitely be able to cultivate to a realm that his predecessors could not reach. He might even be able to control the entire world in his hands. The more the sect leader thought about it, the prouder he became. His cold eyes began to turn bloodshot, and it became more and more intense. The inner demons that cultivators were most afraid of had already been rapidly bred by greed and killing intent, but he himself had not noticed it. When he realized that something was wrong, he might no longer be able to control it. At that time, he would be unable to extricate himself and act according to the infinitely expanding negative desires in his heart, becoming a demonic cultivator through and through. Cultivation was in conflict with the heavens and earth. At the same time, they had to fight against their own emotions and desires. If they were not careful, they would be doomed eternally. However, the sect leader knew that now was not the time to make a move. He had to find a suitable place and the most appropriate time to execute his plan. Hee, a bunch of idiots. I'll let you live a little longer so that you can help me collect some good things. After muttering to himself, the sect leader also began to search, trying to find a treasure that could improve cultivation. At the same time, the cultivators from the other sects were overjoyed. In such a huge ruin, there were actually many weapons left. It was enough to show that no one had cleaned up the battlefield at that time. Many good things were still buried in the ruins. As long as he patiently excavated and searched, he would definitely find something. Sure enough, as time passed, more and more good things were discovered. The cultivators were filled with irrepressible excitement and laughed heartily from time to time. When the pockets were full, they would take off their clothes and wrap the items in them, then tie them tightly to prevent them from falling. No one said anything unnecessary. They all wanted to obtain more benefits before the possible danger arrived. Just as the sect's cultivators were getting carried away with their search, a few black dots suddenly appeared in the distant sky, approaching the ruins. When the black dot got closer, it finally revealed its true appearance. It was a giant monster with a dragon head and eagle wings. It was nearly 10 meters long and its eyes were as sharp as blades. On these flying mounts, there were more than a dozen cultivators in black battle armor. They were high in the sky and coldly looked at the cultivators of the sect who were constantly searching the ruins. 1592 captured. 1. After discovering the sect leader and the others, the cultivators of Lusheng didn't attack immediately. Instead, they floated in the air and observed slowly. It was like a fisherman who had discovered a fish fighting for food in the water. He was not in a hurry to cast the net, but instead stayed on the water surface to slowly observe. However, for cultivators with powerful five senses and even enhanced sixth sense, this kind of peeking would make them involuntarily feel like they were being prickled on the back. It didn't take long for them to feel that something was wrong. They stopped searching and looked up at the sky. Immediately after, the cultivators discovered the flying mounts in the sky, silently floating above their heads. They didn't know how long they had been there. Not good, there's a monster. The sect's cultivators had never seen such a huge flying monster before, so they were stunned the moment they saw it. Then they began to shout to remind their companions. The panic in his heart could no longer be described with words. When they realized the danger, the cultivators of the sect in the ruins immediately fell into chaos. They looked at the flying mounts that were circling above their heads, afraid that they would attack them. Berserk beasts weren't humans. They wouldn't communicate with you and would only act according to their nature. The sect's cultivators wanted to gain the initiative and even treated these flying mounts as their own spirit beasts. However, these monsters were hanging high in the sky, and they didn't have the strength of a lord, so they couldn't attack at all. Just as they were in a dilemma, one of the cultivators was shocked to discover that there was someone on the flying mount. This discovery made the cultivators of the sect even more panicked, their hearts almost jumping out of their chests. Compared to the discovery of fierce beasts, the appearance of cultivators was more ominous, as if the end of the world had come. Even though the cultivators were wearing black helmets, the cultivators could still feel the cold gazes on them and their fellow cultivators, like hunters looking at their prey. Something's not right, let's evacuate. They had originally thought that this was a land without an owner, but the sudden appearance of the flying mounts and the strangers on them made these cultivators extremely anxious. This place was probably not simple. He must have been the leader before, that was why he barged in without a care. They didn't want to fight with the black-armored cultivators since the situation was still unclear. They wanted to leave as soon as possible with the harvest. Even if he really had a plan for this place, he would have to plan it carefully. Acting rashly would only ruin things. After realizing this, the sect's cultivators immediately used the wreckage as a cover and quickly rushed toward the place where the crack was. At this moment, the flying mounts swooped down and the cultivators on them shot out one after another, heading straight for the cultivators of the sects. As soon as the two sides exchanged blows, the cultivators of the sect were defeated. They didn't even have the chance to resist and were knocked down one after another. With their hands and feet tied and their meridians sealed, these cultivators immediately became lambs at the slaughter and were thrown to an open space outside the ruins. A sense of humiliation rose in their hearts. They had originally thought that their strength was not bad and they had the pride of cultivators. But at this moment, they realized that they could not even withstand a blow. Fortunately, the cultivators in the building didn't intend to kill anyone. Otherwise, the ground would have been covered with corpses. Everyone, check carefully again. See if there are any guys that we missed. The cultivator in charge of leading the team walked forward and coldly glanced at the dejected cultivators of the sect. He then ordered the team members behind him. The captured cultivators' hearts tightened. They had already observed and found that the sect leader was not here. He had obviously hidden when he saw that the situation was not good. Although their relationship with the sect leader had become very delicate because of the appearance of the crack between the planes, now that the enemy was in front of them, the sect leader had become their only hope. If even he was caught, then there would be no hope at all, and he could only pray for a miracle from the heavens. When the cultivators of Lu Cheng heard this, they immediately jumped up and began to search the ruins carefully. After seeing this scene, the captured sect cultivators became more and more worried. They stared at the movement in the sky, afraid that they would find the hidden sect leader. What they were afraid of happened. Less than a minute after the Lu Cheng cultivators rose into the air, they heard an angry roar. It was obviously the voice of the sect leader. When the other cultivators of Lusheng who were floating in the air saw this, they immediately rushed to the place where the sound came from like sharks that had smelled blood. Then, they saw the sect leader appear from the ruins. However, at this moment, he was in a sorry state. His clothes were torn and dirty. The calm expression on his face had long disappeared, leaving only unconcealable panic. In the sky behind him and above his head, the cultivators of Lu Cheng were like cats catching mice. They surrounded and blocked the fleeing sect leader, but they were not in a hurry to capture him. Seeing this, the cultivators from the captured sects all sighed in their hearts, feeling more and more angry and humiliated. Instead of being played around by the enemy like this, it was better to fight so that even if he died, he could die in a grand manner. Of course, it was best for this kind of unyielding attitude to happen to others. If it was up to him, as long as there was a chance of survival, he would definitely not give up easily. No matter what, the sect leader was doomed this time. However, this was also good. If they died, they would die together. If they lost their lives and the sect leader lived alone, the cultivators of the sect would always feel a bit unwilling. Don't waste any more time. Quickly capture him and send him back. We still have a patrol mission to complete. The captain glanced at the fleeing sect leader and found that it was only a 5th-grade shrimp. He immediately lost interest and urged his men. Hearing the leader's order, the cultivators of Lusheng stopped teasing him. Under the despairing eyes of the sect leader, a big hand condensed by spiritual power appeared and pressed him to the ground. For a moment, dust flew up. In the past, the sect leader, who was extremely powerful in the eyes of the cultivators, was now like a broken doll, being toyed with by the cultivators of Lu Cheng. After the team members tied up the sect leader with a rope and threw him in front of them, the team leader raised his left wrist and fiddled with it a few times. The transport ship will arrive soon. Let's wait here for a while and continue to patrol and investigate. After hearing about the captain's fame and fortune, one of the team members asked curiously, "Boss, do you think we will get a reward from Sir Tang Zhen if we can also find a giant worm's corpse?" The team leader looked at his team members and scolded them with a smile. "What are you thinking about all day? If there really was a giant insect corpse, would you have found it? Do you really think those Law Kings were just for show? When we accepted the mission, those Law Kings had already set off. They're probably already at the horizon. Even if there are still giant worm corpses, they'd probably have discovered them long ago. It's better to carry out our mission properly and see if there are any places with rich resources. Then, send the coordinates back and earn your share of the reward." After hearing the captain's words, the team member chuckled and didn't say anything else. When the captured sect leaders and cultivators heard this, they felt that something was wrong. There seemed to be quite a number of enemies, and what was the strength of that Law King? It sounded very powerful. Falling into the hands of these unknown enemies, he was afraid that he would really be doomed. At this moment, their hearts were filled with unwillingness and resentment. They even hated Tang Zhen. They thought in their hearts that if it wasn't for him causing these things, they wouldn't have encountered such a crisis. They had completely forgotten that not long ago, they had all rushed in, afraid that they would not get any benefits. After waiting for a long time, there was a sudden rumble in the distance. Then, they saw a huge black shadow in the sky, approaching their position. It was a huge battleship that exuded a high-tech aura. The captured cultivators were dumbfounded. They didn't expect that these powerful enemies not only had ferocious beasts, but also powerful warships. The combination of technology and cultivation, was there no way to leave a way out for people? 1593 The shocked cultivators of the sect 1, looking at the enemy's continuous display of powerful strength, the mood of the sect's cultivators became heavier and heavier, and their faces were full of frustration. They could only pray in their hearts, hoping that their enemies would give them a chance to live. After the warship stopped nearby, it did not choose to land. Instead, it dropped a beam of light with a diameter of 10 meters from the sky, through which one could enter and exit the warship. If it was not necessary, the warship would not land easily, because every takeoff and landing process would consume a lot of energy from the antimatter engine. The Holy Dragon City's battleships did not have much energy reserves. Even if they obtained some through the Myriad World Mall, they were still unable to support the needs of the war. Naturally, they would save as much as they could. As the light flickered, a dozen cultivators from Lu Cheng walked out of the light pillar and greeted the leader of the flying mount. As there was no uniform position and military rank in the entire war zone, the cultivators of the Holy Dragon War Zone still used their own etiquette when they met. However, since the person who came down from the battleship was a king-level cultivator, the leader of the flying mount admired the strong and used the etiquette of greeting the superior. The captain of the second warbeast of the Wind Valley Tower greets Your Excellency. I'm Tang Wei, the captain of the ground assault team of the 5th battleship of the Sacred Dragon Fleet. You've worked hard. The Holy Dragon City cultivators who alighted from the battleship returned the captain's bow, then turned to look at the sect cultivators sitting on the ground and nodded lightly. "Brother, I'll be taking her away. Be careful from now on." The captain nodded. "Don't worry, sir. We'll be on high alert. I hope we'll meet again. Goodbye." After a brief exchange between the two sides, the Holy Dragon City cultivators escorted the sect leader and the rest into the light pillar, then flew back in the direction they came from. The team of flying mounts also took off at the same time, moving into the distance, trying to find more ruins and clues that might be related to the world of Lusheng. Tang Zhen was not stingy with the rewards for this war zone mission. They naturally had to perform well. The battleship was constantly flying, and the cultivators of the sect were confined in a special force field. Except for their brains, which could still think, their entire bodies were like a pool of mud, unable to exert any strength at all. No matter how fierce the prisoner was, he would be at the mercy of others in this place. Even if he wanted to resist, he had to be able to move his body. This kind of special environment could easily make people lose focus. If they weren't worried about their own situation, they would probably fall asleep soon. Feeling the loss of control of their bodies, the hearts of the cultivators from the sect were filled with sorrow and despair. They were all reflecting in their hearts. If they had not been blinded by greed, how could they have fallen into such a situation? After an unknown amount of time, the special force field that enveloped their bodies disappeared without a trace, and the cultivators of the sect secretly heaved a sigh of relief. They finally felt the strength in their bodies slowly recovering, and their hearts that were hanging in the air also relaxed a little. For cultivators, the feeling of powerlessness and waiting for death was undoubtedly terrible. Now that their physical strength had recovered, at least they didn't need to experience the feeling of despair. The door of the cell opened slowly, and a cultivator of Lucheng walked in. He waved to the other cultivators of his sect and said, "Come out with me now, hurry up." When the sect leader and the others heard this, they could only walk out obediently and face the unknown fate with a hesitant look. The moment they walked out of the battleship, they found themselves in front of an even larger ruin. They were surrounded by dense figures, all of them in black armor, looking very powerful. Suddenly seeing so many cultivators, the sect leader and the others were so scared that they almost knelt on the ground. They never dreamed that they would see such a terrible scene in their lives. If these cultivators launched an invasion through the crack between the planes, it would be a disaster. In addition to these cultivators with powerful auras, there were all kinds of monsters, vehicles, and aircraft that had their engines stalled. When they looked up at the sky, the sect leader and the others were shocked. The clouds in the sky had long dispersed, and the giant insect's corpse was completely exposed. Even if the sect leader and the others were more than 10 kilometers away, they could still feel the pressure brought by its terrifying size. What exactly was this thing? It was actually like a floating continent. There were countless cultivators floating in the air around the giant bug corpse. They fixed ropes on the bug corpse and then lowered the ropes to the ground. At first glance, it looked like a bustling construction site, but the workers were all powerful cultivators. What's going on? What are these cultivators trying to do? After recovering from the shock of seeing so many cultivators and giant insect carcasses, the sect leader and the others all had questions in their hearts. However, they could only keep these questions in their hearts and no one dared to ask. 10 tall cultivators of Lusheng City appeared and escorted the sect master and the others who came out of the warship to a tent at the edge of the ruins. It wasn't entirely correct to call it a tent. To be exact, it was a strange inflatable building. After being pumped with a special mixed gas, it would become as hard as steel, and even bullets couldn't penetrate it. Once the gas was released, the huge building would quickly soften and shrink to the size of a quilt. As they got closer and closer to these buildings, the sect leader and the others saw more and more powerful cultivators. The aura they exuded was as deep as the abyss and as high as the mountains. In the eyes of the sect leader and the others, they were like gods. The little bit of luck in his heart had long disappeared without a trace. It was impossible to escape from the territory of these cultivators. In the area in front of the building, the sect leader and the others stopped and secretly looked around. There were also many cultivators here who wore black battle armor, but they had a special badge on their left arm. There were also some cultivators who wore white robes. They didn't have the fierce aura of cultivators, but had the temperament of scholars. They gathered together and kept talking. From time to time, they would point at the giant bug corpse in the sky with a serious and focused expression. Isn't that Su Wanjun? A cultivator from a sect looked at the group of people not far away in surprise and said in a low voice, "Su Wanjun, why is he here? Did he get caught? Another cultivator asked. For some reason, he felt a trace of joy in his heart, as if he was very happy to see the other party in trouble. Where is it? Let me see. The cultivators of the sect followed their companion's directions and soon saw a familiar figure. However, he didn't seem to be a captive, but seemed to be very familiar with the other powerful cultivators. Do you think Su Huan really sought refuge with these cultivators and obtained enough benefits? That's why his strength improved so quickly in a short time. Hearing their companion's question, everyone's heart trembled, thinking that this was not impossible. If Su Huan had only been searching for supplies, she might have been able to accumulate a large amount of wealth in a short time, but she wouldn't have been able to increase her cultivation in such a short time. However, with the help of these powerful cultivators, it might be very easy to improve one's strength. Even if Su Huan was really a pig, she could become a wild boar spirit in one go. The sect leader was silent. He was also beginning to believe this guess, and his heart was filled with envy and jealousy. As the sect leader, the entire sect belonged to him, but the biggest opportunity was snatched by Su Wanjun. How unfair was the heavens! If it were him, he would definitely perform better than Su Wanjun. Perhaps one day, his cultivation would be comparable to these powerful cultivators. In the sect leader's heart, although Su Wanjun had obtained an opportunity, her strength was definitely not comparable to the powerful cultivators she had met along the way. The reason why he couldn't see the depth of his strength earlier was only because his cultivation was slightly higher than his own. He might not be that strong. This was the feeling of jealousy that had blinded his eyes. If the sect leader knew of Tang Zhen's true cultivation, it was unknown what he would think. If he knew that the countless powerful cultivators around him were all cultivators from the Tang battle zone, and that they would charge forward courageously with just a single order to destroy one dimension after another, who knew what he would think? The difference in one's horizons and strength also determined the boundaries of one's thinking. The things that Tang Zhen came into contact with and knew were things that even the sect leader would not be able to touch even a scale or half a claw of in his entire life. 1594 The moving giant insect. While the sect leader and the others were still secretly guessing, Tang Zhen had already received a report that the patrol team had caught a group of suspicious people who were suspected to be native cultivators. You guys take your time to discuss, I'll be back soon. He greeted the person in charge of the construction of the giant insect battleship and turned to walk toward the sect master and the others with a calm expression. In fact, when the sect leader and the others were brought here, he had already noticed their existence, but he didn't care. The other party being able to enter this world was also within his expectations. He didn't conceal the crack between the planes, so the cultivators of the sect would be able to discover it as long as they entered the bottom of the ancient cave. In the face of an unknown world, no cultivator could resist the curiosity in their hearts. However, they would soon see the scene that Tang Zhen had shown them. No matter how much they said, it was better to see it with their own eyes. When they knew how strong Tang Zhen's background was, the last bit of thoughts of the sect's cultivators would disappear. After dealing with the giant worm's body, he would continue to carry out the mission and would have no fate with the sect. This meeting with the sect leader and the others was actually to make arrangements for Su Wanjun's master. As the close relative of the Wanjun world lord, Su Wanjun had a lot of weight in the world. Even if time returned to its original course when the mission was completed, and the other party might have passed away, the trajectory of fate had already changed. The past also meant that he had experienced it. To be able to live his life without regrets and avenge his wife and children, Su Wanjun's master could be considered to have no regrets in this life. Tang Zhen was also completing the final arrangements. After all, he had been busy for so long. If Su Huan's master still didn't have a good ending, wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? Therefore, it was necessary to intimidate them. The illusionary reality world lord's subconscious was urging him to wake up. He didn't care what Tang Zhen wanted to do. He only wanted his main body to wake up from its deep sleep as soon as possible. Even if he was a world overlord, it didn't mean that he wouldn't die. Plus, the fantasy world overlord was in a deep sleep, so the chances of him encountering danger had greatly increased. It was reasonable for him to wake up in a hurry. Subconsciously, the illusionary reality realm lord was very dissatisfied with Tang Zhen's behavior of taking someone's money and doing his own work. However, he was helpless. The only thing he could do was to urge him. In the end, it was just a subconscious. Its only function was to urge and remind Tang Zhen to carry out the mission and remind him when the mission appeared. Other than that, the things that it could do were very limited. Although Tang Zhen was only a spirit emperor, his strength wasn't any weaker than a realm lord's. If he wanted to delay the speed of the mission, the realm lord's subconscious mind couldn't do anything. Fortunately, this kind of mission itself did not have a time limit. As long as Tang Zhen did not drag it out for 8 to 10 years, it was likely that no one would be able to find a problem with it. Looking at Tang Zhen, who was walking towards them, the sect leader and the others had complicated expressions on their faces. However, their hearts were filled with contempt and envy for Su Huan. It was as if they had already determined in their hearts that Su Wanjun had joined the other party in order to obtain wealth and glory. However, no matter what he had done, at least on the path of cultivation, the gap between them was getting bigger and bigger. Perhaps they would never be able to surpass him in this lifetime. Tang Zhen didn't have the mood to care about the thoughts in the hearts of these sect's cultivators. He only said one sentence. After this matter was over, they would no longer have any contact. I'm only here to make some arrangements for the fantasy world overlord. Tang Zhen's first sentence made these cultivators scratch their heads. They didn't know who this fantasy realm lord was and what relationship he had with Su Wanjun. The fantasy realm lord is actually Su Wanjun. I'm just appearing in his image. So, the Su Wanjun in front of you is not the Su Wanjun you knew before. Moreover, you and I don't belong to the same time and space. It's been many years since I came from that era. Perhaps you've already turned to dust. Hearing Tang Zhen's words, the sect's cultivators were first stunned, then they came to a sudden realization. No wonder Su Wanjun's words and actions were so strange, and her strength was unfathomable. So this was the reason. The sect leader's expression was complicated. After a few breaths, he softly sighed in his heart. He cupped his hands toward Tang Zhen and said, "Then, may I ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. What Su Wanjun's future achievements will be." The original speculations were all proven wrong. His own painstaking plan was just a lie, which made the sect leader a little disheartened. At this time, he was a little curious about Su Wanjun's future achievements. He was also full of curiosity about this disciple who was unknown in the sect in the past. The achievement of the fantasy world overlord is far beyond your imagination. Tang Zhen didn't mind boasting for the fantasy reality world overlord. Since the cultivators of the sect couldn't verify it, they could only follow what Tang Zhen said. Do you see the cultivators all over the mountain? The subordinates of the fantasy world overlord can only be more in number. Look at the world beneath your feet. It used to be extremely prosperous, but dozens of such worlds have been turned into scorched earth by the hands of the fantasy reality realm lord. As for the cultivation of the illusionary realm lord, you won't be able to understand it even if I tell you. All you need to know is that even if it's a deity, you can still kill him. Hearing Tang Zhen's words, the sect's cultivators almost fainted. They didn't expect Su Wanjun's future achievements to be so terrifying. If she had known this earlier, she would have befriended him back then. After he became rich, perhaps he would take care of her and her descendants on account of their old friendship. It was a pity that they didn't have the ability to return to the past. They also knew that after Tang Zhen laid his cards on the table, Su Wanjun would no longer have anything to do with them in this life. A wry smile appeared on the sect leader's face. His ultimate goal was to be on par with all the cultivators he had seen along the way. He didn't know that Su Wanjun had already stood at a higher position. It seemed that he was just a frog at the bottom of the well, not knowing the vastness of the world. Tang Zhen glanced at the cultivators from different sects and felt the subconscious of the fantasy world realm lord, who didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The corner of his mouth raised into a faint smile. Since you've entered this place by accident, I'll give you an opportunity. It's my way of repaying the sect on behalf of the illusionary realm lord. Without this experience, he wouldn't have been able to achieve this. Treat the teacher of the fantasy world overlord well. If anything happens to him, you know the consequences even if I don't say it. After saying these words, Tang Zhen waved his hand and ordered his subordinates to send these cultivators back to the crack between the plains. From now on, this world would have nothing to do with them. Even if they knew of this place's existence, they would never be able to break through the plains barrier and return to this place with their strength. After returning to the construction team of the giant insect warship, Tang Zhen once again discussed with everyone and continued to improve the follow-up plan. With the cooperation of many cultivators in Lusheng, it was no longer a problem to move the giant worm's body. Now, they were mainly discussing the modification of the giant worm warship. Many traction ropes were fixed to the giant worm's body, and a large number of runic magic circles were arranged. The transportation tools and personnel in charge of the traction were all in place. When he heard his subordinates report that everything was ready, Tang Zhen gave the order to take action. Then, countless aircraft and giant beasts appeared at the same time, filling the sky and the ground. The traction ropes were pulled straight as if they would break at any time. Advance. With another order, the giant beast and the transportation tool in charge of pulling the giant worm started to move at the same time. The cultivators in the square formation in the air also helped. The giant worm corpse that had been motionless in the air for many years finally began to move slowly. When the giant worm's corpse started to move, a wave of cheers came from the sky and the ground. The air seemed to be constantly trembling. Maintain this speed and adjust the angle at any time. The commander's voice was heard again. As the giant worm's corpse approached the plane's channel, they became more and more nervous. When the giant worm's corpse finally entered the plane's channel, and a portion of it appeared in the Holy Dragon War Zone, everyone's suspended hearts were finally put at ease. At this moment, the movement of the giant worm's corpse was officially completed. 1595,000-eyed hole 1. When the giant worm's corpse entered the Holy Dragon battle zone, it immediately caused a sensation. Even Tang Zhen was shocked. When he first met them, let alone the ordinary residents of the Holy Dragon City. Almost all the residents in the city put down their work and looked up at the plane channel with uncontrollable excitement on their faces. Especially when they heard that the giant worm's corpse would be transformed into a super warship and become the main warship of the Holy Dragon War Zone in the future, the anticipation in people's hearts grew even stronger. Unlike the other war zones, Holy Dragon City had always placed great importance on technological research and development. The people were influenced by Tang Zhen and were also very concerned about the development of technology. When the giant worm's body was transported back to Holy Dragon City, the research team that was quickly formed immediately took over and began a series of modifications. After Tang Zhen watched the entire transportation process, he continued with his unfinished trial mission. The flow of time in the surrounding space accelerated again. Compared to the last time, it was obviously a few seconds longer this time. This could only mean that compared to the sect's time, the time span this time was undoubtedly longer. At this time, the fantasy reality realm lord had probably already officially stepped onto the path of cultivation. The scenery in front of him changed. Tang Zhen discovered that he was in a low mud house. The air was dry and hot, as if it could roast a person. He was wearing a light yellow robe and a light-colored headscarf to reduce the effect of the hot weather on him. On the table in front of him, there was a pile of messy items. They were not treasures, but they were still necessary for cultivators. After sizing up these items, Tang Zhen had a faint guess in his heart. Perhaps, Su Wanjun was currently engaged in the business of a merchant. Then where was he now? Was it the world he was born in or the world of Lusheng? After checking her appearance with his spiritual power, Tang Zhen found that Su Wanjun had matured a lot. However, her face was filled with vicissitudes of life, as if she had experienced a lot of hardships. There was still no hint, but Tang Zhen was already used to it. After all, when the time was right, the illusionary realm lord's subconscious would give him a hint. Tang Zhen wrapped the items on the table with a rough cloth and carried them on his back. He then pushed open the door and walked outside. The scorching sun shone down without any obstruction, and the ground seemed to be completely dry from the steam. As far as the eye could see, it was a yellowish-brown color, so monotonous that it was almost overwhelming. Tang Zhen glanced at the place he was living in and discovered that it was actually a cave. It was excavated on a slanted hill. There were dozens of similar caves of various sizes beside it. Just as Tang Zhen was looking around, there were people walking down the small path on the hillside. They were all rank 2 and 3 cultivators. Wanjun, you're going to the thousand-eyed cave too. Su Wanjun, a cultivator greeted Su Wanjun. Tang Zhen discovered that this cultivator's skin was extremely rough. The structure of his facial features was also quite different from that of a normal human. He was clearly a cultivator from another race. Tang Zhen nodded as he looked at the transparent flesh membrane that contracted from time to time in the other party's eyes. It could be considered as an answer to the other party's question. Let's go, we're going too. Let's go together. Tang Zhen nodded and continued to follow the few cultivators, exchanging a few words from time to time. The yellow sand under their feet was hot. In such a harsh environment, even cultivators would find it difficult to adapt. However, for Tang Zhen, The scorching environment was unable to have any effect on him. Even if he was placed in the magma, he would still be completely unharmed. The high temperature of this yellow sand environment also made it impossible for most creatures to survive here. It was estimated that only cultivators could barely survive here. The thousand-eyed hole that the cultivators had mentioned was actually a giant hill in the desert. It was extremely large and was covered with deep caves. The inside of the caves extended in all directions, like a small world. In addition to the caves on the ground, there was also a large space under the thousand-eye cave. At the same time, there were also an underground river and an underground lake, which were the guarantee of survival for cultivators here. However, this place had long been occupied by major forces. They sold drinking water and food, as well as a place for cultivators to trade. If one wanted to live here, they had to pay an extra fee. Su Wanjun didn't live here, perhaps because he was short of money. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given up the comfortable environment of the thousand-eye cave and chosen to live in a cramped and simple environment. In fact, this was the true portrayal of a cultivator's life. If Tang Zhen's luck wasn't good and he didn't have the heaven-defying application in the mobile phone, perhaps his road to rise would be even more difficult. However, for cultivators, the things they fought for included luck. Only when the lucky star shone could they walk longer and further on the path of cultivation. Without a word along the way, the group arrived at the thousand-eyed cave. After paying a type of khaki-colored crystal as the entrance fee, they advanced along the specially widened passage. It was as cool as autumn in the cave, and the fire in one's body quickly subsided. It didn't take long for a field with an area of more than 10,000 square meters to appear in front of them, and all kinds of sounds were coming from it. There were cultivators and ordinary people here. They shuttled back and forth in the venue. From time to time, people would go in and out of the shops that had been transformed into caves. A scene of a city life was displayed before his eyes, causing Tang Zhen, who originally thought that this place was a barren land, to feel a different atmosphere. "Let's go, brother. Let's go have a drink and then make a deal, how about it?" Tang Zhen did not reject. He merely acted according to fate and slowly waited for the mission to arrive. They walked around the cave for a while, and after bypassing a few rough stone pillars, they came to a tavern that was under construction in the air. The reason why it was built in the air was that the tavern was located on a huge rock protruding in the cave. More than half of it was suspended over the street, and the pedestrians could see it when they looked up. Walking along the steps to the tavern, Tang Zhen saw some cultivators sitting on stone chairs, holding wine cups made of hollowed stone. Each and every one of them was drinking with a red face. "Give me a bottle of red grass wine and a large plate of roasted lizards, quickly," a cultivator called out to the shop owner. The four people, including Tang Zhen, sat at the table, chatting while waiting for the food to be served. Since they had ordered ready-made food, the shopkeeper quickly brought them wine and dishes. However, their wine was different. It was made of petrified bones, and the bottle was directly made of a large piece of petrified leg bone of a beast. After pouring the dirty wine into the wine vessel, the four of them raised their glasses and took a sip at the same time. Tang Zhen discovered that this wine had a trace of earthy smell. However, it was extremely strong. After drinking it, he felt like he was on fire. Coupled with the cool and refreshing cave environment, it was quite an enjoyment. Come. Try this slab roasted lizard. It's said that it was obtained from the northern catacombs. It's quite delicious. The cultivator who was treating the guests called out to Tang Zhen and the others. He placed the roasted lizard in front of them and then picked one up to chew. Tang Zhen took a bite and discovered that this roasted lizard was indeed extremely chewy. Even without any seasoning, it still had a natural and fresh taste. After eating a stick of roasted lizard, Tang Zhen suddenly heard a group of cultivators whispering at the table beside him. "Have you heard? Someone found a ruin in the Red Sand Valley. It's a huge city buried underground. There should be a lot of good things inside. I've also heard about this matter. Many people have already rushed there. Why don't we go and take a look? It's fine to go there, but don't act rashly. There are already many big forces eyeing that place. If there are any changes, we won't be able to come back alive." Hehe, so what if it's a big faction? If there's really something good, can they stop everyone? Tang Zhen's heart ached slightly when he heard the conversation between the cultivators. It was obvious that the Illusion Realm Lord's subconscious was giving him a hint that a new mission had appeared. Tang Zhen slowly raised his wine cup and drank the spicy wine. However, his brows were gently knitted together. 1596. The trap in the mission. 1. From the very beginning, Tang Zhen had been trying to guess the intention of the illusionary realm lord. Because of the influence of some kind of inner demon, he fell into a deep coma when he was trying to break through to a higher realm. Now, only a trace of subconsciousness was left. In order to solve his own problems, the illusionary real-world overlord issued a mission in the 5th battle area, hoping that someone could replace him to be reborn and wipe away all the regrets left behind in his past life. This way, the demons in his heart that troubled him would disappear. It seemed reasonable to solve the problem with the right solution, but it was not the case when he thought about it carefully. This was because the one who changed the past was not the illusionary realm lord himself, but Tang Zhen. Although the reason was that the illusionary realm lord had fallen into a deep sleep, with the strength of a realm lord, was it really impossible to complete what Tang Zhen was doing? Tang Zhen didn't know if the realm lord could do it, but he knew that his actions would directly affect the realm lord's future life. Perhaps, after the mission was completed, some unknown changes would happen to the realm lord. This kind of change was definitely developing in a good direction. At the very least, the inner demons were no longer present. This was something that cultivators dreamed of. However, since this matter involved rebirth and hesitating to erase his inner demons, he had to mention the heavenly Tao law of karma. He was now the cause and the illusionary reality world lord was the effect. At the same time, he was the biggest beneficiary. In that case, would the reward of the illusionary reality realm lord be sufficient in comparison to his efforts? Would the mission affect his life after he completed it? After all, what he was doing now was forcefully changing a person's fate. If it was an ordinary person, it would still be fine. However, the fantasy reality realm lord was not an ordinary person. He was a powerful realm lord. The meaning was completely different. If there was a backlash from changing his fate, and he was the one who suffered it, Tang Zhen would feel that he had suffered a loss even if he obtained the coin of destiny. Or did he neglect something when he accepted this mission, causing him to fall into a trap by accident? It was absolutely impossible for one to be in the middle of the world and not be tainted by a speck of dust. Tang Zhen's frown became increasingly tight when he thought of this. His guess wasn't without basis. After hearing about the Wheel of Fortune, he had already developed a trace of doubt. However, he had only heard some information about the Wheel of Fortune from the cornerstone platform of the 5th battle area. He knew that the coin of destiny was produced by it, but he didn't know the specific situation. The fantasy reality realm lord's mission reward was the coin of destiny. Tang Zhen's mission was to change the fantasy reality realm lord's fate. In addition, there was a mysterious and unknown Wheel of Destiny. Tang Zhen would never believe that there was no connection between the three. It seems like I need to figure out the use of the Wheel of Destiny before considering whether to continue this trial mission. When Tang Zhen thought of this, he opened the foundation stone platform and searched for the contact information left by Luo Fei. The two of them had worked together several times and had a good relationship. In addition, her background was mysterious, so she might know something about the Wheel of Destiny. Tang Zhen had always suspected that Luo Fei came from the 5th battle area, but there was no way to confirm it. After he posted the message on the platform, Tang Zhen began to wait patiently. "Wanjun, do you want to go to Red Sand Valley to take a look?" More and more customers in the tavern began to talk about the ruins of Red Sand Valley. The three cultivators who were with Tang Zhen seemed to be tempted. After discussing it, they were ready to pull Tang Zhen into their group. Although the more people there were, the less benefits they could get, it was much safer. Besides, it was still unknown whether they could get any benefits, so it was more important to ensure their own safety. "I still have things to deal with, so I might not be able to go for the time being." Tang Zhen refused with a smile, causing the three cultivators to be somewhat disappointed. However, there were many cultivators trying to go to Red Sand Valley now. Even if Tang Zhen didn't go, they would be able to find other companions very quickly. Because they were in a hurry to go to Red Sand Valley, the three cultivators left in a hurry after drinking the wine in their cups, leaving only Tang Zhen at the table to drink by himself. "Sir Tang Zhen, you seem to be in a good mood." A clear and melodious voice sounded in his ears. Immediately after, Tang Zhen saw a tall woman appear in front of him. Although her entire body was wrapped in a long robe, Tang Zhen could still recognize the other party's identity with a glance. "Sir Murphy, why are you here?" A trace of doubt appeared on Tang Zhen's face. He really did not expect that Luo Fei would personally come. In his opinion, the best result would be that the other party would reply to him through the cornerstone platform. Things are not as simple as you think. I can't explain it clearly on the cornerstone platform. I can only choose the mission world you are in and let the cornerstone platform help me teleport over. Luo Fei explained and slowly sat across Tang Zhen's table. Tang Zhen nodded. The teleportation fee this time was probably not low. He had once again owed her a favor. However, for Luo Fei to pay so much attention to it, it was enough to show that Tang Zhen's guess was not wrong. There must be some unknown secrets hidden in this mission. It seemed that he was still a little reckless. He would never make the same mistake again. Knowing what Tang Zhen wanted to hear, Luo Fei didn't waste any words and directly said, "Before you accepted the mission, did you know the true identity of the Fantasy Realm Lord?" Tang Zhen shook his head. The foundation stone platform of the 5th battle area didn't give an explanation, so he didn't look into it. The Fantasy World Overlord is quite famous in the 5th battle area. He's also a very special existence because his tower is different from the others. It's a tower that can automatically generate elemental warriors. At most, it had hundreds of millions of soldiers and easily raised the invading plane to the ground. That's why he doesn't have any real residents of Lusheng under him, and he doesn't need them. He's really a loner. Tang Zhen nodded. In fact, he had heard of similar Lusheng before. However, because the potential for development wasn't high and there were many restrictions on upgrading, very few people would choose it. The illusionary reality world overlord was an extraordinary character to be able to rely on such a building to advance to the realm lord. However, everything had its pros and cons. It was precisely because he didn't have any trusted residents of the building that he could only seek help from the foundation stone platform of the 5th battle area after he fell into a coma. The illusionary reality realm lord passed the selection and became a member of the 5th battle area 700 years ago. After that, other than accepting the missions from the platform regularly, he has been preparing in secret. He hopes to pass the test of the Wheel of Destiny and obtain the qualification to become the Child of Destiny. Destiny's Child, what is this? Upon hearing Tang Zhen's question, Luo Fei glanced at him and said in an indifferent tone, "The so-called Child of Destiny is actually a special cultivator who has been chosen by the Wheel of Destiny and is always blessed by the great fortune. These people are extremely talented. They can often obtain benefits that ordinary people can't. Misfortune turns into fortune. Anyone who goes against the Child of Fate will end up in a very miserable state. To put it bluntly, Destiny's Child is a group of cheaters. Their existence itself is unreasonable, but because of the Wheel of Destiny's existence, it becomes reasonable. In fact, your experience is very similar to that of Destiny's Child, but if you analyze it carefully, it doesn't seem like it. So, can you tell me, are you Destiny's Child?" Tang Zhen bitterly smiled when he heard this. He said to Luo Fei, "If I'm really the son of fate, would I still need to ask? Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks." "You about this?" Luo Fei nodded and seemed to feel that Tang Zhen's words were reasonable. "You still haven't explained what the Wheel of Destiny is used for, and whether it will affect me if I accept the task of the Fantasy Reality Realm Lord." There was a faint guess in Tang Zhen's heart. However, he was unable to confirm it. The Wheel of Destiny is actually a special existence in the world of Lusheng. Unlike the brutal invasion of the 3,000 battlefields, the Wheel of Destiny is more inclined to a gentle invasion. It will send the Child of Destiny into a chosen world, making him one of the natives. Then, with the help of fate, the Child of Destiny will grow until he completely controls this world. Then, this controlled world would be under the name of the Wheel of Destiny, providing it with a steady stream of power to keep it running and producing all kinds of resources. It was said that there were at least 100,000 planes of different sizes controlled by the Wheel of Destiny. Tang Zhen could not help but be stunned for a moment. The number of 100,000 was truly too shocking. The power of the Wheel of Destiny could be seen from this. 1597 The Child of Destiny 1. Although the number of 100,000 planes was shocking, if one counted the number of destroyed planes, worlds in the 3,000 battlefields, it would probably far exceed that number. It could only be said that they had different ideas, but in the end, they all wanted to plunder resources. But in terms of development potential, the Wheel of Destiny seemed to be slightly better. Tang Zhen didn't know much about the Wheel of Destiny and it wasn't appropriate to make a conclusion early. Luo Fei did not stop after she opened her mouth. She seemed to be prepared to tell Tang Zhen all the information she had at once. The cornerstone platform can't locate any plane that is controlled by the Wheel of Destiny. That's why there has never been a plane controlled by the Wheel of Destiny in the worlds that Liu Cheng invaded. Although the two of them belong to the same camp, they don't interfere with each other. Even in the top 100 battlefields, many cultivators in Lusheng have a common understanding that the status of the Child of Destiny is slightly higher than that of ordinary Realm Lord cultivators. That's why many Sector Lord practitioners would try to become the Child of Fate. That way, they would be able to gain more benefits and become stronger. The illusionary real world overlord is one of them. It's said that he was about to pass the trial, but at the last step of cleansing the karma, he was attacked by the heart demon and fell into a coma. When Luo Fei said this, she smiled and said to Tang Zhen, "In order to obtain this information, I paid a great price. How do you think you should thank me? As long as it's something I can do, just say the word and I won't refuse." Tang Zhen's words were powerful and resounded, appearing extremely sincere. Luo Fei chuckled and shook her head. "You've taken good care of me during these trials, but I've never thought of how to repay you. It's only right that I help you gather some information. I don't dare to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For anything in return." Tang Zhen shook his head. These were two separate matters. He still had to return the favor. He could not accept it so calmly. When Luo Fei saw Tang Zhen's appearance, she gently pouted her lips and no longer bothered about this matter. "I think you should tell me what kind of impact this mission will have on me. If I don't figure it out, I'll feel a little uncomfortable." After hearing Luo Fei's previous story, Tang Zhen felt that he had been schemed against and asked, "I can only tell you that after you accept the mission from the fantasy world overlord, you will be entangled by more power of fate. It's fine if you don't participate in the trial of the Child of Fate, but if you do, you will face an even more harsh trial environment. The trial of Destiny's Child is already very difficult, and the chances of passing it are even lower than the trial of the 5th battle area. If the difficulty increases further, the chances of success will be next to nothing. But if you succeed, you'll obtain even more benefits, which will be of great help to your future development." After hearing Luo Fei's explanation, Tang Zhen's suspended heart was slightly relieved. As long as he did not participate in the selection of the Son of Destiny, he would not be affected. But even so, Tang Zhen didn't plan to let the illusionary realm lord go. If he wanted to plot against him, he had to pay the price. Did he think that he would be able to get away with a few gold coins of destiny? How could there be such a cheap thing in the world? So what if he was a realm lord expert? Up until now, Tang Zhen had never been afraid of anyone, let alone a realm lord who was in a deep sleep. If he really angered Tang Zhen, he would even dare to kill the illusory reality realm lord. Even if he couldn't be killed, he could still make him pay a painful price. Luo Fei looked at Tang Zhen's constantly changing expression. After thinking for a while, she persuaded, "Perhaps you think that by not participating in the selection of Destiny's Child, you can avoid being affected. But I have to tell you that such thoughts are not good. When you become a Sector Lord and a member of the 5th battle area, you'll realize how important it is to have the identity of Destiny's Child. In fact, over 90% of the Sector Lords have participated in the selection of the Destined Child. Every time someone succeeds, their status will rise, and they will also obtain higher authority on the Foundation Stone platform. Your performance was extraordinary. It would be a pity if you didn't participate in the trial of the Child of Destiny." In fact, there was one more thing that Luo Fei had not mentioned. Tang Zhen had already made a name for himself in the 5th battle district. It was almost certain that he would break the trial record. If he could pass the selection of the Son of Destiny, he would definitely become a popular person. Her family had been paying close attention to Tang Zhen. Especially when they heard that Luo Fei had a good relationship with Tang Zhen, they took the initiative to help collect information. They were even more enthusiastic than she was. Luo Fei was clear that her family was planning to invest in Tang Zhen. Although it was not at a time when he was weak, it could also have the effect of adding flowers to a brocade. Even if Tang Zhen had been tricked by the fantasy reality world overlord and the difficulty of the Son of Destiny's trial had been increased, it was nothing to a true expert. If he couldn't even get past this, it could only mean that Tang Zhen didn't live up to his name and the initial investment was nothing. As for Luo Fei herself, she was also very optimistic about Tang Zhen. She had even specially collected information about his past in order to have a deeper understanding of him. This kind of behavior had nothing to do with love. It was purely a mutual appreciation between cultivators. If possible, Luo Fei didn't mind maintaining a long-term cooperative relationship with Tang Zhen. Hearing Luo Fei's advice, Tang Zhen nodded. In fact, he was also a little depressed in his heart. He didn't mind the increase in difficulty of the trial. After all, it was still uncertain whether he would participate or not. However, the reason why he felt depressed was that the illusory reality realm lord had set him up without him realizing it. That honest-looking guy was actually so evil. As expected, every sector lord was not simple. It's still too early to say whether I'll participate in the selection of Destiny's Child. I'm very curious about the value of Destiny's gold coins. If I want 100 Destiny's gold coins, what price would I have to pay? Upon hearing Tang Zhen's serious question, Luo Fei smiled and said, the value of a coin of destiny is very high, and you can only obtain it by completing the Wheel of Destiny's mission. For example, you only need 10 coins of destiny to buy the coordinates of a low-resource plane. Tang Zhen nodded. If that was the case, the fantasy world overlord was kind. He chose to compensate Tang Zhen with destiny gold coins without telling him about the negative effects of the mission. But even so, Tang Zhen still felt that he had suffered a great loss. He was the lord of a war zone, yet it was extremely easy for him to obtain the coordinates of a plane. This was especially true for low-resource planes. Only those who were trying to upgrade to a national level would be interested in them. They would not even care about the higher-level towers because the investment and the harvest were not proportional. In the information reserves of the Holy Dragon Battle Zone, such low-resource planes were aplenty. Once the towers in the battle zone reached level 9, they could be obtained at a very low price. The reward for completing the trial mission was only equivalent to the coordinates of a low-resource plane. Compared to the increase in difficulty of the trial for Destiny's Child, Tang Zhen naturally felt that he had suffered a huge loss. Having said what she needed to say, Luo Fei got up and left. She was also in the trial mission and should not be away for too long. If there's anything in the future, you can continue to contact me. Don't stand on ceremony, Luo Fei said to Tang Zhen before she left. I won't say any more polite words. If you have any problems in the future, you can also find me directly. As long as it's within my means, I will definitely not delay it. This was the second time that Tang Zhen had expressed his attitude. Luo Fei merely laughed softly when she heard this and did not continue to be polite with him. What she and her family wanted was Tang Zhen's promise. Although it didn't seem like much now, this promise would become priceless when Tang Zhen truly grew up. After saying goodbye to each other, the two said goodbye. After Luo Fei was teleported away, Tang Zhen stood in silence for a long time before he said in a low voice, I know you can hear the conversation just now. Now tell me, how should we settle the score between us? After being silent for a moment, a low and deep sigh sounded by Tang Zhen's ear. Sir Tang Zhen, I was also forced to do so. I can only say my apologies first. A translucent figure appeared in front of Tang Zhen. It was the sleeping illusionary realm lord. 1598 The Realm Lord's compensation. 1. The appearance of the illusionary real world overlord was very similar to that of his youth. It was unknown if this was intentional or due to some special reason. Luffy once said that once one became the child of destiny, they would go through a stage of rebirth. Could it be that this so-called rebirth meant that they would become younger as they lived? Of course, this wasn't the real world overlord main body. It was the consciousness clone that had always followed him. Tang Zhen had thought that it only had simple thinking abilities, but it didn't seem to be the case. At this moment, Tang Zhen was the weathered version of Su Wanjun. When the two of them stood together, the scene was indescribably strange. However, the real illusionary realm lord smiled bitterly. He looked at Tang Zhen and said with a slightly guilty tone, I didn't mean to hide it. I was forced to. After all, almost everyone in the 5th Battle District knows the drawbacks of this mission. That's why no one has accepted it since the day it was issued. In the end, I had no choice but to treat it as a trial mission. In the end, you accepted it. Tang Zhen was expressionless when he heard the illusionary reality world overlord explanation. He only spoke in a calm tone, although you lied to me first, it's my fault that I didn't figure it out. However, shouldn't you give me an explanation for plotting against me? The illusionary reality world lord nodded and said to Tang Zhen seriously, as long as you complete this task, I will give you sufficient compensation. I guarantee that you will be satisfied. Tang Zhen shook his head. He didn't need the realm lord's promise. He only needed some tangible benefits. If the realm lord didn't admit to his debt after the mission was completed, could he still go to the realm lord's place to collect the debt? Not to mention the others. Realm Lord strength. Just the fact that the illusionary reality Realm Lord could enter the Wheel of Destiny while he couldn't, was enough to make Tang Zhen helpless. I need you to compensate me now. If I'm satisfied, the mission will continue. If I'm not, we'll go our separate ways. The illusionary real world overlord frowned. Tang Zhen's words made him angry, but he also felt a little helpless. However, he was indeed in the wrong in this matter. It would be fine if Tang Zhen did not discover it. However, now that he had discovered it, if he did not satisfy the other party, then both parties would definitely form a grudge. Although Tang Zhen was only a spiritual emperor, he was the lord of the war zone. He had also performed well in the 5th battle zone. If nothing unexpected happened, his name would be known throughout the world. Making such an enemy was undoubtedly a very irrational thing to do, not to mention that the other party was related to the success or failure of this trial mission, so he absolutely could not be careless. Thus, even though he was unwilling, he still chose to compromise. Tell me what you want as compensation. If I can do it, I won't be stingy. I just hope you won't ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For too much. The illusionary reality world overlord words carried a hint of anger. If Tang Zhen were to take advantage of him, he would definitely not compromise. Even if he couldn't pass the trial of Destiny's Child, he would make Tang Zhen pay the price. 100 gold coins of destiny. This is the compensation I ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. 4. Hearing Tang Zhen's offer, the illusionary real world overlord sneered, clearly very dissatisfied. One should know that 100 destiny gold coins didn't seem like much, but it was enough to buy a plane coordinate with medium-grade resources. However, the price he offered didn't mean that he would pay. Since the fantasy world overlord wasn't satisfied with the compensation that Tang Zhen asked for, Mo Wuji naturally had to kill him. After being cut in half, and then another half, the real illusion world lord gave him 20 gold coins of destiny as compensation. 90. Any less and I won't do it. The gold coins of fate don't just come out of nowhere. Do you know how difficult it is to obtain them? I can only give you 30 at most. 80 pills. That's my bottom line. Otherwise, there's no need to talk about it. Seeing Tang Zhen insist on the price of 80 destiny gold coins, the real illusion realm lord was helpless. He finally nodded and said, I can agree to this price, but I don't have that many gold coins of destiny on me. However, I can compensate you through other means. Tang Zhen hesitated for a moment before nodding and replying, compensation is fine, but the number of coins of destiny cannot be less than 50. Moreover, the items you offer as compensation cannot be less than 30 coins of destiny. The illusionary reality world overlord nodded. This was a matter of course. If the value of the compensation was too low, Tang Zhen would definitely not agree. It would also be easy to leave behind future trouble. In the next mission, you will have 3 chances. Each time, you will have a treasure worth no less than 10 gold coins of destiny. I'll tell you the exact location of the treasure, but if you can't get it, then I can't do anything about it. Tang Zhen nodded his head after hearing the fantasy reality world overlord compensation. He had set the price at 50 destiny gold coins in his heart. Now that there was an additional 30 destiny gold coins, why would he not be satisfied? After explaining the location of the 3 treasures, the illusionary realm lord took a deep look at Tang Zhen and then disappeared. His consciousness doppelganger could not be maintained for a long time. Now that all the things that needed to be arranged had been arranged, he might not be able to appear in the next mission. However, the biggest hidden danger had been resolved. The illusionary reality realm lord could finally put down the stone in his heart. However, there was still a trace of resentment in his heart. It would be strange if he felt comfortable after Tang Zhen had forced him to pay a fortune gold coin. If he had the chance to deal with Tang Zhen again, he would definitely not hesitate to make things difficult for him. The Red Sand Valley was about 100 miles away from the Thousand Eye Cave. If one wanted to reach this place, they were destined to experience the torture of a harsh environment. If they were not careful, they would lose their lives in the vast sea of sand. As a result, only cultivators appeared here at this time. They arrived here one after another and then went straight to the center of Red Sand Valley. The closer they got to the center of the Red Sand Valley, the more cultivators there were. Their attention was focused on a tall sand dune, and they kept pointing and talking. After the terrible sandstorm some time ago, the buried ruins had been revealed. When someone accidentally discovered the ruins and discovered a lot of treasures, it immediately attracted the nearby cultivators to swarm in, trying to make a fortune here. For these cultivators who lacked cultivation resources and had to rack their brains in order to improve their strength, no one cared about whether their money was clean or not. However, it didn't take long for the nearby major forces to arrive after hearing the news. They completely sealed off the place and forbade the rogue cultivators from taking a step closer, or they would be killed without mercy. Although the individual cultivators were unwilling, they could only watch from a distance and curse in their hearts when faced with a large force with so many people. Anger was brewing in their hearts. Perhaps with just a little spark, these irritable desert cultivators would be completely ignited. It was almost dusk, and a figure slowly approached from outside the red sand valley. Like the other wandering cultivators, his clothes were very ordinary, and his rough face had a weather-beaten look. However, he didn't look from the outside. Instead, he walked straight towards the ruins. The individual cultivators glanced at him and turned their heads away. They reckoned that this guy would soon be stopped by the cultivators of the major forces, just like them, and would not be allowed to take another step forward. Sure enough, when the rogue cultivator walked toward the ruins, several cultivators from Giant Rock Castle stopped him. They drew their swords and sabers at the same time, giving him a warning with unfriendly expressions. If you take one more step, you'll end up like those guys. The cultivator from Giant Rock Castle who was blocking the rogue cultivators had a mocking expression on his face. He pointed at the corpses that were piled up and rebuked in a cold tone. When the rogue cultivators at the side saw this, they all shook their heads and sighed, thinking that this guy really didn't know his place. There were also cultivators with a trace of expectation in their hearts. They hoped that this rogue cultivator would show some toughness and let the major forces know that rogue cultivators were not to be trifled with. At this moment, almost everyone's eyes were focused on the wandering cultivator, waiting to see how he would react. Under everyone's gaze, the wandering cultivator grinned. Then, a silver light flashed and his long sword was unsheathed. The few cultivators of Giant Rock Castle who were in charge of blocking the rogue cultivators were beheaded in an instant, and blood spurted from their necks. 1599 Charging into the ruins in the desert. 1. The rogue cultivators were dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events and immediately cheered loudly. They had never expected that the rogue cultivator who had suddenly appeared would have the guts to kill the cultivators of Giant Stone Castle in front of so many people. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was extremely bold. The onlooking rogue cultivators sighed to themselves. This cultivator of unknown origin had really helped them vent their anger. However, some people were worried about this individual cultivator. Giant Rock Castle was a famous force in the vicinity with nearly 1,000 cultivators under its command. If they were to offend them rashly, it would be no different from courting death. Perhaps in the next moment, he would become a headless corpse like the other wandering cultivators who had been killed and then buried in the yellow sand. But no matter what, his courage could not be denied. This was also the reason why the surrounding rogue cultivators admired him. This brother is so powerful. Does anyone know him? I don't know him, but if he dies, I'll definitely collect his corpse. This is a man, count me in. I think this guy is called Su Wanjun. He's a human cultivator. He's usually very low-key, but I didn't expect him to be so brave. That's right, it's Su Wanjun. I've even dealt with him before. Just as the individual cultivators were discussing animatedly, a group of cultivators rushed out of the ruins in the distance. They had obviously heard about the change here and rushed over to avenge their companions. This guy is finished. After seeing this scene, the individual cultivators all sighed in their hearts. Su Huan would probably not be able to escape this. Just as they were worried, they saw that Su Wanjun was not afraid at all. She gently shook the 3-foot-long sword in her hand and went straight up to meet the attack. The saber light flashed and disappeared in an instant. Before the aggressive cultivators of Giant Stone Castle could get close to Su Wanjun, they turned into corpses and their remains fell into the sand. Su Wanjun shook off the blood on the blade and continued to move forward, heading straight for the ruins. The individual cultivators at the side were originally lamenting that Su Wanjun was about to die. Who would have expected that in the next moment, he would turn the tables and kill a group of cultivators from Giant Rock Castle? Such a fierce and courageous scene was beyond everyone's expectations. Oh my god, Su Wanjun is so powerful. One of the killed cultivators from Giant Stone Castle was their patrol leader. He's very powerful. I didn't expect that he couldn't even take one hit from Su Wanjun. Su Wanjun is so powerful, but she's always so quiet. She's really good at enduring. I'm impressed. So what if he's powerful? He's offended giant rock castle and all the major forces in the desert. He's no match for them even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms. Seeing that Su Wanzhen's sword had added a pile of dead souls to it, the other individual cultivators also began to feel their blood boil. They couldn't wait to follow Su Wanzhen in. However, after weighing the methods of the major forces, these individual cultivators were still afraid. They were not hot-blooded young boys. They knew that once they took a wrong step, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. Tang Zhen swept a glance at the ruins in front of him before he carried his longsword and continued forward. It had been a long time since he had experienced this kind of battle. Now that he had a sword in his hand, he had a different feeling. The ordinary longsword in his hand seemed to have sensed Tang Zhen's will as it continuously emitted a clear dragon roar, as though it wanted to drink human blood to its fill. Without using the strength of a spirit emperor, Tang Zhen simply relied on the longsword in his hand and headed straight for the center of the ruins. He had just walked 100 meters when dozens of cultivators rushed out. They looked at Tang Zhen with a serious expression and surrounded him from all directions. Go to hell! The cultivator in the lead brandished a long-hilt saber and slashed at Tang Zhen's head. However, he was easily deflected by Tang Zhen, who then stabbed his sword into his throat. Blood spurted out and the cultivator fell to the ground, his face full of unwillingness. He could not understand how a small wandering cultivator could have such a sharp sword technique. The longsword in Tang Zhen's hand continued to dance. It was like snow that covered the sky as it swept towards the enemy. He was currently playing the role of Su Wanzhen. Naturally, he had to use the strength that Su Wanzhen currently possessed to finish off his opponent. This was especially so after he knew that the more he changed his fate, the greater the impact he would receive. Tang Zhen decided not to use his strength as a spirit emperor so as to avoid the changes that he caused being unable to be fixed. Therefore, even though he was brave and invincible at this time, he still relied on the strength of an ordinary cultivator and did not use his true cultivation at all. Even so, he was still undefeatable. The battle was still going on, but the shock on the onlookers' faces was getting stronger and stronger. When the two sides fought, sand and stones flew, but the strange thing was that no one was Su Wanzhen's opponent. Wherever he passed, corpses fell to the ground, but he himself was unharmed. By the time everyone came back to their senses, they saw that Su Wanzhen had already rushed straight into the ruins, leaving behind a large number of corpses. After seeing this scene, the spectating individual cultivators could not come back to their senses for a long time. Who said that Su Wanzhen would definitely die? She's already charging in now. That's amazing. Who on earth is this Su Wanzhen? I'm guessing his background isn't simple. I don't need your nonsense. With such strength, if he was an ordinary person, I would have pulled his head off. Do you think we should go in and take the opportunity to make a profit? That's not good, it's too dangerous. I'll do it. At most, I'll just die. If I can come out alive, I'll immediately leave my hometown. The wandering cultivators became more and more excited as they spoke, and their eyes kept flashing. Finally, someone rushed out and went straight for the ruins. What happened next was like a flood. Countless wandering cultivators rushed out of the crowd and roared as they rushed towards the ruins. The scene was spectacular. When the other individual cultivators saw this scene, they also took advantage of the situation and roared. They broke through the defense of the members of the major forces one after another and swarmed toward the ruins. The situation was completely out of control. The cultivators of the major forces tried to stop them, but in front of the tide of individual cultivators, they were swallowed up without a trace. After entering the remains, Tang Zhen encountered even more people who tried to stop him. However, none of them were his match. Even the Lord-ranked cultivators were cut down by him with a single sword strike. As a spirit emperor, coupled with his painstaking study, Tang Zhen's comprehension of the sword had reached the realm of perfection. Upon seeing Tang Zhen, who was like a god of death, the cultivators in charge of intercepting him felt a chill from the depths of their hearts. They subconsciously slowed down their pace. At the end of the battle, Tang Zhen took a step forward and these cultivators from the major forces took a step back. It was as if he was a bloodthirsty lion and a pack of frightened wolves was in front of him. When there was no way to retreat, some people gritted their teeth and brandished their blades at Tang Zhen. There were also some people who took advantage of the chaos to escape, not wanting to lose their lives in vain. No matter what the enemy chose, Tang Zhen's expression did not change. It was as if there was a golden path in front of him and he only needed to move forward. At this moment, Countless wandering cultivators rushed into the ruins. They crossed the piles of corpses on the ground and swarmed to every corner of the ruins. There was no need for Tang Zhen to make a move. Those red-eyed individual cultivators charged all the way and went straight into the depths of the remains. Tang Zhen was also a little stunned as he looked at the sectless cultivator who had previously been cowering but was now extremely fierce. He then gently shook his head. It seemed that when driven by profit, even the most cowardly person would have times when they would disregard everything else. However, all of this had nothing to do with Tang Zhen. No matter how many people there were, he only had one goal. That was to kill a cultivator here and then obtain a treasure in the remains. As for the ruins under his feet, Tang Zhen had already confirmed that it was the ruins of a building that had fallen into the other world when he saw it. The first treasure that the illusionary real-world overlord had compensated Tang Zhen was in this building ruins. Back then, the illusionary real-world overlord had risked his life to obtain one of them. This treasure had become the capital for his future rise. What Tang Zhen wanted to do now was to snatch back the treasure that had been snatched away by the enemy. Now, it was his. Whoever dared to snatch it would have to pay the price with their lives. 1600 Treasure Hunt in the Ruins 1. Tang Zhen's sudden intrusion caused those freelance martial artists who had long been dissatisfied to completely explode. They broke through the interception of the large factions and charged around the desert ruins. Usually, when rogue cultivators saw cultivators from major forces, they would either be submissive or stay far away from them. If it was not necessary, they would never provoke them. However, at this moment, they were crazier than anyone else. They roared and charged, slashing at the cultivators from the big forces with their swords to vent their anger and unwillingness. Battlefields covered the entire ruins, and wherever they went, there were flashes of swords. Both parties were evenly matched. For a time, they were locked in a fierce battle. As for the instigator, Tang Zhen, no one paid any attention to him. This was even better. Tang Zhen was happy to be idle as he walked forward with his sword in hand, heading straight for the target area. As he moved forward, he observed the city tower under his feet. He discovered that the history of this city tower's ruins was at least several thousand years old. As for its level, it was at most level 9, not at the level of a national level. This was a tower that had not completed its advancement or was in the process of an advancement quest. Unfortunately, it had fallen and sunk into the sand in the other world, being covered by the thick yellow sand. If not for a terrifying storm that had swept through this place, it would probably have continued to sleep. The architectural style of the building was simple and strange. For example, the entrance of the hall was not square or semicircular under normal circumstances, but distorted like waves. From time to time, he could see some murals related to the ocean and lakes, which seemed to be the daily portrayal of the residents of this building. There was even a high possibility that this was a water tribe city. Tang Zhen did not know whether to laugh or cry when he discovered this scene. It would undoubtedly be an extremely tragic matter if a tower city that was closely related to water and could not be separated from it invaded the desert plain. Regardless of whether the destruction of the city was directly related to the environment that was incompatible with one's own element was extremely unfavorable to the cultivators in the city. With the guidance of the illusionary realm lord, Tang Zhen didn't need to search carefully. He went straight to the core area of the ruins. As they continued to venture deeper, there were fewer and fewer cultivators nearby. Tang Zhen only encountered 3 waves of interceptors when he arrived at the target location. When he arrived at his destination, a deep pool appeared in front of him. The water in the pool was as clear as jade, as if it was bottomless. There were many desert cultivators standing near the deep pool. They looked at the pool with bright eyes and solemn expressions. Tang Zhen's appearance didn't attract the attention of those cultivators. Their attention was currently focused on the pool and they didn't know that a life-taking fiend had already arrived beside them. Tang Zhen had also observed this pool of water and discovered that the water was unusually heavy. It seemed to be extremely similar to the legendary, weak water. In fact, there were similar materials in many planes, but they had different names. They did not only appear in hell. The weak water was extremely cold, and its strength was beyond comparison. If an ordinary person fell into such a pool, it was impossible for them to escape. Even if a cultivator fell into the water, they would most likely die. No wonder these desert cultivators did not dare to enter the water easily. They were obviously afraid that they would not be able to come back up after going down. After confirming the situation here, Tang Zhen did not waste any time. He directly walked to the front of the desert cultivators and asked in an ice-cold voice, "I'm looking for the chief of the Stone Forest Fortress. Is he here?" Seeing Tang Zhen's sudden appearance and how he acted so unscrupulously, the cultivators from the major forces frowned. Their faces were filled with vigilance and unhappiness. "Who are you? How dare you be so impudent here?" Tang Zhen turned his head and looked at the cultivator who had opened his mouth to question him. He then asked in an indifferent tone, "You are the chief of Stone Forest Fortress?" "No, Pa." As soon as the proud-looking cultivator spoke, he felt a tight slap on his face. Then, his body involuntarily flew backward. He only recovered his senses after he landed on the ground. He felt the burning pain coming from his face and his eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Tang Zhen. "You're looking for death." This cultivator jumped up from the ground and drew his sword to stab Tang Zhen. As a result, his other face suffered another fierce slap while he was halfway there. However, this time, he fell only a foot away from the pool. If he had gone a little further, he would probably have lost his life. Feeling the pain on his face, the furious cultivator calmed down. He slowly sat up from the side of the pool, patted the dust off his body, and bowed to Tang Zhen. With the strength that Tang Zhen had displayed earlier, it would be extremely easy for him to throw him into the pool. However, both times were only punishments. This was sufficient to explain the problem. He could only blame himself for overestimating his own abilities and provoking this cultivator of unknown origin. Of course, this was because his strength was inferior to Tang Zhen. Otherwise, he would not have compromised so easily. Looking at the cultivator who was bowing to him, Tang Zhen nodded, "Don't try to get involved in things that have nothing to do with you. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died." Ignoring the cultivator with a complicated expression, Tang Zhen once again turned to the group of cultivators beside him and coldly shouted, "I'm looking for the chief of the Stone Forest Fortress. Is he here or not?" When they asked this question, the cultivators of the major forces had become much more vigilant. Tang Zhen's performance just now was too amazing, so they didn't dare to underestimate him. From time to time, there were gazes in the crowd that looked at a white-faced, beardless cultivator with a hint of gloating. Tang Zhen naturally noticed this scene. His gaze was like a sharp blade as it landed on that cultivator. He asked in an emotionless tone, "You're the chief of Stone Forest Fortress?" "That's right, I am. What can I do for you, sir?" Although he did not understand Tang Zhen's background and was afraid of his strength, he was not alone. He was not the least bit afraid if they really fought. "It's good that it's you. I'm here to help an acquaintance, and I want to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. You for something." The chief of the Stone Forest Stronghold was stunned when he heard this. He looked at Tang Zhen with a puzzled expression and asked, "Do I know any of your acquaintances? What do you want to borrow?" Although he did not know what was going on, the chief of Stone Forest Fortress was prepared. Once he seized the opportunity, he would immediately strike first. As long as he could control Tang Zhen, he could do whatever he wanted. Tang Zhen shook his head, "You haven't seen that person yet. However, that's not important. It's fine as long as you see me." And NBSP, as if they were having a casual chat, he said to the chief of Stone Forest Village, "As for what I want to borrow, it's actually your head." As soon as he said this, the 4 seats were shocked. Sensing the strange gazes from the surroundings, the chief of the Stone Forest Fortress was so angry that he laughed instead. He pointed at Tang Zhen and cursed, "Where did this wild dog come from? Why didn't you ask? Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. About this old man's identity. Do you really think that just because you have some strength, you can do as you please in this 3,000 miles of desert? If you don't kneel down and apologize to me, you won't have to leave today." The subordinates of the Stone Forest Fortress chieftain coldly laughed. They quickly stepped out of the crowd and surrounded Tang Zhen. They drew their swords and were ready to attack at any moment. A bunch of useless chickens and dogs. Tang Zhen completely ignored the cultivators that had surrounded him. With a light shake of the sword in his hand, he had already rushed in front of the Stone Forest Fortress Lord before the surrounding cultivators could even react. A cold light flashed, and before the sword in Shi Lin's hand could be raised, it fell powerlessly. His head flew high into the air, rolled twice in the air, and finally fell into the calm pool, and the headless body fell to the ground. Whoosh! The originally calm surroundings of the pool were suddenly filled with exclamations. Seeing the famous chief of Stone Forest City being killed in a single strike, the cultivators who had wanted to watch the show changed their expressions and subconsciously raised their weapons. Even if he had no grudges with Tang Zhen, his strength was still a threat to him. If he could take the opportunity to get rid of him, it would naturally be the best thing. Tang Zhen merely laughed in disdain as he sensed the hostile gazes from his surroundings. If these desert cultivators were to court death, he did not mind letting their blood dye the pool red. After a few seconds, those cultivators still didn't make a move, as if they were still afraid. Tang Zhen shook his head when he saw this. Under everyone's gazes, he took a step into the pool and instantly disappeared. 1601 The end of the trial. The fifth battle area. The environment under the pool was just as Tang Zhen had expected. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on his body, but it also seemed like extremely viscous glue that was impossible to break free from. The water was extremely clear, but any impurities that fell into the water would be pushed to the bottom of the pool, and it was impossible to dissolve in water. Being in such an environment was undoubtedly very uncomfortable. The cultivators who could enter it must have extraordinary skills. In fact, in his previous life, the desert cultivators did not directly dive to the bottom of the pool. Instead, they found a secret mechanism that divided the water in the middle into two. Only then did they enter the bottom of the pool and obtain the treasure. However, with Tang Zhen's participation, they were destined to have no fate with these treasures. They were able to keep their lives because Tang Zhen did not want to waste time. As for the origin of the treasure at the bottom of the pond, it wasn't hard to guess. Perhaps the residents of this city had thrown the treasure into the pool because they had seen that the situation was not right and the enemy was very likely to attack. In the end, thousands of years later, things remained the same, but people had changed. This batch of treasures still fell into the hands of the enemy's descendants. Luckily, these treasures had helped a sector lord to rise, otherwise their existence would be greatly reduced. With Tang Zhen's cultivation, it was naturally not that troublesome to enter the bottom of the pool. After he entered the pool, the strangely bone-chilling water in the pool automatically separated, and his body was not contaminated in the slightest. Above the water and below the water, they were two completely different worlds. Just as what the illusionary reality world overlord had said, the bottom of the pond was filled with dazzling treasures. To the desert cultivators, almost every single one of them was priceless. According to the illusionary reality world lord, the appearance of these treasures had led to a bloody massacre in his previous life. The final victor of this battle was the chief of Stone Forest Fortress. No one knew that he had long planned to use his strength to suppress everyone present and make all the participants stay. Then, he would take advantage of the situation to dominate the entire desert. Su Wanjun and his companions had only come in to try their luck, but in the end, they had all fallen into his trap. After a bloody battle, he was the only one who had escaped with serious injuries. At that time, Su Wanjun had snatched a treasure. In order to force the hidden Su Wanjun to hand over the treasure, the Stone Forest Fort Master tortured his companion in extremely vicious ways and sent a message to him to exchange the treasure for his companion. However, Su Wanjun didn't know about it at that time. Instead, she hid in a remote cave and slowly recuperated. Seeing that Su Wanjun still hadn't shown up, Stone Forest Fortress Master could only order the pursuit to continue. At the same time, he abandoned his companion's body in the wilderness, causing Su Wanjun to bear the bad reputation of forsaking righteousness for profit. Therefore, Su Wanjun had always harbored a grudge against the chieftain of Stone Forest Fortress. Now that Tang Zhen had been reborn in his place, the chieftain of Stone Forest Fortress was definitely someone he had to kill. Among the treasures that the illusionary reality world overlord had snatched, there was only one item that was worth paying attention to. It was the foundation stone of a building. This building's cornerstone was extremely special. After it was built, it only existed in the cracks of the plane. The Castellan could communicate and summon special residents of the building at any time. No matter where Su Wanjun went, his tower would bring her there. It was extremely convenient. It was because of this tower that Su Wanjun was able to slowly rise up in the tower world and eventually become a sector lord. Such a building foundation was definitely worth a fortune, comparable to 10 destiny gold coins. However, this building foundation stone was Su Wanjun's item and had already been bound to him. It had been removed from the river of time, so even if Tang Zhen wanted it, he couldn't find it at all, even if he was one step ahead. As for the compensation given to Tang Zhen by the real illusion world overlord, it was actually another tower foundation stone. According to the real illusion world lord, the tower foundation stone he had accidentally obtained wasn't the best one. There was another one that had been obtained by the Stone Forest Fortress Lord. The real Illusion Realm Lord didn't know the attributes of the tower foundation stone, but according to his analysis, it was definitely much better than the one he had snatched. Therefore, he told this information to Tang Zhen as one of the compensations. After scanning the bottom of the pond with his spirit power, Tang Zhen quickly found the box that the fantasy world overlord had described. He walked up and opened it. Sure enough, a tower cornerstone was suspended in the air. The runes on the surface flickered, and it looked extraordinary. Tang Zhen was temporarily unable to determine the attributes of this foundation stone. He could only keep it for the time being and wait until he returned to Holy Dragon City to appraise it. As for the other treasures, Tang Zhen also kept them. These were things that belonged to the world of Lusheng, and there was no need to let those desert cultivators have them. After this matter was over, Tang Zhen did not stay any longer and instantly disappeared. During the period of time, Tang Zhen experienced the scene of the fantasy world overlord building his city and helped him get rid of a rival who was fighting for resources. After that, he began his last task. This mission was to invade a low-resource plane and upgrade the building to a national level. Back then, the illusionary reality realm lord had never dreamed that this world would also be invaded by other buildings. Caught off guard, the wealth that the illusionary reality realm lord had accumulated was almost wiped out overnight. This matter had always been on the mind of the illusionary real world overlord. After suffering for many years, he finally managed to catch his breath from the crushing defeat. Since Tang Zhen was reincarnating in his place, he naturally wouldn't be polite to his enemy. He used the elemental cultivators nurtured by the special tower to kill his enemy until they were in a complete mess. He had no choice but to withdraw from this competition in humiliation. When the last mission was completed, Tang Zhen received the gold coin of destiny promised by the fantasy realm lord. At the same time, he also received the notification that the trial was over. Tang Zhen, who had completed all the trials, had accumulated enough points. This also meant that he could become a member of the 5th battle area at any time. An ancient and desolate bronze door appeared in front of him. Tang Zhen raised his head and looked at it for a moment before he stepped through it. He knew very well that a whole new world would be revealed to him after he stepped through the door. After entering the world of Lusheng for almost 20 years, he finally had the opportunity to truly enter the upper class of this great world and come into contact with a wider world and more secrets. Light swirled, heaven and earth seemed to become one. From time to time, a clear voice could be heard, which was extremely pleasant to the ear and made people feel relaxed and happy. There were waterfalls and springs all over the place along the way. Rare and unique beasts would occasionally appear and disappear. At the end of the road that was like a rainbow bridge under his feet, there was a huge palace. Even though it was covered by clouds and mist, Tang Zhen was still able to sense its magnificence and vicissitudes. As Tang Zhen approached the hall, streams of light appeared out of thin air. Cultivators with astonishing auras appeared one after another. They stood at both ends of the main street and stared at Tang Zhen, who was slowly walking over. This scene was quite spectacular, and it also allowed Tang Zhen to witness the true strength of the 5th battle area. Every single one of them had at least the strength of a sector lord, and there were even some who had disguised their auras to be dark and unclear, but they were definitely beyond that level. Fortunately, most of them weren't in their true forms. Otherwise, the power they exuded would be enough to tear the void apart and cause unknown damage. How many plane worlds could resist such a powerful lineup? The road was very long, but even so, both sides of the road were still filled with cultivators from Lu City. The number was uncountable. The purpose of their appearance here was to welcome Tang Zhen, the new member who had just joined the 5th battle area. Tang Zhen was a little flattered, but he also guessed that this might be some kind of ceremony in the 5th battle district. Therefore, he maintained a calm expression and looked forward without blinking. After he walked through the long avenue and passed by many deep gazes, he finally arrived at the door of the hall. Participant Tang Zhen, you have passed the trial of the 5th battle zone. If you are willing to join my battle zone, please enter the main hall. His voice was like an ancient bronze bell, reverberating in the heavens and earth, reaching the depths of his heart. The giant door of the hall opened again, and there seemed to be a golden light shining inside, which was dazzling. Tang Zhen inhaled a deep breath of air when he heard the voice that was transmitted into his ear. He strode in and the door immediately closed. It was only then that the cultivators of Lu Cheng who had rushed over began to leave. Occasionally, A few people would exchange a few words with each other, and then they would disappear in an instant. 1602 Joining the 5th battle area. Tang Zhen seemed to be in another world as he slowly walked through the door. There were 2 rows of huge bronze statues in front of him. They were lined up on both sides of the road, and their faces were hidden in the darkness, looking blurry. The bronze statue gave off an indescribable feeling of oppression. It made Tang Zhen recall the war puppet that he had encountered with the Morning Star City Lord. However, compared to these bronze statues, that war puppet was not even worthy of carrying shoes. Tang Zhen felt that these bronze colossuses were living creatures. From the moment he entered the hall, many gazes were cast down and landed on him. There was admiration, judgment, and a faint sense of approval in his eyes. Perhaps they were the guardians of the hall, and would only react when the hall was in danger. Just as he was observing his surroundings, the torches on both sides of the road lit up, and a passage appeared in front of him, leading straight to the center of the hall. Participant Tang Zhen, please come to the foundation stone platform and receive your basic reward. An aged voice sounded. Tang Zhen wasn't unfamiliar with this voice. This was the cornerstone platform master of the 5th battle region. Both parties had come into contact not long ago. Tang Zhen followed the instructions and walked forward. He arrived at the foundation stone platform in the center of the hall. He raised his head and looked at the constantly changing ball of light in front of him. There seemed to be a pair of eyes that could see through everything and was sizing him up. Every new member is worth celebrating. The 5th battle area is proud of you, and I hope you can also make a contribution to the 5th battle area. As if it was some sort of ritual, a solemn voice came from the ball of light and echoed in the hall. Now, please answer me officially. Are you willing to join the 5th battle area? Tang Zhen nodded and said with a certain tone, I'm willing to join the 5th battle area. Very good, you won't regret your choice. As his voice fell, a row of items appeared in front of Tang Zhen. They were suspended within the bundle of translucent light. Although the specific appearance could not be seen clearly for the time being, an aura that caused one's heart to move was revealed. From now on, you are a member of the 5th battle area. Among the items in front of you, there is your identity card. It will be used when you are teleported or enter other battle areas. It will be convenient for the cornerstone platform to identify and let you in. There's also the standard equipment for the members of the battle zone, which includes battle armors, battle blades, storage equipment, and auxiliary items. Other than these items, there's also the replica of the 5th Battle District's Code of Inheritance, the boundary stone tablet of your fief, and the seal of the Sector Lord that connects to the cornerstone platform. Now, these items belong to you. Please keep them safe. These items not only represent your status as a member of the 5th battle area, but they are also valuable. Every time a member of the battle zone dies in battle and the items are left behind in the outside world, there will be people in charge of retrieving them. They will not allow any outsiders to obtain them. Tang Zhen did not expect these items to be so important. Since the cornerstone platform placed so much importance on them, he would naturally take care of them. When these items were lost, it might also be the time for Tang Zhen to die. After putting away all the items, the light ball in front of him said, from now on, you'll have half a year to rest. You can slowly choose your own fief. At the same time, you still have half a year to manage and build the base. When the time is up, you will have to accept the missions assigned by the war zone. The interval between each mission in the theater of operations is 50 years. During this period, you can move freely without any interference from the theater of operations. There aren't many rules in the 5th battle area. As long as you don't break any forbidden rules, no one will say anything to you. After giving Tang Zhen another reminder, the ball of light slowly disappeared. Tang Zhen also felt the scenery in front of his eyes changing. Soon after, he appeared on a floating island. This island was quite mysterious. It was only a small area, but the scenery was extremely beautiful. There was a spring in the middle of the island, from which spring water gushed out continuously. When it flowed to the edge of the island, it turned into a waterfall that flowed straight down. Before it hit the ground, it turned into clouds and scattered in all directions. On the island, there was a pavilion-like building with map-like items inside. Most of the places on the map already had owners. After seeing Tang Zhen's appearance, 2 slender plant spirits with a pair of transparent wings came forward and greeted him. You're welcome. I want to find a fief. Do you have any suggestions? These plant spirits were the servants of the 5th battle area, responsible for daily trifles. Every member of the battle area was their master, and they had to serve them wholeheartedly. After hearing Tang Zhen's request, the eyes of the two plant spirits brightened. They immediately invited Tang Zhen to the map and introduced the situation of the ownerless areas to him. As long as the service was good, the members of the battle zone would not be stingy with their gifts. The little things in the eyes of the Spirit Emperor Realm Lord were very valuable to these plant spirits. "Sir, please take a look. This is the flowing cloud region. The territory is always covered by clouds and mist. There are countless floating islands in the sea of clouds. However, the weather is humid and cold, so very few members choose their fief here. This is the warm sun sea. There's only day and no night. There are many islands on the sea and many strange beasts in the sea. It's a great place to cultivate. However, most of the areas already have owners, and the remaining areas are barely satisfactory. The vast icy plain is too barren. However, there is another world beneath the icy plain. It produces many strange treasures. I can consider it." Hearing the introduction of the two plant spirits, Tang Zhen's face revealed a trace of difficulty, as if he didn't know what to choose. He had joined the trial of the 5th Battle Zone to find a backer for the newly established Holy Dragon Battle Zone and also to get in touch with the higher-ups of the world of Lusheng and learn more secrets. At the same time, it could also increase the strength of the Warzone's cultivators, in preparation for the day when they would invade the world of the Teroboros. Therefore, the first requirement for the fief was to have sufficient heaven and earth energy so that the cultivators of the Lusheng could cultivate even in the wilderness without having to stay inside the Lusheng all the time. In addition, it would be best if there were strong enough monsters in the fief so that the cultivators could take the opportunity to train themselves and obtain extra income. This point was extremely important. It must be known that in the current Holy Dragon Battle Zone, there were no places to farm monsters in the wild, which led to Tang Zhen having no choice but to build multiple trial grounds. Although the trial arena also had the effect of tempering cultivators, and the effect was also very obvious, the resources invested in it were countless. If there were natural monsters in the fief, Tang Zhen would be able to reduce the investment of a part of his origin energy. Moreover, the value of natural monsters and man-made monsters could not be compared. After hearing Tang Zhen's request, the two plant spirits pondered for a moment. They pointed at a region at the edge of the map and said, "This place is close to the edge of the 5th battle area. For some unknown reason, it is connected to a shattered space. No one knows how big this shattered space is, but one thing is for sure. This shattered space is connected to many planes, and cultivators and monsters from other worlds often appear inside, taking the opportunity to enter the 5th battle area. But because of the ceiling formation, these infiltrators can't leave the border, so they won't be a threat." When Tang Zhen heard this, he immediately revealed an expression of interest. He checked it according to the directions given by the plant spirit and felt even more satisfied. "This is the place. How can I obtain the ownership of this place?" After hearing Tang Zhen's request, the two plant spirits didn't waste any words and guided Tang Zhen to leave a spiritual imprint on the map. Next, Tang Zhen only needed to use the teleportation array here to reach the teleportation point closest to the border. After thanking the two plant spirits and giving them some rewards, Tang Zhen went to the teleportation array on another sky-floating island and headed to his fief in the 5th battle area. 1603 Hesseran's fief 1. In most cases, the strength of a battle zone could be determined by the number of transmission arrays. The more powerful the battle zone, the more widely the application of transmission arrays. For example, the current Sacred Dragon battlefront, although it could not be compared to the old battlefields in terms of size and strength, its overall strength was still acceptable. In some aspects, it was even better than the other battlefields that were still weak. Everyone had their own strengths and weaknesses, and the new war zone might not necessarily be weak. But even so, the Sacred Dragon war zone was not so extravagant as to build teleportation formations everywhere. There was not even a regular teleportation formation. The reason for this was that the cost of production and maintenance was too high, so it was not cost-effective to use. However, looking at the 5th battle area, the teleportation points within the territory were densely packed. Some of the fiefs even had dozens of teleportation points. They were simply rich to the extreme. Tang Zhen sighed in his heart. He chose the teleportation point that was closest to his fief and took out his identity card to pay the teleportation fee. Tang Zhen had just joined the 5th battle district, so logically speaking, he didn't have any points to use. However, the 5th battle district allowed new members to owe on credit. There was no interest, but there was a certain limit. When the members had time to accept missions, it would be easy to repay the points they owed. The teleportation process was very short. In less than 10 seconds, Tang Zhen had already arrived at his destination. A burst of clamor was heard. A huge teleportation square appeared in front of Tang Zhen. The venue seemed to be compact with lois, and ancient buildings were distributed around the square. The buildings were desolate and simple, full of exotic styles. Cultivators in all sorts of attires shuttled back and forth between these buildings, making the square seem very lively. This scene had exceeded Tang Zhen's expectations. However, it was very normal after thinking about it. It was just that his initial thoughts were wrong. It was difficult to join the 5th battle area, but it didn't mean that the 5th battle area was sparsely populated. One did not need to think to know that a war zone with a long history that was ranked among the top in the 3,000 war zones would definitely have a prosperous population. Welcome to the Hessian territory, sir. I wonder what business you have here, and if you need my service. Just as Tang Zhen was looking around, a man wearing a rune robe walked over. He bowed to Tang Zhen and asked in a very polite tone. I'm going to the cracked plain. How do I get there? This teleportation array was still a long distance away from his fief, and they had to pass through the defense line of Hessian's territory. Tang Zhen did not understand the specific situation here, so he asked. Your Excellency, are you planning to go to the cracked plains to hunt for foreign cultivators or to buy local specialties? Tang Zhen looked at the long-robed man and asked in an indifferent tone, what's the difference between the two? If you're ready to hunt for foreign cultivators, you can join those temporary teams or established teams. This way, not only can you guarantee more rewards, but you can also improve your safety. If you're here to purchase local specialties, you can hire an appraiser and guard the carriage to help you take care of a series of trivial matters. This way, you won't have to do everything by yourself, and your pressure will be reduced. Tang Zhen nodded his head. So this long-robed man was recommending his family's business. No wonder he was so proactive. Would it be dangerous if I go alone? Tang Zhen casually asked. He didn't expect that his fief would be so lively. He was only curious as to why no war zone members chose this place. The long-robed man smiled when he heard this. He advised Tang Zhen, Your Excellency may have extraordinary strength, but I still suggest that you form a team to go there. You should know that the scarred plane is connected to the shattered space, and from time to time, cultivators and monsters from other worlds will appear. If you don't have a companion to take care of you, I don't think you can even survive a day. At the same time, it's also a territory without a lord. Even if someone does as they please there, you won't be able to find any reason to judge them and can only accept your fate. However, if you go with the group, even if something happens, there will be someone to stand up for you. At this point, he smiled proudly and pointed to the mark on his chest. In the Hessian territory in the cracked plains, there are very few people who don't give us face when we announce the name of the fire owl. Tang Zhen nodded. Just as he was about to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. A few more questions, a few fully armed Lu Cheng cultivators walked over. They glanced at Tang Zhen and then reached out to pat the long-robed man who had a proud expression on his face. The long-robed man's face revealed an unhappy expression. Just as he was about to turn around and see who dared to pat his shoulder, he heard a low voice, double-headed snake, are you gutless? You dare to do business with anyone? Hearing this voice, the long-robed man's neck shrank slightly. He immediately turned around with a smile and said, so it's the great captain. You've misunderstood. I just saw that His Excellency was at a loss, so I came up to clarify his doubts. I absolutely have no other intentions. The captain sneered and said in a disdainful tone, don't think that I don't know what you're up to. It's fine for you to scam others, but if you want to scam this person in front of you, I'm afraid you won't even know how you died. After he finished speaking, the captain ignored the long-robed man, who had a stunned expression on his face. He took a step forward, bowed to Tang Zhen, and said, welcome to the Hessian territory, Your Excellency Tang Zhen. Our Lord is unable to come to welcome you because of some matters, so he can only ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Me to convey his respect and say that if you need anything, please feel free to ask. Tang Zhen nodded. He did not find it strange that the other party knew of his whereabouts. At this moment, he had just joined the 5th battle area. There must be many people who were paying attention to his every move. The news had probably spread after he chose the cracked plains as his territory. Although he had broken the record of the 5th Battle District, there was no substantial reward. However, it still raised Tang Zhen's reputation to a higher level. As the future neighbor, the Lord of Hessen's territory naturally had to express his gratitude. Thank you for your Lord's good intentions. When I'm done with the matters at hand and your Lord is free, this Tang will definitely pay a visit. After exchanging a few polite words with the cultivators of Lucheng, Tang Zhen asked for the direction of the cracked plain and teleported away. After Tang Zhen left, the long-robed man nicknamed Double-Headed Snake finally moved his numb face and asked the captain, "Captain, who was that person just now?" Hearing the long-robed man's question, the captain glanced at him and said in an emotionless tone, "You want to know his identity?" "Hee, I'm just a little curious, I'm just curious." Although the long-robed man said this, his face was full of curiosity. From the captain's attitude, he could confirm that the young man's identity was definitely not simple. "Since you're so curious, I'll tell you. He's actually a new member of the Warzone and the new master of the Scarred Plane. If you want to make money in the future, it will depend on his mood. If he doesn't let you enter the cracked plains, you'll have to stay here obediently. No one will help you." Hearing the captain's warning, the long-robed man's body trembled, and a complicated expression appeared on his face. Before Tang Zhen's arrival, the Scarred Plain was a land without an owner. Because it was connected to the Scarred Space, it had always been a gold-making place for the rogue cultivators. In the past, because there was no one to manage it, the rogue cultivators were unscrupulous and completely treated this place as their own back garden. However, now that this land had an owner, it was absolutely impossible for them to continue fishing for benefits like before. Seeing that his stable source of income was about to go down the drain, the long-robed man was burning with anxiety, but there was nothing he could do. He was so anxious that he almost jumped up from the ground. Seeing this, the team leader smiled. Seeing that the long-robed man was usually quite sensible, he reminded him in a low voice, "This Sir Tang Zhen has just obtained a fief and is still confused about many things. If someone were to remind him at this time, do you think he would remember this favor?" The long-robed man's eyes lit up. He bowed to the captain and said, "I will definitely thank you in the future." Then, he ran away. 1604 The Scarred Plains. 1 After leaving the teleportation array, Tang Zhen went straight to the edge of Heis territory. There was an invisible force field between this territory and the Scarred Plain. If one wanted to leave this place and enter the Scarred Plain, they would have to go through a specially opened passage. It wasn't just this place that had an invisible force field. There were similar force fields in the other fiefs to prevent the wild cultivators and wanderers from running around. In the past few days, countless cultivators and monsters from other worlds had appeared at the border, trying to cross this invisible force field, but none of them had succeeded. As time passed, the cultivators from the other world understood one thing, and that was to never get close to the invisible force field, or else it would be equivalent to seeking death. The field cultivators in Hessian territory did not dare to approach the invisible force field. Every time they wanted to go out, they had to pay a certain fee. Origin stones were the main currency in the 5th battle area. Brain pearls and coin of destiny could also be used, but the former's value was slightly lower, while the latter was only used by sector lord level cultivators and was rarely seen on the market. Tang Zhen didn't lack origin stones. When it was his turn, he casually handed over a few origin stones and obtained the certificate to exit seclusion. This kind of certificate was bound to the soul information to prevent cultivators from the other world from entering Hessian's territory under an impostor's name after obtaining it. This kind of thing happened quite often, and the reason was actually very simple. For the cultivators from the other world, the Scarred Plain was just a wild land. Although it did not lack natural energy, it could not be compared to Heis territory, which had been in operation for many years. If they could have a better living environment, who would be willing to live here? It was a pity that the checks in Heis territory were extremely strict, and 99% of the foreign cultivators could not sneak in. They had no choice but to find ways to intercept and kill the itinerant cultivators from Heis territory in order to obtain the various materials they needed. Therefore, the journey from the checkpoint to the cracked plain was definitely the most dangerous one. At this time, the wild cultivators would take the initiative to stick together and only spread out after they had safely left this place. Tang Zhen followed the crowd and walked out of the checkpoint. What appeared in front of him was a boundless land. There was almost no mountain peak as far as the eye could see. It was as flat as if it had been ironed. Tang Zhen wasn't clear about the specific area, and no one had estimated it. However, according to the introduction of the plant spirit, it should be equivalent to the area of 10 holy dragon battlefields. Compared to this, the original world could only be considered an island in the sea. However, on this flat land, a huge and deep crack could be seen every few hundred miles. Gray smoke emitted from the crack, making people feel very uncomfortable. It was as if countless cracks had appeared on his smooth skin, a completely sickly symptom. Tang Zhen's spiritual energy also felt a little uncomfortable after sensing this scene. There was no other reason, but from time to time, some strange-looking creatures would crawl out of the smoke. They would circle the edge of the crack for a moment before burrowing into the nearby grass and woods. If the crack was a disease of the earth, the cultivators and monsters from the other world were parasites that bred, wantonly absorbing the nutrients of the land while ruthlessly destroying it. It was fine if it was in the past. However, this place now belonged to him. Tang Zhen could not allow this kind of thing to continue no matter what. He was going to clean up the place. Those who chose to obey could continue to stay here, and those who didn't, there was no need for them to exist. From the beginning, Tang Zhen didn't intend to kill all the cultivators from the other world. He only wanted to clean up those monsters. Brother, don't block the way. The group behind is ready to set off. Just as Tang Zhen was observing his surroundings, a voice came from behind him. It turned out that a group of rogue cultivators had formed a team and were preparing to enter the cracked plains. There were at least 2,000 people in this group, and most of them were Lord-level cultivators. There were a dozen King-level cultivators among them, and they seemed to be the leaders of the group. Tang Zhen dodged to the side and stood at the edge of the road. He was not in a hurry to leave. Little brother, if you're alone, you'd better follow us. Otherwise, you won't be able to go far. The one who shouted for Tang Zhen to make way was an old man with white hair and a white beard. He was wearing a slightly old leather armor with a few obvious patches on it. He had a shield in his hand, a saber at his waist, and a bronze helmet full of blade marks on his head. He seemed to be in dire straits. Behind the old man were a dozen or so young people. Their equipment was similar to the old man's, and compared to the other teams, they were obviously much more shabby. You're all on the same side. Are you also going to the cracked plains to hunt for alien cultivators? Tang Zhen casually asked. It was true that the equipment of this group was too inferior. Going over in this manner was no different from courting death. In his senses, he had found many king-level cultivators and monsters from the other world. If one's strength was lower than the Lord level, they would not even be qualified to enter this place. We're only picking some medicinal herbs and ores. We don't dare to fight with those foreign cultivators. Those wolf cubs are too fierce and fight with no regard for their lives. The newbies behind me are no match for them. The old man's voice was filled with vicissitudes of life and a trace of emotion, as if he had a past that he could not bear to look back on. Old man, how much do you know about the Rift Plain? Tang Zhen only had general information about the cracked plains, but he knew nothing about the specific situation. Therefore, it was necessary to find someone who was familiar with the environment here and all kinds of secret information to help him. If this old man was capable of doing this, Tang Zhen would not mind giving him a chance. Upon hearing Tang Zhen's question, the old man carefully sized him up and said in an indifferent tone, "Young man, if you're planning to make a fortune here, I advise you to go back as soon as possible. Although there are many opportunities to make a fortune in the cracked plains, there are not many that can really make a fortune. If the path we're going to take next is paved with white bones, then near the crack that is rich in resources, even if we dig 3 feet deep, we'll only find the remains of rotten bones. Especially when the tide season comes and the cracks spit out the treasures from the other world, almost every crack will set off a bloody slaughter. Out of 100 cultivators, it's already good enough if half of them can leave." When Tang Zhen heard this, he frowned and asked, "What's going on with the tide season?" The old man used a surprised gaze to sweep over Tang Zhen, as if he did not understand why Tang Zhen would ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Such a question. After all, this was something that everyone knew. Seeing that Tang Zhen's expression did not appear to be fake, the old man finally began to explain. The more Tang Zhen heard, the more surprised he became. It turned out that this so-called tide season was actually a special kind of world energy loss. It was said that these cracks were not only connected to shattered space, but also to many other worlds. According to the cultivators from the other world, there were natural altars in the worlds connected to these cracks. The cultivators from the other world would collect a large number of treasures as sacrifices. When these treasures accumulated to a certain extent, the altar would change. While erupting the heaven and earth energy of the scarred plane, it would also absorb the sacrifices. As a result, the cracks spurted out treasures regularly, and from time to time, it would also sweep in nearby cultivators and monsters. It sounded as if the cultivators of the cracked plains had an advantage, but that was not the case. It had to be known that the world energy that flowed in from the fifth battle area was enough to form an energy tide in the other world. Not only could it give birth to countless natural treasures, but it could also provide a large number of cultivators to improve their strength. The sacrifices they provided were only equivalent to planting a seed, but the result was 100 times better. The corner of Tang Zhen's mouth twitched when he heard this. No wonder he felt that the heaven and earth energy concentration here was not as high as that of Heis. It turned out that a portion of it would be extracted by the other world regularly. The long-term loss of heaven and earth energy without timely replenishment had ultimately benefited the otherworldly cultivators. Tang Zhen absolutely couldn't tolerate this kind of poaching behavior. 1605 Tang Zhen, who was implicated. 1. The white-haired old man didn't notice Tang Zhen's expression and continued to speak in a faint tone. Every time the tide rises, it's a day of revelry for the itinerant cultivators and the cultivators from the other world. They gather near the crack and wait for the treasure to appear. Man will die for wealth. More wealth means more death, especially in an unmanaged place like the scarred plains. Death is a common thing. Sometimes, in order to ensure the greatest benefits, the cultivators are at odds with each other from the beginning. The chaotic battle will continue from the beginning to the end of the tide, during which countless people will die. The old man sighed emotionally when he said this. He warned Tang Zhen, "I've been wandering in the scarred plains my whole life. It's a miracle that I'm still alive. Most of the people I've known all these years have died in the scarred plains. Not only were there king-level cultivators among them, but there were also nomological kings. But so what? They still turned into white bones that no one cared about. This is a cultivator's grave. If you are still attached to life, your best choice is to turn around and leave immediately." After saying these words, the old man felt that something was wrong. He seemed to have spoken too deeply to a stranger. He was secretly puzzled in his heart. It was really strange. Why did he find this young man so pleasing to the eye? He couldn't help but say what was in his heart. Tang Zhen revealed a contemplative expression. At the same time, he quietly retracted his mental energy that could affect one's emotions. He was using this method to make the old man speak his mind. As long as Tang Zhen was willing, any cultivator whose strength was inferior to him would definitely not be able to keep any secrets. He didn't expect there to be so many things to say about the scarred plain. No wonder no one chose this place. Tang Zhen had thought too much. In fact, other than the fact that the cracked plains was too chaotic, there were other reasons that no one chose it. First of all, the fifth battle area had not had any new members for many years, and the original members had better fiefs to choose from. If there were no special reasons, there was no need to choose such a place. Tang Zhen also noticed that in the current fifth battle area, there were many places that had better conditions than the cracked plains. However, they did not meet all of Tang Zhen's requirements. Only the cracked plains was still acceptable. If Tang Zhen was given a chance to choose again, he would probably still choose this place. You two blind things, quickly get to the side. Just as they were about to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For more information about the crack in the ground, they heard a curse, and the target was him and the old man. Tang Zhen frowned. He turned around and looked at the fellow who had spoken in an unfriendly manner. Soon after, he saw a rough man wearing an earth dragon leather armor. His face was filled with an unruly aura as he stood in front of him. His eyes were filled with disdain. Such a wide road, don't tell me you can't walk through it. Tang Zhen's tone was indifferent as he asked. His eyes were a little cold. Cut the fucking crap. I just can't walk over. I want you to get lost, do you hear me? As if he was waiting for Tang Zhen to open his mouth, the wild cultivator's arrogance grew even more arrogant. He raised his finger and pointed it at Tang Zhen, almost poking his face. A dozen or so wild cultivators stood at the side and sneered as they watched this scene. With one look, one could tell that they were the accomplices of the arrogant cultivator. When the old man by the side saw this, he hurriedly stretched out his hand and pulled Tang Zhen's clothes. After which, he faced the arrogant cultivator with a face full of smiles and said, "Second Master Da, he's just a young boy and doesn't know any better. Please be magnanimous and don't lower yourself to his level." Upon hearing this, Second Master Da did not even look at the old man and said in a disgusted tone, "Who do you think you are to be qualified to talk to me?" The old man wasn't angry at all. He just kept bowing and saying good things, but the arrogant cultivator didn't care at all. The young men behind the old man couldn't take it anymore. Just as they were about to jump out, they were held back by their companions. At the same time, the old man glared at them fiercely. Only then did they turn their heads away with faces full of unwillingness. Tang Zhen looked at the arrogant cultivator and his companion. A faint smile was revealed on his face. "I just won't move, what can you do to me?" Upon hearing Tang Zhen's words, the arrogant cultivator revealed a sinister smile and said word by word, "Kid, do you know what happens to people who dare to talk to me like that? I'm quite curious. Why don't you tell me about it?" Tang Zhen stood still as he looked at Second Master Da and asked with a smile. Second Master Da seemed to have heard a topic that interested him. He turned to look at his companion behind him and laughed out loud as he pointed at Tang Zhen and shouted, "Did you guys hear that? This kid wants to know the consequences of offending me. Do you guys think I should tell him?" Hearing this, the wild cultivators behind him also laughed presumptuously, but most of them were sneers of contempt and pride. "Brat, since you want to know, I'll fucking tell you. Remember, don't wet your pants." Second Master Da roared as he spat at Tang Zhen, "I'll strip you of your clothes and stuff the parasite into your mouth. Then, I'll use a pair of tweezers to stab into the pustules on your body and pull out fat worms one after another. You can't feel pain, but you can see that your body is full of holes, and your body will become thinner and thinner. When you can't move anymore, your stomach will become bigger and bigger, and your belly will become thinner and thinner." A sickly smile flashed across Second Master Da's face as if he was immersed in the scene he had described. He stared at Tang Zhen without blinking and laughed sinisterly. "In the end, your stomach will explode with a boom, and countless colorful bugs will crawl out and eat your bones. He he he, kid, don't you think it's great?" Tang Zhen nodded his head expressionlessly. He said to Second Master Da, "That's right, it's really cool. Since you like it so much, do you want to experience it for yourself?" Second Master Da was stunned for a moment. He gave Tang Zhen a thumbs up and his voice was as cold as ice. "Brat, you've got guts. Don't worry, I'll let you have a taste of my new method. I guarantee that you'll die a more painful death, so painful that you'll regret being born alive." The atmosphere at the scene became tense. Not only did Second Master Da's eyes flash with killing intent, but his companions behind him also slowly moved forward with cold smiles on their faces. The old man saw that the situation was not good and his eyes showed signs of struggle. In the end, he sighed softly and forced a smile at Second Master Da. "Second Master Da, you're a magnanimous man. Please don't lower yourself to the same level as this young boy. How about this? Didn't you say last time that you wanted me to sell you all of my harvest? As long as you let this kid go, I'll definitely do as you say." Second Master Da snorted and slapped the old man. At the same time, he cursed, "You shameless old thing. It's too late to agree now. Not only do I want all of your gains, but I also want this kid's life. No one can help me." Just as Second Master Da's palm was about to land on the old man's face, another hand suddenly appeared and grabbed his wrist. Feeling the force on his wrist, Second Master Da's expression changed slightly. He finally looked at the ordinary-looking young man in front of him. To be able to grab his wrist, it proved that the other party was not weaker than a Lord tier, but he had already assessed the young man's strength earlier, and he was at most a level 5. Could it be that he had made a mistake? This was a guy who was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Second Master Da felt a slight chill in his heart. Just as he was about to open his mouth to try and salvage the situation, his companions had surrounded him with their swords unsheathed. Forget it, even if he had misjudged the other party's strength, he had more than a dozen people here, and there was an organization behind him. Why would he be afraid of this kid? In the scarred plains, one was not afraid of being arrogant, but afraid of being weak. The more flamboyant one was, the more others would fear them. Even your companions in the organization behind you will support you, because in the cracked plains, if you were a yes man and had no organization to rely on, no one would dare to collect your corpse even if you died. 1606 The double-headed snake that rushed thousands of miles to help under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Second Master Da had already made up his mind that he must kill Tang Zhen today to establish his might. To survive in the scarred plains, one had to be ruthless. Once there was a grudge, one must not give the other party a chance to take revenge. The seemingly harmless young man in front of him had already made him feel a sense of danger. Even if Tang Zhen belonged to an organization in Heis territory, he wasn't afraid. Because of the competition for resources, these organizations had long been filled with hatred. Once there was an opportunity to make a move, no one would show mercy. This had already become a common understanding. If you don't kill him this time, you might die in his hands the next time we meet. He wasn't worried that Tang Zhen was a Lu Cheng cultivator because the Lu Cheng cultivators in the 5th battle area had to wear the standard battle armor at all times to show their identity. If they were injured without the battle armor, there would be no way to reason with them and they might even be punished. If Tang Zhen was wearing the standard battle armor of Lu Cheng's cultivators, Second Master De would not dare to use Tang Zhen to beat up the old man and make the matter more serious. Kid, let go of my hand. Otherwise, you won't be able to keep your hand. Second Master De's face did not have the slightest trace of panic. On the contrary, he looked at Tang Zhen as if he was looking at a dead man. He was practically gnashing his teeth as he spoke. Don't just talk without practice, I'm waiting for you to make your move. When Second Master De heard Tang Zhen's sarcastic words, the veins on his forehead bulged as he angrily shouted, "You're courting death." Without any hesitation, he pulled out a dagger from his waist and stabbed towards Tang Zhen's chest. Kill him. When the companions beside him saw this, they brandished their blades and hacked at Tang Zhen in unison, as if they wanted to chop him to the ground. All of you, stop. At this moment, a loud roar suddenly came from the distance. Then, a long-robed man led nearly 100 cultivators and rushed madly toward Tang Zhen's position. A trace of joy flashed across the long-robed man's eyes when he saw Second Master De and the others attacking Tang Zhen. Soon after, his face revealed an indescribable indignation as if he had seen an irreconcilable enemy. Stop them. Kill whoever dares to resist. I, the double-headed snake, will bear the consequences alone. The long-robed man's voice was particularly loud and could be heard even from far away. Many of the onlookers were puzzled. They could not understand what kind of enmity the two-headed snake had with Second Master De. Why was he so high profile? Tang Zhen gently dodged Second Master De's dagger and looked at the group of cultivators. When he saw the long-robed man's face, he could not help but reveal a strange expression. Could it be that this fellow had specially rushed here just to show off in front of him? This fellow, whom the patrol leader had called a two-headed snake, whom he had met once at the teleportation square, must have used some special means to arrive here at the same time as him. Second Master De was also shocked. However, when he saw the two-headed snake in front of him, his face revealed an expression of sudden realization. He thought that Tang Zhen was the two-headed snake's accomplice. Kid, so you're from Fire Owl. Since they were all competitors, there was nothing to be afraid of. Even if he were to break through the heavens, he would have the organization behind him to support him. At the thought of this, Second Master De sneered and shouted at his companions, "Don't be scared, beat him to death. Our people are right here. At worst, we'll have a bloody fight with Fire Owl." As long as they left Hessern's territory, no one would care about the wild cultivators, killing even if blood flowed like a river. This made Second Master De have no scruples at all. "You still dare to be so arrogant, you dog-like thing." Tang Zhen coldly snorted and waved his hand at Second Master De. Soon after, Second Master De's face was completely deformed. Like a broken basket being blown by a strong wind, he rolled and flew to the side. Second Master De's companions were stunned for a moment. Just as they were about to attack Tang Zhen, the two-headed snake's men had already rushed forward. With more than 100 cultivators against more than a dozen cultivators, it was a one-sided battle. In less than half a minute, Second Master De's companions were knocked to the ground, their bodies covered in blood. The battle of this scale caused a huge commotion and naturally attracted the attention of the cultivators on the checkpoint. However, when they understood the specific situation, they began to watch from the sidelines. The cultivators guarding the pass had long gotten used to the occasional fights between these wild cultivators and simply couldn't be bothered to deal with them. The two-headed snake rushed in front of Tang Zhen with a group of people. However, he was not in a hurry to speak to him. Instead, he went straight to Second Master De, who had been slapped unconscious by Tang Zhen. His face was filled with ferocity. The double-headed snake lifted its leg and strode over Second Master De's body. The double-headed snake then slapped Second Master De's face and scolded him, "Fuck you. Are you blind? How dare you provoke anyone? I'm going to fucking beat you to death today. Let's see how arrogant you can be. Let's see how arrogant you are. Second Master Da was stunned by the slap. Teeth kept flying out of his mouth and blood splattered everywhere with the slap. The excruciating pain finally woke him up from his dazed state. Looking at the double-headed snake that was sitting on top of him, slapping him and cursing at the same time, Second Master Da also cursed, "Two-headed snake, I'll kill your Zhu Qianxia." Pa! Another crisp sound was heard. Second Master Da's words were smacked back into his stomach and another tooth flew out. How dare you scold your master, double-headed snake? You must be tired of living. Second Master Da's face turned purple with anger. Being ridden and slapped in public was worse than being killed. Just you wait, we're not done yet, Yingluo. Pa, you still dare to scold me? It seems like you're really tired of living. I swear I'll kill you, Yingluo. Pa. Seeing that Second Master Da was still not going to give in, the double-headed snake did not hold back anymore. Its pair of hands were like a windmill, and in the blink of an eye, Second Master Da, who was on the ground, was beaten up like a pig's head. Even though Second Master Da's cultivation had exceeded the overlord level and his body was abnormally strong, he still could not withstand this kind of attack that targeted his vital points. Perhaps after a while, he would be whipped to death by the double-headed snake. Don't be in a hurry to kill him. I still want him to have a taste of his own methods of torture. Tang Zhen's voice came from the side. The double-headed snake's ears had already stood up when it heard this. It immediately jumped up from the ground and fiercely spat at the mud like Second Master Da. Immediately after, it moved in front of Tang Zhen with a face full of smiles. Your Excellency, I'm sorry to have startled you. The two-headed snake bowed to Tang Zhen and continued, this bunch of blind dogs even dared to offend you. They're simply too arrogant. I don't think there's any need for them to live. At this point, the two-headed snake patted its chest, looking as if it was willing to do as it pleased. As long as you say the word, I'll bring my men to destroy this bunch of bastards, lair and help you vent your anger. An old man, Tang Zhen looked at the two-headed snake with a smile that was not a smile. He used a faint tone to ask, tell me, how old are you now? The two-headed snake was stunned for a moment, but it still answered honestly, I've wasted 270 years of my life, and I'm still a junior. I'm sorry to make you laugh. Don't call me an old man just because you came all the way here. I'll accept this favor. The two-headed snake was ecstatic when he heard this. He hurriedly bowed to Tang Zhen and said, I don't dare. The double-headed snake felt that it was happier to have this new member of the 5th battle area, the new master of the Scarred Plains, owe him a favor than to have earned 10 destiny gold coins. Don't be happy too early. Do you see that? They're already leading hundreds of people over. Are you sure you're a match for them? The two-headed snake looked at the exit of the checkpoint. Its expression changed, and then a cold smile appeared on its mouth. The reason why he had the name of a two-headed snake was that he always had a backup plan when he did things. He was like a venomous snake with a head at the end. Even if the enemy attacked one of his heads, he would be attacked by the venomous fangs of the other head. Since he dared to act so arrogantly in front of the checkpoint, he had absolute confidence that he could do it beautifully. In order to make the new lord of the cracked plains, Tang Zhen, look at him properly, the two-headed snake had already gambled all of its wealth. Moreover, with Tang Zhen's identity, how could he just watch him suffer a loss? 1607 daggers drawn. 1. Seeing that someone was fighting, the cultivators who were heading to the plains of Crack stopped and gathered from all directions. In front of the border pass leading to the cracked plains, although there were often fights, they were usually not on a large scale. Most of the time, they would keep the grudges in their hearts and find another place to fight. For the sake of the monk, they had to fight here. They were really looking down on the cultivators of Lusheng. If they didn't plan to stay here, they didn't have to worry about anything. Not to mention that in the following journey, the various organizations would have to face the ambush of foreign cultivators and monsters together. If they took action now, it would undoubtedly be very irrational and cause a serious reduction in the number of people. This was already something that everyone knew, but it was being ignored at this time. It was obvious that the matter had been blown up, and both sides had completely fallen out. Especially when they saw that the two-headed snake was leading more than 100 cultivators, and the number of cultivators that had just rushed out of the border was several times that of the two-headed snake's side, everyone realized that this was definitely not a joke. Perhaps it wouldn't take long for the nearby wild cultivator organizations to be reshuffled, and some of the forces that everyone was familiar with would also disappear. In the blink of an eye, the two sides had gathered together, each pulling out their formation, their long swords unsheathed, their eyes sharp as knives, ready to attack at any moment. Two-headed snake, are you fucking tired of living? How dare you touch my people? The person leading the reinforcements was a red-robed cultivator. His face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He looked at Second Master De, who was twitching on the ground, and his other companions who were being stepped on. He asked in a frosty voice. His companion was being controlled and had a sword placed on his neck. The red-robed cultivator did not dare to make a move, but his heart was filled with killing intent. The two-headed snake was disdainful of the cultivator in red's question, as if it didn't care about him at all. Hee, your subordinate is blind and offended someone he shouldn't have offended. It's already lucky that he's still alive. The enmity between the two sides had already been formed. The two-headed snake didn't mind revealing a bit of Tang Zhen's identity in an attempt to make the red-robed cultivator have scruples. Although he was already prepared to fight, the enemy was outnumbered and he did not have an advantage in the fight. The two-headed snake naturally had to delay as much as possible. Let's see how arrogant you'll be when your true reinforcements arrive. The two-headed snake glanced at Tang Zhen when he said this. He discovered that Tang Zhen did not seem to have any intention of blaming him. His courage immediately increased. He pointed at Second Master De and scolded him arrogantly. If it wasn't for your magnanimity, do you think you would still be alive to see this bastard? I'll tell you the truth. If you don't give me an explanation today, not only will this bastard die, but all of you will also die. The two-headed snake's words were extremely arrogant. Not only did he compliment Tang Zhen, but he also expressed his determination. At the same time, he seemed to be deliberately provoking a fight between them. Hearing this, the cultivator who had rushed over with his men frowned slightly. The two-headed snake's behavior made him suspicious. The red-robed cultivator looked at Tang Zhen carefully. He felt that this man was a bit unfathomable. Could it be that he had an extraordinary identity for the two-headed snake to protect him? If that was the case, he would have to be more cautious. Although the members of the Wild Cultivators organization were cruel and merciless, they also knew how to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages, thus protecting their own safety. If Second Master De had really offended someone he should not have, and even the organization could not afford to offend him, then it would be useless even if the boss came. Who was right and who was wrong had not been decided yet, and the identity of the young man was not clear, so they really could not rush to make a move. However, he had come over with an aggressive momentum, so he couldn't just retreat like this. Therefore, they still had to do what they had to do and say what they had to say. Otherwise, after today, how could their organization still have a foothold in this pass? I don't care who he is. However, since you've touched my brother, I can't let this matter rest. There must be an explanation. The cultivator in red said to the two-headed snake. He didn't want to lose his momentum, but at the same time, he wanted to leave some buffer space. I'll give you a chance. Tell me how to deal with this. If I'm satisfied, you can leave. If I'm not, none of you can leave here alive. Hey. The two-headed snake sneered and mocked the red-robed cultivator. You're giving me a chance. How boastful of you. Stop pretending. I'll say this today. This sir's matter is our fire owl's matter. If you want to make a move, then do it as soon as possible. If you don't dare to make a move, then don't dawdle and quickly get out of my sight. The conversation between the wild cultivators was naturally filled with vulgarities, and it was very common to bring along family and ancestors. The red-robed cultivator's mouth twitched when he heard the two-headed snake's unyielding tone. He felt even less confident. He took another look at Tang Zhen before transmitting a voice to his subordinate beside him. Send a message to our boss immediately. Tell him that there's a particularly tricky matter here and ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Him to come as soon as possible. No one was a fool. The two-headed snake's behavior was somewhat abnormal in itself. If he could not withstand the provocation and rushed forward in a moment of rashness, he might fall into the trap. If things really got out of hand, even the organization behind him couldn't protect him. Hey. Seeing this, the two-headed snake sneered, but it was getting more and more proud, and its eyes revealed a trace of confidence that it had the whole situation under control. He didn't mind using Tang Zhen's identity to intimidate others. In fact, he was even eager for the other party to make a move. If that was the case, then the other party would never be able to step into the cracked plains again. When he, the two-headed snake, attacked, he always killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Otherwise, he would not be ashamed of his name. At this time, he was very grateful to Second Master Da. If it were not for his death-seeking behavior, he would not have had such a good opportunity. The atmosphere was silent. The scene of the confrontation was strangely quiet. Both sides did not say a word. Those who were originally prepared to watch the show could not help but feel a little disappointed. They had originally planned to watch a bloody battle, but who knew that the leaders of both sides were only here to quarrel? It really made them anxious. Was this still the organization of wild cultivators that would start a fight whenever there was a disagreement? This group of people in front of him were probably imposters. Most of the wild cultivators were whispering to each other. Some of them began to secretly size up Tang Zhen, trying to guess his specific identity. Who was this person that the 2-headed snake was so respectful to, and the red-robed cultivator was so afraid of? 1608. Are we going to fight or not? Tang Zhen did not open his mouth from the beginning to the end. He did not need to open his mouth. The current situation was a good opportunity to let these wild cultivators know that the cracked plains had a new master. It was absolutely impossible for them to be as unscrupulous as they used to be. If you want to enter this place, you have to follow your own rules. After witnessing the scene just now, the white-haired old man was also extremely apprehensive. He was afraid that things would get out of hand and he would be dragged into it in the end. The reason why he spoke up for Tang Zhen earlier was because he knew that Tang Zhen was being dragged into this matter. Although the old man was tactful, he was also unwilling to implicate innocent people. However, as the situation developed, the old man became more and more uncertain. It seemed that the young man who spoke to him had a very complicated identity. Of course, it was also possible that the double-headed snake was deliberately looking for trouble. It used Tang Zhen as a pretense to find trouble with Second Master Da. In fact, it did not know Tang Zhen at all. The old man had lived for so many years and had seen all kinds of things. He had lived for a long time and had already seen through life and death. If not for his luck, he would have been buried in the cracked plains. Now, he was living day by day, and at the same time, he was trying his best to bring up the younger generation and let them mature as soon as possible. He had done this many times, but as the years went by, the number of people he brought with him grew, but the number of people who returned decreased. The young men beside him had just grown up and were the only hope of the village. If they died here, then the village, which was only left with the old and weak, would be completely destroyed. Thinking of this, the old man's heart felt uncomfortable, and his legs were a little unsteady. At the same time that he was secretly anxious in his heart, the white-haired old man also secretly sized up Tang Zhen. He placed his last trace of hope on him and prayed that he was really some extraordinary big shot. The 2-headed snake's name was quite well known. The old man had been in the border for many years and had come into contact with it more than once. This was the first time that this cunning fellow had shown such a tough side. The 2-headed snake would not be so aggressive if it did not have any backing, would it? As the old man was thinking, a large group of cultivators rushed in from the border. There were 5 king-level cultivators, and the rest were all level 7 or 8 cultivators. It was a very powerful lineup. For an unaffiliated cultivator, advancing to the king tier was like a natural chasm. This was true even in the 5th battle area where the natural energy was abundant. On this point, wild cultivators couldn't be compared with Lu Cheng cultivators at all, especially to the cultivators of Lu Cheng in the 5th battle area. No matter how large the number of wild cultivators was, they were just a group of chickens and dogs. However, for the wild cultivators who made a living near the border, such a large lineup was definitely a rare sight. Second Master Da's forces had already come out in full force. After seeing this scene, the onlookers began to get excited again. They were secretly rejoicing in their hearts that they had chosen to come out of seclusion and take the risk today. Otherwise, they would have missed this rare and grand scene. Fight, fight, it'd be better if they all died. The wild cultivators who had grudges and conflicts with the 2 forces all wanted to cheer loudly, hoping that the 2 forces would fight until blood flowed like rivers, and it would be best if they all died. The originally tense atmosphere became more and more tense. The cultivators brought by the 2-headed snake also began to stir. Don't panic, listen to my orders. This is not only their lair, but also our territory. Do you think we're afraid of these guys? The 2-headed snake's voice rang out in time, temporarily stabilizing the morale of the army. A cloud of dust rose. In a short time, the red-robed cultivators' reinforcements arrived at the scene of the confrontation. The leader of the group was a brawny man who was nearly 3 meters tall. He carried 2 broadswords on his back. Just by standing there, he gave off a sense of pressure. Even the boss of the Blood Blade is personally involved. This is going to be interesting. I'm afraid the two-headed snake is going to suffer. He only has about 100 people. It's impossible for them to be a match for the Bloody Blade. What's there to be afraid of? If Blood Blade can send reinforcements, can't Fire Owl send reinforcements? Just wait patiently. I promise you won't be disappointed. Disappointed? Hee. I'm just afraid that they won't fight. As the onlookers discussed in low voices, the boss of Bloody Blade had already stood up. His egg-sized eyes were wide open, and he shouted with a murderous aura, "What's going on? Who dares to touch our Blood Blade's brothers? Is he tired of living?" After roaring out these words, the boss of Blood Edge looked around before his gaze finally landed on Tang Zhen. He carefully sized up Tang Zhen and a pondering expression appeared in his eyes. Soon after, he looked at the two-headed snake standing to the side as killing intent flashed in his eyes. "Twin-headed snake, you're really bold. Do you really think I, Bloody Blade, am easy to bully? You Fire Owl have the advantage in numbers, but I, Blood Blade, am not bad either. Whether you're right or wrong in today's matter, you must kneel and apologize. Otherwise, I'll bring some people to visit your boss and see if he can still protect you." The two-headed snake laughed disdainfully and spread out his hands casually. "Whatever, I'll be waiting." The two-headed snake was calm as it felt the pressure coming from the Bloodblades. It was as if it did not care about the opposing team at all. At this moment, the two-headed snake had already made up its mind. It must make good use of this opportunity and perform as much as possible in front of Tang Zhen. However, he was also a little anxious. Why hadn't his boss arrived yet? After he knew Tang Zhen's identity, he chased after him in a hurry. While he was chasing Tang Zhen, the double-headed snake immediately informed his boss of this shocking news. This was especially so when the two-headed snake discovered Tang Zhen's figure and discovered that he was in conflict with his arch-enemy, Blood Edge. The two-headed snake was so excited that it almost jumped up. At the same time that it rushed over to rescue him, the subordinate responsible for reporting the news also set off at the same time. This was a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity, so why was his boss so slow? If he didn't seize the opportunity to show off in front of the Lord of the Cracked Plains, the expected profits would be greatly reduced. The two-headed snake secretly sighed in its heart. However, it still made up its mind. It would drag this out as long as it could. If it really couldn't do it, it would risk its life and put on a show. As long as Tang Zhen was satisfied, it would be fine. The two-headed snake pulled out the soft whip that was wrapped around its arm. It was ready to fight. At the same time, it used its eyes to size up Tang Zhen without leaving a trace. It wanted to see what kind of reaction he would have. In the end, he saw Tang Zhen still standing with his hands behind his back. He looked at the boss of Bloody Blade with a smile that was not a smile. His eyes were extremely calm. It was as if the aggressive Bloodblades were a bunch of ridiculous clowns in his eyes. After seeing this scene, the two-headed snake felt inexplicably relieved. It once again let out a strange laugh and looked at the boss of Bloody Blade. He saw that the big boss, who had been so aggressive earlier, was frowning at this moment, and his face clearly showed a trace of hesitation. 1609 Greetings, Your Excellency. Damn it, are we going to fight this war or not? I'm so worried. One of the cultivators cursed angrily, his face full of depression. There were many other wild cultivators who had the same feelings as him. When they saw that bloodshed had turned out in full force, they thought that blood would flow like a river very quickly. In the end, they had hesitated for a long time and still had not made a move. This group of bastards, wasting the enthusiasm of the audience for nothing, they can't play with people like this. The hearts of the onlookers, which had been raised, fell to the ground again with a thud. More and more people cursed in low voices. What's going on with Fire Owl and Blood Blade? Aren't they usually very brutal? They bully us like we're grandsons, and now they're acting like grandsons themselves. That's true. They're all as cowardly as the eggs of a mud monster. They've been dawdling until now and still haven't made a move. Not all of the onlookers were boorish. There were also some people with discerning eyes. After hearing their companion's complaint, they explained in a low voice, "Can't you see? Bloodshed and Blades are wary of that young man, which is why they haven't made a move yet." His companion was stunned for a moment. He stretched his neck and carefully sized up Tang Zhen. Soon after, he scratched the corner of his mouth and doubtfully said, "I don't see anything different. It seems that his strength is not as good as mine. Tisk, if you could tell, you wouldn't be standing here and watching." His companion sneered and ignored him, continuing to observe the development of the situation. There were many cultivators who could see this level, and they were very clear that the people from Blood Edge were probably investigating the young man's identity and then deciding whether to fight or not. It was not a small matter for the team leader to come out personally. Compared to those underlings who only knew how to speak with their fists, the team leader must have a brain, otherwise, he would have been scammed to the point where not even his bones would be left. "Let's wait and see. We'll probably have a result soon." The white-haired old man also steadied his mind and said to his companion standing beside him. As a result, just as his voice fell, he saw a sudden change at the border. The runic gate, which was usually only half open, was completely opened, and the horn sounded. This was an emergency assembly order. A cultivator flew up from the border and waved the flag in his hand. Then, a large group of cultivators rushed out of the border. There were more than 1,000 of them, all of them fully armed. The wild cultivators were at a loss when they saw this. They had come here many times, but this was the first time they had seen such a formation. Something big was about to happen. This thought rose in the hearts of the wild cultivators. At the same time, they once again looked at the two parties in confrontation and the indifferent Tang Zhen. They subconsciously linked them together. The cultivators of Lusheng who had rushed out of the border were full of killing intent. They pushed away the wild cultivators who were blocking the way and rushed over in a flash. As if a huge mountain was pressing down on them, the wild cultivators who were whispering immediately became silent. Some of the more timid ones wanted to take the opportunity to leave, but they were stopped by the cultivators in Lucheng. Now that things had developed to this point, the onlooking wild cultivators probably couldn't leave even if they wanted to. The two sides were also shocked by this change. No one had expected that the cultivators of Lu City, who had never participated in the battle of wild cultivators, would also join in. The two-headed snake's eyes brightened when it saw the rogue cultivator following Lu Cheng. It quickly saluted, "Boss, you've finally come." At this moment, he was like a man who had endured humiliation for the sake of the organization and had gone through fire and water. He had been struggling all along, and now he had finally been rescued. Those who didn't understand him would have believed him on the spot. "Brother, you've worked hard." The cultivator who was called boss by the two-headed snake nodded and looked at him with admiration. He patted his shoulder gently. "For the fire owl, I'm willing to die 1,000 times." The two-headed snake's face was full of righteousness, and at the same time, a trace of emotion appeared on his face, as well as a determined expression of a man dying for his friend. The fire owl boss was even more touched. He looked deeply at the two-headed snake, and his thoughts were conveyed without words. He didn't care about double-headed snake's character, only his performance. If he wasn't satisfied with double-headed snake's ability to seize the opportunity and withstand the pressure, who would go to the fire for the organization? "Leave the rest to me. Since Bloodblade wants to die, he can't blame anyone else." The fire owl boss swept his gaze across the crowd, and a cruel smile appeared on his face as he looked at the Bloodblade's members, whose expressions were constantly changing. He slowly turned around and followed the heavily armored Lu Cheng cultivator. The two of them walked to Tang Zhen. "Commander of the Hessian border, greets your excellency Tang Zhen." "Greetings, Lord of the Cracked Plains, Fire Owl Ronald." The two famous figures at the Hessian border actually bowed to Tang Zhen with the etiquette of a Lu Cheng cultivator facing a superior. The onlookers who saw this scene trembled at the same time, especially when they heard the Fire Owl Ronald's words. The scene suddenly became silent, so quiet that one could even hear a steel needle falling to the ground. The Fire Owl Ronald's words contained information that shocked everyone. This seemingly ordinary young man was actually a member of the 5th Battle Area, the new master of the land under their feet. As everyone knew, any one of the members of the 5th Battle Group was a true god's favored son, and their strength was enough to look down on everyone else. Every cultivator in the 5th Battle Area had heard about the legends of the members of the battle area from time to time. Some cultivators could even list the names of each member and their great achievements as if they were family members. To the cultivators of the 5th Battle Area, every member of the battle area was a legend. However, at this moment, a legendary figure, a powerhouse that many people would never get to see in their entire lives, was actually standing in front of them. This was simply unbelievable. No one suspected that Tang Zhen was an imposter because no one in the 5th battle area dared to do so. We pay our respects to your excellency Tang Zhen. The old man beside him was the first to return to his senses. He placed his right fist on his chest and half knelt on the ground towards Tang Zhen's heart. However, his emotions were like stormy waves that kept on surging. He had never dreamed that he would be able to meet a legendary figure in his lifetime. He could die with no regrets. The young man who followed the old man had a face full of light, his eyes full of worship and respect. He knelt on the ground one after another to express his respect and excitement. We pay our respects to your excellency Tang Zhen. Greetings, my lord. Shouts came one after another, and soon they joined together. Except for the cultivators in Hessen's territory who bowed, all the wild cultivators half knelt on the ground to express their respect. This salutation was not only for Tang Zhen, but also to the 5th battle area, to those legendary powerhouses who were elusive. 1610 The resentment of the Bloodblade. Everyone stood up after they finished bowing. However, the gazes they used to look at Tang Zhen had already changed. Previously, Tang Zhen was just a passerby in their eyes. There were countless people like him at the border. Every year, countless people would come here and go to the cracked plains with hope, but they never returned. The land of the cracked plain had no lack of corpses. If Tang Zhen was an ordinary person and died on this land, it was likely that no one would remember him. However, everyone's attitude immediately changed when they found out that Tang Zhen was a member of the war zone and the owner of the land under their feet. It was like an ordinary person suddenly finding out that the hawker on the street was actually the head of state. The huge shock in his heart was indescribable. The identities of the two sides were completely different, and it was impossible for them to meet in their entire lives. Now, it was only a coincidence that they could meet. Many wild cultivators were secretly excited. When they drank with others in the future, they would have the capital to boast. I've seen the lord of a war zone with my own eyes, and I'm only 100 steps away from him. You bumpkins probably don't have such good luck. The more they thought about it, the more excited they became. The eyes of the wild cultivators began to light up as they looked at Tang Zhen. This scene was like a hot star who was being surrounded by fans. Some people were happy, while others were sad. The onlookers didn't think that the matter was too big, and they couldn't wait for it to blow up as big as possible. The confrontation between the two wild cultivation organizations earlier had already made their blood boil. Now that Tang Zhen had revealed his identity, and it was the kind that could pierce through the heavens, it was likely that he would not be able to bear the consequences this time around if he were to offend his blood blades. A little carelessness would lead to eternal damnation. Haha, if Bloodblade's blade isn't crippled this time, I'll chop off my head and kick it like a ball. Someone said in a low voice, his face full of confidence. What's going on? Did the bloody blade offend you? His companion asked in confusion. I don't have any grudges with them. It's just that the members of this organization have always been overbearing, and many people have been implicated. Now that we've finally met an iron plate, it's really satisfying. His companion nodded, thinking that this was indeed the case. The Wild Cultivators organization was very obedient in front of the cultivators in Lusheng, but in the scarred plains, they were like a group of bloodthirsty hungry wolves. Wherever there were benefits, they could be seen. In order to snatch resources, the Wild Cultivators organization had done countless wicked things over the years. From time to time, a small team would be wiped out, and in the end, it was proved to be related to the Wild Cultivators organization. However, most of the time, it was the cultivators from the other world who took the blame and bore the crimes that didn't belong to them. Fortunately, the cultivators from the other world had a lot of debts and didn't worry about it at all. It could be said that the rogue cultivators were the biggest cancer in the scarred plains. If Tang Zhen wanted to fix this place, the first step was to control and eradicate these rogue cultivators. Otherwise, he could forget about opening up a new situation in a short time. Tang Zhen was already aware of this situation and was thinking of an appropriate solution. Of course, he still needed to observe for a while before doing so. There were also quite a number of people present who looked at the two-headed snake with envious eyes. With his performance just now, Tang Zhen would definitely have something to say after this incident. This kind of big shot hated owing favors the most. If he could repay it, he would definitely do it at the first moment. Even if those with discerning eyes could see that Tang Zhen was deliberately giving the two-headed snake a chance to perform, so what? It was a great thing for such a big shot to give you a chance. If the two-headed snake seized this opportunity, it would definitely soar to the sky. From the looks of it, opportunities would always be left to those who were prepared. If it was someone else who knew of Tang Zhen's identity, they might not have been able to do what they did earlier, even though they would also be shocked by Tang Zhen's identity. He chased Tang Zhen for thousands of miles and appeared at the critical moment to protect Tang Zhen at all costs. At the same time, he informed his boss to come and help him. To be able to complete this series of arrangements in such a short time was enough to prove that the two-headed snake was a talent. Even without this matter, it was not difficult for the two-headed snake to perform in front of Tang Zhen with its ability. Everyone knew that a lord who had just taken office would definitely recruit a new group of subordinates to work for him. If he was chosen, he might even become a resident of the city. Especially in the 5th battle area, it was extremely difficult to become a resident of the city towers. After all, the city towers here were extremely large in scale, and there were already enough offspring inside. How could they take in residents from the wild cultivators? Feeling the envious gazes around him, the two-headed snake was also very happy in his heart. However, he still appeared very humble on the surface. It was as if he had become a shadow after his boss's arrival and would not easily show himself. Everyone was secretly suspicious. The two-headed snake who had desperately protected Tang Zhen and fought against the Blood Blades was not the same person. He knew when to advance and when to retreat. He was able to correct his own status. The current performance of the two-headed snake was sufficient to make Tang Zhen think highly of him. Just as Tang Zhen was chatting with the border officer, the red-robed cultivator who had confronted Tang Zhen and demanded an explanation from the two-headed snake was trembling. The cold sweat on his forehead dripped down. He knew better than anyone the consequences of offending a warzone leader. As long as the other side said the word, he would become a corpse in the next second. If it wasn't for that damn second brother Da, things wouldn't have turned out this way. At the thought of this, the cultivator in red glared at second master Da, who was sitting on the ground, with eyes full of hatred. If he could make a move now, he would have cut this bastard into 1,000 pieces. But even so what? It was only to vent the depression in his heart, and it was of no help in solving the problem. Looking at the boss of Blood Blade, he no longer had his usual demeanor. He was standing beside Tang Zhen and the others with a smile on his face. Unfortunately, no one paid him any attention. Seeing his boss so humble, the red-robed cultivator felt angry and sympathetic, but there was nothing he could do. No matter how vicious Bloodshed's blade was, in the face of the Warzone's feudal lord, he was still as humble as a dog, praying for a chance of survival. At the thought of this, the cultivator in red had a splitting headache. He kept cursing in his heart. Second brother Da, you are a fucking bastard. Of all people, why did you have to provoke the new master of the Plains of Cracks? Aren't you fucking courting death by hanging yourself? What made him even more depressed was that the Scarred Plain had a new master, and they had no idea about it. The fact that the Fire Owl organization knew about this matter while they knew nothing about it made the cultivator in red feel that he had lost in a fair way. It was impossible for the Fire Owl, Ronald, to lie in public. Moreover, he had the highest-ranking officer of the border with him. With his existence, there was no longer anything suspicious about Tang Zhen's identity. After scolding second brother Da in his heart, the red-robed cultivator sneaked a glance at Tang Zhen and felt a trace of resentment towards him.